Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Good morning, everybody. I had a whole show kind of planned out, but watching the end of John's stream, which ended fairly interesting, a lot of bad assumptions, ahistoricism, etc. And I don't know. Apparently, I'm going to have to hold schoolhouse. Clue, if you are in the chat by now, I will reorient your misunderstanding of the importance of politics to your own argument. Let's start with the premise that politics is downstream of culture. There are a lot of ahistorical points that are made, and I will endeavor to help you parse this sort of stuff. The objectivity you talk about is basically political partisanship, and you don't seem to be able to understand the difference. So I'll help you with that, buddy. But what I want to do, because I've, kind of reorganized what I was going to do on this show on the fly. But I do want to start out with the 7.7 Richter scale earthquake that happened in Myanmar and the vicinity. And I'm going to play this because when I left the show yesterday morning, we were kind of knee deep into it. So I want to start with this. And then I've got something from Sean Bracey's show that actually, surprisingly, it was well put. And I surprisingly agree with. It's going to kind of go way against, a John Galt, HB, Universal Jones. It's going to go against the morning roast point of view about American history, politics, a lot of different things. And I'm not concerned whether they agree with it or not. I'm right. So let's start out with this tragedy, in Myanmar, roughly a 6-minute article, and then I'll move into the American culture / politics, sort of a portion of the reorganized Stanley versus the world. And I hope Ryan drops by. Notice the title of the show. It was a pretty funny comment that I think DiCapriono made. So here we go with the, this summary.
This news story was written by Rebecca Tan and Victoria Bissett. At least 838 dead after earthquake strikes Myanmar, a country in crisis. A powerful 7.7 magnitude earthquake struck Myanmar on Friday, killing at least 838 people and 694 in the Mandalay region alone, according to the country's military junta, with deadly tremors felt hundreds of miles away in Thailand. The epicenter of the lunchtime quake was about 11 miles from Mandalay, Myanmar's second most populous city, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, and multiple aftershocks were reported. Images and videos shared by residents of the centrally located city showed a collapsed bridge, cracked roads, and flattened buildings. In a televised address, Min Aung Hlaing, the head of Myanmar's military, said there had been 96 deaths in the capital, Nay Pyi Taw, and 48 in nearby regions. Myanmar's military junta said Saturday that at least 1,670 people were injured and 68 missing in the Mandalay region. The death toll, which increased by nearly 700 from the previous update, could not be independently verified and was likely to rise. There were fears that the impact could be far worse. An automated model from the U.S. Geological Survey estimated a 36% chance that the number of deaths would exceed 100,000, with potential economic losses of tens of billions of dollars. The military has faced an intense civil war since forcibly seizing power 4 years ago and does not have full control over the areas affected by the quake. After declaring a state of emergency in 6 regions, including Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay, the isolated junta issued a rare appeal for international assistance. I would like to extend an open invitation to any organizations and nations willing to come and help the people in need within our country, said Min Aung Hlaing, who has been accused of war crimes. The National Unity Government, a parallel administration formed by pro-democracy leaders in Myanmar, said in a statement that the quake had caused extensive damage and also called for international support. President Donald Trump told reporters Friday that he was aware of the requests from Myanmar's military junta for international aid, and that the U.S. government was already working on it. We're going to be helping. I've already alerted the people, Trump said when asked about the request. It's terrible what's happened. We've already spoken with the country. The 1,000...
I want to make a point about this, Donald Trump's comments. That's what USAID is for, this sort of thing. So we'll go ahead and continue. A lot of mistakes Trump is making.
Beds at Myanmar's largest medical facility, Mandalay General Hospital, were full by Friday afternoon, witnesses said, and teams were setting up emergency clinics to deal with the overflow. Su Yin Hatun, 45, who has family in Mandalay, said bridges, condominiums, and hotels were damaged, with fires reported across the city. Flights were suspended from Mandalay International Airport, which was shut down after the quake, said Su. Hanin, 25, a Mandalay resident who gave only one name out of fear of retaliation, said over the phone that a friend who was a patient at Kiel Sin Lin Hospital was evacuated when cracks began to form on the hospital walls. People are scared to go back inside their houses, she said. Her cousin was riding a motorcycle when the quake hit and was killed after slipping in front of a truck, Neen said. This powerful quake struck a country already in crisis, with 19.9 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. Arif Noor, Myanmar country director for the international aid group CARE, said in a statement Friday. The country has a population of about 54 million. Tremors from the quake were felt in Yunnan, a Chinese province that borders Myanmar, and in Thailand's capital, Bangkok, more than 600 miles away. Authorities in Bangkok said a 30-story building that was under construction collapsed during the earthquake, killing at least 3 people and leaving 80 trapped. Most of the construction workers were migrants from Myanmar, according to survivors. Aung Thiha, a 24-year-old worker from Myanmar, said that when the building began to shake, he felt dizzy, but thought it was from lack of sleep. Gradually, I noticed dust and sand started to fall from the ceiling, he recounted. As a construction crane fell and struck the center of the building, he ran outside, watching in horror as each floor was split in half. The entire structure was flattened within a minute, he said. Aung Thiha, wearing a yellow hard hat and blue uniform, said the scores still missing include his brother and brother-in-law, who he feared were stuck beneath the rubble. His brother and his wife are expecting a child soon. Rescue efforts were underway at the scene, but there were few updates by late Friday. I feel really bad, Aung Thiha said. Though cracks were reported in other structures, there were no other collapses, Bangkok's governor, Chadchart Sitapunt, told the Washington Post. Bangkok has seen nothing like this in 100 years, said Phumtham Wechayachai, Thailand's deputy prime minister. Authorities in Bangkok suspended school and ordered businesses and tenants in high-rises near the affected area to evacuate. By late Friday, Residents were told they could return to their homes. In Myanmar, already in the grip of multiple humanitarian crises, the destruction was far more widespread, and the rescue efforts far more difficult. The country has been embroiled in a civil war since 2021, when the military ousted a democratically elected government and forcibly crushed peaceful protests, sparking an armed resistance. The public health system has collapsed in some parts of the country because government doctors and nurses have refused to work for the junta, in some instances decamping for rebel-controlled territories along the Thai border. Aid distribution has been significantly impaired by the fighting and the military's restrictions on movement. The country's northwest has, for years, been virtually inaccessible to international aid agencies, watchdog groups, and journalists. In a recent report, the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said Mandalay and its surrounding regions have become the epicenter of internal displacement, hosting more than 1 million people forced from their homes. The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies said Friday that downed power lines and network outages were making it difficult to assess the scale of the tragedy. This disaster has only worsened an already fragile situation, said Noor, adding that CARE and our partners are urgently assessing the damage and preparing to support affected communities. Yan Naing Ong, Adam Taylor, Kasha Patel, and Kelsey Abels contributed to this report.
Yeah, Uncle Fatty, Tom, and I, kind of watched a few hours of this, probably a couple hours. This was actually the most terrifying. That 30-story building the article mentioned was this one, and it's almost like it just liquefied. And it was under construction, so you got construction workers, trying to get out of the way. Horrifying, and you know, I. I don't even know what to say other than, it is a tragedy, and I'm glad glad President Trump is on top of it. So, as I said earlier, the conversation at the end of John and Universal's show just now, all kinds of things popped up that got me to thinking. And essentially, I've kind of, I had the show planned out, but I'm gonna move more towards what they were talking about, which is way more interesting than what I was going to talk about. So I want to start with this, and I'll keep up with the developments. The original article said 800 and something fatalities. This little update down in the corner says it's jumped over to 1,000. It's going to be way more than 1,000. It was Uncle Fatty made an interesting point about building codes. That tower that you saw collapse, there wasn't rebar in the concrete. Several things that, you know, it's a different country, etc. So, it is what it is, and we'll pray for the country. They were already in the middle of a civil war, so they had problems before this, and now it's astronomically more complicated. So we'll keep up with it. But what I want to do, I watched Sean Bracey's show, which actually John Galt introduced me to. I'd never heard of Sean Bracey before, but there is, it's a little bit of a longish section that I want to listen to. Very brief comment. Well, actually, I'll just comment now. I actually agreed. The guy's name is Lamont. I actually agree with this point, surprisingly, and I never really thought of it in the way he presented it. It's related to where I want to go, because I want to go back to Clue's points about democratic politics and all that stuff. And then I want to level set and kind of present it in a timeline. and I'm not going to bother with charts and stuff. This is a lifetime of, reading into culture and politics. Um, basically, when I view American politics, it's through a historical lens. Uh, and, kind of making half assed comments about things like the purpose of the uh, the black Democratic Black Caucus, and you know Democrats being a plantation and all that. That's all political rhetoric. A lot of it is ahistorical, and knowing how to frame these sorts of arguments, in my opinion, lends itself to actually being objective. And someone like a John Galt will go, "Oh, it's education, and you need to look at stuff, from the hood," and it's all bullshit as far as I'm concerned. Um, I have a very different perspective, not to discount the hood, but the hood comes up in this snippet of the Sean Bracey show. And you know what? I've never been up on the panel. Again, I only know of this show through John Galt, who's been on the show. But this part is interesting. I'll go ahead and play it, and it will lead up to a point. It starts out slightly different and then focuses on the point I want to highlight.
No, I'm agreeing somewhat, but then y'all get up here and say like we up here lately having talks about black men handling their business type shit, and now we need to get rid of them from the community. We can't. That's real double.
Oh, by the way, Virgo, I'm sorry. I kind of got wrapped up in what I was saying. Welcome to the panel. All good there? You feeling better, by the way?
Yes, Stanley, I am. Thank you. I am.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to ignore you. I just kind of,
Well, I knew you were going off on
when
your
politics and culture comes up, ooh, I'm all invigorated now.
I know. Trust me.
But we will also get to recipes. Hey, I watched several recipe videos today, and I'm kind of excited to show them to you. So we will get to it, but I want to deal with the politics first.
Okay.
Yeah, Ja, I'll drop the link, but when you come up, just hang out a bit until I get to where we can pick up on the conversation you and Universal we're having. The link, by the way, Ja, is pinned at the top of the chat, I thought. But I'll drop it anyway.
Double-mindedness. Like that's real double-mindedness. Where we saying?
Okay, well, who said that we need to get rid of y'all from the community?
Like this is what the whole conversation been this morning about how like black people doing this big use. You know what I'm saying? Getting rid of these because they harming the community. That's what I'm saying. We can't be saying, oh well, you can't run to the other dudes, but you also can't handle your business because then you harming our community. Like
what?
Which one we gonna do here?
Wait a minute. So, and the fact that my problem with y'all is that y'all not really thinkers, right? So you don't have to go and tear up your own community to right wrongs, right? And a lot of times, let's be very honest, that's not what y'all be doing. Y'all just be wreaking havoc for no reason, right? It was the men in this sector who sat up here and said, oh yeah, all black men go through a knucklehead phase. We got to do that. We got to try to slang drugs. We got to try to go to jail, right? It was men telling us that. And so y'all really need to be looking inward and figuring out how y'all can change that. Because there's a lot of shit going on with y'all that y'all don't talk about, right? The feelings of inferiority. And baby, I'm telling you, I'm here to stomp on them and make you feel it even harder, right?
Not me.
The
Not me.
of being unuseful, right? Unneeded, right? Having no way to contribute. A lot of y'all feel that way. You want to know how I know this? Because I actually work with a lot of those young men, right? Depressed, anxiety, y'all a bunch of fucking head cases, And you gonna sit here and because I say, well, look, the evidence shows that throughout history, they ain't never been able to protect us from nothing, right? So you couldn't protect us from slavery and all the horrors that went around with that.
I wouldn't protect you from shit.
Hold on. Oh, go ahead, Sharon. You want to?
What you said, AFR? You want to jump in? Go ahead. AFR? What you said?
Yeah, I'll be real quick.
Out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Well, he didn't know that was coming.
Stupid bitch.
He didn't know that was coming. Come on, man. He didn't know that was coming.
You will never catch me sleeping. I know fucking shit.
It says,
stupid bitch.
It said, Bob Brokey.
Right. Nevertheless, right? So we can point out historical facts. And y'all be upset about that, but not upset about the fact that it's a fact. Right? And y'all still in the same position. Right? So anything that black women having issues with maternal mortality rate, how black men gonna protect us from that? Right? So we had a conversation several months ago where I talked about how there are no black hospitals or whatever, and this Yale graduate tried to come up and say it was, and after I finished with his ass, right? So y'all don't even be thinking about shit that matters. But you upset with me for pointing out and holding up a mirror. That doesn't make sense to me.
Bar. Go ahead. I'm scared to let AR go. Go ahead, Lamont.
Well, I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be rude.
I think this is where the part I'm in.
Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead.
Nothing crazy. I don't even remember what the fuck I was gonna say, but
I'm bitter.
KT, right? Is KT gone? That dude left, or did he get kicked out? I don't know which.
He probably got a phone call or something. He didn't get kicked out.
I was just gonna ask about like where the mentality comes from that if somebody that is not, I guess, as identical to me as possible comes up with something or says something that you should look at it as a lesser thing to follow or to take inspiration from or something. You know, he brought up the gay man starting thing, and it's like, what does that got to do with whether it's a good value system or not? It doesn't matter if she was a woman or not. If what she's saying is correct, if the way she's showing me to do this math problem is correct, I'm not going to go, oh, it's a woman, so I'm going to go out here and reinvent the wheel. No, I'm going to, I'm just going to do it or, whatever. So I wanted to figure out where he got the mentality from, but he left. So hopefully he's still listening or something. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Go ahead, Thomas.
My bad. All right, so yeah. So listen, man, there ain't no goddamn solutions. There is no need for a solution. There shouldn't be any solutions. Everybody should remove themselves out the community, diversify a new community, bring people who don't look like you, who don't have the same backgrounds, employ multiple different walks of life in your community. The black community, I am done. I've taken myself out of it. I'm not saving no one. I'm not mentoring no one.
Okay. And yeah, he's revving up here. I've made similar points. There really never was a black community, especially after 1964. And so I'm going to let him cook here. And I never thought I would actually agree with this sort of argument as it's starkly laid out, but I can't find fault with much of anything he says. So, this will go on a little bit more. Then I want to backtrack just a tad back to the argument just before this, and then we'll go ahead and move forward from there. So I'm going to take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and then we go forward from there.
Hey,
I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm only worried about
12th man.
Me and mines and the group and the 56 people I lead 4 nights a week. That's it. My business partners and my close comrades. That's it. If you having these issues, figure that shit out on your own. I ain't on no each one, teach one, reach one. We got to come back and save people who don't want to be saved. I ain't doing none of that shit. The black community is trash. The black community, I'm so done with the fucking black community and these same circular ass conversations. No.
Now, I don't want to say the black community is trash. I think that is a little too far, but you got to save yourself, and then this being stuck that there needs to be a black leader or there has to be a coast to coast black community, basically an internal colony. It has never worked. It definitely, now that you can challenge that internal colony part, but um, comparing, doing the cultural comparison, say, to Native Americans and Black people, there are problems with that sort of comparison. So for Black people, being an internal colony won't work. For one, for several reasons, which I won't get into now. But let's finish this up because like I said, I was surprised I agreed with it.
Nobody wants change. If you snap your finger and all the people that we complain about changes, you're going to find another 20% to complain about who ain't changing. Nobody wants to change. There's no reason for it to change. And the reason why, Sharon, because if everybody just changes, there's nobody left to blame. So now everybody got to look at themselves. Nobody, and that's not what we're willing to do. I think we should abandon these conversations, abandon the community, and just build your own and fuck with those who fuck with you. Go where you are loved and not just tolerated. I sign out the black community.
Let's go, baby. I heard you. I heard you.
So just FYI, Lamont, that tactic has already.
Let me address a point that Tyrone tries to make. He says if there's no black community, then there is no black culture. We have no culture. It left in the 60s also. Don't even know what that means. Now let's parse this very bad point. There are black communities, but no coast to coast black community. There is a black culture, but there are also black cultures. Okay, just look at rap music. If I must use that example, West Coast, East Coast, Dirty South. That's three different takes on a quote black culture. I keep talking about this guy called Colin Woodard, the 12 Nations of America. America has never been a monolithic or homogenous culture, even in the quote white community. California is not New York. The coastal elites are not, the heartland. There are many commonalities, but we are not the same homogenous culture. We are not Sweden. We are America. So think of America as a diamond, to use a horrible analogy, maybe a blood diamond, but many different facets. There are more commonalities than not, but I remember once I was working in upstate South Carolina. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. So me and some buddies at work, we go to this hot dog place and I order. I looked at the menu and I figured hot dog all the way was like a chili dog. You would get, the Frankfurter, Wiener, whatever, with all the fixings, chili and, all that stuff. Well, they gave me a bun with chili. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a chili dog. I ordered a chili dog figuring it was like, a chili dog in Savannah, which includes, the wiener and chili on top and onions, maybe mustard, maybe. Well, they gave
What
me
about?
blunt. No, 12th man.
I
Um,
just gonna
they
ask you. What about?
okay. This motherfucker doesn't understand. He needs to wait his turn. I literally just said this. They gave me a bun with chili, like no wiener, no nothing. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Well, it's a chili dog. Well, the chili dog in Savannah is this way. Upstate South Carolina, chili dog means a totally different thing. There is no one contiguous Southern culture. We are a multifaceted diamond, if we want to put it that way, or they're probably better analogies or metaphors. There is no one black culture. Even if you just look at ADOS or FBA, legacy Black America, there are many sides of it. And then you bring in class, you bring in other things. There's class, there's region, there's all kinds of things. This idea that Black culture is one thing is as ridiculous as saying American culture is one thing. The homogeneity never existed. And we need to come to terms and reframe how we look at culture. That's why the shit hasn't been working, for 250 years. Now, I'm not going to take an anti-federalist stance and go all states' rights, because that has some problems too. And in my opinion, and there are many people who kick my ass for saying this is why the Constitution and federalism actually kind of works. You have to figure out a balance between states' rights and, a national, central government. Yeah. And the beauty of liberalism, and at some point I may get into that, liberalism and conservatism are not necessarily two different things. You're thinking of liberals like them. You're thinking politics. I'm talking more political philosophy. Liberalism and conservatism, you could argue that liberalism and conservatism are pretty much the same thing. What people will call it, the more conservative sort of liberalism, classical liberalism versus just plain old liberalism, there are nuances that I never hear on the John Galt channel. You'll go liberal Democrat, conservative Republican. No, it is much more subtle / nuanced than that. And if you cannot think that way, then you wind up just sounding obtuse. So the bullshit about, Clue will bring up bullshit about Democrats and liberals and Republicans and conservatives, way more subtle than that. MAGA, for instance, is not a conservative movement. It has conservative elements, but it is not a conservative movement. If you think in that way, then there's a whole lot you're going to miss. Folks need to start doing their homework before they get into these fucking obtuse arguments. 12th man, if you can sit tight, we will get there. But I need to cook first. Without interruption, by the way.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Stanley.
Hey, Job. No problem, 12th man. This is a little bit of outside of how I usually do shows. And I have to say, I'm inspired, hey, Ja, by the Ja Universal Clue argument. It's things that I've been thinking about the last month or so, or definitely post November 5th of last year. So, all of it kind of gelled into one argument. What I want to do is finish at least a little bit more of this particular video. Tyrone, there is no one Black culture, period. There is no one American culture, period. When you start thinking homogeneity, you have lost the bubble. So let's Job. Hey, welcome to the panel.
Hey, what's going on?
This is going to be a little bit different than the last panel. I could give a fuck less about stinky braids.
That's cool.
So we're gonna finish this, and you know what? I still am not gonna wind up on a Sean Bracey show, but I'm gonna give some credit where it's due.
Like that's already been done in several places around the globe, and the only thing that happens is your non-black children end up being the ones standing on your neck.
Yeah. Oh well. Oh yeah. No, I got kids by black men. I got kids by black women though. So I understand. I understand what you're saying. But
I'm saying when you say
Diva,
create
just
another community and diversified or whatever, yeah, you can do that, and that's been tried and done several times. And what happens is that you still end up on the bottom, and it's your children standing on your head.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you're talking about having kids. Oh, yeah. See, I understand that aspect. I was speaking more about it, just who you associate yourself with, who's in your circle, your group of friends, who you do business with, like who you intertwine with. Like I was speaking, more on that aspect. You step out when they have kids. I mean, it is what it is. There's just nothing left to say. There's nothing left. We are so far gone that nothing's going to bring us back. Except for act of God. That's it. God Almighty himself has to come. That's it. So we deal with the cards that we have. Stop trying to create new cards. Stop trying to expand the board. I mean, trust people to be who they are. That's the problem. You trust it. Let me think of this. An irresponsible person. They show levels of irresponsibility in the beginning, but we overlook it because we have these feelings of love. They do a little certain shit that you overlook. So they're irresponsible before the baby comes. And then you expect them just to snap their finger and be responsible when the baby comes? Like, these people, they're selfish. They only care about themselves, getting what they want. So I'm trying to figure out why should there be an expectation to change just because the child is there? Now, it should be. Morally, we should be. If we had a hand in creating it, we should be. But that's not the reality. And soon as we start accepting reality for what it is, I guarantee you won't have nothing else to complain about because you already know what you're getting. You already know what comes with it. And if you decide to engage, then you got to stand on it and wear all the consequences for that action. If you don't want
to. And y'all know me, I tend to want to watch videos all the way through and then do the assessment afterwards. But this guy is speaking truth. Black people, instead of thinking contiguous, Black community, we are all the same, that is not working. And if you think about it, if you actually look at the history, it never worked in the first place. And just to make a very simple, kind of a simpletons comparison, look at W.E.B. Du Bois, look at Booker T. Washington. They were roughly at odds. And I'm using two people. There were many more men, by the way, just men, who were at odds. Do we wait our turn, assimilate, start from the bottom and work our way up, which is Booker T. Washington's rough. It's way more subtle than that, but I don't have all day to read Up from Slavery and do a whole history lesson. W.E.B. Du Bois, who I tend to agree with, is we're already there. Okay, we're being held back. I think both of them were right. You'll go to someone like an E. Franklin Frazier, or you will go to someone like John Henrik Clarke, who I don't always agree with. However, those people lived 100 years ago. Okay, this is 2025. You use an E. Franklin Frazier or W.E.B. Du Bois or Booker T. Washington. You use them as markers to learn the background stuff, but you still have to think in 2025. In 2025, those ancestors, they paved the road to 2025, the road that we travel now. You look back, look at the map, look at the history, you know how you got here. But going forward, I'm not going to look to W.E.B. Du Bois or Booker T. Washington. I know how we got here. We build a future. Okay. And looking back and going, well, E. Franklin Frazier said, therefore, this is how the future is going to look, makes no sense to me. We are thinkers, as a culture or cultures. We as individuals have to map our individual way. This, what to me, Black people, and I'm just going to concentrate on Blacks because it is also an American thing. We do a lot of what are the Joneses doing? They got a Mercedes, so we have to have a Mercedes. You need to look at your own four walls and navigate your way for the people, your family, whatever that lives inside your four walls. And then hopefully, what we're doing correctly individually is additive, and it becomes a community thing. And I want to reemphasize that there are Black communities, but there is no Black community, to use an SKC word. We need to start critically thinking. Okay. And I don't give a fuck if the woman I'm laying with's braids stink. Find a cleaner woman. If you don't like this, this coupling, well, you know what? Go find someone with better hygiene, but don't use that example. Don't generalize the example to mean all women with braids. That is a bullshit point in this anti-Black bullshit that happens on the John Galt's channel. It's got to stop.
100%. I'm with you on that, man. 100%.
Yeah, this is bullshit. We need to be thinkers. And you know what? Fuck it. This point about, the lawyer that's begging me, and I feel better because the lawyer is, begging for extra time to pay the money. Motherfucker, he's not the only lawyer in America. There are plenty of success. Vernon Jordan was a lawyer, and that motherfucker, it was a rainmaker at some white shoe law firm. This generalizing individual dysfunction is part of the overall dysfunction that the anti-Blacks do. And I have all kinds of critiques of, people like John Galt, people like Universal, people like HB. Motherfucker, I will criticize them at will when I think they are wrong. They will live with it. And conversely, they do a lot of criticizing of me too. So, I have to, there have been plenty of times John Galt has been right about some fallacy that I'm, spouting. It's a give and take. You have to have thick skin. And we grow. It's painful to grow. I remember, those growing pains, those are real. So bottom line, and I'm nattering on, so forgive me, y'all.
Can I say something, Stanley?
Of course you should.
But I think you did an excellent job of exceeding your boundaries, even though you was Black. I mean, you made it.
Okay, motherfucker, I wasn't
why
raised.
can't anyone else?
Hold on. Let me address that point. My parents didn't raise me to have boundaries. Now, they did raise me to know, well, hey, there are consequences to actions. You have to keep your head on a swivel. Not everybody you meet is your friend. Now, just for background, I'm 60. My father is 82. My mother was 81 when she died last year. So I have parents that grew up in Jim Crow or during Jim Crow, deep in Jim Crow. They were
Yes,
born in
sir.
they were born, I'm talking to Job. They were born in the 40s, just to give you a quick background. So I'm a little bit older than some of these folks, you'll meet on the panels, the John Galt, panels. So I have kind of a more I tend to have a historical perspective on American culture and politics and stuff. I ground this stuff in where we've been, and then I talk about where we are and we go forward from there, the future. So
Much
I'm a
respect.
little
Much respect
bit,
to you.
I'm sorry.
No, I was saying much respect to you. Yeah.
Right.
So
So
your
now
your voice and your opinions, I value more than some of these other people.
well, nah, don't, you know what? I'm as wrong as anybody else. It's just, look, sometimes the interpretations are different for someone who's older, but and we will get to chop it up a little bit. It's not going to be a whole night of me monologuing, and I don't like monologues. This is probably the first time I've been doing this show for a few months. Probably the first monologue I've ever had. I'm I'm not a Hemingway fan, but I like the way his sentence structure works. Don't take a paragraph to say what you can say in a sentence, and you can still be, literature. So
Right.
anyway, I'm just trying to give you a little bit of background, and I don't suffer fools gladly. That is how my parents raised me. You don't have obstacles. Being black wasn't a big deal. It was being smart in black, which would be your, saving grace. Okay. Being smart and white is a saving grace. If you're dumb and white, you're going to fail too. So being able to critically think, and it's not a skill, you start it in grade school and high school, mix it in with some life experience, and you just become a better critical thinker. And by the way, Job, back at you. I heard you talk about your kids. You sound like a great father. My thing is America's biggest problem is we failed parenting decades ago. And we need to figure out how to fix it. We also have to deal with where we are, and then as a future goal, create better parents, better kids. We're in a trough right now. We're gonna have to figure out how to crest the next wave, and then there's smooth sailing after that. I'm former Navy, so
Hope
sometimes
so.
I'll mix in the nautical terms. So let's finish this, and then there are a couple other points once this video's done, but I'm gonna let other people talk. But listening to the end of John's show, I really feel strongly about this. And I don't do monologues, but I'm inspired to do one. So let's finish this up. And then, Job, we can get back to where you and Clue left off. I think Clue's views on politics are bullshit. And I notice, hopefully he's in the chat. He can come up too, but he knows what's going to happen if he comes up on this panel. I'm going to dismantle that very obtuse argument, and I'm going to laugh while I do it. Well, Clue and I know each other. We're buddies, but he will dismantle my shit too. So it's a two-way street. So
Hey,
let's finish.
Stanley, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Before, are you still my buddy, bro?
I am your buddy. So,
God
and
bless
by the
you,
way, if
Stanley.
anybody knows this guy, Lamont, SET founder, first time I've ever heard him was on Sean Bracey's panel. If anyone out there knows how to connect us, because I really want to talk to him, and I'm sure I won't agree with everything. There's some problems with with parts of his argument, but the overall tenor, yeah, we got to stop this. I need to go back to the hood. You know what? Just a little bit more background,
Wow.
John. I didn't grow up in the hood. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, in a very middle class black neighborhood. I could go a whole summer and see nothing but black people, but they were all successful black people. So, you know what?
Right.
I'm not from the hood. I have no compunction to go back to the hood and save it. I have no problems with if I'm black or not. I know I'm black and I know that there's such a thing as black excellence. So I don't think it's necessary to go back and fix a hood I didn't grow up in. Most black people don't live in the hood. That's the other thing people don't understand.
Yo.
Most black people are working class or above.
Yep.
Most black people don't live in the inner city. Haven't for quite some time.
Yep.
So why say
There-
something that is toxic? And you know what? If I were from the hood, sure, I might feel an obligation to go back and help, but most black people don't know much about the hood.
Hey Stanley, there's a lot of black people live out in the woods out here, just like me. Did you know
I
that?
bet. No doubt.
The
There are
hood.
a
The hood.
lot of black people. There are a lot of black people who live in the woods everywhere I've lived in the woods. Hey, Tom. So, Tom, I'm like doing a rare monologue and kind of on fire here. So, I want to finish this video and then we kind of come back and mix it up. I also want to point out that politics, Democrat, Republican, MAGA, progressive, that's all downstream of culture. Now, there are arguments against my point of view, but what I'm saying, politics is downstream of culture, is not a rare Stanley hatched idea. I view politics as a result of culture. Now, they're feedback loops, they feed into each other, but thinking blacks and Democrats are a cultural thing is incorrect, in my opinion. And
Yeah.
it's just my opinion. History / culture is what informs black people in the Democratic Party. And any idiot who thinks that, you go back 100 years and blacks were voting all Republican. In the 30s, after the Depression, blacks voted for Roosevelt, Democrat. That's where it started to waver a little bit, who blacks would vote for, Democrat or Republican. And it's kind of, been back and forth until the 60s, where Goldwater and the Dixiecrats, Southern Democrats, were against the Civil Rights Bill. That's what tilted the balance. One weird historical point that people generally don't talk about. Back in, was it the 1960 election, Nixon versus Kennedy? Well, Martin Luther King Sr. and Martin Luther King Jr. were going to vote for Nixon. And you know what tilted their vote? Martin Luther King was in jail, I think it was in Alabama, and Nixon was encouraged to intercede to spring Martin Luther King from jail, and Kennedy wound up doing it. So Kennedy interceding and calling Coretta Scott King every now and again swayed both Martin Luther King Sr. and Jr. to vote for Kennedy. That was part of when Democrats started looking at Democrats more. Barry Goldwater, specifically in 64, being against the Civil Rights Bill, that was pretty much the end of blacks, being beholden to the Republicans. There's a book called The Loneliness of the Black Republican. I encourage and have in the past encouraged everyone to read. It's a great book. It really
I'd
breaks
like to
down.
read that, Stanley.
Good for you. You know the name of it now. Um, I encourage blacks, Democrat, Republican. It kind of lays out, those shifts in Democratic voting patterns.
Can I also point something out as well before
Go
you go
ahead.
back into? But something I was able to point out, looking at the history of Black Americans in America, right? Between, I would say, the 1920s, if I'm not mistaken, the 1920s all the way to the 1960s, our marriage rates surpassed that of
I
the
don't
whites.
care about marriage rates.
No,
I'll get
wait. But, no.
no.
The reason why, but the reason why I
No.
mentioned that is because this seems
Well,
to be a
related
correlation.
to the point I made.
Okay, listen, no, real quick. The reason why I mention that is because this seems to be a correlation between marriage rates and economics. That's what I'm
Don't
saying.
care about that. Not my point. So
Okay,
what
that's
we're
fine.
going to do is move back to the culture and politics. We can get to the economics and marriage rates, and you know what?
That's also
We
related to
will
culture and
remind
politics.
me. It is related to culture, but there's an interesting point that I will make about the economics and marriage rates that people don't often think about. Again,
Okay.
Clue has no clue. Oddly enough, he hasn't read enough history. He wants to be all
Stanley,
partisan. No, 12 man. He wants to be all partisan, and he doesn't know the background. And I don't mind partisanship, but at least let it be informed. So the point I want to make, if I haven't forgotten it by now, is that Goldwater sealed the deal. Johnson was as racist as if I actually had to think about it, Johnson was probably more racist than Goldwater, but he was also more cynical and political. And the bottom line is black people don't care about your cynicism. Sometimes material conditions, which came up on at the end of John's show. Sometimes the material conditions given, I think Clue or somebody called it historical. What was it? Historical oppression or something like that. History matters. Okay. And if the Democratic Party is going to be more addressing some historical problems, doesn't matter whether you're a racist or not. We just want the problems fixed. Now, is that short-term thinking versus long-term thinking? Because I think the Civil Rights Bill had poison pills in it. And maybe no one at the time understood the poison
of course
pills.
it did,
Okay,
Stanley.
God damn it. Don't interrupt me, 12 man. The poison pills may not have been thought of or realized at the same time, but MAGA recognizes those poison pills. And I'm going to argue those poison pills were recognized back in 78, the Bakke decision and all that. Kind of a separate argument. But, again, the Civil Rights Bill and integration was kind of short-term thinking. No one gamed out the long-term problems that they could generate. Maybe they did, but I've never been able to discover them. So what I'm going to do a few more minutes of this video and then open it up a little bit more. And I promise, Ja, we will get to the economics and marriage, because I think that Thomas Sowell, I think black conservatives are their own unique problem and only useful. There's a reason Thomas Sowell isn't more well known in the overall black community, because he doesn't have much to say that's worth black people hearing, at least.
Want to go down that yellow brick road again, then you need to do a 180 and pivot in the other direction. That's it. There's no staying to get the best out of it. But then no, I only want this part of it. No, then I know I don't like this part that comes with no. Either you're gonna be all in with this person or you just getting out. And I think we should get out.
Damn.
Sharon, I ain't got none. I had something to say right quick, but I got a sore throat right now. But anyway, back what I was saying though, bro. You know these women in the black community have a hatred for each other. You know why they have a hatred for each other? Because I seen the videos of these women deleting their children and all this stuff. They delete.
You know what? I think they're going to get back into the women versus men argument, and I think we get that gist. I hope everyone gets Lamont's point about his argument isn't necessarily that we need to be nothing but individualistic, save ourselves, but it's almost like that, the airplane safety thing that stewardesses or air attendants will do. You got to save yourself to save other people. And that's kind of how I look at the quote communita. If you can't, grow your garden in between your own four walls, you're not going to be able to contribute to the growth of an overall community. And that to me stands to reason. So, and I've kind of thought this way for a while, but was never able to articulate it as well as he does. And again, if anybody knows this guy, I would love to talk to him, just to kind of, pick his brain a little bit and see where he's going. Cause I think he's on the right track in this, I'm the real nigga, John Galt. And, I have special insight into the black community. It's bullshit. Okay. There is no black community, and living in the hood, you're no hero if you live in the hood. I want to stay among my people. Well, Lamont's point is your people are wherever you live. Okay. He made a point, which some people may have missed, that what? Your people can be, in your neighborhood. Don't concentrate on, I guess I'm going to go too far with this. Your people are who, and I have an anecdote which I won't get into. I've expressed it before. Your people are who you like. Okay. And, we need to get out of this, the term all skin folk are not necessarily kinfolk. That is true. And we need to start from that base. And if we can't, we will be John Galt. We will be Morning Roast. We will concentrate on shit that does not matter. Tough guy, welcome.
How you doing, brother?
I'm cooking. So
what up, tough guy?
So
Yeah,
where John, you were knee deep in in the last part of John's show. So you lead it off. I don't want to start with the marriage and economics. I want your analysis of where I've gone with this horrible diatribe up to now, and then we can lead into the marriage and economics.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So,
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna lie, like I kind of came in sort of at the sort of last minute in a way, so I didn't hear like your full like. I think when we were on the last stream, you already had started your stream here, so I didn't get like the full
No,
sort of.
actually, I hadn't. John came on and said, "Hey, you go ahead and start." Or he was actually was in the chat. Start your show, and everybody can come over. But I caught pretty much from a little bit before where that ridiculous looking coloring book chart that Universal or Clue put up, which I think is bullshit. So I definitely caught that part forward. I also caught where Clue started talking about the Congressional Black Caucus. That's bullshit. Clue does not understand American politics. He understands the partisanship, but he doesn't understand the political philosophy behind a lot of this sort of stuff. And I'm no expert, but I'm old and I've dabbled in the books for years.
Stanley, can I ask you a question, please?
Please make it quick.
How many Dixiecrats turned into Republicans?
I don't really
Make it quick.
Irrelevant.
None.
I
Zero.
don't really give a shit, dude.
You know what that means, right?
I don't know what you're trying to.
You don't know what that means?
I know I don't give a fuck about
that no Dixiecrats turned into Stanley. Stupid as a motherfucker.
Okay, I am 12th man. I don't give a fuck. Let me ask you a question. Let me bring you up right quick. 12th man, did Dixiecrats exist at all, or are they a figment of our imagination?
Well, how many of them turned in?
Jesus.
Do not answer my question with a question. I asked you a specific question. This is also my fucking pet peeve on this channel. People can't stick to the point and answer direct questions, and I'm not in the goddamn mood. Answer the question or just fucking shut up. This is your last chance, 12th man.
Okay.
Were there actually Dixiecrats, or is it a figment of someone's imagination?
Yes, they existed, but who were they? Were they?
Then I don't. You answered my question. Let's be all lawyer-like. So, Ja, you got the floor. Go ahead and make your argument, and let's work with what you're thinking.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't really have an argument. I just kind of look at it as us pretty much building and bouncing back off of one another, like the ideas and stuff, or just the conversation, just building in that way. I don't have an argument, especially not with you. To me, you're an elder, and I look to you, people like you, for wisdom and understanding of the history.
So many people look to their elders. Let's build your own mind.
Sure. But we have to. You guys are the vanguards. That's what I'm pretty much saying. You guys are the vanguards. Whether you guys were correct or incorrect,
we are as silly as the kids we've raised. There's a reason. There's a reason Gen Z and Zoomers or whatever the fuck they are. There's a reason they're this way. It's because parenting failed decades ago. So now there will be the odd person who has an idea or so, but I think what we should have been doing all along is raising critical thinkers. So let's go back to your point about marriage and economics. You are absolutely right, but the things that Thomas Sowell et al. Won't bring up is
I wasn't pointing to them at all. Like
no, I'm not fussing at you specifically, but your argument about marriage rates, your arguments about the Black Wall Streets, several of them, and there were several of them that got destroyed, by the way, and were never really rebuilt. And quite frankly, the redress was struck down in the last couple years regarding the Tulsa, all that. I thought that was kind of egregious. But then there are also Bruce Beaches. Are you familiar with Bruce's Beach, Manhattan Beach, California?
Not really.
Write that down, because that is also a win. Tulsa didn't happen, but Bruce's Beach did. It was a family who owned beachfront property. It was taken via eminent domain back in the 20s. Decades, 100 years of generational wealth.
I remember actually. Yeah, vaguely I remember it. Yeah.
There have been some wins, but they are few and far in between. I want to go back to the point. Right after slavery, the marriage rate soared because black people during slavery were not, that you could be married, plantation style, but they weren't considered legal marriages. You can still separate families, etc.
Mhm.
The marriage rate soared during the Reconstruction period because, hey, we got a new right. We can actually have legal marriages.
Mhm.
Okay, my point is that there is a reason there was a Moynihan report. Okay, the Moynihan report, someone told me, well, the Moynihan report was a prediction of what would happen. I think they are fundamentally wrong. The Moynihan report was trying to figure out why what was happening was and propose solutions. Now, the solutions probably didn't help, probably exploded the problem that already existed versus fixing it. But marriage rates, all the problems that are exponentially worse in 2025 were happening in 1925. I'm going to argue that there was no huge impetus to keep close and accurate statistics of what was going on, especially in the South. Nobody cared if there were marriage rates, that were higher or teenage pregnancy rates. No one really cared to keep accurate statistics. So it's a very easy argument and it can be blown out of the water. I personally don't think that the problems were closely tracked accurately during the Jim Crow era. Um, the Moynihan report was written because, and then you go back to Gunnar Myrdal. They were talking about marriage rates and out of wedlock births during Jim Crow. That everything was hunky dory is a fallacy. Black businesses were flourishing during the Jim Crow era because where else were black people going to shop? They weren't going to shop at the white stores or, go to white doctors. Of course, things were profitable because there was a captive and closed audience.
Okay.
So I think, the idea that things were better during Jim Crow, yeah, of course. How else? Where else were black people going to go besides the black community? And you can go back, you can look at Black Reconstruction, W.E.B. Du Bois. There are other books, and I'm I wish I could rattle off names. I'd have to actually go back and to my Kindle and look them up. But black lawyers during Jim Crow could not practice in white courts. There were all kinds of problems, even for the accomplished
I
people.
agree. I agree.
And then there were also internal problems. If you go back and you read, and I'm currently rereading The Black Bourgeoisie by E. Franklin Frazier. The black community was a dark reflection, and that's a joke, of the white community. The class system in that Jim Crow black community was a reflection. You had, that little talented tenth, the boule, and there's a joke in there somewhere, which is really has nothing to do with my point. The boule, E. Franklin Frazier makes a very interesting point. Okay, the actual 1% of the black community had nothing, they didn't want anything to do with the black bourgeoisie or the working class. And the bourgeoisie were frivolous little fools, much like what the black bourgeoisie is now.
Yep.
They didn't want to deal with the black working class. They were a reflection of the larger white community. And whether we like it or not, you can be a John Galt and pick out the little problems in the black community. They are there's a term when America catches a cold, black people catch the flu.
Hmm.
I have found that to actually be, at least rhetorically, in the ballpark. Okay, marriage rates today are worse in the black community, but they're not optimal in any other community either.
Well, I would just sort of point you to like some of the ethnic groups within America that have sort of the highest
I don't
household
really
income.
care about that
No,
argument.
but this is why. So when you mention like when I mentioned like the correlation between the marriage rates and economics and that type, I wasn't pointing to people like Thomas Sowell at all. I was looking at it from my own sort of objective
Okay, don't
understanding.
look at your own point because
Mhm.
anecdotes don't work.
Sure.
Why would they? They're your personal experience. And to the point that I'm saying, hey, everything in your four walls
Mm.
is excellent, or in your, your immediate surroundings are
Mhm.
excellent. Keep doing that excellence because it is catching.
Yep.
But you got to take care of your own business. You got to put that mask on your face for oxygen and then give it to your kids.
Sure. Yeah.
So, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I will ramble and get distracted.
It's
It's
all
a
right. It's
fun
all right.
age. And I don't discount your point.
Mm.
I'm trying to kind of establish a background, just so you kind of know where I'm coming from, because
Mhm.
I'm just saying that the black community, the FBA, ADOS, I call them maybe heritage Black America.
Okay.
Um, we are, whether we like it or not, a reflection of the larger white community.
I agree.
We have our own quirks, we may have, some cultural tendencies. Another odd point, and this is almost off my point, but you know, you know, the last name Carter, or the last name Plummer, or the last name, Wheelwright, Boatwright. I had a friend of mine, his name was Boatwright.
It's the first
Um,
time I've heard. Wow. Yeah,
my
that's interesting.
point is that some skills are generational. Okay. You know what? You have all these young kids wanting to make beats. You look at Pop the Balloon, everybody, well, I'm a civil engineer, but I also make beats. you know, there are some things that get passed down. Blacks are good at entertaining because for so long that was a way to get ahead. And you know what? I want you to be a civil engineer, but I also want you to know how to, you know,
Make a beat.
play the violin or make a beat. Now, I there will be people,
Do you think
you know,
that's something that's like ancestral to us, like in terms
um,
of like going back
let's
to like West and
say
Central Africa and stuff?
no, I don't even, well, banjos, are an African.
Banjos, the griots,
But let's not
yeah.
let's stick, because see, I'm not good at the global points or world history. I'm very good at American history, or at least that's my focus. So I want to use the term generational versus ancestral. My father was good at fixing cars. I used to help him rebuild engines and all that stuff, and he wasn't a mechanic. It was his hobby, and he tried to pass it down. Now my brother's a car guy. I'm not. I handed him screwdrivers. And I kind of know how things work, but it's not my shtick. These skills, I argue, the reason the black community is good at entertainment and athletics, those were avenues over, post Reconstruction to now, that we were allowed to access. Okay. My argument is if someone had said, well, in 1866, somebody's going to go, well, um, black people are good at brain surgery. I guarantee you, we'd be great brain surgeons. Okay. We excelled where we were allowed to excel. And my argument is that Jim Crow limited the areas we could excel, and we got really good at them. And I think you can take that argument and say, apply it to um, um, the Jewish community. And they have a longer history than Black Americans. There are certain things that, the Jewish community excels at, etc. Now, there are many problems with this argument, but I think my argument is right. There are plenty of actual academics who would dismantle my argument, but hey, they're not here. So I'm going to stop there. But there's a lot of, and your little friend or the lady, Bayesian Melanin, I've
Yeah.
run into her somewhere before, but I can't remember where. I was kind of sad that she thought, what was happening on the last show was cringy. There are parts of this channel that actually do try to be serious, and then we go have fun. So I was kind of sad. I was kind of sad to hear her say that, because she can be fairly serious at times. So I'm also gonna plug the channel, and everybody hit the like button and subscribe to the John Gall Urban Channel level. I better do it now because I'll forget. Please subscribe. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Occasionally, I'll put out a video essay or something. So I'm going to stop here with the diatribe. I'm done with this video. Everything else I have is more political. I do have some pop the balloons that might be the
No,
logic.
man. Remember I told
Please
you shit,
don't.
Stanley.
However,
Stanley,
this is a thinking
Stanley.
man panel. Ja's here. We actually need to, chop it up at an intellectual level. I don't get to do it much on this channel. Other than my friends of the show and de facto co-hosts.
Stanley, did you see that email I sent you? You didn't get that email I sent you?
When did you send it? I haven't checked my show email today.
Oh no, it was a couple of days ago, but I sent you some shit where they was watching a girlfriend cheat on them or whatever.
And that sounds like something I would have what to do with or interest in.
I sent it to you because you always playing pop the balloon.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have a look. Y'all, Ja, go ahead and you don't even have to present an argument. Just, say what's on your mind. We could go into clues, misconceptions about American politics. What are your politics? And I heard your background, your family and all that. Really cool. And I did give you a compliment. You sound like, a thinker. And I appreciate that. We don't get many of in these parts. So, introduce yourself. Tom Gully, Virgo, tough guy, friends of, the Stanley versus World universe. And I take them seriously. So, and I hope you'll come back because I'm definitely taking you seriously.
Thanks.
There you go. I just sent it again, Stanley.
Okay. So and the audience, DiCapriono, Lee, definitely, these guys, few as they might be, I take seriously.
Yeah,
and
Decap, me and Decap been in these social media streets for a long time, so Decap's
cool.
person
Well,
I recognize here. Yeah.
Well, shit, if you know DiCapriono, then you are definitely a thinker.
Yeah. Yeah, but you want. I'm not like you want me to speak. I'm not really like an orator, like a good orator. Or I don't consider myself like that articulate. Yeah, I don't consider myself that articulate. So if you want to bounce back on the conversation, like we can do that.
I will.
But I'm not gonna give like some sort of like monologue or diatribe or anything like that.
Bounce back. I'm gonna kind of open it up. I'm horrible at diatribes. I'm horrible at monologues, but the spirit moved me after that last
So what
conversation.
specifically in that conversation kind of
Well, it's
captured
mostly
you?
the shift from culture to politics, like they were the same thing. They were related. They're maybe even symbiotic, but culture, the historical needs, or that argument that blacks are dependent on the Democratic Party for their material needs. I found that abhorrent. Black
Abhorrent. Wait,
blacks
abhorrent in the
blacks
sense of you don't think it's true, or you
no.
just
It's abhorrent as to the reason why.
oh
Okay, Democrats, and I think Democrats have their own type of racial bias or racist behaviors, but the difference between Democrats and Republicans is at least Democrats pretend not to entertain the more racist among them. MAGA specifically and Republicans historically embrace the black people who can stand the Jared Taylors amongst them. Okay, I'm not going to vote Republican because after I go and talk up the Republican Party, Jared Taylor's going to come on after me and spout some racist bullshit. When Kanye and Nick Fuentes have Thanksgiving dinner with Donald Trump, I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump. Any response?
um yeah, I don't really know because like I don't really follow the entertainment industry like that. So like Nick Fuentes, I'm fairly new to him. Like I don't have social media um platforms except for like YouTube. So I don't have like Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, what's the other one? IG. So I'm not really privy to a lot of the conversations, and I noticed that because I don't have those social media platforms, like I've noticed even amongst my own, immediate surroundings, and all also on social media. I mean, some of the people that I've come in contact with, a lot of these positions and arguments, they're being
Okay, well, here is going to be, and
okay.
this is the elder talking now.
Hmm.
Don't make arguments you don't understand. And Clue is famous for that. He will
Sure.
come off and he will talk about, the colorful little pyramids that
Hmm.
he colored in, that afternoon with his new Crayola box set of uh, crayons, and act like he has a point.
Mm. Oh, so
He
I'm,
does.
I'm not all right. So I don't know if you
Know
know this. I don't
know
know if you
what
know this, but I was the one who actually
no,
brought
oh,
up
no,
that
no, no.
pyramid.
Know what you're talking about is my point. And I'm not fussing at you. I'm actually more fussing at Clue
Hmm.
because he's an elder and he's, I don't know. Clue and I will go round and round, and we're actually buddies. I love Clue, but his politics are just weird
Yeah.
and very partisan. Okay.
But he said he's not partisan, but I didn't hear
Oh,
it. I
you
didn't hear
know
it in
what?
his arguments.
Anytime, you know what? Everybody, John Galt goes, he's not political,
Hmm.
yet he will talk about politics.
Yeah.
Okay, now maybe what he means is I don't know shit about politics.
Hmm.
Don't take me seriously. Maybe that's what he means. Maybe that's what Clue means. I'm not partisan, but listen to my bullshit
Hmm.
about some weird pyramid. And by the way, it looked like a rainbow flag, to be honest.
Did you see the email I sent you, nigga?
No, I'm actually talking on the panel. Why don't you describe it for us?
I sent it to you, motherfucker. In your email.
I
You play
know
Papa
where it
Boogie all
is.
He played Pop the Balloon all the time. I was
I
trying
will
to give
get
him
to
a
it, but we're talking
different.
serious stuff here, politics, not pop the balloon.
Yeah. So real quick. So about that pyramid, right? It wasn't Clue that actually brought it up. It was me. And I
Oh, really?
initially, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
And I initially brought up the pyramid because of this is something I come across some years ago. But I brought up the that Maslow pyramid to pretty much compare the different thought process and historical experiences of Black Americans and immigrant groups. So that was the initial
okay, well,
sort of reason.
let me give you a suggestion. Read books, not colorful graphics.
Yeah, sure. But I don't know. I guess for me, the pyramid actually makes sense when I look at the historical experiences between
Um,
Black Americans and
breaking down
immigrant groups.
breaking down complicated concepts into simple graphics, of course. Do that as a mnemonic or a shortcut, it will not give you nuance. The books will.
Yeah, I agree.
Or lectures are even better. There are all kinds of ways of getting quote
Hmm.
deep knowledge. You're not going to get deep knowledge from a graphic.
Yeah, yeah, and I pretty much just use that for like a short, sort of concise explanation to what I believe is the difference between
Concise
Black
is
Americans.
good,
Hmm. Like
but
I'm not gonna be on
concise
a
is
panel talking
perfect.
about lectures, and I'm not gonna lecture anyone on a panel or anything like that. No, that's up to
Okay.
the it's
I,
individual to
I
look into
I'm
those
glad
books.
you
Yeah.
I'm glad you don't do that. But what is flashing up a graphic and saying this is concise? What is that but a lecture? What's the difference?
I mean, again, I think when I look at something that's a lecture is something that's more like
Nuanced,
extract,
deeper,
yeah, nuance,
philosophical.
extract, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
well, you know what? That will be a good lecture. In my opinion, flashing up a graphics is a lecture too, just less nuanced.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
So, yep. I'm sorry. I'm that host. I
Yeah.
will.
No, I love
You
it. I
know,
love it. I love it. I love it.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. And you know what? I expect pushback.
Yeah.
I don't know everything, but I know
Mhm.
some things.
Yeah. And same here. Like to me, I'm not a great orator. I'm not like articulate in that way. I just go view things from my experience and then sort of observe what I see around me and try to give like an objective sort of uh, summarize, concise, answer to what I see. And again, it's up to the
Right.
individual to look into that deeply on an abstract level, but and that requires people to actually have a sort of not yearning, but like passion or inclination to study these things.
Well, most people don't have a passion
I
to
know.
study.
I agree. I agree, 100%. And that's why I find myself on some of these panels because, like, I look around me and I can't. I don't typically have some of these conversations with people in my day to day life.
Right.
People are
Oh,
just living, working, and doing their thing. So, this is pretty much why I join some of these social media platforms, and even I have created my own sort of uh, group in the back channels, like in my Telegram group, where I pretty much you know uh, invited like people from around the world, typically Black African descended people from around the world, from Russia, Middle East, Africa, Caribbean, America, Europe, into this one group, and we just pretty much bounce ideas. We talk about geopolitics. So that's in
right.
the
And
back channels. I don't really typically do that in the public light.
geopolitics is not my thing.
Yeah,
I'm a domestic policy guy.
yeah. But I think they're both like related, in my opinion.
They're related, but they're related right at the ports. Kansas doesn't care about what's happening in Germany
Hmm.
generally. There can be exceptions.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, true. But I think that things that happen externally, like in terms of like foreign policy, it does affect like some of the domestic policies, in my opinion.
America is kind of an exception. Doesn't affect us much, at least that we know of or we're cognizant of.
Mhm.
Again, what's happening, the German elections don't matter that much in, Minnesota.
Yeah, and
Unless you're interested in finding out. And yes, everything in a global economy, what happens, the butterfly effect and all that. But the problem is that you have to actually connect the dots.
yeah,
People don't
exactly. Mhm.
automatically know it. And again, I've been kind of politics and culture as a hobby for decades, and even I don't care that much what happens, in a German election. So, I mean, you have your interest. I'm not poo-pooing your interest, but
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Because
I'm
yeah, from
much more interested in what happens in America, and maybe I'm just that limited. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm,
yeah. But
I'm,
again, like
I'm
like I said, I
limited.
think it takes a level of passion and sort of level of passion of sort of connecting those dots, like you said, and
Mhm.
seeing those like a trend, like a patterns,
Yeah.
So that's what I pretty much look for. Yeah.
Well, you're young. You might be able to teach me about some stuff. Now, I've been. Now, when you say, I've been on. What are those damn things? I've been on panels with Africans
Hmm.
and Americans, and it just gets mighty contentious and stuff like that.
Yeah.
um, Not Telegraph specifically, but you get a group of Black Americans, especially like FBA types, and you get a group of Nigerians, and you're gonna have some lively conversations. And,
Yeah. No, true.
and every now and again, you know what? A couple months ago, a friend of mine who is American, but he's got Sierra Leone roots.
Hmm.
And for some reason, he's like, "Hey, Stanley, can you come up? We want to know what you think." And I was like, "Do I have to?" So I listened to the whole thing. It was about blue water economics in Africa. So we go through the whole conversation, and I don't say anything other than hi. So finally, the moderator, who was a woman, who had a similar background to my friend, she had African. She was maybe first, just I think she was second generation, roots in West Africa. So she goes, "Well, Stanley, you've been mighty silent. What do you think?" So my response is, you do realize that if you look at the world's number one ports, as a function of economics, Africa has none of them. Africa does not have any port that is in that top 100. And oh, she wanted to shit on me. And I just happened to know that. So I told her, look it up. And so a couple of her people go and look it up. And lo and behold, that rare fact, if you want a blue water, port sort of economy, you might want to have a port that is in the top 100. And I blew her out of the water, just some arcane fact, and I just happen to know it. Bottom line is, be silent if you don't have much to contribute, unless you have a joke. Jokes are always welcome here, but you better know what the fuck you're talking about.
Facts. I agree.
Just one fact made her like, "Hey, you need to join us more often." And I haven't, because that's probably the only thing about Africa that I knew for sure. So we go. Tough guy, let me look up your email. Virgo, are you still there? I bored her to death. Or to sleep, sorry. Tom Gully,
Yeah.
Mr. Balljar.
Well, yeah.
You know what? That subject is near and dear to my heart because part of the wooing process was, you know what? You and your mother and I, well, your mother and I, she's going to teach me how to can. And I'd always wanted to know. So, yeah, canning vegetables, cold, like refrigerator dill pickles. I've actually done that stuff before and love doing it actually. So, I love the topic, which was ball jars, folks. Highly encourage you to go back and look at what the Tom Gully show and Tom Gully have to offer us in the way of knowledge. It's awesome.
240,000
So
a
yeah, so I wanted
day.
to ask you a question.
Hold on one sec. Let Tom
Oh,
finish.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
240,000 a day.
Jars.
Yeah.
Uh,
They
well,
were making at their
talk
height
about
of
the
their.
mechanical process.
I'm
They
sorry.
innovated. No, the way they perfected like a mechanical process to mass produce.
Yeah.
What was it? What was the process called?
Oh, well, the machine. It was a machine that started making them, and it was called the ball something. It begins with an F. But yeah, instead of blowing the glass by hand,
Mhm.
so to speak, they perfected a machine, an assembly line manner of doing it, and producing 240,000 of them a day and 60 million of them a year,
Mhm.
and selling them from one factory in Muncie, Indiana. So,
And hence Ball University.
Ball State and a lot of
Ball
other
State.
things.
Now the dude who is a physician, that kind of fascinated me.
Lucius.
Um, how did that work? How did because in a weird sort of way, it kind of reminds me of. I mean, did he connect the two? Was he a silent partner?
I think he was. I think the two main guys were Frank and Edmund,
Mhm.
and the other ones just kind of, one the two of the other ones looked after the metal stamping,
Okay.
and then Lucius, I think, was just he was just one of the brothers, and probably sat in on a lot of the philanthropic, Coca College in New York, and they were heavily involved in the YMCA, the Ball Memorial Hospital. He was probably very instrumental in.
Mhm.
I think he probably did a lot for that stuff.
Well, for a dude who is into history, you are a godsend.
But it's the FC Ball machine, and a lot of other companies used it, but just 240,000 ball jars a day is kind of insane. It's
Well, not but the thing is everyone was canning vegetables back then. They were kind of.
Well, the need isn't insane. I get that. I mean, I talked about it on the show.
Well, no, the number of people who would do it back then versus say now.
Right. The need was greater because
Right.
people didn't have refrigerators.
Right, exactly.
And so they canned everything. But I know, people can meat. They canned everything, So anyway, enough of that. They made jars.
Yeah, I'm so tough guy. This is a longish video. What's it about? Something about cyber trucks Was there a materialism point? Oh, did you fall asleep? Well, he must have. So, Virgo, did you fall asleep? Well, maybe she did too. So I appreciate this. Appreciate you, die cap. And yeah, I do troll sometimes. Oh, if you want to troll this show, I title shows after good one liners. So you have you have no, I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, DiCapriono, is that yours? The title of the show, Dr. Quinn Medicine Manioni.
Well, that's when that came up when Virgo's
Yeah,
blood.
Ryan was. Yeah, Ryan was.
He went all
talking about-
phlebotomist.
So someone made that joke, and I forgot to note who it was, but I thought it was hilarious. So
Those
give me a.
usual trolls aren't here this evening or morning.
DiCapriono's pretty capable.
He is, but DiCapriono is also pretty on point and informative. And I'm talking about the hardcore Little Horsey,
Oh,
the Little
Stank
Horsey
D.
and Stank D, and
I
that
haven't
ilk.
seen Little Horsey in a few days. I hope he's okay. He's probably got hoof and mouth.
Brucellosis,
Something like that. Either that or Be Brave is riding him hard and putting him away wet.
Yeah, been riding him bareback.
Yeah, you know those country folks up there will do something like that.
Yeah.
So, Ja, anything else? I can move on with the other stuff that's going to bore people. I do want to, and I'm sorry to cut you off. I do want to ask you to focus more on the black conservative point that things were better during Jim Crow, E. Franklin Frazier. Even if you go back and you read, Up from Slavery, which was Reconstruction, but W.E.B. Du Bois, go back, John Henrik Clark, read these people because, and read between the lines. Everything was not okay. Again,
so I think you kind of misconstrued my point because I didn't say that it was
you
better.
know what? Even if I did, I'm
Okay.
going to make mine.
Okay.
The Jim Crow era was not the panacea that that black conservatives want to make it out to be. The marriage rates were higher because women had nowhere to go. If you don't, look at The Color Purple. Where was she gonna go? Where was Miss Seeley gonna go? So, in some ways, we were a contained community. There was nowhere to go, so you stayed married. And just pray you don't get your ass beat to a pulp and put in a grave. Okay, this is what folks who actually don't understand history, Thomas Sowell and his ilk, and black conservatives in general, want to depend on the statistics. And statistics are not facts, they are interpretation of what numbers tell you. You can manipulate statistics, and mostly you can manipulate the interpretation of statistics. People the data is true, the interpretation is not necessarily facts. Now, some things are just automatically like shit, some things are just like that's an obvious fact. A lot of other things like marriage rates, well, the marriage rates were high, but let's start asking ourselves why they were high. Let's start looking at the history. Where were black people going to go? Where were women who were battered going to go? Did they have the money to get divorced? Were there divorce lawyers in the black community? Were there courts that were amenable to hearing, divorce? There's a lot of background that people like a Thomas Sowell or a Glenn Lowry or Shelby Steele, they depend on black people being ignorant and white people too. They depend on people not asking them questions or interrogating their very bad arguments. Thomas Sowell is not a historian. He was a good economist. Economists make the worst social critics. They make the worst historians outside of economic history. And Thomas Sowell was not a good economic historian. And this is me saying it, and I'll defend my position. He was dude couldn't teach a class. That's why he wound up at a think tank for fucking 50 years. He wasn't good with young people. He wasn't good at teaching. There is a reason in the larger, quote, black community, no one knows who the fuck Thomas Sowell is. Or Glenn Lowry, for that matter. And Glenn Lowry's in his 70s. They talked to a white audience who beloved them. They did not talk to the people they were talking about. And I have a huge problem with that.
Do you also put Booker T. Washington also in that bracket?
Yes, I think Booker T. Washington. Now, Booker T. Washington was rather clever because he was playing a long game. Okay, he helped as many black people and, kind of put on a face for the white people. Okay, but Booker T. Washington, that look, let me put it to you this way. What black man in 2025 wants to hear from an Amy Wax? Several years ago, she made a Booker T. Washington point, and she didn't, quote him directly. There are people like an Amy Wax, and if you don't know who she is, Google her. She literally used the term that black people in America need to wait their turn. Booker T. Washington said that over 100 years ago. So there are there are people who are still saying black people need to wait their turn after 100 years. Really? So no. Now I think W.E.B. Du Bois had some real issues too. Pan-Africanism, I don't buy into that shit. Both were men of their times to, just to kind of give them both a little credit. You can walk and chew gum, a black person in 2025, black kid, young black kid. Both were right and both were wrong.
Yeah. And that's why I tend to look at when in terms of like when it comes to integration and segregation, like that sort of history of America, when I look at both of those things, I don't look at it in absolutes, right? I don't say, oh, one was better than the other. Rather, I would say I see the pros and cons of both.
Integration at what? Integration and what was the
and the times before that, segregation, or the time the
Okay,
period before
you know
integration.
what? Then you would be wrong. Okay, integration is a method. Freedom is what you need to focus on. And my definition of freedom, and I'm not original in thinking this, freedom is the ability to achieve lofty goals and not be impeded in attaining them. Okay, now setting a goal a lofty goal. Your goal should not be to, make it to the basketball court so you can shoot some hoops with your friends. It should be a lofty goal. There are less impediments today than there were 100 years ago, but there's still impediments. They're easier to overcome. The impediments are, more minuscule, but there are still impediments. Um, I think I'm going to stop there and let you understand what freedom is. We have more freedom as I define it than we did 100 years ago. I think talking about integration is kind of a distraction. That's more methodological. It's illegal now. You can choose to integrate or you can choose to segregate. To me, I don't really care what you decide. There's nothing telling. Integration is not forced. It is not legal. It is not an impediment. So for my formulation of freedom, it's I don't care. It was right, it was wrong, it was both, but it's not an impediment. That's what I care about.
Yeah. So me, like my understanding of freedom or my version of freedom is based on like sort of social and economics. So I would say to me,
Okay.
freedom is to be self-sufficient, to be to have the right to your own self-determination. To me, that's freedom.
Good. Then we're aligned. You set a goal and you can achieve it, own volition, etc. Nobody's going to stop you generally. So, in other words, we agree on that. So, whether you are integrated, whether you live in a black neighborhood, whether you live in a white neighborhood, where you live isn't necessarily going to impact your freedom. Now, then you need to look to larger factors. Is your neighborhood safe? Are there good schools? There are a lot of things, but legally, there's nothing stopping you from achieving those goals. So legally, you are free. It doesn't matter whether you're integrated or not. Now, integration, it's not illegal. Now, then it becomes voluntary, and a lot of it is just luck, circumstance. You can't help if you were born to a woman addicted to crack. You can't help that. Then there are other things that might determine your freedom, but it's not the government necessarily impacting. Now, there may be ways downstream that the government, can your mother have, um, you know, um, free access to detox programs, that sort of thing. Freedom is very complicated, and when people don't start realizing the nuances, is when they start losing arguments.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to shout out to my guy, Angry Snowman in the chat. Salute to
Yeah.
Angry Snowman. That's my brother right there.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
What's up, Snowman? How you been? Haven't seen you in a while.
Me neither, right? I don't know if
Nope,
his channel got
Snowman
like
and I are
blocked or something.
buds.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, we have had our moments and will in the future, but overall, I respect him. He's a good parent, which means he gets a lot of leeway.
Yeah. He says getting divorced was a lot more difficult back then as well. You couldn't just get divorced just because you didn't
That's my point.
get along anymore. Yeah.
And women, for a portion of that time, they weren't monetarily or economically independent, etc. And this is what I mean. Brian Donalds isn't going to talk about the sociology of that point. Yeah, marriage rates were higher because the data said so. And this is what I mean about understanding how
The
context
nuances.
works.
Mhm.
Um, if you're just going to look at raw data, then you are just as likely to make the wrong conclusions
Yeah, I
as
agree.
you are to make the right ones.
Yeah.
And the numbers say marriage rates were higher. You got to ask why. You got to be Socratic about it. So anyway, you know what? Being a fucking, you know, pedant is just tiring. So um this is going to be kind of like an anti-MAGA thing. And you know what? Let's just go to pop the balloon. Fuck it. All this political bullshit can wait. And
I
I
had
have
I had
to.
hoard I had hoard pop the balloon, man.
Do you? Well,
Yeah, I can't stand it.
we adore it here. And
Ah,
just for context, I have an 18-year-old, and he's a college freshman this year. And not too long before, he went off to make his own way. I kind of like one day this kid's gonna ask me something about, well, he's gonna come to me with some girl problem or something like that, and I have no clue how. I haven't dated in 25 years. So I don't know what's going on out there. And Portia, our beloved Portia, and by the way, let me do the commercial here. Everyone, please make sure if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, hit the like button, recommend this foolishness to all your friends so we can loop them in to bad ideas in drinking beer. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I do the occasional oddly reasoned video essay on culture and politics. It's generally, mid-wit. But the one thing I want to say, support your host. I will need to venture out of this monastery and sneak a beer. So support the show by supporting your host. This microphone I am talking to you on now is listener supported. So it is a nice microphone. I'm sure I sound a lot clearer than I did a month ago. The other thing, Stanley versus the world, the very concept, the very show would not exist without Portia J. Now,
Stanley.
you can support me in my horrible Bud Light habit, or you can spend your money more wisely and make sure that you support Portia J. Look at the crawl at the bottom of the screen. My Cash App is there. Portia's Cash App and stuff are there. If for no other reason, folks, Portia J. Stanley versus the World is brought to you by Portia J. So, and she doesn't drink beer. So,
That's because
so what's up, Angry Snowman?
Well, I was going to ask a question, but you already answered it
Sure.
for me. I came up with a good question / joke since you brought up beer.
Oh no, make it anyway.
I was hoping that you drank I was hoping you drank some stereotypical malt liquor beverage rather than some.
Dude, you know what? The last time I drank malt liquor was in college, some 35 years ago. Malt, like, you remember wine coolers? You might be old enough.
Do.
I can't drink any malt for some reason. Just makes me violently ill. I don't know what it is.
The malt bloats.
Now, yeah, it's something weird with my gastronomics. Now, the last time I can remember drinking malt liquor, Me and a buddy of mine in college in the dorms. It was some Saturday night, and we had no money, so we pulled together our quarters and got a 12-pack of Schlitz malt liquor
Oh
bull.
God.
Oh my God! Next morning, I was making Schlitz
You had
malt
the
liquor
Schlitz, didn't you?
bullshit stories, dude. It hurt.
The Schlitz will give you the Schlitz.
And it's so funny because I graduated from college in '89. So
Showing your age there, Stanley.
oh shit, I turned 60 last week. I'm proud of my
Oh
age.
no shit.
Well, hey, when was your
Oh
birthday?
no shit. March the 12th.
Hey,
Oh,
dude,
mine's
your
March
birthday.
17th. Wow.
Hey,
St. Patrick's Day.
Hey, John, mine's March 16th.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying that.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, that's what's up.
God damn, we should have. If I'd known that, we would have thrown a hootenanny.
Hey, my son's birthday is March 9th.
Whoa.
He drank with us.
Nice.
So we're all Pisces. Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
that Pisces people are different people. I think we have two people living inside of us fighting for dominancy all the time.
Oh, I don't. I just have one.
No, I got another entity inside of me. Trust me, dude. And I fight with them all the time.
Well, all I have to say is I don't. When I was growing up, you remember, and again, Angry Snowman, I know Tom's going to be old enough to remember, Virgo too. The Colt, was it Colt 45 that had Billy D. Willis?
Yes. Yeah, dude, I actually got that clip from Undercover Brother.
Oh wow, those things!
One of my splashes I throw out every now and again.
Was so smooth.
General's Chicken.
So, yep, Billy D was the man. Lando.
Man, it's
Gale
sad that we
Sayers.
lost him too, man, because he was a great guy.
Gale Sayers.
Yep. I remember Lady Sings the Blues, which I guess I might have to go back and rewatch because I probably haven't seen it in 30 years. So,
The Brian song,
Williams.
The Brian song DVD has all these extras in it, and
Oh, really?
yeah, James Caan had actually played college football, and Billy D is very open about the fact he wasn't very athletic, and how James Caan had to like run half speed during all the sprinting and stuff they did, so that Billy D would look like more like Gale Sayers. But that movie was shot just 6 months after Brian Piccolo died.
Really?
It was really fast after that. Yeah. That's the best TV movie ever made.
John Gully, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, if my name was John.
Or sorry,
Tom.
Tom, sorry.
That's okay, man.
Are you from Indiana? Because you have an awful lot of Indiana knowledge.
I am from Indiana.
Right on. That's where I live too as well.
Yes. Born at St. Vincent's Hospital in Indiana.
I was raised between Indiana and Ohio because my mom lived in Ohio and my dad lived in Indiana, and their family on both sides, there's a lot of them back and forth. So my history is all over Ohio and Indiana, really.
Gotcha. Yeah, we lived on a farm just outside of Indianapolis, a town called Zionsville.
Yeah, I know where that's at.
And then
it's not a little town anymore; it's a suburb.
Yeah, I know. And then let's see here. I guess it was when I was in like 6th grade. We moved to my dad's hometown, which was tiny when he was there. Wasn't very big when I was there, but now it's huge. It's called Carmel.
Yep. Dude, I remember when Carmel, I lived down in Indianapolis, and it was from 2000 to like 2006. And that was when Carmel started getting their big boom and growing substantially. And I actually helped build or do work on a lot of the houses out there in the golf course communities.
Yeah, my family's been in that area for 4 generations, maybe 5.
See, my mom and dad's family is more up from the northern Indiana, up in like the Warsaw and Pierceton, Syracuse area.
Yeah.
Basically the armpit of America area.
North of Kokomo kind of stuff, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, basically, what everybody considers East Chicago, Indiana.
Well, the region. That's what they call the region.
Right. Well, up here, the region they used when I was a kid, they called it the Michiana area because it was so close to Michigan.
Oh yeah, that's a little more west. They call the region is Chicagoland. It's
Right.
that area, Gary, Valpo, Maryville, Cherville, Hobart,
Dad
Valparaiso.
used to drive truck for a company out of Gary.
Yeah. Well, that's the direction you want to be going if you're in Gary. It's out of town, so you don't get shot.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, I just living there know a lot about all over Indiana. There's not much to know, luckily.
Well, Indiana's actually a really historical state. Indiana and Ohio, they both have provided to the country's historical significance quite a bit, and they get slept on a lot.
Wait, in terms of what, in agriculture or something, or what?
In terms of agriculture, industry, innovation.
Yeah.
Even our music and movie industry, most people don't realize how many musicians and actors and actresses have come from Indiana and Ohio.
Yeah, there's a huge amount and really influential ones. The thing is, the people that get out of Indiana that leave, they usually become huge. It's not a ton of them like some other places, but yeah, it's and by the way, Indiana is a big manufacturing state. I mean, obviously all the corn, but and
a lot of the RV industry is right here in Indiana.
Yeah, it's a much bigger.
It's like 90% of the RV industry is in Indiana, isn't it?
Yeah, Elkhart, Indiana, but it's a much bigger manufacturing state than people think, and it used to be much bigger.
Oh yeah,
during
Anderson used to be a fucking beautiful city.
Anderson.
Hey guys,
Indiana.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Anderson was. My mother was from Anderson, and so
Anderson was in the top 10 up and coming cities in Indiana. What, 20 years ago?
Yeah, but back in the day, my grandfather was the shop foreman for a company called Nicholson File, which just all they did was make files. But that's when, actual hand files were a big thing for farming and for a lot of other stuff. And he got sent all around the world. But Delco Remy was there. AC Delco was there. During the car industry before the Rust Belt, Anderson, Indiana, and Muncie had gigantic auto part manufacturing.
GM was big in Anderson until they moved.
Yeah, GM as well. Yeah, you're right. And
AMC Motors, they're pretty big. They were pretty big here.
I think historically, wasn't like Chrysler pretty big in Indiana?
Yes. Well, Studebaker was actually founded in Indiana
Studebaker.
too.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Well,
Studebaker Museum is up in South Bend.
Yes, and the plant is still there. The ruins are
the mansion
still there. You can kind of go around and see it.
Well, the Studebaker Mansion's still there too.
During the beginning of the car industry, Indianapolis, a far bigger center for car manufacturing than Detroit. Yeah. You've heard of REO Speedwagon? Well, that car was made in Indianapolis. Louis Chevrolet's first garages and stuff were in Indianapolis. They made lots of cars. The Duesenberg was made in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So yeah, it was big in car manufacturing, which is
well. That's why. What is it? Indianapolis is one of the only cities in America that host F1 races.
What did they call it? Did they call it like Indianapolis like 500 or something like that?
Yeah, they got the Indianapolis 500, and then you got the Brickyard 400, but they're both held at the same track.
Wow.
Yeah, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So my grandfather raced at the Speedway, not in the 500. Back in the day, they would have other races there.
Yeah, like the Busch Series and shit. And I know that I went down to IRP quite a few times for the Tough Guy Nationals.
Yeah. They also had the U.S. Trucker Nationals there. The Winter Nationals for NHRA were always at IRP in Claremont.
The Brickyard race itself is boring to watch, but to actually go to Brickyard is an experience in and of itself.
Yeah, I've only been there once. I've been to the Indy 500 like 30 times. for my job, doing radio reporting and stuff. But yeah, the good old Brickyard 400.
Yeah, actually one of the oldest, not the damn it. The fucking Scottish Rite, one of the oldest Scottish Rite cathedrals is actually in downtown Indianapolis too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's a beautiful fucking cathedral, dude, I'm telling you. A lot of people, here's something that you might know since you're from the area, and I didn't find this out till about 5-6 years ago when I was talking to a sheriff while me and the wife were downtown Indy visiting. And he had told me that if you actually look at the layout of downtown Indianapolis, from where Circle Center is south.
Yes.
All right. And it's right there where that Scottish Rite Cathedral and everything is, where they got the library and stuff. He said if you stand on one end of that little monument area, he said it's actually a miniature scaled down version of the National Mall. And then when he said that, I looked and I was like, oh, holy shit, it is.
Yeah, it is. The Circle Center is, or just the Circle, is the exact geographical center of Indiana. And the city is set up in a perfect grid, with a few exceptions for White River. But the Indianapolis is the largest city in the United States without a navigable waterway.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. But the city is on a perfect grid. The blocks are square all the way through everywhere. There's a couple exceptions, but generally speaking, you know exactly where you're at from the street address. If you're at 400 East, you're 4 blocks east of Meridian Street, which is...
I used to live over there off of the 46th and Keystone area.
I know exactly where that is.
Right over by the state fairgrounds.
Oh yeah, that's the DMZ now, man.
Yeah, that's the hood, dude.
Over there off of Ruckle. Want to get we lived at 126th in Keystone.
So you were way up north.
Yeah, way up north there. But
that's where I used to work, was up in that area, up from like 96 to 146th.
Yeah. That's there's a lot of things about Indianapolis that
I loved Indy, man. Indy was a great city, and it was great to me. And I've lived down there in my early 20s, so I got to experience young adulthood in that city, and it's a great city to experience being a young adult, personally.
Well, back then, Broad Ripple was probably a lot
cooler.
Dude,
it was popping, bro.
Yeah. Broad Ripple is a really, really awesome area. And then even
Butler College is right down in that area, man. So you didn't even have to go to college to have the college experience.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of the businesses back then were independently owned, and the little clubs were independent. Now it's like everywhere else, gotten very gentrified and chains and stuff in there. But the Circle was also a lot more crazy. It's gotten a lot more upscale. But Indianapolis is a popular choice of a lot of conventions and things because of its central location. And
they didn't call it the Crossroads of America for nothing.
Right. Or the Circle City or Indianopolis.
Naptown, home of the nappiest Negroes.
Well, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Also because it's so sleepy, it's it's pretty. The other cool thing about Indianapolis is you're only a 2 or 3 hour car ride from Chicago,
right? Or Cincinnati.
Well, or Chicago.
Well, I mean, Cincinnati. Some people like going down there. There's shit that Cincinnati has to offer.
Cincinnati.
I know. My grandparents lived in Connorsville, so we were kind of on the Indiana-Ohio border, or very close to it. So we got all the Cincinnati stations, and we'd go to Cincinnati pretty frequently.
Hey, Snowman, you must join us at some point to see Pop the Balloon in Indianapolis. It is an affair.
I've seen a couple of them, man. Pop the Balloon, dude. I'm gonna tell you what, it makes my skin crawl sometimes watching that show.
I love it, actually.
Pop the Balloon Indianapolis makes me everything about it is so Indianapolis that it makes me a little bit homesick. Not necessarily in a good way all the time, but it's certainly it's certainly very, very Indianapolis. And right now in Indiana, one of the biggest things people just can't understand. I mean, they may have seen the movie Hoosiers, but the basketball tournament
the college basketball program is a fucking craze around here.
Well, also the high school basketball tournament is just insane. It's not as much as it was when it was just one class for the whole state, but the Hoosier hysteria is just crazy. I imagine they're going crazy. I don't know if Purdue won last night or not, but
I don't know if they won last night or not either, to be honest with you.
I must assert my highbrow intentions in showing all this Pop the Balloon. Hey, it was just so I know what's going on with the youth.
Don't lie, Stanley. You do that shit just to trigger people.
Do I? No, actually, I
you
don't.
do that just to trigger us men out there in the audience and get us fucking arguing about dumb shit.
They lost.
Not
I don't know how you guys can consume that freaking
it actually did start as, hey, I need to know what's going on with these young people. And
man, Pop the Balloon is not a freaking indicative to what the youth are doing. Like that's man, Pop the Balloon is so disgusting, bro. I don't know how you guys are like twice my age and you guys watch that. I don't even watch it.
Don't watch it, dude.
I haven't watched not one episode, man. That shit
there
is
is Pop the Balloon, Augusta, Georgia. There is Pop.
There's Pop the Balloon, Elderly.
Fascinating. Yeah.
There's geriatric Pop the Balloon. Are you serious?
I got one queued up.
What's next? Fucking Alzheimer's Pop the Balloon.
Hey, there is Pop the Balloon, Elderly, which I adore. I have a couple.
Seniors.
Let's see. There is a Pop the
Balloon where you get a different.
Let me just give you a preview because I am going to get to this. Damn it.
Pop the Balloon, amputee
hold
edition.
on. There's Pop the Balloon plus size edition.
Oh no.
What about Pop the Balloon drug addict edition?
There is Pop the Balloon
that's all of them.
Sugar Daddy edition. There's been Pop the Balloon Christian edition, conservative edition. There are all kinds of things.
I have yet to see a Pop the Balloon trailer trash edition though.
You know what? It's coming
soon. Yeah,
it is coming.
Angry Snowman in Indianapolis. If the two people match, they take them behind the curtain, so to speak, and they make them a plate. It's like a
dude. That does sound Indianapolis as fuck.
So Indianapolis. And by the way, I think they shoot it at like Michigan Road and 55th Street or something like that.
Christ.
In a like a strip mall. Yeah.
It says the online just be shooting over there off of fucking 54th and Post.
Yeah.
It says the online dating show Pop the Balloon originated as a YouTube series created by Bolia Matunda and Arlette Amuli, who also serve as executive producers of the new Netflix iteration.
That is our touchstone.
Yeah,
Arlette. Yeah. She is my kind of woman, and I mean that seriously. She's awesome. So for all y'all, I am going to continue to do it. However, I've got like 7 of them stored up because I've been trying not to do it, been more news oriented, but we're gonna no, I
you
think
can tell when you ain't got nothing to talk about, Stanley, because you play Pop the Balloon forever.
No, we talk about it. We talk about Pop the Balloon. I think y'all discount by not having something to talk about. I always have things to talk about, just not always cogently.
And I'm sorry, I do pick up terminology, behavior. Do people really do that? Is that what you know?
Yeah, I've done that several times.
So we talk about that kind of stuff. You know. Heck,
yeah, I just don't. I know a lot of people try to use pop the balloon as some metric to gauge, today's youth, man, and I don't think that's a fair
I don't
assessment.
gauge
not.
it.
Thank you.
I just need to know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't think it's a metric to gauge anything. It's a game show. So
Right. Well, I understand what it
is.
is. I'm just saying there are a lot of people that like Stanley will do that'll sit and show it and have discussions, but there's a lot of different places where you go where they do try to use that as a metric to gauge the youth.
No, it's
you wouldn't make Stanley versus the world a different sort.
You wouldn't use Wheel of Fortune as a metric gauge. It's the same thing. It's a contrived deal, but you do get slang. You do get a lot of other.
When I was a wee college student, I was in Army ROTC. Wound up in the Navy, but I was in Army ROTC in college. I was a scholar, ROTC scholar. I had a colonel who was a PhD psychology guy. And he and I were talking one day, and he literally said that, one of the interesting things about knowing a culture or assessing a culture, even say you want to invade a country. Well, you want to know their culture, and it starts with the kids. He said watching things like Sesame Street, and Sesame Street certainly has changed since I was a kid to now.
Lord,
if
son.
you want to know the roots of a culture, you go and watch what they're showing their kids. So I approach Pop the Balloon that way. It's a reflection of what's going on in the youth culture, right, wrong, and different. You may poo-poo it, you may not.
But it's such a small sample size, though.
Of course it is. It is. You're not going to base your whole assessment on one YouTube show. But
right, anybody with intelligence isn't. We're
snapshot.
talking about most of
Right.
these people have no intelligence on YouTube, so they're using that as an excuse to try and denigrate people.
No. I'm not using it as an excuse. I'm using it as a data point.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying you, Stanley.
I mean,
well,
if it wasn't,
I'm on YouTube. I'm one of them.
if it wasn't for Pop the Balloon, I would not know that I've got that Riz, man. How would I know?
Christ, Tom.
How would I know that I had that Riz all along if I hadn't watched Pop the Balloon?
Dude, I didn't even know what Riz meant until about fucking 3 months ago.
What does it mean?
Charisma.
Charisma.
Yeah, okay.
My age. Then you are.
Hey, dude, I'm not completely fucking lost to today's culture.
That's why I watch it, is to get the slang, the terminology.
Well, see, that's why
what's hot, what's hip, what's happening.
Well, I'll give you guys that one, because that's a lot of the reason why I am, engaged in a lot of the things I'm engaged in is because I have a son that's going to be a teenager before long, and I
exactly.
So I need to be aware of the culture and the times and the slang and what's going on to help him navigate.
I work around and manage.
You literally, by implication, calls yourself a thinking man.
I work around.
How dare you? How dare you, sir?
I work around.
How dare I notice?
I work around and I manage Gen Z. I gotta know what's happening with them to relate, to not. I mean, I'm gonna be creepy old guy to a certain extent, no matter what. But I've got to lessen the creepy old guy. So if
you can be less creepy and more just out of touch old guy.
Yeah, I don't.
You know what? Some things you don't need to touch.
Look, I've been told on this channel, on this very program, that I need to die because I'm old. So I need to kind of
lasagna
hip myself
killer.
up.
Oh, lasagna is so horrible,
isn't he?
Oh, that means you're just getting somewhere, man. You're getting through. If you ain't got somebody telling you need to die at least once a week on YouTube, you ain't doing something right.
Well, I have my own. I have my own show for that.
Shit. What have we come to?
I have my own show for that, though. I mean,
what happened to your channel, man?
Well, it's still there, man. I just ain't streamed in probably about 6 months. I had to take some time off, man, because, dude, I was tired of the dick and pussy conversations.
Yeah.
I want to have, how I was doing it over there, and I wanted to have actually more thought-provoking, engaging conversations.
Well, come on over here. We think occasionally.
Yeah, I come over here quite a bit.
Well, that's good to hear.
I actually spend more time sitting in the in the bushes just listening though.
Hey, you know what? That's the best place to do it. If I could do it, I would too.
Well, to be quite honest with you,
I'd have to pre-record stuff more.
It's actually a testament to yourself too if you can actually sit and listen to stuff and have disagreements and just listen rather than be all up in the comments, man. It challenges yourself.
You know what? I'm a natural troll. You know this, Angry.
As am I.
Man. I like the one-liners. So
I just like getting under people's skin, and I'm good at it.
Yep, that you are.
Very good at it. I come from a different dude. We come from we're folks like us are cut from a different cloth. I mean,
yeah.
Let's be real. I don't get offended and shit. And
and see, that's exact. You know what? That's the cloth. Look, you know what? I will get heated under the collar, to use an old-fashioned term. I will call you what I think you need to be called. But you know what? Next day, I'm done with it.
Oh shit! As soon as the conversation's over, I'm done.
Yeah, exactly.
I know how to leave things at the table where they began.
Yep.
But Ja, how have you been, sir? How's that baby doing?
Baby, oh man, it's been a while.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I know, dude. You had your baby about the same time me and the wife had ours.
Yeah, my son is he's 3 years old now.
Yeah,
he'll be 4 in June 23rd, and
yeah,
my daughter is now 6.
Yeah, my youngest daughter that me and the wife had, she's going to be 2 here in July, dude. Already.
Wow. Nice. Well, man, it's been a hell of an experience, man.
I'm glad to see you still running around these streets, though, man, and getting involved and engaged in the discussions, though.
Somewhat.
Miss seeing you around, bro.
Yeah. I came in contact with John Galt at a different channel, Kaizorin Experience. That's sort of my main channel that I've been usually frequent.
Mm-hmm.
But I got in contact with them there, and I came over here, met this brother right here. What's his name?
Oh, you talking about Angry Stanley?
Yeah, Angry Stanley. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Oh no! I'm not angry. I'm surprised.
Oh, opinionated Stanley.
Yeah.
Oh no! You think it's opinions?
Nah, man. Me and Stanley, we had a rough road to get where we are. Me and him, we bumped heads, paws quite a bit.
Yeah, well, it all works out.
A lot of that had to do with where we met each other, though, too. He met me over at one of his
CTs.
Huh? No, I met you over at SKC.
Oh well, SK. You know what? Let's talk about
and SKC. Is like your arch enemy.
Not as much as you might think. I met SKC on the disc.
SKC's like your Joker to your Batman. You guys.
Yeah, and we're fighting over the Batmobile. So no, believe me, I think SKC doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. However, he's a family man. I totally.
He's actually really intelligent too.
That's always debatable. But
I'm just saying, I don't go around and well, Stanley, I don't go around just hop on any panel. You got people have to have some level of intelligence for me to even engage in conversation with them.
No, SKC, dude, we could go fishing and just bullshit back and forth and make each other laugh. He's a good guy. He's a good family man. I totally respect him. I just think, his view
he's a
of
coon, man, and he's a coon, and he fucking sits and embraces it.
See, and that's one of the things I have a problem with. He embracing coon culture is demeaning yourself.
I don't necessarily think he takes it as that.
Well, no, he wants to make a big joke of it, but the problem is that self-deprecation. You can even go overboard with that. If you keep calling yourself a coon, people will start to think that it's a performance. You have to stop calling yourself a coon at some point and say, I stand on this, don't care what y'all think. And, now the difference, quite frankly, between me and SKC is he is way more monetized. Yeah, beer money's good, but I don't really care whether you subscribe to the channel. I want the people that subscribe to the channel. I'm very bad at this, not interested in getting good at it. But when I put out some weird video essay, I actually mean it. And I'm open to being corrected, reoriented. But SKC's a better showman than I am. I'm
Oh,
not.
dude, I'll give you that much. I mean, he does know how to
Yeah, I'm not.
put on a
I'm not.
production.
Right. No, SKC's brilliant.
I mean, I can't do, like, he can literally put on a show. You've watched him do it where he sits and he, talks and discusses things for 6-7 hours by himself.
Well, see, the problem
I can't
is
do that.
SKC's also so much a family man. Now, I'm going to say this, and I hope this pollen gets carried back. SKC's far superior to some folks that we know, and I will go Tiv and leave it at that. SKC's better than all of them.
Yeah.
Hoodservative, nowhere near.
Oh, I like Hood though,
SKC's
man.
quality. No, I think
I like his perspective on things.
You know what? I think his Hoodservative's perspective is damaged goods.
I don't think so. I just think it's another man's perspective of what he sees.
SKC is contiguous. And when I say contiguous, I mean he is a whole man. If he's going to be fucked up, he is all the way fucked up. And
well, that's conservative, man. I mean, he's all the way fucked up.
I don't like.
He openly admits it.
I don't like the wounded bird trying to fly again perspective.
I don't see it as the wounded bird trying to fly.
I do. I do.
I see it as a man who's woken up to reality.
I don't think honestly, and
I don't agree with everything Hood says. I'm not saying that.
That's not my point. My point is that SKC is more a whole man, better thinker. And don't anyone ever tell SKC that. Hoodservative.
Oh, I already clipped this, Stanley. I'm going to let him hear it verbatim from your own mouth.
No, yeah. All I'm saying is Hoodservative is a better debate. It's a more complete debate. It is better grounded in who he is and his understanding of American history. I think Hoodservative thinks in video clips. I think SKC has actually read a book or two and actually thought about what he read. He's just simply more grounded for my sort of who I want to engage in.
Hoodservative is more tailored to, the modern generation and how they.
And you know what?
Consume media.
Modern is not necessarily good. I think
I'm not saying it is, but you got to be able to.
No, I don't.
If you're engaging with people, you got to be able to get the attention of the youth.
I don't have to engage with them. You either engage or you don't.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do on this platform.
I'm just trying to hang out with friends and make a couple good points. I don't need the monetization. It's never going to be my living.
Hey, I'll be honest. I just came here for the grift.
Hey, you know what? And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. It's just we might be at cross purposes. I don't care. I like the people I hang out with. And you know what? I like the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. I don't always like the point. Actually, most times I don't. But every now and again we will huddle in some meeting you know, where people get together and we talk about ideas and we just laugh. In a Porsche, y'all, $80 a day for Porsche J. But quite frankly, honestly, here's where it stands. And, um, I've been saying this for quite a while, maybe the last couple weeks. But after you think about it, it was Porsche that came up. With Stanley, you argue with everybody.
You
And
do.
she came up with the concept.
You do argue with everybody.
Not all the time and
Yes,
not
all the time.
necessarily.
Every episode.
Well, that's because you don't listen to me all the time. But no, Portia J created this monster. And
No, I think this
she needs
monster was
all the
already
credit.
created. Portia J just helped nurture it into being more prevalent.
into a silly goose.
You know, she's got that motherly instinct in her. She did teach kids for how long?
You know what? Portia is actually smart.
I know she is. That's why I got respect for
No,
her.
I mean, like, I think she's smart, and I don't think many people are smart. Well, smart as in intelligent, as in you give her like 2 cents, she'll turn it into $80. She is that smart.
Oh, she's like that white girl off of Hustle and Flow.
You know what? As soon as you start bringing race into it, you've lost me. She's just smart.
No, never mind, Stanley.
I know the kind of compliment and all that. No,
it wasn't a compliment.
She could be a little black boy and she would make $80. She's just that smart.
Yeah, she's one of them people that, you know, she knows how to go out and make shit happen. She's book smart and street smart, in my opinion. Not a lot of people like that.
She should have been a naval officer.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is a and I wish what is his name? The little river dude from Hood Servitors channel, Angry River, Angry No River, whatever his name is. He comes over every now and again. He turned me on to this.
Is that guy from Penn State?
Yeah.
I watch him too, man. The lectures that he has, they're fucking really awesome.
Well, this is like one that popped into my algorithm. And the premise, this is, I'm going to tell Black history as though it happened to white people. So that would definitely catch my interest. Brian, what's up, man? So I'm going to watch this. And then
dude, I bet I haven't seen that one, but I guarantee it's well worth the watch.
Well, it's a new one. It popped in like within the last week, so it's only less than 40 minutes. I do want to watch some Pop the Balloon, and Virgo will wake up, and then we might go into recipes, which I've been wanting to do with Virgo for months now. This woman has spurned me. And Brian Nichols says post 1960 history is left as propaganda. You know what? What you need to do, Brian, is you need to go back and do better. Leftist history.
I think for the most part, all standard history is propaganda, period.
And that's why there are history books that come out like 5 a month. Read all of them.
That's why I think people should. Well, as you point out, that's why I think people should read and continue to research it and teach themselves as they become adults. Their learning shouldn't end after school or college ends.
I think the most important thing, any discipline, at the base of every discipline is the critical thinking. Now, if your talents are one thing, knowing how to assess and being good at math basics, basic math and reading, we start there in kindergarten. and then you go from there. If you're good at science, if you're good at writing, all that stuff, that sorts itself out. But being competent and able to critically think leads to good assessments, leads to knowing what's bullshit and what's not. We don't teach that. I think what creates good critical thinkers are parents who are good critical thinkers. You don't have to be expert, but you have to know. It might just go down to right from wrong,
Well,
1 or 0, and go from there.
I think a lot of today's issue is people not having reading comprehension. They can read, but they don't know how to
Well,
comprehend.
yeah, the basics of reading and arithmetic. Yes, I think we all agree on that. So, and y'all feel free to interrupt. And let's see. Yep, 36 minutes, 37 minutes. Let's hear what this dude has to say.
As though it happened to white people, or I'm going to tell white history as though it happened to black people. Okay? Now, what this means is that black people.
I want to point out that there would be people who would call this alternative history.
Revisionist history.
Yeah, alternative. You're right. That's a better term, revisionist. And it is revisionist history, but it's counterfactual, reverse history, whatever you want to call it.
Well, I think he's doing it to attack the psychological aspect of it.
Absolutely, he is.
Yeah, it's an experiment. He's
Had the idea
thought
to
experiment
Europe and enslave white people and take those white people over to the Americas. And then what happened in the Americas was the same sequence of events leading us up to today, except that these two lovely beings are in the oppressor group, so to speak. Okay? They're the group on top. It's their ancestors who went to Europe and started a system of slavery to enslave their ancestors.
Oh, and by the way, they're going to be ad hominems throughout this that I'm going to make. Brian Nichols, pay close attention to this, because you and DJ MFB and Dan this video is for you.
So these two people here, your white classmates, what you're going to see as we go through these slides is they're on the bottom, okay? They're the minorities, okay? They're the minorities. They're the majorities. These are the people with power, okay? So keep this in mind. So what you're going to do, the two of you, is you're going to feel all the things that you're going to feel as I walk you through these slides. And remember, I'm going to talk about your history, and I'm going to talk about your history. So you need to feel the things that, like, what it feels like to be on top, what it feels like to be the conqueror, what it feels like to be the oppressor. Okay? And you're to feel what it feels like to be oppressed. What's most important is when you see data on these slides, okay, and you see data for black people, it's black people who are on top, black people, the oppressors, black people who started a system of slavery to enslave the white people. So when you see the data on the slides of the white people, these are white people who have been victimized by black people. Okay, are we good? Is everyone clear on it? Makes sense? So here's the slave route, pretty straightforward. Here's what happened.
Pause just a second,
And
Stanley.
white people then became the enslaved peoples in the Americas. So here's white slaves picking cotton in 1853. Common image,
Okay,
common all
let's see.
over
Hold on
in the
one
United
second
States.
here.
White slaves picking cotton. These are your ancestors.
My question is, do you think it's possible for young adults that whose ability to think on, grander levels, do you think they'll have the ability to separate themselves from the reality that they live and actually be able to envision what he's trying to portray or get across to them?
Well, some will, some won't. And I'm going to go back to how you raise your kids. I think education begins before you ever get to kindergarten or even daycare. So now you also have to think this is a classroom full of young people.
Correct.
And in my opinion, it's too late, but they are able to change. They're malleable even at this age. So to kind of stop rambling, education starts once your kid starts walking and starts to form language.
I think we already have data that illustrates the exact paradigm he's talking about. I mean,
well, Jane Elliott
the
did this years ago.
The NBA, the NFL. I'm joking. Never mind.
No, actually, I'm not sure. Hold on, facetious or not.
God damn.
That's only a half joke. I think you're right.
Well, the Euros in the NBA might change that a little bit, but they're not.
Oh, I hope they do.
They're not.
Tony Kukoc? Hell yeah, he is paradigmatic in and of himself.
Yeah, but I mean, currently there's far more than just the odd man out. But
yeah, well,
anyway, it's kind of joke, but it is a viable statistic.
But here is where I already think this is going wrong, and nothing wrong. I'm not a PhD level, but I think the paradigm started back in the 17th century. And the reason I say this, well, I'm starting to think that the problem started with it started pre-America. It started with the first slave codes in I think they started Maryland, Virginia around about the 1660s. So this problem, he's starting at a later point. But again, I'm not a PhD. This dude's a professional, so I want to watch.
Well, the only reason why I asked is I hope that what he's trying to do is it doesn't get lost on them, and they actually, see the relevance of what he's trying to show them.
Yeah, but I wasn't joking when I said kids are only as good as their parents. Now,
I get that. A lot of how we see our worldview is based on how our parents perceive it to us as kids growing up.
Parenting is where we went wrong. And I'm not a data guy. I'm not a PhD, but I think, if I took the time, I think we all instinctually know parenting is America's problem. And quite frankly, history intersects and, there are a bunch of different things that go into parenting. You parent your kids according to laws and all that stuff. I think that in 2025, there are plenty ways we're going to create more problems down the line. But the bottom line is parenting is everything. So, and interrupt when you want, because I'm not wedded to this. I thought it was provocative.
Okay, here's white slaves in 1850.
Oh, and by the way, he's being loose with the slaves. And he's gonna, I hope he changes this. But Angry Snowman, and I know Tom knows this, the only reason there weren't white slaves pre-America once the Scots Irish came over here. The only difference is the Scots Irish lived in the hills and they had guns. The plantation class would have gladly enslaved po white trash Scots Irish up in the hills, but they
Well,
were in the
you're right.
hills and they had guns.
You're right to a degree. I mean, some of the
Oh, no,
Scots
no,
and
no.
Irish were
I'm
actually.
not right to a degree. I have documentation.
Well, I'm just saying some of the Scots and the Irish were actual slaves, though. Not all of them. Some of them were. Some of them were
Name
poor
one.
white trash that had no choice.
Indentured servitude is
I'm not talking
slavery.
about the indentured servants.
Give me your sources.
Give you my sources.
Yes, sir. Just off the top of your head, give me a clue to back up this point, because I haven't been able to find one.
I'm just going by some of the articles that I've read throughout life. I can't sit and
give me one of those articles.
I don't know what they are right off the top of my head.
Give me where you read the articles.
It's been years ago.
I probably read some of the same.
Like I said, it's
if you can marry out and your kids are free, that's not the same thing as the way blacks, the chattel slavery, the changing
all
the
slavery had
you
chattel
remember
slavery.
Look, Europeans basically kids inherited their status through their fathers. And what changed?
Except for if you were a slave.
No. I need you to listen. I need you to listen to what I'm saying.
No, Stanley, because you're wrong about that. Chattel's been around ever since since the Romans were enslaving people.
I don't give a shit about the Romans. What do the Romans have to do with my point? Tell me, what is my point and what do the Romans have?
Because American chattel slavery is no different than any other chattel slavery.
It is. Then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now, what's the difference other than it is a Latin name? What's the difference between American slavery and Roman slavery? Do you know off the top of your head?
What's the difference, Stanley?
Matrilineal versus. I was about to get into it. In European history, kids inherited their status through their father.
Unless they were born into slavery.
Motherfucker, you have no clue what you're talking about. I'm not talking. You're not letting me get to my point, and
that's because you're initially stating
interrupting me.
You're leaving out the fact that unless they were born into slavery.
I don't give a shit about your bullshit facts. I'm about to make a fact, and I'll get there eventually. Keep putting up your fuss. What is the difference between blacks in America circa 1662 and 1663 and Europeans and their slavery?
Absolutely nothing.
Oh, there is something. Generally, now in Europe, you could marry out of slavery. Status was patrilineal. What changed, and they had to pass laws that kids from their mother inherited their mother status. That is not what happened in Europe. That is a difference. Just that alone changed the argument that everyone had slaves. American slavery, circa 1661, 62, 63, that is the difference. What is it? I can never remember the Latin phrase. The only similarity is they used Latin words to describe it. It was patrilineal. You inherit your father's status. America or pre-America changed the laws to keep a certain group of people slaves. You go back and you look at the actual history and why they changed the laws. There was intermixing. Okay, so you know, an African slave, like a Sally Hemings, for instance, and this is leaping forward a bit. Sally Hemings was Thomas Jefferson's half sister. Her father was white. Her mother, if I recall, was mixed heritage. So Sally Hemings could pass, to use a term. The only reason she was a slave is because her mother was a slave. Her father wasn't a slave. That law changed in Maryland and Virginia between 1661 and 1663. That is why American slavery is different. Not through the father, through the mother. And then
Sir, all
there's
throughout the
several other
history of the world,
you fuss all you want.
thing and a
Dude, I'm
woman
not
gave
wrong.
birth to a child
Hey,
while
the problem
enslaved,
is
that child was a slave. That's not any
you're
different
full of
anywhere
shit.
else. America
No,
is not
what
different.
a
That
difference.
happened everywhere.
Who passed a law changing it from matrilineage to matrilineage from patrilineage? Name me somewhere else that did that.
Like I said,
Motherfucker,
everywhere across the globe, all throughout history, if your mother was a slave and you were born while she was a slave, you were a slave, Stanley. You can talk over me all you want, but it doesn't change the facts.
Motherfucker, I'll put your ass in the back.
It doesn't change the facts, Stanley, just because you don't want to hear it.
Motherfucker, you bring me facts or you bring me bullshit, and what you're presenting is bullshit.
Dude, you can get online right now and you can look up chattel slavery and they'll tell you the same thing.
Dude, getting online and going back and forth with ad hominems does not change the fact.
It's not an ad hominem, dude, and I haven't used an ad hominem at all. You're the only one using ad hominem, Stanley, because you're wrong.
You know how I debate. Ad hominems are part of my argument. Deal with it or don't. How is America different? And pre-America at this point, Europe was patrilineal in how status was passed on. America, with European heritage, by the way, changed the law intentionally to, if your mother was a slave, all her children are slaves. And if you go back and take the time, the reason the laws were changed is there were several
What was the date this law was changed?
Motherfucker, don't interrupt me.
What was the date that this law was changed?
Motherfucker, don't interrupt me. Wait your turn.
Are you serious? You've interrupted me over and over and over again.
In the back, snowman.
I don't care.
You're gonna go.
You're wrong.
Okay, I'm not wrong. And unfortunately, I haven't thought about it in a while. There were lawsuits where kids would sue for their freedom. My daddy is white and he's not a slave, and the court sided with them. Oh, your father wasn't a slave. You're not a slave. Doesn't matter that you're mixed heritage. The law was changed to make those kids slaves. Okay. And Angry Snowman is angry because he doesn't know his shit. Look it up. So that right there is the difference. And then we can get into the chattel slavery and all that. That what is it? Centrum Partus something or another. I will give you the exact Latin term. That's the only commonality. Centrus sequitur ventrum. Partus sequitur ventrum. That is the difference, Angry Snowman, and you don't know your goddamn history. When I say American slavery was different, literally it's patrilineal. They made it matrilineal to make future slaves. Get off your lazy ass and know this shit. God damn it, I hate stupid people. Any other comments before I move on? Snowman, hit the link. I'm right. you're wrong. I have no doubts.
I knew it, Stanley.
Knew what? I was going to fuss?
No, I knew what you were talking about.
And you know what? Angry motherfuckers coming up here and want to comparing. Um, I think the Spanish probably had very similar things, but they were literally how you pass down status sort of changes. That's what makes the goddamn difference. And little angry snowboy here, people have been born into slavery throughout history. Motherfucker, you're not getting my argument. People have been born into slavery, but you could get out of it if you went to court or your massa decided that you weren't a slave. The difference is it was encoded into law, Snowman. We are a nation of laws. Even pre-America, the colonies had laws. Angry Snowman, if you're going to come up here, you're going to have to do better than everybody did it. Throughout history, motherfucker, I don't give a shit about world history. I'm talking American history and American prehistory. You must do better.
I hate that argument. I hate that argument. I
It's
really
not
do
an
hate that
argument.
argument.
It is ignorance.
I hate it, and I also hate when people say, "Well, your own people sold you." Well, what the fuck?
Well, but it's see, they want essentially what Snowman's argument, and I hope he hits the link. You're welcome back. I didn't put you out. You left. They basically the Thomas Sowell type of argument is if you're a slave is a slave is a slave. Okay, that is just not a nuanced point. The world had slavery. My point is American slavery was different. I mean, shit. Arabian slavery, slavery, if you go back and look at African history, um, European slavery was different than Arabic slavery. I mean, shit, you could be a slave girl, marry your master, and all your children were free. There were no laws talking about, matrilineage. God damn it, not knowing the details, not knowing the subtleties. Angry Snowman, you're used to YouTube, like general arguments. Know the details. So anyway, I'll stop fussing. And you're awake, Virgo. I want to watch the rest of this, and then we can move into recipes. And Snowman's my buddy, but goddamn, dude, those same old tired CT chaotic truth level arguments. You go talk. You're used to dealing with CT and Be Brave and John Galt, motherfuckers who don't give a shit. They just want to sound funny and get high. Every now and again, I actually read a book, and that's the goddamn difference. Damn. So sorry, Virgo.
That should be the name of your next show. Motherfucker, read a book.
You know what? I've been saying it so much I don't have to title the show. So, and here's white slaves in 1858 before the Civil War. Motherfucker, there were no white slaves. If you call them wage slaves, that's not chattel slavery. It's not black people being in the same sort of slavery. That little child could marry up. Black slaves couldn't marry up. The fuck is this idiot talking about? It literally became, oh, you're some cute little Ellie Mae, and some plantation owner could look at you and go, "Oh shit, that's a pretty little girl. I want to make her my wife." She's not a slave, and her kids won't be either. The fuck are y'all talking about? Not, and you know what's really disturbing? And Tom, you're the exception. This is not meant for your ilk. There's some plenty smart people who know their shit. It annoys me that a historically superior and advantaged demographic, y'all have been dumbed down by the same system. Racism in America has affected, and I made this point a few nights ago. This racism bullshit in America has made white people stupid too and ignorant of their own history.
What was
No
this? What was
shit.
this supposed to mean? I'm kidding.
You know what? No, dude. Florida's
No,
going to turn out black and white dumb people. You're going to be ignorant regardless of your heritage.
Hey, the things that I hear people say, it's just I look at them sometimes. I'm like, you really believe that? You haven't studied your history? To my knowledge, it was codified into law. White people could not be slaves in the United States. And the only issue that they ever had was someone proving they were white if they were of mixed blood. But it was, you couldn't be by law after a certain point.
I can't remember. There was a specific case, and I guess I'm going to have to look it up, not tonight. But it was a girl, and this was way before. This is like the early 1600s. A mixed race girl, product of a mixed race marriage. She married a white man, white boy. They were young. So it was something about they couldn't get married or she couldn't inherit. And so she is mixed race, he is white. They took it to court and prevailed because her father was free. That's why the black codes of the early 1600s, Maryland and Virginia, were passed. We need slaves, and marrying out is gonna reduce the number of slaves we will have in the future.
Yes, the laws codified blacks for slavery. They never did that for white people. Never did that for white people.
Yeah. So, we were slaves too. Motherfucker, you're rhetorical slaves. You could marry out.
Well, in the United States, it was indentured servitude for white people. That's
right. And that's not quite the same thing.
It's not the same thing at all. Indentured servitude many times was contractual, and your servitude would end at a certain point.
As a matter of fact, now let's be fair. In 19, those blacks that came ashore were not slaves. They were indentured. Okay, so slavery beginning in 1619, that's incorrect as well. It's rhetorical. It led to slavery. But there were plenty of black people in 1620 that could work their way out of indentured, an indenture contract. It became way more codified in the early 16. I'm sorry. It was the damn it. In the 1660s, it took like 50 years from say 1619. Well, I don't know, 30 years to become encoded into law. And it upsets me that, dude, I don't have rhetoric. Again, I view American culture, politics through an actual historical framing. And I have no reason to make it up. I'm not a goddamn slave. What I say on YouTube is not going to make my son a slave.
Yeah.
So anyway, Tom, I'm embarrassing.
Not
However,
really.
this is bullshit. Angry Snowman, you know me better than this. I don't speak bullshit. Everyone was a slave is Thomas Sowell level groveling to make a buck.
Indentured servitude was super common in Europe.
It's been around forever.
And it wasn't necessary.
yourself
It was actually seen as an opportunity by many white Europeans to uplift themselves. In other words, what they were getting for that servitude was a better thing than they had beforehand, even as bad as it might have been. And certainly passage to America was part of the indentured servitude. Yes, you can come over here. Yes, we will let you work for us.
Point.
You know,
at certain points in time, Virginia, and I'm sure it must have happened before, there were laws that said you can't free your slaves. They were like, motherfucker, if you free your slaves, you better get them out of the state. We don't want too many free blacks running around.
Yeah.
No one ever did that. Now, see, I find that hilarious. Don't free your slaves, because if you do, we're gonna hunt them down, catch them, and sell them south, so they're in slavery again. We just don't want too many free blacks running around.
Well, I mean, and look at all the problems. This
12 years a slave.
Look at all the problems this sociology 119 professor is causing. I mean, I could be real. I mean, obviously, this is an experiment. He is creating a fictional, supposition. All you have to do is look at the photos. Something tells me that is probably an Appalachian family, from the 1930s there, because that photo is not an 1858 Matthew Brady photo. I'm sorry, it's just not. And the previous one wasn't either. Those were just working farm kids.
Well, I've gone off on a weird diatribe, so watch a little bit more, and then I hope Angry Snowman will forgive me, but y'all need to, and not anyone on this panel, but dude, read your own history. Read your American history, and not just what, Governor DeSantis wants you to read.
'58, before we had this Civil War, you can see they're poor. These are the images that you grew up with. Here's wealthy black businessmen in New York City, 1859. This is a common sight. Your ancestors were running the country. So these kinds of photos were all over. These are the power brokers. This is what you're used to seeing to understand who was running the country. Well, it was these folks right here. National Negro Business League Executive Committee. So here's a middle-class black family doing quite well. These are, this part of this community. And then we have the Civil War. And we have the Civil War because people started saying, hey, we can't enslave these white people anymore. Like, we can't do that. But their ancestors said, oh, yeah, we can. And we're going to do it. And so they put soldiers together and armed themselves, and they fought to continue to keep your ancestors in slavery. Okay? Y'all did that. That's your legacy, man. Your people did that. Protecting your heritage. They lost the war, so somehow, you got some kind of freedom, right? And then you have this reconstruction, because we got to now reconstruct the world. We got to reconstruct the South. But this is what it looked like for you all. We had these Jim Crow laws. They started in about 1877 to segregate, because they were still in power. You weren't in power. You didn't get much of anything, but they were still in power. And they decided, hey, we got the power, we're going to rewrite the laws, and we're going to ensure that you don't gain a sense of equality with us. So we're going to separate everything. We're going to just keep it so that we continue to have the power. Okay, so the war ends. The war ended, but you all made sure that it didn't really end. So here's Reconstruction again, poor white families, very common. Ku Klux Klan, like y'all, like you couldn't just leave well enough alone. So what you had to do was you had to go send these militias out because they had to make sure that they just held you in place. Even though slavery was over, they needed to re-enslave you in a way. So they put these militias together to ensure that you all would be afraid to stand up, to make demands, to make anything happen that would benefit your lives. And they just held it down. And so that's all, those are all black people under those hoods. And when you really things really got crazy, that they would come and they would take you away and they would kill you because they could. And they ruled everything, and there was not a damn thing that you could do about it because they ran everything. So those are your white ancestors. And then we look at this. This is great. On the left, those are white people, poor, because these are the images we're used to seeing. And look on the right, the happy black family. Got their house, got their little numbers. Maybe they have your white picket fence. You got it all. And look what you have, right? This is, you're living in probably sharecroppers, poverty, who knows what y'all are really good at this. Yo, anyone can be successful. The U.S. is the land of freedom. Y'all want to be successful? Just work hard. So here's all the young, these successful black women doing their thing. So 1964, the beginning of the civil rights movement. So because you all just refused to do the right thing, you refused again and again and again, finally, enough people in power say, you know what? Nah. We can't do this anymore. The separation, that's Jim Crow, the whole 9 yards. These people have been oppressed long enough, and we're going to start passing some laws. And at this time, 47% of white families live below the poverty line. So you're following this, right? Everyone's following this? Because in reality, I want to be really clear here. In reality, so we're now stepping outside of this role play. In reality, 40% of black families lived below the poverty line, okay, in 1964. But that's not where we're at because we're in a role play. So in the role play, it's 47% of white families live below the poverty line. So that's what you come to understand. This is poverty. Of course, you all don't see that because you're busy living your good life. So you don't see it. And look at that, man. Look at the insulation on the wall. Can the two of you, can you see the newspaper on the wall? That's their insulation. Of course, you don't live like that, but eventually you all start to really rise up and have riots. And when you have riots, all those soldiers, those are black soldiers, and they came to put you down and kill some of you. And then what happens is you decide, hey, they start demanding their rights. And what you do is you riot. Your people riot. And why do your people riot? Because you don't want to give them anything at all. You don't want to give them anything. And so you're rioting. Why are they rioting? Because the government said that they had to allow you, your people, your ancestors, to go to school with their children. And they're like, oh, no, we're not doing that. And so they're rioting. It's like, damn, y'all, that's just cold. But we're all equal now because we all have equal chances to succeed. Do we not? That's it, right? That's what it is. We're all equal now. We got equal chances to succeed. Got that? Remember that, because that's important that you remember that. You're all equal. You got equal chances. So let's look at this. So here, once again, these are these images we see all the time. White homelessness, white poverty, white people really just trying to just get by. We see these images. We talk about our cities and all the white people in cities, and you get tired of seeing all the white people in cities, and you're talking about it all the time, and you're like, wow, what the hell? What are we going to do with all these white people? But look at you. Actually, you see all the black people living a good life. Now, there are white
Yeah, well, you know what? I think we all get the point. We're not students. Any comments?
Uh, this is why when I was in college, I just zoned out a lot in class because, and I maybe it's worse now, but it's like it would have only taken one sentence for me to get this, and I appreciate all the photos and all the reinforcement, but it's like, yeah,
Right.
I get it. It's a
Yeah, but you were at a slight advantage.
I'm not talking about just this situation. I'm talking
Well,
about
no,
when a professor would.
you personally in okay, well, you're talking largely. I'm talking more specifically about the sociological. It's a sociology class. You would not been one of those students. You'd have gotten it in a sentence. Oh, actually, you would have known it before you ever set foot in.
Yeah.
I think. See, and this is the weird thing that I would never love about being a teacher. You might have to make the dramatic points and the props and bringing the four students up there who may or may not even be couples. um that's how you have to teach some people,
Yeah,
the
I understand.
the drama.
I understood that too.
You get it instantly.
When I was in school, I understood that too. It was okay.
Right.
I get this. Well, broadcasting. I had an incredible broadcasting program in my high school. So everything I took there for the first 2 years, at least, if not more, was the review. And it's like, okay, I understand. This is not, but it would also make me zone out. It would be, okay, I understand it's an erase, record, play head. And if I use a degosser, the tape will be erased. Yeah, I go, Jesus God, please quit explaining it. But these examples are all great. I think they will learn when they start engaging in the actual role play. That's when you'll learn it.
The sad part is they have to learn to role play, role play in a in a sociology class. This should have started in their own homes when they were like 2.
Yeah, LARPing. They've been LARPing their whole lives and they can't role play in a class.
So, unless you want to see more Virgo or Tom, I think we all get it.
Unless there's some crazy good actual interaction from the role play. No,
you
I'm
never
good.
know. There might be.
Yeah.
Let's check it
this
out.
right here, I know will be good.
Oh, yeah, and I designed to piss us off. Those kids are still sitting in the chair now. What I'm hoping is some weird form. Well, maybe hearing what the kids have to say might be fun. He put microphones in their hand. Are you interested in that?
Well, yeah, and if you hover over those things, it's
Yeah.
what's it say?
Yeah.
But the closed caption is obscuring what the section is about. But anyway.
Oh, Tom, you're exposing my flaws. Let's see. Let's turn those.
You just have to click on the
off.
CC button actually down there. But you're good now.
Man.
Let's see here.
One of these days I'll get it. But I do want to see, the kid that
We're
will
all
be
equal,
interesting.
right?
What do the kids have?
Yeah, this is the part that's either going to be good or not. But
So if he got beat up like that, I think he deserved it. He probably did something.
Oh, I'm going to be
He must have done
disappointed. I can tell already.
Yeah, I think even though statistically you guys are more likely to be pulled over and killed and you have to code switch all the time when talking to the police, I think like you said, like Blue Lives Matter. And my dad's like a cop, and like my family has a long history of being cops. So like I just know they wouldn't do anything bad.
Yeah,
Even
they don't
though
do
like
that stuff.
the statistics and like the pictures and all the cases and the kids. Yeah.
So they must be causing it, right? I mean, if you're doing that, like this guy did something.
Knowing that the law enforcement system is targeting you because of your skin color
It's targeting
they're
you,
supposed to
white
be
people.
protecting us, but we're getting arrested for smaller crimes or being punished more harshly. We've seen it all over the news and social media.
So, is this like a racism thing that you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
talk about a lot in
Yeah.
your white communities?
Yeah, there was fully a movement in 2020 for it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Trying to call out the unequal treatment of white people.
Yeah.
Uh huh. And were you part of that movement? Because you want fairness, right? You guys went out and
Yeah, I feel like we like tap into the movement like every now and then.
Post a square on
Yeah,
Instagram,
just a
yeah.
square, nothing too much.
Yeah, huh. Interesting. And here's another thing that you all do that's really interesting. Remember the Civil War that we talk about? These guys, what they do to keep you enslaved, okay? They'll do this thing where they do reenacting of the Civil War. Isn't that wild? Like they
Clayton
go and they
Bigsby's
get
when he was young.
from the Civil War, from their ancestors whose sole purpose of fighting that war was to keep you enslaved. And then they like start reenacting battle scenes. Here's this guy. He's a rally organizer. See the Confederate flag and stuff? They're flying that all around.
Hate that flag a lot.
Because why do you hate it? What's it represent?
Represents oppression and people's like unwillingness to change, to forget the past and move on.
Yeah, why do you fly the flag? Why do you do that? Why do you do this reenactment stuff? Like, what are you doing? Why do you do that? Why do you keep going? You know how they feel about it.
Well, who that must be tough guy.
I don't
Can't
associate
be
with
tough
this, like,
guy.
Isn't that
when
Ryan?
my grandma has it up at Thanksgiving, like I just say, can you put it
Yeah,
down,
why does
please?
he
It's
say
like a
"let me up" and then snore?
It's big, make America great again.
I'm not snoring. I'm just having problems with my
I'm
mic.
trying to get back to the good days.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can now.
Flag meant something.
Okay, sorry.
First I heard your
are forgetting where.
your sleep apnea.
What about what it means now?
No, I wasn't sleeping. I was having my mic was really getting. I'm just having a hard time with these headphones.
It's their heritage. So you all
Heritage not hate. Heritage not hate.
So I wanted to comment. The guy's name
wait,
is Sam.
are you really gonna talk over this or ask me to stop it?
I was gonna tell you.
Are you
about,
gonna do a 12th man?
No. Okay, just stop it for a second because you asked me.
You know what?
People who have gone through the history that you've gone through.
Okay,
You asked me
just
a question.
stop it for a second. Where
All right,
did you
maybe
learn
maybe
your
10
manners?
seconds. All right, I apologize. May we stop it, please, Stanley? Will you do me the gratitude of
It
stopping
stopped. Speak your piece.
All right, so the guy's name is Sam, and he's actually really good with a lot of.
Who is Sam?
He's a teacher.
Oh, this dude.
Yeah, he's a teacher. It's
know him?
actually
You know him well enough to call him Sam?
no, but if you watch some of the videos that he has, it's really a. I think it's a good
I have
class.
watched his videos before.
Yeah. So
if you recall, it was River of Hate. That's his name. Who put us up to it? Remember months ago?
Maybe. I don't know. He's been MIA, so I don't know. But
Oh, he pops up every now and again when I
with the River of Hate too. A river of hateful comments. A river of hateful comments. So, but no, here. So my issue with this, like, I think this is a great lesson, and he has awesome lessons. Like,
and I don't.
You don't think he has good lessons?
I don't think this one in particular is good.
I don't like this one either, and I was just going to comment on it because, to me, here's the issue that I have. Right, I was trying to explain this in the chat, but you weren't. I don't think you were getting what I was saying, which is why I'm calling in.
Well,
I think what
God,
it
so
creates.
you can explain those ridiculous chats.
Yeah. So the issue I have is, if you were to take the classroom, the whole class, and say, okay, these were the students that were oppressed, and you switch them or whatever.
Okay, no, you're already starting off wrong, and I'm just not in the mood. The
I'm
class
not. How
is
am I starting a problem?
substandard, but he's doing the best he can with the material he has. The
But
problem is
okay.
parenting.
The problem, in my opinion, with
And
this
some
particular,
sociology professor at an expensive university, I personally think he's doing it for a paycheck. He's not going to be able to fix these kids.
well, I think the problem with
Now, I'm cynical on
this particular control panel. Here's the problem, in my opinion. Okay, he's saying this group and then this group. The problem he's not looking at is the fact that he's got a 2-on-2 here. And in my opinion, you're talking about 1 out of 100 whites had the money for slaves. That's it.
Okay, you know what?
However,
No, you can stop there.
go ahead.
I think you should just stop there. You want to harp on slavery and skip over the 100 years after.
He's talking
This slave.
specifically about
No,
slavery.
motherfucker, don't you, Ryan? I
He's talking.
I will castigate your point, and I will make you want to leave this panel with that kind of bullshit.
Well,
Okay,
castigate
you
it
want
then.
to talk about slavery, and you want to skip over the next 100 years, and the 100 years after that. Well, the 60 years after that, and pretend that Jim Crow didn't happen. Do better. You
I
are the
never
angry.
have done
You
that.
are you are you are the angry snowman of Baltimore, Maryland. You
I
don't
don't
get.
live in Baltimore.
You don't get. You don't even get your own argument.
I do get my own argument.
I do not give a shit about slavery. This class is the best we can do now, but don't you dare come up here, talk about only 1%. Motherfucker. Talk about the argument of a Wilmington, North Carolina, where you know what? You have a certain hue of your skin. Even if you you're better than the blacks. Be brave is
I'm
a
well
direct
aware of
motherfucker.
that,
Do
Stanley.
not
Why are you screaming?
disturb my point, dude? You're gonna be gone in about 2 seconds. I
Go
will
ahead,
make my
Stanley.
point. Okay,
Go ahead.
be
I'm waiting.
brave. Explain, be brave, and then you can talk to me, motherfucker. If you can't get my be brave, and obviously you are that 99%. 100 and some years later. Okay, you want to motherfucking piss and moan about the 1% being rich, and you don't fucking get it. This
No,
is
I
so
do get it.
annoying.
I do get
Motherfucker,
it.
you don't know. Ryan, I've been
You don't
talking to
even let
you
me
for
finish
a
what I'm
month.
saying.
I don't give a shit what you have to say going forward until you absorb what I'm saying. You're
I've
1%,
absorbed it,
only
Stanley, 100
1% on
times.
only 1% were rich and had slaves. Motherfucker, you all benefited from it.
I benefited
As a matter
personally.
of fact,
Definitely.
when I say racism affected everyone, black people will go on to John Galt's show and talk about the high yellows in fucking stinky braids. What you don't goddamn understand is we all swim in this brew that America was founded in. Motherfucker,
Yes, never
1%.
disagree.
Mother, don't interrupt me. Don't even talk because you have pissed me off, Ryan. You want to come up here and make this weird 1%, only 1%. Therefore, the poor whites were victims too. Motherfucker, you
No,
don't even
that
know
wasn't
what
the
you.
argument.
Okay, dude, I'm going to put you in the back. Do not interrupt. I will finish what I'm going to say uninterrupted, and then you can react afterwards.
Okay, go ahead.
Of all the motherfuckers, all this economic knowledge, and your limitation is you want to view everything through who is rich or not. This is why economists suck. They should stick to their numbers and their beans to count. They're not human. Now that's an ad hominem, I will admit, but I'm gonna continue. The 1% owned slaves. They employed white overseers, and even after slavery, okay, there was a Wilmington, there was a Greenwood, there was a Utah, Alabama, there was a Rosewood, Florida. Motherfucker, the white skin became currency because the 1% in the South, the plantation class, were controlling y'all too. Hence my point about racism affects all Americans regardless skin color, heritage, sex, class, it does not matter. The bullshit about only 1%, therefore black people should give white people a break, that's motherfucking Lay's potato chip crunchy. It it tastes good. You can't just eat one, but it's not good for you. Don't you ever come up to my panel with that bullshit again. Think harder.
Are you finished?
Now, what's your, yeah, motherfucker, and I might start again, depending on, I get this weird impression that you're adjusting your headphones and going, "Oh, that crazy man."
Not at all.
Motherfucker,
I'm literally
this
giving you the
part I
decency
do know.
of allowing you to
Dude,
finish.
what
Since
you
you
want
asked
to
for that.
know is the whites who were your West Virginia ancestors weren't black. That was the point. Okay, the currency became phenotype. So it didn't matter whether you were rich, you weren't black, was the currency. Now deal with that goddamn point directly. And if
So
you
you don't.
can't, then shut the fuck up.
I called to address Sam's
I
specific
don't
thing, but
give
I
a
can
fuck
address what
about
you're saying.
then you know what? I've blown your point. I don't give a shit about your point. Let's just start there.
Okay,
Your
so
point, we all get this isn't Ryan's to come up and be Sam's boyfriend.
okay, go ahead.
It was a poor lesson. The best he can do. I don't mean to shit on Sam because I don't know Sam. He is a full professor at a major state university. The kids are all probably great kids. I'm being a little facetious and with my little, niggling, and I use that word specifically, criticisms of them. What I'm saying is it's too little too late. These kids just want a grade. I don't get their buy-in, and you are one of those kids, Ryan.
Why do you say that? I don't. I mean, if I
Because
could
you want
ever.
to come up and talk about Sam instead of what Sam is talking about. That's why.
Sam was trying to show that there's been two
Oh, for
classes
God's sake.
in the United States for a long time, okay? And that there's still downstream
There's
effects from the racism, from slavery, from Jim Crow, which I've never disagreed with.
When did the
Ever.
downstream start, Ryan? What is the date that the downstream started?
Well, when slavery started to
Motherfucker,
occur in the
it's
United States.
easy.
You don't let anybody talk, Stanley. It's. I literally agree with most
No,
of the shit you say,
talk
right?
too slow. Either
Okay,
you know the shit or
that's
you
the way I
don't.
talk. That's the
You
way
know
I
what?
talk.
It's the way you think that's the problem. Talking
It's
is
not the way I
downstream. Talking is downstream of thought.
Sam, I got Sam's point. I got it, and I get your point, and I've always got your
You
point.
know what? Everyone gets Sam's point. His kids, those 4 are going to make an A.
I've never denied that after slavery.
I don't care if you
we've
deny. Do
discussed
you
it.
get the point? Dude, do you get the point?
the point of
What
what
is
Sam
my
was
what is
saying?
okay?
Yes.
Let me give you a little test. Pretend
We've
I'm
had a
Sam.
we've had a two-class
Pretend
system
I'm
in the
Sam.
United
Let's
States for a long time.
for the
Go
sake
ahead.
of this panel and brevity in
Yeah.
the entertainment of the chat. What is my
Go
point,
ahead.
Ryan?
I got
Your
to step
point is
out.
it's not just slavery. There were
Sorry.
Jim Crow following, and there were a two-class system in the United States based on your skin color for a long, long time. I've
There was a
never
two-class
ever disagreed
system.
with that, and it put
There was a
yeah.
two-class system based on color of skin.
Okay, there were
Did you
people were
just say
treated
that?
differently. Yeah, that's what I said. There were people were
Oh my
treated
lord!
differently.
I
How
got,
is that
All
not
right.
the case?
I got to
You
step
know
out. I'll be
what?
back later.
It is the case.
Am I using the
As
wrong word,
always, I
Stanley?
appreciate it.
Bye.
Am I using the wrong word by saying class? There were
No,
a
no,
two-tier system.
you're telling me what you understand.
Okay. I literally, it's like you can't win. You can't win.
No,
You can't win.
motherfucker. But please continue. There is a two-class system based on color of skin.
Yeah. People were treated differently
Well,
based on the fact that they were black or white. What? How else can I say that? I mean, you're literally categorizing me as be fucking brave here, which I'm not be brave. I've never denied the existence of Jim Crow, of nothing you say I've ever said, hey man, that's just not true. Because I've never said it.
So you
Okay,
see
people were treated
American
differently.
history. So you see American history as black and white.
No, you were stating that, and I agree with that. People were treated differently based on their birth.
No. Don't tell
that
me.
they could not control.
I asked what you think. Does Ryan think that
There were the
is a
whites,
two?
and there were everybody else. The blacks, I believe, got the worst of it. I think if you could assimilate like you were a Greek, you could be whitish, right? You could fit in better. But if you were black, you stood out, and they treated them terrible. And I've never fucking denied that. And you act like I have, like I'm some asshole, and that's just not the case. It's never been the case.
Well, Ryan, you totally don't get my point. I don't think you understand the problem.
What's the
That's
problem?
really my. You know what? Listen to.
I mean, you've stated in detail for
No,
5
I
minutes.
literally don't think
based on phenotype, based on. I got all that part. I got it.
Okay, well, when you boil it down, don't forget the nuance.
I think that it literally, for post-slavery, it was probably worse in a lot of ways, in a lot of areas. Jim Crow wasn't just in the states that it was in; it was everywhere. There's the whites. They didn't let black people go to war and fight alongside of whites in Germany. I mean, it's fucked up. I never
war
have
would have
denied
been
or
a privilege. War was the worst of our problems. Don't
the first
let
integrated
black
war
people go
was
to
Korea.
war. Don't let us go to war. We don't want to die, but if you ask us to go.
But many black people wanted to go to war. They wanted to fight for their country. Tuskegee Airmen, we know about that. Vietnam was the first integrated war.
Which war did the Tuskegee Airmen fight in?
The World War II, Stanley. I know history. Some history. Maybe not the specific history that you know. Yeah, sure. I know December 7th. I know June 6th.
What happened on December 7th? What happened?
December 7th.
Hold on. What happened on June 6th?
The D-Day.
Okay. Now, what happened after D-Day?
Are you really asking me that? The United States, England, Canada, and Australia at Juno Beach,
are we going to limit
Normandy?
Well, okay.
There was an invasion by air and sea, the largest invasion in history that occurred, amphibious assault on Normandy and various other beaches in the north of France, of which they They created a bulkhead and then they pounded their way in. And by the way, there were a bunch of troops sacrificed at Calais in order to make it happen. I mean, I do read some history. I'm not just a fucking
Right.
complete idiot. You know, I've read history of the South and North. Not much on Civil War, not much on Revolutionary War, but I do read some history. I'm not a complete moron. You know, at the end of the day, I know what you stated throughout a lot of your stuff. I've never disagreed with it. I've never said, "No, it's bullshit." What I was saying was, and I believe that a lot of people, there's more nuance to some of these things than just simple, you know, this is this and this is that. And your argument is always, well, we had a tier system, class system, whatever you want to say, in America.
So that's
right?
not a this is this
I've never
and this
disagree
is
with
that
that.
argument.
Well, what is that? I'm not as good at the English language as you,
My
Stanley, obviously.
argument, well, then don't use the language and leave it to other people to explain.
Well, if I don't agree with you on
you
something,
you literally, and maybe I misunderstood you, but essentially you see the slavery in America thing is there were black people and there were white people.
I know that there were. You mean like in terms of like there were black slaveholders?
Okay.
Black people and white people. What do you mean by that?
Sure, there were. There were black slave owners. Yes, that is true.
There were black and white people
Now
in America.
that there were black slave owners, what does that mean? Does that mean slavery was okay?
You're really asking me that, Stanley? Come on, man. You know me better
Yes,
than that.
I am really asking you that.
Having read what I've, come on, man. You think slavery was okay?
No,
yeah,
no,
slavery
don't
was
come
great.
on,
It's
man,
fucking
me.
awesome.
There
No,
were black
of course,
slave owners. There were
slavery
black
was a
slave owners.
disgusting
Does that
institution that
make
was terrible,
does that make
obviously.
slavery okay? No. Does that make
I mean, you really got to
slavery
ask me. That's
okay?
shocking
Okay,
to me.
motherfucker,
No, it
you're
wasn't
gonna
good.
overtalk me, and I am not be brave.
Well, go ahead.
There were black slave owners. What does that mean? Why is that relevant?
It's not relevant. You said they're black and white. I thought that's what you were going to
No,
say.
don't
It wasn't
base
just
it
black
on
and white.
what Stanley says. Base
I
it
made
on
an
what
assumption.
Ryan thinks. No.
I think that
It's not an assumption. There were black.
I made an assumption.
There were
I
black
did, not you.
motherfucker. There were black slave owners. There were Cherokee slave owners. Now, what does that mean? Black slave owners, Cherokee slave owners, but let's go back. Well, you know what? Let's throw the Cherokee in there too. What does slave ownership by other than white people, does that make slavery better? Does it make it worse? Does it make it more acceptable?
It was the law of the land, and it was a terrible institution. Simply put, I mean, I don't think there's any other thing you
Well,
can't justify
there
it.
are many criticisms of that. So when slavery ended, what became the huge problem? Because I do agree, and I bet you will agree with me. Dwelling on slavery, and we should, but most people want to just go, oh, that was the law of the land. What are we going to do? They were men of the times. Now, I think the most egregious part of America was post-slavery. Now, tell me,
I said that
why that
ago.
was bad.
Because
motherfucker, then we are recapping the wisdom you gave us.
You're just, I don't think, my point was about Sam's class and his teaching. It wasn't meant to create an issue.
And
you and I get along fairly well.
Sam's teaching is a little too late. It's
I was
good
very
teaching.
proud.
It's good.
I was very
teaching.
proud to. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying it's a little too late because America. He's trying to put a cap back on a soda bottle that's already overflowing.
Okay.
He can't fix it. he can only stem the flow of blood. And my joke is these four people will go back to being the same people they were after they make an A in the class.
Okay. My whole thing was about the way he was teaching the class. That I feel that, in my opinion, and by the way, you know, I found out that I had a Union soldier. The only person I know that was in my family pre about 1920, 1930 was, which was my granddad. My great grandfather was a Union soldier, and I was like, that's really awesome. And I guess I felt less, like, man, these fucking people were pretty shitty. What they did was terrible, obviously, right? And I'm part of that lineage. But I learned of that, and I was really proud
Motherfucker,
of that.
you're part of what lineage?
Just being
Dude,
white.
you
I'm
feel
part of a lineage
guilt
of.
because okay, let me dispel you of the notion that you had anything to do with what your great relative. The
Well,
fuck
I
would
know
you
I
feel
did.
guilty about
Okay.
that?
No,
Well,
let me
then
finish.
why? Okay, well, I know you're proud of your Union heritage, but it matters why.
I've never met him. I don't know him. It's not. It means nothing.
Well,
Okay.
you
To
you
me,
probably never met his daughter or son.
I was like, that's pretty cool. I just know somewhere back in West Virginia. He went home to
It's good to be
West Virginia.
proud, but it has nothing to do with you. He might have been great. He might have been not so great, but what does it have to do with Ryan?
I don't think this is
Other
productive at
than
this
being a
point.
relative, a great relative, someone you're proud of, but what does it have to do with Ryan specifically?
It's not. It's not really a productive conversation at this point, Stanley. It's
It
not
was
going to
never a
go anywhere.
productive conversation in the first place. Dude, when you come up here, sometimes it'll be gentle. Sometimes it'll be
My
like
point
Brian
was
Nichols.
about Sam's
I think
specific lesson.
Brian Nichols is feeling your pain.
What pain is that? What pain is that?
He says Stanley's talking economic class. And no, I'm not.
My whole point was his control sample, in my opinion, wasn't
And I
accurate
don't care about any of
based
this.
on
I
the
literally just said,
examples. Okay, well then we disagree on it. It's easy.
no,
We just
we don't.
disagree
There's
on it.
nothing to disagree
But you
on.
want to give me the
This is
history of American slavery and then Jim Crow and all this shit. I'm like,
oh
there's
no.
examples on TV
You
that were showed with the white family and the black family, right? Like when he was showing that is what I was referencing. And you turned it into this
what was
other
your
thing.
oh yeah, I turned it into something much bigger.
Well, for 5 minutes, I called in and spoke for 1 minute, and then you spoke for 5. So no.
And what
You went for 5
do you-
minutes.
is this the fairness doctrine on this panel?
No. I just think
All
that,
I'm saying,
in my opinion, and by the way, I'm not proud of what anyone's ever done that I don't know that's in my family
what
or
the
some
fuck are you
bullshit.
talking? Do you? Let me ask you a
I'm
question.
not, as if I did something.
I would
As if
never
I did something.
know about any of this stuff had you not brought it up. And let me, as a 60-year-old black man, tell you, Ryan, who gives a fuck what your relatives did? I care about Ryan
I
does.
don't care either. My point is, I thought it was pretty cool. I was like,
It
that's
is
really
cool.
cool.
Oh no! Don't think I'm not saying it's
But it's
not
not awesome.
cool.
It's just cool. It's like, oh, fucking hey, that's cool.
You know what? Let's just say it's awesome. I mean, West
that?
Virginia seceded from Virginia because it was not Virginia. You know, the two sides
There's a north.
separated the state. But the irony is that West Virginia probably has more Confederate battle flags per capita than Virginia does.
Nowadays.
When's the last time you've been to West Virginia?
No, many moons. But my point was about Sam's lesson.
Oh, by the way,
the lesson.
I literally
and it wasn't about
live
all this other
in
shit.
Warren. Hold on, I know West Virginia fairly well. At least the Martinsburg, Winchester. I'm on the border. I can see into West Virginia part. And they're good people too. I like West Virginia, but they're more Confederate than Virginia is.
Probably at this point, I would say it's not. I don't go. I mean, I haven't been there in years and years and years and years because my family moved out of there.
Oh, well, you've probably been there. Shit. It's been easily 20 years.
I haven't been there in 20. Yeah, I've been there 20 years ago, but I was driving through it. Not much there. It's kind of a shithole.
Oh shit! Driving through West Virginia.
I mean, it's a
That must
pretty
have been a
place, but
thrill. Oh,
there's
absolutely
not
it
much
is.
there.
Wet, wild, wonderful, wonderful, wild. It's wild and it is hilly and it is, dude. I love the mountains.
Yeah,
So,
it's pretty.
I think, and I'm gonna, you know, Ryan, you're an economics based mind. Um, I think economics is downstream of culture.
Yeah,
So
and we
we'll
disagree
never
on that.
agree on some of this stuff.
That's fine. That's fine. But
No,
I don't.
you
I'm
think
sure.
economics drives culture, and I think that is ridiculous.
I think it drives everything, but that's just my position.
And
That's my viewpoint.
do you drive the car or does the car drive you?
Well, it depends on the day. The
Does
car's
your
driving me.
life live to drive economics, and let's call economics the car? Are you the
Listen.
culture? Are you the culture driving the
I'm.
economic that is
Let's
your
put it this way.
car?
In about two
Motherfucker, wait,
seconds.
hold it. Let me give you a better example. How much do you cost? But I know that car costs something. The car is
Here.
the economics. You are the buyer.
Here's what's happening at this
Economics
moment.
is something. Economics is something the culture buys. You can choose your type of economics. You can choose to walk. You're full of shit. You don't understand culture versus economics, yet you're driving
Well,
your economics. You are literally driving your economic vehicle. You're the culture pointing it into where you want to go. And if you can't understand this example, then I have
no,
failed.
I get it. Listen,
You are not
right this morning,
economics.
because I'm getting ready to pull
Even
up on
as
a job
much as
site.
you want to be,
Now let me finish.
you are not economics because slavery ended with the 13th Amendment. you used to be economics.
Well, right now, I'm getting ready to pull up on a job site in a vehicle that I don't want to be driving this early and get into a big fucking argument. So we're gonna pick this up later. All right, my friend.
No,
I'm getting ready to.
I'll be
Yeah, I
around
got to
at
get
least
out.
for a
I'm getting
little
ready to
while.
fucking kill these people.
All right, well don't
I love you
hit
anyway.
him. Don't hit. Don't hit.
Nah, it's just gonna get these guys have fucked this job up beyond all recognition, and it's
Oh my
not
lord.
good. So, but I'll be on
Well,
later.
no,
I love you.
I'm gonna be interested in how you resolved it.
I'll let you know.
All right.
I'll let you know. I'll be back. See you. All right, guys. See you.
Good
Bye.
luck.
Bye.
Well, then Virgo, are you still there?
Yep.
Oh my lord. Still there?
Yeah, I am. Can you hear me?
Well, thank God. Talk sense. Yeah, I'm a little wound up. I just saw so many bad things with these arguments. So this is why I love women. You can talk me down. I am so annoyed from John Galt's that politics bullshit that Clue brought up. These motherfuckers do not understand shit. How do we raise such bad fucking, like, you don't have to be an academic to read a history book or a law book. Where do we raise these people who can't critically think? You bring up a multicolored triangle or pyramid, as they call it. Oh, it can't be triangles anymore. It has to be a pyramid. Fuck that bullshit. Well, I'm going to. You know what? I'm going to do this. I am thoroughly curious. Let's see how this goes.
What?
You know what? Pop the balloon, find love plus size edition. Let's see if it's either raining men or I don't want to bump no more with a big fat woman edition. You don't, you're too young to remember that song. I ain't gonna bump no more with a big fat woman.
No, I don't
You
believe I
don't
know that
remember
song.
that?
Mm-mm.
Oh, Google it. It is, it's kind of a joke song, I guess. But or unless you have a choice, because I don't get to have you on these panels anymore. You've been busy.
Yeah. Only reason why
You
I
want to do you want to do food, don't you?
no, I could wait. I mean, I'm up.
All
I
right. Well,
already took a
you know
little
what?
cat
I
nap.
don't get to talk to you. What you want to do?
Took a little cat nap, and I'm
How's your
good.
dog?
So my doggy, oh, Jake is fine. He's fine.
Good.
Everybody's doing well. So
Well, good.
even me, I mean, it's could have been a
Well,
lot
I've been
worse.
asking about you for days. You said you were good. You've even taken a little wine. So, if you sipping that wine, I know you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Any thoughts after the hospital? Anything you learned?
Uh, no, same old shit. I mean,
You learned nothing?
I've never had gallstones before. Never.
So,
So,
and if it's not too personal, what is the prescribed course? I mean, are they going to tell you how to get rid of them? Is surgery inevitable?
well, yeah, they gave me medication to break them up so I can pass them. But if I can't pass them with the medication, then yes, I may have to get my, and 50-50, I may have to get my gallbladder taken out, which I don't want. Because I heard you, once you take that out, you have to be on a very restrictive diet. And I don't restrict myself from the foods I love. I just moderate it. I don't, it's not like I'm eating fried chicken every day, but god damn it, if I want a piece of fried chicken, you know, on a Sunday, I'm gonna have it.
Or two?
Well, that's where the limitation comes in. But yeah, I may sneak another piece.
Hey, we finally, my sister and I have known each other for roughly 59 years. So we are close. And so she wandered over today and She's we got to talking about kids and all those idiot things they do. So we finally made it over to Rooster's Corner Cafe. And I've been wanting to, take her there and show her, oh, that goddamn food. Oh my lord. How do these people do it? And she's a bit of a foodie too, like us, you, me, and her. Oh my god, the cabbage was fucking good. The macaroni was good. I didn't have the chicken because I had it before. So and I there's a joke embedded in this. It's something women do that is so goddamn annoying. So, I recommended the chicken. I had the catfish, fried catfish. So, and I'm like, because I had the chicken before. So, you know, what the fuck is it with women that, oh, let me have a little bit of your catfish? Motherfucker, don't put your fork on my plate. If you want catfish, go order it.
Yeah.
The fuck?
It's
What is it? So, all the food was great. And she tried my catfish, which is offensive. So
Joe
she goes and
hates that.
orders catfish to take back to her husband. And I'm like, why did I wanted and I could have, but I hadn't seen her in a while and I've known her for fucking almost 60 years. I wanted to say, no, don't put your goddamn, don't, no, if you want catfish, get the shit. But she's my sister, so I couldn't do
No,
it. What the
Joe
fuck
does the
is it
same
with
thing to
women
me.
and let me try some of yours?
Yeah. Joe does the same thing to me. And let
He
me
does
tell
it
you,
to you?
no, he hates when I want to sample
Oh,
something of
okay.
his.
Thank God. And what the fuck is it with
But
you?
let me tell you, like I'm a grazer, so when I take a plate of
Okay, that
food,
explains it. Really?
well, yeah, well, I'll leave my food and then I'll come back to it, and then he's already eaten it, and I'm like,
Well, let me ask.
why would you
So,
do that?
Mr. Virgo takes your food?
He does, but he hates when I take
What?
his
Oh, you know what? I
or
think
ask for a
you
bite
are
of his.
making this Mr. He does not take your food. If you're at a restaurant, he does not go, "Can I try some of that?"
Well,
Now
usually,
does now does he? Tell the truth.
no, as of lately, usually when we go to a restaurant, we share an appetizer, and then
That's not the same thing.
we'll
That's
share like
that's
one,
an agreed.
yeah, and then we'll share one plate of food. But it's because we frequently go to like mom and pop restaurants where the
This
the
was a
food
mom and
portions are
pop
just
restaurant. Now,
huge.
okay, all I have to say is you are lying. Your husband does not go put a goddamn fork on your plate. And it was a clean fork. She didn't drag that shit from between her lips and get it near my plate. Your husband
Well,
doesn't
at
do
least it
that.
was a clean fork.
Look, I think you're lying, and I'm gonna take Mr.
Oh,
Virgo's side.
Stanley.
I know he does not do that. Virgo, you are at fault.
Stanley, I tell you, when we're at home and I leave I eat half my plate and I'd leave like the rest, to come back to. I catch him
It'll be
just
your dog or
eating.
your daughter. Your husband doesn't do that.
Oh,
I hope.
he does it. He does it. He does it to me all
All
the
right.
time. But he hates when I ask him, see, I ask. He just takes it.
Well, maybe that
I'm
should
like,
be
honey, can I try some of your blah, blah, blah? Get your own.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. That's what I wanted to do, Virgo. No.
oh my God. We got into the biggest argument a couple of weeks ago. I forgot what it was that was made or his mom brought home.
Now wait, hold
Eh,
it. I'm now at a restaurant. Now homemade food is different. If you're in your own kitchen, that's different.
Oh
I'm
no,
talking at a
usually at a
restaurant.
restaurant, if we order two different dishes, I'll
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
I'll offer him a piece of mine. I'll be like, "Oh my God, this is so good." And then
Yeah,
he'll be like,
and you
"Hey, this
offer
is
it
so
because you
good."
want a piece of his.
Yeah, yeah. So he can see that I'm sharing.
Oh my Lord.
I don't know what it was that his mom brought home, and I didn't want to take the whole thing because I didn't want to waste it. So
Eat it.
I told him, "Let me get a little piece of yours." He literally told me no. I was so pissed.
Well, see,
And he's like,
that is marriage. Knowing how to say no is is marriage. What you
and he
gonna do?
refused. And that, let me tell you, that motherfucker never ever gave me a piece of whatever it was. I forgot what it was. And I'm like, well, I don't want to take one whole one because I don't want to waste it if I don't
Fuck
like
that.
it.
Either take the whole thing or don't.
Oh,
I'm channeling Mr. Virgo. That's what he wanted to tell you.
yeah, that's what he wanted to say. He dares not to say that to me. And he was so annoying that day, and he refused to give me a piece to the point where I saw red and I just went in the room and just laid down
Really?
and like refused to talk to him for
You
like a couple
cried
of
because
hours.
you couldn't have a piece. Really? Look,
Hey,
you know what?
but if we're fighting over him giving me a piece of his whatever, and that's the
I
biggest
hope you're
argument
talking
that I
about
could
food.
think of, uh, we have a good thing going.
Oh no, no doubt. I'm kind of jealous. Shit, I'd like to still be married. But look,
Oh,
the whole thing about and this isn't. I've been on dates back in the day. What the fuck is this? Can I try some of yours? Do you want some of mine? It's always no. If I wanted what you're eating, I would have ordered it.
well, it doesn't make sense to order the same thing if
Okay, it does
if
not
we're gonna
make the
order two
same.
different plates, it's we can
No, let's
share.
do 4 different plates. You get a whole plate of mine, and if I want it, get a whole plate of yours. So I have a whole plate of yours, I have a whole plate of mine. You have a whole plate of yours and a whole plate of mine, and do not fucking just let's share, but across the table. This put your goddamn fork. it, it just does not work for me. You know, don't put your. I just can't do it.
So
And
you
I
don't do
know it
well with
sounds so
family
weird.
style dinners
No,
where
my son, like said, "Hey, there's some Wendy's there and all that shit." Motherfucker, he put a bite mark in that burger. I threw the whole goddamn thing away. I'm not
oh, my
fucking
daughter
eating
is like
after
that. Like
you. I'm not
she
fucking eating
will
after you.
my daughter will get livid if I touch anything of hers, what any pieces of
But and
food.
you
She
know
won't eat
what?
it.
She is so right. Fuck that shit.
But
If you
but my
wanted to
sons,
make your own, yeah, you know what? Your sons, you're their mother. Motherfucker, I'm not eating after any of y'all.
Oh my God, Stanley.
No, I'm serious. But you know me, I don't like my food to touch on my plate. That's stressful.
I, let me tell you, my daughter, if she makes herself a hamburger or
Don't you
something, and I
touch
said,
it.
"Well, let me get a
Hell
bite,"
no.
she will go back in the
Fuck
kitchen and make me
no.
a whole
No,
burger.
fuck. No, off my burger? And wait, hold it. You know what? I
She will
understand.
go
And
back
you
in the
know what?
kitchen and make me a whole burger.
You know what? Your daughter, I like that young lady. Yeah. You know, hospitality only goes so far, mom.
Well, you could adopt her. You can adopt her if you want.
I'm not adopting her. But what I'm saying is she's right. I have a whole nother ball of hamburger that I can flatten out and you can have your own burger. Don't fucking put your gingivitis on my goddamn hamburger.
I don't have no goddamn gingivitis.
No, you know what I mean. I'm not doing that shit. Don't take your own bite. I'll make you your own burger.
And if
What
I if
is
I
it with people?
and
No,
it's so
I'm
funny
not
because if I
sharing
bring food,
germs.
if I like, let's just say like my job, sometimes like they'll order lunch and stuff like that for
You
us.
know what?
If
You
I've
know,
eaten
oh,
some of it,
that's
she
gonna be a good
refused.
one.
She
Dude, you know what?
refused.
Oh, Virgo, I've been in that situation where you order pizza for the office, and you know what I would do?
Mm.
I'd order a sub. I'm like, let's get 8 pizzas, and what I want is a totally different food delivery. 8 pizzas and a fucking sub, because I'm not eating after those pigs.
Oh well, you see, I'm kind of like the same with that too. Like I don't do
This
potluck.
motherfucker, y'all just came out of the bathroom and didn't wash
Uh-huh.
your dick cheese laden fingers.
Did you just say dick cheese laden fingers?
Hey,
Oh my God.
motherfucker, I'm not eating after all these swinging dicks missing the urinal. I I will get something separately wrapped. Yeah, I
Oh
said
my
it,
Lord.
Django. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little sauced, but I'm having a good time, so fuck it.
It's not every day you get to speak to Virgo.
You know what? It is so rare, and I'm so enjoying it. If Mr. Virgo wants to join, we can just fucking riff for a while. But
Oh, he's
when he's
fast
ready,
asleep. He's
oh
fast
well, you
asleep.
know what? He's wise. All men should be asleep right now.
Yeah, because he has to get up. He has to get up for
Oh,
work
that's
in a
right. You
little bit.
did tell me. Well, tell him,
I
tell
already
him
made his I
whenever
already
you
made up
want.
made his lunch.
Oh shit! All right, motherfuckers. Um,
Mm-mm-mm.
I want to watch a little bit of this though,
Yes.
Virgo.
I'm
Before
so
we start,
interested.
I must apologize to you. I must apologize to Tom, but I think that what I heard at the end of John Galt's show, these motherfuckers are idiots.
Well, no need for
And
apologies,
yeah, I
Stanley.
can be. No, I was like, John, just whenever. But I'm shocked. I think the black community's biggest problem is we stopped reading books 30 years ago. We don't know our own history. We don't know our own place in American history. And these motherfuckers, in Sean Bracey's show, John complained about it from a totally different side of the problem. Um, I don't think Sean Bracey's a problem. I think he tolerates too much. And yeah, motherfucker, I got 101 viewers on the Stanley channel, and motherfucker, if it stays at 101, I'll just have to live with it. I'm not going to embrace this bullshit that black people want to, and I'm doing the same thing as John, but dude, understand your own history. Read a book or two. It is a extremely rich history, and quite frankly, black people are America in many senses, but it's a rhetorical sense that anti-blacks on this channel want to go race doesn't matter. I wish we could get over race. It's not a race in America was invented not by the slaves. And Samuel Guru, I'm actually thinking of you right now. Black people didn't invent race in America. White people did. It's their motherfucking job to deal with it. And that we have to appease, we have to help them. Samuel, you especially are fucked up on this point.
I hate to sound blasé, but you raised your monster. Now you deal with it.
Exactly. Motherfucker, the slaves didn't invent slavery in America. Now, and then what a Thomas Sowell wants to do is go, well, it existed everywhere. Motherfucker, Kunta Kinte did not come over here voluntarily. He could have been a slave owner in Africa, but he never got the chance because he became a slave here. There's motherfucking bullshit about, I wish race could be over in America. And if black people forget about race, our gentle white people will. We are causing a problem when we talk about our oppression in our skin color, in our beauty standards, in our stinky braids. Motherfucker, y'all are the problem. White people invented race. Oh, hold on one sec. If you can't figure out that you can't undo a problem you didn't create because it is a separate paradigm, this whole bullshit. Booker T. Washington couldn't fix race any more than motherfucking Thomas Jefferson could because it is literally in the American fabric. I'm tired of hearing the bullshit. Don't ever motherfucking come on my panel and talk about can we all get along. It's a goddamn white people problem. And good and bad, just like ebony and ivory. But motherfucker, it's a 12th man.
12th man.
It's a 12th man Virgo joke. It is a joke.
I know.
Yes, Virgo. I actually think before I speak. It is a huge white people problem. And of course they're good white people. Motherfucker, I married one. Shit. I love my father-in-law. However, there are more bad white people in America than there are bad black people in America. Fuck with me on that statistic because you can't. And there are more B. Brays in America than there are John Galts in America. The only problem is they have a coalition on YouTube channels. I am not shy in saying both sides are fucked up. Both sides don't know America. And DeSantis 2028 because he'll finish the job Donald Trump is doing now. I don't have on my glasses. Samuel Guru, I know you will try and do a pithy remark and all that bullshit. I'm right. You are not. So, and any motherfucker who wants to come up here and contend, singing me muse through me tell the stories of a man skilled in all ways of contending, my favorite part of how the Odyssey starts. I used to know it in Latin. So, sorry, Virgo. I had to get that out of me.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, I hate the argument of when people talk about, race and stuff like that, or racism.
Oh, well, the
Oh,
problem
let's not
is
talk about it. Let's not talk about it. Well, I mean, if you were telling me that your kid died or something, do you want me to say,
well,
let's
that's
not talk
race.
about it?
That's life.
Yeah.
You're right.
It's silly. We need to talk about it, and masking it is not going to help.
Well, the funny thing is can't we get along is like the worst motherfucking thing an American can say. There are whole movies that are wrong. And Samuel Guru, I'm not even bothering debating. What is the last bullshit? Neither right nor wrong. That is ridiculous. Black people are the only people motherfucker. Then you're not, dude. I understand that you're kind of on the outer limits of the American debate about race, and I'm not finding fault. Inform yourself. Okay, motherfucker, Vermont is not the best place to learn about race relations in America. You need to understand this. You're not in the thick of it. I'll put it that way. Um all I can say is powdered snow is awesome.
But you know what? I'm
Yes,
not a person that
outer
talks
limits,
about.
as in you don't know what's going on in Vermont. It's beautiful up there. I've been there. And it's not even that much of a criticism, but don't enter into an argument that you don't understand.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, because I do respect you, Samuel. God damn it. I shouldn't have picked this fight. Is Vermont in America? You know what? You know the history of Vermont as well as I do. Vermont never really, if it had slavery, it was for 2 weeks. Vermont does not understand America because the motherfucker has always been free. Blacks were never like, nobody gave a fuck. It was too cold to give a fuck. Vermont is probably like, Vermont is better than Massachusetts. Blacks being free in a place, Vermont, I'd make the argument that Vermont was always the freest place for blacks to be free. Canada, only Canada or Maine was better. Probably Canada. Don't be pissed off about that. I'm not questioning your citizenship. If I was, I'd report you to Doge. It's a joke.
Oh shit!
it's, it's
Stanley
a joke.
Stanley said
It's
he
a
got
joke.
ice on speed
It's,
dial.
it's a joke, Samuel. Samuel, I'm not doubting your credentials. I'm just saying you're not an expert on the race subject. And get can we all get along is essentially your argument, and I think your argument 80 years from now will be fine. Yeah, motherfucker, I'm gonna take 2 sips. Your argument is incoherent, not relevant, and I'd move to Vermont if I could deal with the cold. And it's not even a fight. I do understand that I've used a few jokes and ad hominems. I respect you, son. And 1777 is correct. I think if any state has a history of black people being fine there and nobody gives a fuck, it would be Vermont. But then ask yourself why, Samuel? Not because Vermonters are inherently good. It's just, it's cold. That's sometimes, that's a good enough argument to be free. Yes, I'm an expert on the race subject, Samuel Guru. No worse or no better than yourself. It was a joke, Samuel. I make jokes. And Samuel, once again, I totally respect you. I think you're a funny motherfucker. I think you are brilliant, by the way. I wish you'd come up to the panel. You've been up once. Do it again. But I'm going to make the criticisms I think that show me your credentials. Motherfucker, I don't have credentials. You know those black cards are rhetorical, right? I will bet you this. My black card doesn't have icicles dripping off of it.
Oh man.
my black card my black card will be in Savannah. Yours will be up in Burlington. Your black card's colder than mine. And it's all Samuel, I'm actually just fucking with you. I have no huge problems. I don't agree with your argument. I don't think race is just a matter of being raceless, or if we stop talking about race, which I actually think you believe. Stop talking about race. Race is going to be a George Floyd away. So, tough guy, you still there?
Oh, tough guy probably knocked out by now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to do him a favor. So let's look. I don't think she's ugly. What do you think? Now, you know what?
Oh,
Let's just dive into it. And
no,
John,
I don't
I'm
think she's
not
ugly.
interested. She's not ugly, but I see that tattoo right there. See that?
Oh, of course, Stanley would
I
spot the
noticed that
tattoo.
shit. I know you're gonna kick my butt on this. I just can't do it. Let me tell you know what? Let's change gears right quick because I found a young lady that I want my son to marry, except or I want to marry. But it'll never happen, and she's too old for my son too. Let me show you this girl. And god damn it, if she ever fucking sees this, she's gonna oh shit. Oh, look at that. They're fishing in lily pads. Where is this girl? Give me one sec here, because she is gorgeous. If I can ever figure this out, this is what happens when you drink too much beer, folks. You can't focus on your YouTube.
Oh, is this the? Are you trying to pull up
Sip and feast.
the
Not the food
fishing
stuff.
lady?
Oh no, I got some of those, but I wanted to show you this girl, and she wandered not of her own volition into. Yeah, there's all kinds of problems here. What do you think of Coco Gauff,
I don't know who that is.
the tennis player? She was number 3. She is pretty
Oh, I
much
don't watch
Venus.
tennis.
What? You're kind of bougie. I'm surprised you don't.
No, I don't watch tennis. I watch football. Well, American soccer, I
Soccer?
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, you and Tom, those bougie motherfuckers.
Where did Tom go?
English. I think he got disgusted with me because I was going in all on like, I guess I do diatribe much when I've had a few beers and I feel strongly about something. So
Do you
I
now?
think he just went. You know what? If I think I'm right, everyone else is wrong. Unless you can fucking prove me wrong. My panel, my rules. God damn it! And by the way, that's why I never go in other panels. I might, if I go to your panel, I might have to abide by my own rules. I can't do
Mm.
that. There is this beautiful young black woman who I think is fucking gorgeous. And God damn it, why can I not? You know what? I'm just gonna have to wait for her to wander in. So, guess we're gonna have to do this,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll
So
find her.
this is the plus
You're gonna
edition.
even love her. Yeah, it's Pop the Balloon or Find Love plus size edition, a real one. It's the actual version that Roller Skater Texas. I'm sorry. Yeah, Roller Skater Texas girl. I would never know this person exists or this, who makes these shows. If she
Mm-hmm.
hadn't pointed me out to it, which by the way, Roller Skater, I've got I've got another couple of your skating videos. This is the other thing that is so interesting to me. And Portia has made this point. By the way, Stanley versus the world would not exist if Portia hadn't like invented the whole concept. And then she calls me clown every day. What the fuck are you doing, clown? Why are you arguing? That's a joke. She does. Motherfucker, I didn't invent this show for you to go out there and piss everybody else off. Actually, if I had a daughter, I've said this before, she would be called Portia. One of that young lady. So, um, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the, rare occasion that I put two thoughts together and put something out on the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. Hit the like button often, early, and please share the wealth of the John Galt channel. You will get everything from scraping up dead bodies to someone rambling on about Edmund Burke. There is a spectrum there.
You get all the things on this channel. You get all the things.
Motherfucker, you'll get a book and a weird smell. You never know which is coming up next. So, and oh my lord, I forgot the rest of it. Oh, support the show. Look, I'm gonna be hunting for beer roundabout tomorrow. Not today, but tomorrow. You bought me a microphone. Um, by the way, I guess I'm gonna have to take a picture of this. This is a fine microphone. It
Well,
is.
I'm glad you got to get yourself a nice birthday present, Stanley.
Oh my goodness, Virgo, I got myself a blue Yeti microphone. I bought
Oh,
myself a wireless mouse, and I call them a serial bus. There's another name for them, but I could put USB connections, several of them, different types. Look, this John Galt, and at the root of it, John Galt, it's his channel, and I think he finds me just amusing. So let's be honest, Portia, John Galt is actually the root of it. He's a good guy. We just disagree on so many things. Like, I don't think living in the ghetto makes you virtuous. Um, I move in a different direction philosophically, even fundamentally. Um, rap has never ruled my life, but I'm also about what 11, 12 years older. So I'm almost a generation ahead of John Galt. So, um, we
and
move in.
plus John is just so. How can you be mad at John? He's just so calm all the
Oh,
time.
easily.
He's
Oh, very easily. Um,
Oh no, you
John's
can't get mad at John.
this
You can
weird
disagree with him if you
form.
want, but
Oh, no, no,
he's
no.
just so
I will
calm.
get mad, and I think he's mad would put it. Um, see, here's the weird thing. You can get mad, or you can just go like, I'm not him. It's like, you know, the twain meets, but over the internet.
Mm.
You don't listen to music, motherfucker. Every time you do an OBS show, there's some weird beat in the background. Gutter. Motherfucker, you listen to music constantly. You know what, John? I think you get so high, you don't even hear yourself talking.
Oh Lord.
You also say you're not political. Motherfucker, what do you do besides talk about rappers and listen to their music and talk about Trump? Oh, you know what? I'm starting to think John Galt and Solid Snake are the same person. They just don't live
Oh,
in this motherfucker. We all live in reality, and y'all are right on the edges in more advanced dimensions. You fade in, you fade out. The fuck? That's my background. Motherfucker, it's music. You don't listen to music except instrumental music? Okay, help me out here, Virgo.
listen, you're not gonna get me to
No, look,
bash
no,
John.
I want to look at this. He says that's my background. Motherfucker, is it like what was the name of the movie with Antonio Vargas where he's walking on the platforms with the goldfish? I'm gonna get you, sucker. Every hero has to have background music, and motherfucker, you may or may not hear it. The fuck are you talking about? John, sometimes
I'm
you
gonna
should
get you,
actually
sucker.
write down some of your
Baby, my
thoughts
brother's so
and read them. I don't listen to music, but it's background music. Really? Oh my lord, John. Most of the rappers we've covered, John. Okay. You know what? I'm just not even going to read that. Most of the rappers. So you talk about shit you don't know about? So the morning roast, I just get on here and go, I am the nigga not talking about what niggas talk about. Really? What the fuck? I'm John Galt. I am that nigga, and I have nothing to say about what niggas are talking about because I'm not listening to music, and it's certainly not rap when I do it. The fuck? Oh, wait, hold it. I talk about the business of me. Motherfucker, you and HB don't talk about shit that's recognizable half the time. You don't talk about the business, you talk about who's killed. Now, is is murder business? Is stanky braids music? this motherfucker, this
I can't
motherfucker
stand y'all. I
showed.
can't stand y'all.
This is motherfucker. Oh, I will call up a motherfucker who is moronic and a misanthrope, if not just, as my mother used to say, maladjusted. I couldn't get a Jewish woman. I couldn't get an Asian woman. I couldn't get a black woman because her braids was stanky. And then I'm going to go and motherfucking build a data center. Motherfucker, who the fuck wants to be Philippe? Motherfucker,
Uh-oh.
why didn't you just go, hey bitch, can you wash your braids?
You're skating
No,
on thin ice now,
you
Stanley.
want to get on a YouTube show. I was called up to talk about stanky braids. This is the new no, this shit is the new Amos and Andy. Philippe and Philippe and John Galt are the 2025. We're gonna revive that Amos and Andy show. Stanky braids, right, Philippe? Yeah, John. The fuck are y'all talking about? Oh, this is so funny. Don't fuck with me again, god damn it, because I will take your clown asses and clown you.
You're skating on thin ice, Stanley.
This motherfucker wants to say, oh my god. Oh, I don't talk about music. I talk about stanky braids. Is that right, Philippe? The fuck? No, y'all need to stop this bullshit. Talk about something and stand on it. Don't tell me what you don't do when I goddamn hear you do it daily. In Universal, motherfucker, I hope your big forehead ass comes up here.
Oh,
Like this, this motherfucker's forehead is
his
global.
laptop head.
Oh, that motherfucker. This motherfucker's idiocy is
I can't.
global. Just like
Listen,
that
I'm not gonna go
motherfucker's
down this.
forehead is. I draw latitude and longitude. That motherfucker's like a globe. Don't y'all fuck with me. Yeah, motherfucker, I know how to roast, and I will pull like latitude and longitude comparing that bubble goddamn head. And I haven't talked about the lips
Oh,
yet. I will draw parallels that y'all will regret. Don't fuck with me. I do it like and never talk about it. Morning roast is a morning boast. y'all don't have shit to boast about.
Oh God.
So we were gonna go to a pop the balloon.
I can't get over
Oh
the
oh,
bubble
here's
head.
the big
I really
T.
can't.
Oh, wait, hold it. Hey, T, I've been dragging the morning roast from the chat. You just noticed? Oh, the morning roast. God damn it, it's Sanka. It is. It is.
No,
You
it's
put that. You
Bustelo.
put
It's
a.
Bustelo. It's not
Oh,
Sanka.
it's
You
not.
need
Oh,
something
it's not
stronger
that.
than that.
Hey, I bought Bustelo. I'm talking Nescafe. Like you take that
Oh,
powdered shit. Now it is
AT.
powdered. It is powdered brown, and you pour a little bit of water on it, and you call it coffee. It's not Bustelo by any means. That Bustelo will jank you up. I've had it before. I bought it before. Come on now.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So what
Well,
do you think you're doing now? Aren't you janking up? You're janking up. You're janking up,
janking up
Stanley.
what? I'm talking about. Oh no, I'm speaking my truth.
I still can't get over that. I can't believe I said laptop head.
Well,
I really
well,
can't.
wait, hold it. I've. This isn't anything people don't know. I'm just being funnier about it.
Oh, Stanley, you're dragging me down this wormhole.
Hey, you don't have to
I'm
go where you
trying to
don't
be
want to go.
good.
I can
I'm trying.
do it all on my own, and I'm getting
I'm trying to
bored.
be
But you know
good.
what? You said laptop head. I thought of a poor head joke I made a week or two ago, and then I started thinking about globes. I've always had, you can slap that globe and it'll spin, and then you come up with two master's degrees.
Oh
That
shit.
globe, that globe has been spinning. And where it landed was denigrating black women. The motherfucker, that latitude wound up in a weird manosphere anti-black space, and it's called the John Galt Urban Landlord Channel. It's anti-black. The whole goddamn channel is. It is anti-woman, and y'all need to do better. And motherfucker, Stanley versus the world. um, I said it. Who's gonna come up here and tell me I'm wrong? I'm waiting. Motherfucker, you think I give a fuck? I said it. Who's gonna prove me wrong?
I'm just visualizing the globe being slapped and spinning, and it has me
Motherfucker,
dying
I'm
in
not
here.
gonna go and find a picture of Universal Jones. I just visualize it. Slap his temple and it will spin. Well, that's not, you're old enough to remember those globes your parents used to buy
Oh
you.
yes.
It'll,
Oh yes.
it'll spin.
Oh yes. I can see it right now. I'm visualizing it. Just oh God. Please forgive me.
God invented humor.
He sure did. God does have a sense of humor.
All right. Well, let's see. John's in the audience. I'm sure Universal will hear this later. And I'm dead goddamn serious. Which one of y'all motherfuckers wants to come up right now? I'm not that nigga John Galt. I am Stanley Cross. And this is Stanley versus the world. I'm a waiting, motherfuckers. Which one of you? I've spent a whole week listening to this morning roast enema of logic. Well, I don't talk about rap. Don't know much about rap. Don't know much about history. Motherfucker, do you know
No, fuck.
you do you know you are the people you describe? Motherfucker, stanky braids. You know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. The last time I dated was quite some time ago. Now I will have to warn my son, like, motherfucker, if you sleep with a girl with stanky braids, you need to call Philippe or John Galt so y'all can talk about it online. Don't pick a woman with good motherfucker. You didn't know the woman didn't have good hygiene till you fucking got her on your pillow. Your mother did not teach you. Your parents did not teach you. The fuck are these idiots talking about?
Yeah,
You can
braids should not
smell,
be stinky.
motherfucker. Seriously, a woman, if she doesn't have good hygiene, unless you are a pussy hound, and I imagine someone like a Philippe. Philippe's a goddamn idiot. And you know what? You remember someone said, maybe it was you, Virgo. Like, no, it wasn't you, Virgo. It was look, it's not that Philippe can't get married. Probably his parents told him he shouldn't. With those sorts of goddamn Fred Flintstone motherfucker, you need to keep working and making money. No woman's gonna tolerate that bullshit. Motherfucker, if you don't know dude, okay, Virgo, I would imagine if you've ever dated an actual woman, even if you don't kiss on the first date. Now, back when I was in high school, kissing on the first date was a big deal. But you might hug, you might kiss her on the cheek. Well, motherfucker, we didn't have braids back in those days. And let's assume that, it might be a kiss on the cheek on the first date, or you might hug. Motherfucker, you smell her when you hug her. You get her all the way to goddamn bed and you get surprised. Philippe knew the bitch was stanky before he ever got him. Oh, did I say him? I meant her to that
It
bed.
could have been a him.
No, I'm not going there yet.
Well, you never
Look,
know nowadays.
If a motherfucking grown 50-year-old man did not know that her braids stank before he invited her head to his pillow, that's on Philippe, not on the woman. She knew that he would accept anything.
Well, yeah, if your braids stink, you can. It's not going to be
You can,
something that you
dude. If you ever had an idea of a woman that you were serious about, motherfucker, you know whether she has good hygiene just almost from the way she dresses. Apparently, these young little 49-year-old men motherfucking don't know how to spot. It is not on the women. It is on the men. If all this bullshit about men being leaders and knowing shit, motherfucker, if you can't spot stanky braids before they stank, then motherfucker, you weren't. I don't want to listen to your dumb ass.
Maybe he had a cold that day and his nose was clogged
Stop
up.
putting that bullshit online. You want to make jokes about stanky braids. You want to talk about, motherfucker, y'all are idiots and degenerates and anti-blacks to a point to where, motherfucker, my son's never coming on this abomination of a show. If you want to talk about Asian superiority, you know what? The one thing I have taught my son is know a woman who isn't going to put dandruff on your fucking pillow.
Oh, that's disgusting.
that motherfucker Philippe smelled the stanky braids and had to clean up the dandruff the next morning after he did not toss her out. I bet that motherfucker fucked her again.
Oh, fuck. Oh my God, Stanley got me dying over here.
What's up, Dave?
Not
He
much.
hit it twice.
What's up with
He
it?
hit it. He hit it twice, didn't he, Stanley?
Oh,
Stinky braids
fuck.
and all.
And then he invited her back for the rest of the weekend.
Oh,
Oh, that was his girlfriend. Oh, hey, Tom.
Hey, everything seems calmed down now from when I left.
Oh, is it?
I don't know. It was.
No, I am dragging the idea. And you missed what I'm talking about. Philippe and John, the Amos and Andy 2025 version.
have you ever had stinky braids, Tom?
No, but I know Amos. I know Amos and Andy very well. What were they on the show?
They were on the. Well, their grandsons were
Okay.
John Galt and Philippe. So they were talking about stanky braids and using that Scatman Crothers voice. Well, actually, Amos and Andy were way before Scatman Crothers.
Oh yeah.
Stanky braids. She had stanky braids. Philippe, call into the show. Let's talk about stanky braids. Let's watch a perfectly good looking young lady and a bald motherfuckers want to talk about the good hair. Y'all are weird.
Well, white chicks do that too, but
you know what? They're not on the John Gall Urban Landlord channel
that's
and
true.
going, I am that nigga.
I am given all these police videos, regardless of who's on them, and all that kind of lowest common denominator stuff. It just fills me with tremendous amounts of sadness. And my question to you would be, would John be Kingfish?
Oh, wow.
Who would be Kingfish?
Kingfish or Rochester?
Kingfish. Kingfish.
I think I remember. That's another old. Kingfish was Amos and Andy, right?
Yeah. Basically, the two dudes who played Amos and Andy were white.
Well, no, I remember.
And when one of them wasn't talking, that's when Kingfish was talking because he played both characters.
Right.
Yeah, but Kingfish
and I don't
was
know it in detail.
Yeah,
well,
I'll tell you what we're going to do. What we're going to do.
I know. Actually, I've seen the shows, but I know Amos and Andy more from the radio.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Is the radio?
Okay.
Amos and Andy on TV was a tremendous failure for obvious reasons.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Is that why they used to show it?
It's because it's the good shows they're harder to see. You got to pay money for them. But if you had an independent station, they would show Amos and Andy like crazy.
Let me tell you about Amos and Andy. There you go.
Now, see, you brought sanity to this, and I was on a damn roll, and I'm still trying to build the argument just to see if I can get Philippe and Andy up here. Stanky braids made me laugh. So
Yeah.
I might have to go back and listen to the old classic hits from Philippe and John.
Things that
And then let's bring Charlie Chan into it just to be perfectly racist. And who would Charlie Chan be?
Cracked.
Oh no, never. No, Crack's actually smart.
Well, so is Charlie Chan.
I'm thinking more. You know what? I'm stretching the joke farther than it will go. I will. I will. I will be more targeted with that Charlie Chan joke. So, Dave, what's up, man?
Hey, Dave.
Oh, my bad. I'm at work, man. It's one of those mornings, man. One of those mornings. There ain't nothing going on. Just came up and said what's happening. See what's going on.
Oh, damn it! I was on a riff, and damn it, I have lost impetus.
No, go
Have
back
you
to
had
this
stinky braids,
stanky. Go
Dave?
back, yeah, stanky braid.
Nah,
You could be, you could be stank. You could meet a woman who stank 3 days later. She could smell good the first day.
Okay, but you better be stanking together.
Yeah, but you don't live with her, so she goes home, she plays hoops, and she comes back stinking the next day. What do you do with that?
You don't imagine Philippe the way I do. I
Um,
imagine Philippe some motherfucking. Bob and Philippe are probably the same person. Bob and Philippe have no grounding. In my opinion, if you said, look, I might be all proper with my English and all that shit, but I'll kill a man. I will. They could have done some time in the military and been better off for it. I can fish. I can gut a fish. I can fucking kill a bird. I can shoot a bird. I've done some shit that those little weak motherfuckers have not done. And see, this is why I'm so confident. Motherfucker, I can read a Shakespeare soliloquy and I can motherfucking gut a fish. They are not Renaissance men.
right.
And
That's
I
like,
fucking abhor this bullshit about black culture not being this or that. And this John couldn't exist outside of where he is now. You take John out of the ghetto and you cease to have a John. You take Philippe out of his fucking if you take these motherfuckers out of where they are, their roles, they're calling into the show, they will cease to exist. And those aren't the kind of black men I fucking want my son to be about. If I make a joke about black people, and I'm actually mostly serious about this, whites in America are second best, present companies certainly accepted. You are exceptional. When I say that I have a lot of Asian friends that I've known for years, and it wasn't a conscious decision. Blacks don't defy or get into Harvard University fucking trying to be down. The culture is built in parental expectations. And, my wife and I, when my son was in the cradle, we're talking about Naval Academy with Marine option. We were doing that theorizing before the motherfucker knew who we were. We had expectations. Now, we were lucky, of course. We had advantages. Not everyone's going to be able to do that, but by and large, most black people do not live in the hood. Most black people have at least a modicum of options, in this motherfucking sitting around like all black lawyers are going to be begging John Galt for money, or everyone who is black, who is sick, is going to be scraped up and put into a bag by John Galt, strikes me as ridiculous. It shames me. It depresses me. Well, not depressed or shame. It's their problem. But motherfucker, I will counter the bullshit that John Galt is that nigga. Motherfucker, there is no black John Galt. It's a fictional character to start with. Let us start with the man is here. There is no black John Galt. Fucking Ayn Rand was not into black people.
So you guys are just gonna play good cop, bad cop from now on, or what?
What?
Are you just gonna be the opposite of whatever John Galt is from now on, or what?
I've never not been the opposite of John Galt. I've never not been the opposite of CT. Tell me a time, Deacon Dave, that you thought I was pretending to be someone else.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
There is no good cop or bad cop. I'm gonna be me is the cop. I might be bad, might be good. You do realize I don't give a fuck what John does. I'm gonna be me. There is no interplay or you be this, I be that. Motherfucker, I'm me every second of every day.
I prefer to look at things that I agree with instead of things that I disagree with.
Then keep preferring
I'm
depending
just saying, is that your stance? That's you're gonna pick what you disagree with.
You want to run away from your question.
I am a little bit, but that's okay.
No.
Is that what you're doing?
You stay on your question and let me answer it directly. I don't give a fuck about your question.
Okay.
We don't plan who's good cop or see.
No, I don't. I had to rephrase the question. It's the same question. I just rephrasing it.
The good cop, bad cop implies that there is a plan.
So there's no plan. It's just you just disagree and you're standing on it. I can respect that. I respect it.
Disagree. No, ask better questions.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I tried to rephrase it.
Ask better questions. I will be relentless. Now, of course, I'm going to be drunk and ridiculous. But God damn it, I expect the best you got to give. If you're going to ask me a question, ask me the best question. And there's a joke there, which Virgo gets. I want all the questions, but only good ones.
Stanley, can I ask you?
There will be no good cop or bad cop. It'll be the best question I can get.
I had the right question in my head. It just didn't come out right because I'm busy. I'm splitting my attention here with what I'm doing.
Dave, I'm kind of messing with you. You are a thinker. That's the best compliment I can give.
Appreciate it.
I made the joke, but I also understood who I was making the joke to. Could have just told you you're fucked up, don't call back. No, you are Dave. You have earned my respect, sir.
Appreciate it.
Can I ask what exactly causes a braid to stank? Is it the time left in the hair? Is it
I'm not that kind of expert, Felipe.
Okay. I was just curious.
7 weeks. 7 weeks to do it.
Well, it's like it seems
Felipe, no. John, Tom's asking the question. I don't know. I've never had a stanky braid.
I just seems to have a negative connotation, and I'm wondering, obviously stinky things always do, but it's like, why? Is it
I guess not
bad
washing
grooming?
it.
Bad grooming?
I
Is
guess
it
not washing it.
the chemicals? Maybe you're using cheap chemicals, and therefore, I don't know. It sounds just
No,
so bad.
I would imagine just not washing your hair while you have braids, which anytime I've had braids, I always wash my hair. I've never had stinky braids, so
I don't think it smells good to begin with. When you open the pack, it smells like hell anyway. And then you put sweat. And you put sweat on top of that, and it stinks, man. I just don't prefer weed.
It's kind of like wearing jeans and working out on the farm all day and getting onion crotch.
It's
Getting
horse.
onion crotch. Yeah.
Yeah, at least rinse it out, I guess.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to say this. I have no clue what a braid smells like. I've literally now again, it's been 25 years since I've dated. I maybe this is why I shouldn't be talking about stanky braids. It just seemed funny.
It should be a duality. I mean, if there's going to be stanky braids, there should be fragrant braids. You know, that girl's got fragrant braids. Go over.
How about braid deodorant? How about that?
Yeah, braid deodorant.
Febreze weed. Yeah, that's
well, they have braids. They do have braid spray.
Here comes a stanky braid expert.
Febraid. They can have Febraid. You put it on
That
a
sounds like that's a hit.
You put Febraid on a stanky braid to make it smell better.
I like it. Let's market that.
Yeah, let's get on
But
that.
wait, I want my Febraid to smell like fried chicken.
You get kind of the same thing actually with locks. You talk to anyone that's dated someone with locks. It's very difficult to clean locks. You know, to get all in between.
Who cares? It's a joke.
But you know, I understand. You know, that a lot of times seeing black people want to joke because the reality of the matter is just.
Wait, whoa.
Right.
I've been burning to ask you this question. I hear a lot of
It's gonna be a funny question.
blacks. Those blacks.
Yeah.
Black John?
Yeah.
Oh, motherfucker!
it's okay.
You want to overtalk, and
No, I'm
we
not
end the show, and
I just started my own stream
start a
about
new
the
show. No, what you can do? No, you know what? Again, are you Black John?
Yeah, if you're gonna talk over me, I'll be quiet. I can just start.
Oh, I will talk over you. You
that's
can't
right.
be quiet.
We
Always go through this. If I ask you a direct question, can you answer it?
You're not gonna let me answer so good. You just talk. Silly.
You know what? I might overtalk you. I might not. Are you Black John?
You've asked me that 3 times now. I'm not gonna answer.
Are you Black John?
Fourth
Might
time.
have
I'm
to
not gonna
ask
answer
you
again.
fourth. Still waiting on the answer.
You're gonna keep
How
asking me.
many times does it take me to ask you a question and get a direct answer?
I think you're smart enough to figure it out without me having to tell you.
Oh no, motherfucker! I'm not going to figure out the
No.
answer from a grown ass man.
Well, I'm not
That's
gonna.
my role. That's
Racism
not my
is
job.
Racism.
No. Is it my job to answer a question for another grown ass man?
Well,
No.
if you ask the question, it's your job to get the
Motherfucker, answer it quick.
You know what I am, so I'm not gonna answer.
Do you?
If you don't know, then I can help.
Whoa! You just opened up a can of whoop ass. Remember me? Do you want me to tell you what I think you are?
I don't mind.
Would you
I don't mind. I've been
ask
listening to
me
y'all
what
morning.
I think? Ask me what I think you are in a direct question form, and I can start.
Whenever I'm interested in knowing your opinion, I will ask you. But I'm not asking you.
Motherfucker, you know it's gonna be pithy when you have the balls to ask me.
I wouldn't be surprised. No.
Oh, motherfucker, you would be way surprised. Put it in the no. Ask me, Jeopardy style, Stanley. Why would I be surprised?
For $1, Stanley, because I could care less more than.
Motherfucker, I don't care about $1.
I don't care about your answer. I put $1
You
down.
should not care about my answer.
Right.
What you should do is care more about what you say.
We all should, Stanley. We all should.
Thomas Sowell start universalizing. We all should. Motherfucker, I wasn't talking about we all.
Hey, well, that's me agreeing with you. Yeah, we should all pay more attention to what we say.
Okay, well then we agree. Now,
Now what?
Tyrone, bring your dumb ass up here. I haven't talked to you in a while. Whose panties are in a bunch? I'm guessing you wrote it, so yours are. Hit the link and untie your panties so I can put you in your place. The bullshit overflows sometimes. I'm still wondering about stanky braids. Philippe and I compared you, John Galt, and Philippe to Amos and Andy. Are you old enough to remember Amos and
No,
Andy?
I'm not actually. It may be a few years before my time.
You don't remember Amos and Andy? Well, you have to do that research on your own. And
I'm vaguely familiar with the culture.
it is basically bulging eyeballs and bad English. When you start sucking down beer and going, I am that nigga, I have to pick whether you're Amos or Andy.
How many beers have you had this morning?
Enough to tell you sound like a fucking Amos or Andy. Oh, and you don't. Well, that begs a different question. You don't think I would tell you this sober? Motherfucker, you don't think I would?
I don't have a problem with it. I asked for critiques here.
Motherfucker, I asked you a direct question. If I were stone cold sober, you don't think I would make the comparison?
I don't know, Stanley.
Yes or no?
If it's in your mind, if it's on your mind, sure.
No, I would literally tell you you are the Amos version and Philippe is the Andy.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I would do. As a matter of fact, the only difference is I would laugh less.
Lee Clinton, he says he's worse than them. They tap dance for pay. John Galt does it for free. I guess I should be making more money. You know what? Sometimes I have to.
Like I give a fuck. Dude.
Lee Clinton, would it be better if I was?
See, John, this is where I want to take this, and then we can get on to something better, like the pop the balloon. Dude, I have no fear of telling you what I think about you. Never did. And sometimes you and Philippe is a motherfucking maladjusted son of a bitch. I don't know where his parents went wrong with him, but every time you bring him up here, you don't look better.
Bro, I mean, you're saying that without knowing the man. I mean, he's a very, very.
I don't give a shit about the man. I don't need to know him.
Yeah.
You bring him up, and I listen. That's all I know. That's all I need to know. And you know what? My mother used to say that Negro has a complex, and he does.
Yeah, if he was good. But no one's perfect.
And for that matter, you do too.
But I admit to mine. I embrace it.
You know what? And that is the perfect strategy for living the life you do.
I love my life.
Who else would? Who else should love your life besides you, John?
Nobody. You should love your own life.
Good. Then if you realize that, then I'm good. But I will point out the flaws I see. Should I stop? I should stop.
No, you can keep going.
Oh, just checking.
No, I'd much rather hear.
I don't want to hurt the niggas' feelings.
I'd much rather hear criticism than I get so much positive feedback.
It's an observation. It's not like I give a fuck.
Yeah, shit, ain't no wrong with the observation. As I said, I'd much rather hear what people say, particularly the people they have something negative to say. All the time people are willing to pat you on the back, but it's the negative, things that either you can work on and be wary of, and be leery of, So you much rather hear that. For me,
Yeah, I'd much rather hear it.
Yeah, me, I would much rather hear it.
And you know what? You, as I pointed out, and I won't belabor the point, you went a wrong direction, and you thought I was gonna take that bullshit. You, I told you not to fuck with me, and I'm not done yet. You went too far, son.
Yeah, you told me that the other day, Stanley.
Oh, motherfucker, and I'm gonna keep reminding you. If you haven't figured out why I'm pissed off, then you will know, because I will mention it often enough. You picked the wrong. You know what? Let me put it in the language your ghetto ass can understand. Since you live among the niggas,
I am in the
and
chili.
you understand the niggas, and you want to scoot around them and be amongst them and pick up their trash cans and take pictures of it.
Yeah,
You don't fuck with this nigga, because I end the bullshit. I don't start it. You start bullshit, I'm gonna end it. Chucklebuck, all you want. Philippe's not gonna help your dumb ass right now.
What's your problem with Philippe? What did he say? Something?
Motherfucker, I think he's an idiot.
Did your hair stink? Is he
Absolutely, motherfucker. He is a failure. And that you see, this is what folks like you think. The motherfucker builds data centers. He is a fuck all that. He's an idiot. You know what? If he had started out in the ghetto, that dumb motherfucker would have never figured it out.
You don't know his story, Stanley, man.
You had started in the neighborhood you live in, you would have never made it out either. You started with advantages. That's why you're the Elon Musk of the hood.
What advantage it does?
You laugh, but you know I'm right. Motherfucker, you didn't grow up with the kind of money that could buy cases of cheap beer and fake weed.
No, I did not.
Okay, then that's my point.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Stanley. Boy, if I could, if I was the Elon Musk of the hood, I'd be proud.
Motherfucker, you're still obsessing over Elon Musk.
I'd wear this like a bad color.
Actually understanding my point. Oh,
no, I got
you. This is motherfucker. This is why Philippe is an idiot, and you think being John Galt that nigga, but not my real name is that nigga. Motherfucker, you're not that nigga. We don't know your name.
People. I'm sure if I put my name, I help probably people.
Motherfucker, I don't give a shit about your opinion. Don't need your money. Philippe is going to need the money. That motherfucker can't even. Philippe is not even man enough to have a baby mama. That motherfucker is fucking chasing the pussy that has been running away from him for decades. The motherfucker isn't even a baby daddy. At his age, motherfucker.
So he should be a baby daddy.
I think he's a virgin. No, I'm not kidding.
You think so, Stanley? Come on, you believe it.
Oh, you know what, motherfucker? It's not that I care that much whether I'm right or wrong. I made a point.
Elite. No, he's a good guy.
You tell him, because he doesn't know my name. He's only heard my voice. Tell him Stanley versus the world thinks Philippe has never had pussy.
I had to get him up here and defend himself.
Oh, motherfucker, you bring him up and you put him one-on-one with me so I can make that little bitch cry. I will talk to him about that Jewish family that rejected his nigga
Oh,
ass.
yeah, what did you think about that shit?
That motherfucker. Don't ask other people what they think.
I was asking you. What did you think about it?
Oh, that motherfucker failed. Her Jewish father told him that your nigga ass ain't good enough. And I'm sure there's a Yiddish word. Was it schwarzer?
Schwarz or
That's,
something.
that's what he was called. Your schwarzer tuchus. that motherfucker got called a schwarzer tuchus and did not know what it meant.
Yeah, that is
Stanley, brutal, man. That's brutal.
His weak ass.
That's one.
He is good with diodes in building AI data centers. And you know what? I'm gonna pull out my real nigga card. I don't give a fuck. I could do it too. The dude is not. Look, see, this is what people like you specifically and Philippe, that motherfucking dry dick bitch. Black people, there are other black men and women that can do what Philippe does better. There are better motherfucking landlords in the hood than you. You're not doing anything special. They're better motherfucking like fathers than me. But we do the best that we can. And the minute we start wanting to go out and act like I'm that nigga, that's when you've lost. John, you are not that nigga. Motherfucker, you had to plumb the depths of an Ayn Rand novel to even have an identity. You aren't impressive. Philippe is sad. I love that Darth Vader chuckle.
I'm just listening, Stanley.
Tell that weak motherfucker, you know what? You should be taking notes. Don't just listen.
I gotta
let it go. Don't let it go in one.
You gonna be listening. I'll send him a clip. Tell him.
Oh,
advice for you.
This is the other mistake you're gonna make. Clip it at your will, and it will come back to haunt you too.
He needs
now the dumbass Philippe, your boon coon pal. Yeah, motherfucker, I said it. The dude needs to marry his AI. Now, there was a movie called Her. I want to see a ghetto version of Her. I want to see a hoochie mama AI. That's the only motherfucker that's gonna marry Philippe.
He might come up with it. They might a nun back talking.
What you talking about, boy?
That's interesting. That was very interesting.
Oh, look, Deacon Dave makes this ridiculous point. Stanley will not skip an opportunity to chew on John and Associates. What the fuck does that mean?
Deacon Dave is up here, isn't he? What's up, Snowman?
Now, I think he was working or busy or something.
Oh, you work. Oh,
but Daddy's still here.
What
the fuck are you talking about, son?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm over here dying, man. I know this is light for you. Like, this is what you do.
Here comes Solid Snake. Bring your dumb ass up here. I want a bite of this dumb fuck. Come on up, Solid Snake. It's your turn.
Okay.
And bring your little boyfriend, 12th man, up here too.
12th man? You mean Snowman? You called Angry Snowman 12th man? What's up, Snowman?
Well, while I've had a couple beers, might as well pour out the teapot that is my mind.
Yeah, how do you drink early in the morning? I can't. Boy, I have to drink.
Motherfucker, I slept all Wait,
Yeah,
hold it. Did you just ask me how do you drink in the morning?
yeah, I can't really drink in the morning like that. Not beer,
Motherfucker.
anyway.
Dude,
Not beer.
I've seen you. You know what? Pretend like it's marijuana.
Yeah,
Motherfucker, I don't know how you smoke marijuana. I haven't done it in 35
yeah,
years.
no,
And
no,
you
hold
are the little
no,
smoke pot.
no, I
You
wasn't.
are literally an incense burner.
I
All you
wasn't.
do is smoke.
I wasn't criticizing.
Don't ask me dumbass questions.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Motherfucker, don't ask me how I drink when I'm gonna ask you how you smoke
Yeah,
at
well, yeah,
all hours of the morning.
yeah. I can't. I guess I just don't like cold.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck what you
That's
can
what I'm
do.
saying. Yeah, I can't drink anything cold.
Why are you making the comparison?
No, you say you
No,
drink.
no, 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 no. Why are you
Morning,
making the
I don't like
comparison?
cold things to drink. I can drink some whiskey in the morning. I can't drink beer.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck what you can do. Are you here doing what I'm doing?
I'm just coming.
Then why stop just talking? That's part of your problem.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah, angry snowman. Yep, that's what I'm drinking, angry. Motherfucking malt liquor. Oh my lord. You know what? Give me malt liquor or give me water. I'll drink the water. He knows my kryptonite. Are you getting Philippe on the line, John?
No, he's on the West Coast. It's too early for that.
Motherfucker, I thought failures like him.
He might be up.
Well, you know what? Those stanky braids don't. He's still sleeping with that stanky braid woman, right?
No. This was 20 years ago. That was 20. That was
So
20 years
y'all
ago.
are talking about some shit that happened in 2005
Well,
and making it relevant.
Well, yeah, when people still wear braids.
Yeah, talk about old men.
People still wear braids, right? And I think there's an issue clearly.
What's the issue, John?
Well, and then let me finish.
No, you know what? I am so interested in the issue that Philippe's stanky braid motherfucker. Can't you smell a woman before you ever get her into the bed? Sort of motherfucking picking the wrong woman because he's never had a woman before. Bullshit point that I'm interested. Had that motherfucker ever had a little girlfriend before? This motherfucker brought a woman all the way to his bed and didn't smell her stanky braid? God damn it. That is a failure of a man. The motherfucker was never particular. He had never had pussy before. That's why. Honestly, John, don't you hug a woman before you take her to your bed? She was a hoe?
I don't know if she's a hoe or not.
Motherfucker, if you don't know, why did you let that fraud come up here and make that anti-black point? Motherfucker, how do you bring a woman all the way to a place that you sleep and then complain? He motherfucking put her head on his chest and didn't smell her before? The fuck?
We should bring him up here and let him.
She got stanky braids. There are other parts of her that stanky too.
Probably so.
That motherfucker did not understand that. And you bring this motherfucker up here as some form of the fuck are you doing, John?
We should bring him up here and let him.
Motherfucker, I'm waiting for him to come up, and I'm not gonna wait till the break of dawn. The motherfucker should stick to building data centers. It's what he's good at doing. Don't tell me about stanky braids, because then people start asking questions like real niggas who can think. And I'm not sure that you are one of those niggas that can think. And I'm not sure that he is either. and I'm going to be blunt. Fuck the Amos and Andy references. I don't think you know how to think.
Maybe we get him on the phone and let him tell us what their braid.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck if I ever hear from him again. The stanky braid is how I will think of that incel for quite some time, if not forever. Motherfucker never thought to hug a woman. If you hug a woman, you will smell a braid or two. If you like a woman when you hug her, you can figure out her hygiene. The fuck is this idiot doing? Is he so desperate for some pussy? He grabbed that woman from the corner. And maybe he needs to fess up that. Don't be talking to panels about stanky braids when it's your fault the stanky braid was on your fake silk pillow.
I think that's he admits that.
I'm sorry, what?
He probably admits that part. It's his fault.
Well, then why the fuck do we have to listen to that failure of a black man? You don't think I'll say it to him?
Yeah, I believe you will.
Because I think you're a failure of a black man for ever presenting him as someone that any other person on this panel or this channel should listen to. Philippe should stick to his tech and stop fucking commenting on the black culture, which you don't understand either. Neither one of y'all dumb motherfuckers understand black culture, yet you feel comfortable talking about it. You don't understand the depth, the breadth, the history. All you know is Morehouse and Tuskegee, and you judge all black people in America from the failures and the hurts that you got from your very limited experience. Now, John, you're from Alabama, so you know black people. Where the fuck is that idiot from? California?
You know, Stanley, well, he's from Jersey. Stanley, I say, I hope
And
you never,
motherfucker, he doesn't know black people.
Stanley, I hope you never give up advocating for blacks. They need you, man.
Motherfucker, you advocate for blacks more than I do.
But they need
this is where a limited man who can't use his own motherfucker, you literally talk about I am that nigga John Galt. What is more pro-black than identifying as a nigga? You live in the hood. What is more identifying with black people than living with black people? What you're not smart enough to figure out, John Galt, is you are what you describe. Oh, no, motherfucker. I never called myself an N-word. You call yourself an N-word. Don't you ever make the mistake of saying, I am more pro-black than you. Motherfucker, you wallow, you scrape it up.
And that's what I'm saying.
You do it. No, motherfucker, don't you overtalk me. You need to realize who you're talking to and what you're talking about. Don't you ever, you need to look inward, son. And you talk about nothing but rap music. You talk about nothing but just mess and all things black. The body, motherfucker, I'm talking Wall Street Journal. I'm talking about shit that is more universal than you do. You stay in your black mess. John, you can do all that deep voice bullshit, but you know I'm right. Motherfucker, you talk about more black shit than I do. And what you talk about is actual black shit. So stay down in it, but don't you ever mistake me for you. You did a whole goddamn show about how my child made a free decision that dude, I'm a black man and I know how I raised my son. As long as he makes the right decisions, at this point I have to advise him, not parent him. Motherfucker, I am black and you are not. Where you make the mistake is I'm black and free. I'll motherfucking have to live up to your jests. I listen to the morning roast. Fucking dude, you have a nigger suppository that you can't seem to shit out. You need to escape your bonds, sir. There are some of us black people who really, I'm on this channel because I like the people, but motherfucker, John, you are the most pro-black of all of us. And you are not smart enough. You talk about fucking braids. Your buddy who builds data centers talks about stanky braids. Motherfucker, I didn't think about braids until you and your little black friend. That's all you talk about. So don't you fucking talk to me about who's pro-black and who isn't. You would not have content if you didn't talk about black people. I have better things to talk about, John Galt, who is a fig motherfucker. Was John Galt black? You want to be white, but you are stuck in your blackness. So don't tell me who is shackled. You're shackled to someone you can't be. I use my real name on this motherfucker. Do you? Stanley Cross is my real name. I don't hide behind a white character.
Stanley Cross monologue, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, motherfucker. It is a John Galt, I want to be black, but I talk about nothing but black life lesson, son.
I come up here to give you something to talk about, Sam.
You come up here to do what?
To give you something to talk about, Sam.
You know what? If you hadn't come up here, I'd be talking about something else.
You
did not come up here to give me a subject. You came up here to distract me.
I've been quiet.
I had plenty of shit to talk about, John. You are not the subject of this panel. You weren't before you came up here, and you won't when you leave. Don't fool yourself, John. I'm a black man with shit in my head, and not much of it is smoke.
It's a good one, Sam. Keep going.
John, apparently you have something on your mind. You need me to keep going because apparently you're bored.
I think the audience is enjoying it, Sam.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about the audience. So see, this is the other thing. The audience is here for the ride. They might be here to figure out that you are not the real John Galt that Ayn Rand intended.
It is quite possible. Oh man, this is a good one, Stanley. Stanley Cross monologue, ladies and gentlemen. You've been going. Someone said you've been going by 3 o'clock. Since about 3 o'clock, Stanley.
And guess what? You brought your dumb ass up here to be the target of it.
You know, I like a little roasting. I like a little roasting.
Yeah, you know, it makes it easier to call it the morning roast instead of morning devotional. Your dumb ass doesn't understand the truth when you hear it.
Yeah, I can do it devotional. Mhm.
Oh, you don't do a lot of things, John. Most of it is face reality.
Someone said you starting to sound like Be Brave.
Motherfucker, someone, can you name a name, or
No
will
man.
you just go
No man.
someone?
No
Is
man.
it John who is someone, or
No man.
is it just you can't figure out what to say, so you go to the chat?
Snowman.
I don't give a fuck about Snowman. I know who he is. And you know what? Ryan, that motherfucker doesn't know his own history. So he thinks, and you know what? Ryan can come up here and defend himself. So that's that. So I got distracted. We can go back to Big Girl Pop the Balloon. But
Can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? What did you think about the end of that stream with Clue and Ja?
I thought Clue was on another planet. Sometimes Clue wants to make everything about politics, and he doesn't understand that politics is downstream. Ja's young. Clue is a little bit, I think he's our age, or John's age, your age. Clue, I love Clue, but he gets off into that Jim Beam Republican politic bullshit thing, and he doesn't think clearly. He needs to do better. Well, Dave, what do you think? To me, it didn't come off as smart.
It was very interesting. I think Clue makes some good points, but the better conversation would probably be between you and Clue. If you disagree with his position,
Okay, well, see, this is where so many folks get off wrong. I don't debate stupidity. I'm under no illusion that conversation is important. If you have a dumb idea or an idea grounded in something in reality, Clue's point about the Congressional Black Caucus was how he feels, not based on fact. And that's just one example that caught my attention. Clue wants to make everything political. He's just wrong. And then he will overtalk you. And I overtalk too, but the difference is Clue has no fucking clue what he's talking about. And y'all may think that, oh, well, you don't know shit either. I actually do.
The Khazarian Empire, they just went live there. The guy, Ja, you talking about? He's a moderator over there at the Khazarian Empire.
Good for them. Tell them, go over there and tell them, give them my regards. I have no clue who they are.
Yeah, actually, I thought I swore you were the first person I heard mention it.
Well, drop the link. No, I don't. The name didn't ring a bell.
Matter of fact, you went up on their panel on this show or something.
I thought so too.
Wait, someone dropped the link. What's it called?
What's the name of it? Khazarian Empire, like that?
If I did, it was called something else.
I know we had run-ins with SKC before.
Well, no, I know SKC from a Discord.
I'm talking about Khazarian and SKC have been on the panel, and
okay, again, I know SKC from a Discord.
But I'm saying, I think I've heard you. Matter of fact, I was over there one time. I swore maybe it was another channel, but I thought it was that channel.
Yeah, it's probably someone else who reads
You in the
books.
chat. You in the chat. Matter of
I'm
fact,
not the only black man who does.
Matter of fact, you were up on the panel. I can't. I'm pretty sure it was California. Am I wrong, Deacon Dave?
Nah, I thought I saw him over there too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? All black people probably look alike to y'all.
I know.
You be everywhere, Stanley, and you don't even remember.
Actually, now see, this is the other weird thing. I don't go on other panels. I mean, I watched Sean Bracey today because one of his panelists made a point, which John, I need to send you that part. It kind of better than I ever could have said it. You need to hear this because it kind of, I think black people are doing themselves a favor thinking that there's a coast to coast contiguous.
You say doing themselves a favor? Did you say doing themselves a favor?
Blacks are doing themselves a disfavor.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right.
So, and you know what? That's another thing. And I talked to Portia about it. I don't like to be clipped without my approval. This is my show. I approve the clips.
Anybody can clip you, though, Stanley. Anybody can.
You know what? Then I only know what happens on this channel. So if anyone else does it, Brave did a show the other day. Didn't listen to it. I'm beyond Brave because I think he's an idiot.
But go ahead. What are you saying, Stanley? You said something about that.
Listening to it, but I do. I do have a problem with being clipped by my peers without my permission.
And what were you saying about excuse me, Sharon Bracey?
A person on his panel actually made a point, and it surprised me that I agreed with it. So, and I showed it earlier on this show, and I guess go back and watch the replay. I'm not gonna go back and find it.
I wouldn't even know I wouldn't even know where to go look to know what they said.
Yeah, you know how to clip me, so you know where to find the clip.
Clip you on the side. There go the damn Be Brave. Be Brave.
And who is this person everyone keeps saying I've been on? Anyone got a link?
Oh, Kazorian. Somebody look at Kazorian.
No, I don't. Kazorian. That sounds like you remember Kazoo, the great Kazoo. That was like Jetsons and Flintstones.
It's mostly African centric.
Oh well, then I wouldn't have been on a YouTube show.
I think he's trying to get people to go to his country and spend money. I think that's what he's about.
But no, I don't go on. The only time I've been on those types of shows has been on certainly not on YouTube.
Okay.
Never been on one, wouldn't even be inclined to.
Fair enough.
So I know that's wrong. Now I've been on what are the other two things? Fan base. I've been on like those sorts of things, and even that sparingly.
Oh, I didn't know the guy was trying to get people to invest in Africa. Okay, that's his pitch.
Oh, fucking everyone does. That's part of a Pan-Africanist thing.
Okay.
African Americans as a heritage are richer than every other group in the diaspora.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So they're trying to get the African Americans to go back there and invest.
And that's part of the MAGA Thomas Sowell sort of thing. Blacks be here because we're rich.
I got a buddy of mine.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, Stanley.
I got a buddy of mine.
Compared to, see, it's a kind of a argument that I don't buy into, but yeah, Africans want.
I know the economics on it, by the way.
To move over there to invest, of course they do. We have more money.
Stanley, that's a lot of money, though. We're talking about more money than Portugal.
Really, Ryan? That's how you're gonna go hot?
Hey, all I'm saying is
it's a whole.
You're talking about economics. You're talking about economics.
African Americans should go and invest in Africa. Whole lot of money, Stanley.
No. What I'm saying is, okay, I'll state what I was saying. You are correct. I'm giving you the economic argument, not
Motherfucker,
argument, but
you
facts.
know what I think of your economic arguments, right?
I know, but this isn't a cultural
Well, you
conversation.
know, but you're going to do it anyway.
Okay, I won't. I won't then. No problem. I was just going to give you the math. I
Okay,
was just going
if
to give you
you
the
know
math.
I'm going to shit on your argument, why make it?
Oh, you gotta be brave.
No, I'm not going to shit on
Yeah,
your. No,
Ray,
listen, it's an economic topic, though. You like when I talk about economics usually.
you know when
You can
it's
make it cultural.
appropriate, when it is appropriate, but economics is not the salve for all our wounds. Did you
Well,
not know this? Or do
I just
you
came up here to take some heat
you
off John Galt, to be
okay,
honest with you.
you know what? You think
I can't
you,
go here to
you think
fact you.
you think that economics is the sonic screwdriver for all our Doctor Who fake problems.
No, I'm just saying.
No,
Look,
no.
it's
How
a
about
lot of
just
money.
not make the argument? Keep it to yourself is my point.
All
Try
right, I'll
to
be quiet. You're silencing all your panelists again.
I don't
It's a
give a
bad trait.
they must be silent. Then you should be one of them.
It's a
Fall
bad
in
trait.
line, Ryan. Fall in line.
I'm just up here to help John.
You know
He's
what?
just
John does
hammering John
need
again.
help, but when John needs help with a stinky braid argument. Do you have one of those? What's the economics of stinky braid?
Don't you think it's funny when John starts laughing his ass off and then he can't even
No,
face the camera?
I don't think it's funny. I don't get
That's fucking
distracted.
hilarious.
I don't get distracted by the fake mirth.
All right, go ahead then, Stanley. Keep going.
I
mean, this show is my namesake, but go ahead.
Well,
ahead.
okay. You know what? You actually do bring up a point. You do have point of privilege then.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
No.
It's all good.
It is.
It's all
It
good.
is point of privilege.
Dr. Quinn here.
It was.
Dr. Quinn.
It was a funny comment. So.
Hey, it wasn't good. It was
hey,
good.
You got point of privilege. Your name is in the title.
No, it's okay. It's all good.
No, motherfucker,
Go ahead.
you had so much to say. You brought up Robert's Rules of Order.
What's that? What is that?
Oh, you're kidding me, right?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what Robert's Rules of Order is? Oh, come on, dude.
No, I don't know what half the shit you say is word wise. You have a very large vocabulary, which I don't.
It's not a large vocabulary. It is.
Well, what is it?
In English.
What's Robert's rules? Educate people on it. Help us.
Well, I don't remember specifically.
Oh, well, fuck.
No,
You don't know either.
No,
Great.
it is the equivalent of Emily Post. Do you know who Emily Post is?
No. Is it like manners and shit?
No, you conduct meetings. Robert's Rules of Order. Motherfucker, have you ever seen the fucking... You've never seen The Wire?
It's been years. And I didn't watch a lot of it.
It's actually a thing. They used to conduct their hood, their cartel, their little hood thing. Would you see rules of parliamentary procedure? Motherfucker, you don't know this shit? Dude, this is
okay. All the classes that weren't economic classes and shit like that, I didn't care about.
You know I'm not making this shit up now.
I don't listen. I didn't study the other stuff. I don't care about most of that shit.
You have had 50 years to know shit.
Well, what am I going to study? Emily Post?
Yes.
I don't even know who the fuck it is.
Oh, for God's sake. All right.
I don't know who it is.
You know what? Throw your goddamn axes at a tree.
How do you know about that?
It's a joke.
How do you know about that? No, I actually did make a thing where I can throw axes at a tree in my yard, and then my wife got mad. That's a true story.
Down anyway, right?
What's that?
You
it's a true story.
Down anyway. It was on the way out.
Well, Yeah, it's kind of a shitty tree. I don't like it, so I want to get rid of it. But
All
so
right,
I started throwing axes at it, and
Ryan,
she's like,
I'm gonna have to do one last fuss. You don't know what Robert's Rules of Order is?
"No
Motherfucker,
idea."
everybody knows what that is.
Well, how you conduct a meeting?
Have you ever? Yes, Ryan. Parliamentary, but
No fucking clue. I know you open it,
he's
you
never
talk, and then
like done a corporate. My God.
most of the meetings I'm involved in involve people just fucking. You haven't got
Don't
your
let
shit
me
done.
break
You're an asshole.
bullshit on this panel again. Start your own show if that must be shown.
What is
I
that?
just had to look up
Either
contiguous.
bring your dumb ass up, be brave. We will not be highlighting the lack of Robert's Rules of Order.
I don't know what that shit is. John didn't know either. John, do you know what it was?
Hell yeah, John did. Motherfucking every
Did he?
black person knows what Robert's Rules of Order are.
I don't know what it is.
I hear everybody here in DC, you know, a lot of the procedural and shit like that.
Well, John,
That's why I've heard about it mostly here. Not in, you know, just every day, but definitely here.
dude, I don't even know. Shit, my mother, maybe. Who knows? Dude. Ugh. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna have to let that one go. But I am surprised. Now that we know what Robert's Rules of Order are, fuck, let's read it.
Hey, Stanley, you letting Be Brave up?
You know what? If he can shut his fucking mouth. He needs to understand where he is. This is not John Galt show. This is Stanley versus the world. Don't make Stanley versus Be Brave.
Good morning, Stanley. Good morning, John.
Oh, Snake. What's up, Snake?
How you doing, Snake? How you doing?
Thanks to the house.
I noticed
I let everybody else catch
Thanks to
some
the house.
wild wires, man. I'm gonna let everybody else catch some straight shots sometime, man. It ain't fun all the time.
Yeah, he's on. He always up today.
If I talk about Be Brave, is he going to leave?
Oh no, man!
Is he going to leave? Is he going to cause a little stomach ache?
Be Brave said some real stuff yesterday.
Motherfucker, but it wasn't on this show, therefore it's not real.
Real stupid.
Look at Robert's Rules of Order. If he didn't say it here, it hasn't been said for the purposes
Oh, is it a
of
book?
this movie.
Real racist.
Robert's Rules of Order. I should probably read it.
Oh, Robert's
Dude,
Rules of Order
no,
is
seriously, Ryan, it is fairly short. Please do. You can get it from the library. You don't have to buy it.
How old
It's
is it?
probably
How old is it?
online somewhere.
They got like cliff notes
Do you
on it.
really, Ryan, do you ever run meetings?
I'm usually involved in. Not really. I'm usually the recipient of. You didn't finish your shit. You saw. I mean, I know procedurally what happens, but they're construction meetings, so it's more just verbal abuse and shit usually. So.
You know, I think
All right,
Stanley.
well,
Here's the punch list. Get your shit done. What date is it going to be done? If it's not done on this date, it's going to cost you X.
They did
That kind of shit.
whole. Now the juxtaposition was like drug dealers planning out their what do they call it? Their load or whatever it was. No, they did, dude. They did whole meetings around Robert's Rules of Order, and with it was almost like Shakespeare. Within the meeting, all the hood motherfuckers had to abide by the white man's rules. It was a juxtaposition. That's why The Wire is one of the greatest shows. So many juxtapositions, so many, balances, counterpoises, all that stuff. No, there are people who will agree. Nothing as far as TV shows even comes close. So
what about Vikings?
What are the Roberts rules?
No, just kidding about Vikings.
There's a motion on the floor.
I feel like the fire just paints my
So
city
the
in a bad
motion
light.
on the floor is welcome, Be Brave.
Hey, Stanley.
How you doing?
What's up,
Good.
Brave?
Let's make a deal. Don't mention my name. I won't ever mention yours. You can't do it, Frick. You
I
can't
will
do
do
it.
it anytime I want to do it on
I
my
know
show.
you can't do it.
Okay. Yeah.
You need me
Now,
on your
Coming
show.
in hot.
Have you named any
This
shows
motherfucker-
after him,
Hey, hold
Stanley?
it. Hold on. It doesn't say Be Brave versus the world. I will do what I want to do on my show.
It says
I-
be brave versus building a heater.
Oh, come on now.
Actually, Stanley
Oh, go
being
ahead.
brave
No, that's
against
great.
the world.
Dude, I
I've got
will
mental problems. Don't bother me.
Be brave. I
Hey,
will
come
do
on,
what
Stanley. Let's make a deal. Don't mention my name. I won't mention
No, I'm
yours.
not
Come
mentioning
on,
Ugh.
you pussy bitch.
This is why
Woo!
I'm going to give Be Brave the Be Brave treatment if Be Brave can't behave.
You name
I'm
shows
saying
after
don't mention
Stanley.
my name, and I won't mention yours.
You
I
name
will
shows
mention
after
your
him.
name
No, you can't.
anytime. Okay. This motherfucker thinks that I'm one of the 70%, and he's acting like he's one of the 70%. Motherfucker, I don't make deals.
He names shows after you, Stanley, and then he comes in and wants to make.
Oh,
these...
wait. Well,
Name
no,
shows. You bring my
it's
name up, Tom, you
retribution.
stupid fucker. Stop. Don't bring my name up. I won't bring yours up.
I will bring. Be brave, and
Come
everyone
on.
on the panel.
Come on, let's make
Please,
it interesting.
please let me do a Be
Let's
Brave
make it
to
interesting.
Stanley
Let's see
conversation.
who's
Let
nailing
me
this
let
picture.
this Be Brave, please.
No,
Let's
please.
do
Don't bring
a
my
back
name
and
up.
forth.
I won't
Hey,
bring
Be
yours up.
Brave.
Don't bring my
Let's
name
do
up. I won't
no
bring
this
yours up.
motherfucker. Let's do a back and forth, and let me start, please. Can we do that?
Go ahead.
I will mention your name anytime
Yeah, I know.
want.
I know.
See,
he can't do it.
Anytime.
All right, want me to
it's
give you guys
relevant-
timers?
Anytime it's relevant to my argument, and I can castigate you or compliment you. I'm not against you. You do a lot of good things. We agree on property. You're a great guy. But motherfucker, if I disagree with you, I will bring you up. I did not come over to your show after you named the whole goddamn show, not to disturb probably your ignorant points that you couldn't get about what I was talking about. I didn't even bother to come over. I will mention your name whenever I think it's appropriate, relevant, and every now and again it might even be a compliment. Stop it. Don't be part of the 70% you fucking castigate.
You can't do it.
I
Leave my
can.
name out of your damn mouth.
I
and
will
I'll-
motherfucking mention your
You
name
can't do it.
anytime I good and goddamn well
can't.
please. See, this is what fucking bottom feeders like Be Brave can't fathom. I'm a free black man. I will say what I want to say. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it.
I got
Bitch,
him over a barrel.
accept my freedom.
I
I'm
got
not
him
the
over a barrel.
70%. I'm in the 71% who would say what the fuck I want to say. And you deal with it. Period.
I live in Texas. I don't need a heater.
And what do you think you're doing? Do you think John Galt is going to save your dumb ass, Be Brave?
No, you bring me up every show and then accuse me
Ah,
of following you
motherfucker.
around.
Not every show.
I'm not following you around, Stanley. I'm checking out to see what you're saying about me. Don't say nothing. You won't hear from me.
Don't say anything.
Come
Not-
on.
Don't say anything. Not nothing.
Whatever. I'm
Can
a
we-
dumb,
can we
uneducated
start?
white trash.
Can we start?
Don't say
Can we
anything, and I
start?
guarantee you.
Can
Don't
we
say
start?
anything. I won't say anything.
Can we start this conversation with proper English?
I don't think the chair had recognized him.
Now, see, I'm the 71% that will speak English better than you do.
I
Don't
give
talk
you-
about
I
the
give you credit for that.
70%. let's start talking about the 71%.
No,
And
let's get you to my mouth and see.
that 1%, the 71%, motherfucker, you want to talk about the 70%? Talk about the 71%, and I'm the 1% that is free of your goddamn idiocy. The 1% that will tell Be Brave that you can take that 70% and shove it up your little short ass.
Oh boy.
Stop fucking with me. I will motherfucking bring up your name anytime I think of a stupid white man. That's kind of nice. I like you, but your racial fucking rhetoric you can keep, and you will shit it out one day. Don't you ever come to my panel again and tell me what I can and cannot say. Motherfucker, I will let you back up. But if you even intimate, if you suggest what I can and cannot say, you're gone. Soak that up your ass with your other 70% of bad substandard education logic, and then we'll be okay. And lastly, I say what I goddamn want to say when I want to say it because I'm the 71 motherfucking percent. And your dumbass suggesting that you going against what a free black man, the 71% wants to say, is racist.
I offered the deal, folks.
Motherfucker, I don't make deals. The 71%, the 71% does not make deals because I don't have to. I will say what I want to say, and motherfucker, do your worst. You haven't fucked me yet because you're not smart enough to. See, this is the other thing, and I guess the 71% has to be blunt. Motherfucker, you're not as smart as me. Period. Your dumb ass wants to talk about the 70%. You forgot about the 71%. The 1% doesn't give a fuck about Be Brave.
He's not very brave. He wants to, like, if somebody comes in his
brave.
chat,
Be Brave is brave.
If somebody
he came up to this panel when he swore he wouldn't. He will go to John Galt for Sucor. Do you know what Sucor is?
I do, but he if somebody
it's a secret to Sucrettes.
If somebody's in his chat in the chat
That
room,
motherfucker will go up for Sucor.
He's gonna leave if somebody's in the chat.
We will put a swaddling cloth on you, but motherfucker, don't you ever come up to Stanley versus the world and suggest what the world should say, let alone Stanley. Stop it, Be Brave.
Don't tell him about me.
71%, baby. Not 70. Motherfucker, you better shut up, Solid Snake. Don't interrupt me.
The question.
You're gone. You can sit back there with your little boyfriend, Be Brave. 71%. Stop talking about the 70%, Be Brave. Now there's a 71%, and I say what the goddamn hell I want to say. Deal with it. There will be no deals, and I don't give a fuck about your show. I haven't been over there in a few days. Maybe if you ever put a title with the name Stanley in it that suggests you even understood what I meant in the first place. Oh, there he goes. Oh, there's Solid Snake. No deals. Do your worst. Be brave.
I offered it, folks. He couldn't do it.
Motherfucker, I don't take offers.
I offered it, folks.
You're talking.
Stanley needs me, folks. In case you can't tell.
You need to do more listening than talking. You're not on your panel.
Let's see who.
What the fuck? John, tame your little white friend.
He said he wasn't coming back here, and he did, so he couldn't do it.
Well, hey, I like Be Brave. I don't mind him being up on the panel. I just don't like him making these weird forms of ultimatum. That's weird.
It is. It's restrictive of speech.
71%, baby.
Nice try, Stanley. You can't do it,
well,
can you?
You
He
know
couldn't
what?
do it, folks. I offered the deal.
I'm not the
Couldn't
little
do it.
brave.
He needs me.
I'm not the little
Stanley
Be
needs
Brave.
me.
I'm
You
not
don't
the
see me
little
over
Be
there.
I'm not the little Be Brave who came up to Stanley versus the World's panel. Who's really trying here? Dumbass. Don't. You're not verbally adept enough to fuck with me. Know your place, Be Brave. And it's in the 70%. I'm the 71%. Bitch.
Couldn't do it, folks. Remember how you witnessed.
Oh, wait, hold it.
Just
Are you
did-
going to change
he
the
couldn't do it.
title of that show?
Couldn't do it, and he couldn't do it. I'm giving you a deal, Stanley. Don't ever mention my name, and I guarantee me I won't
I
ever
will
yours.
mention your name.
That's what I thought,
anytime
folks.
I feel
You
it's
heard the
necessary.
deal. You heard
You want a
Stanley
quick talk.
refusing the
You
deal
want a
'cause
quick
he can't.
talk. You want a quick
Because
talk.
he cannot do it. That's just the way it is. Stanley.
Oh, look at him. He's trying to rap.
Stanley, you need me.
Mommy,
Stanley,
Come on, wait, hold it. You
I'm
are
in your,
part
I'm,
of that.
I'm in your
You're
head,
part of the
Stanley. I don't know why I'm in your head.
Mommy, the man's talking about
Oh,
me.
Tommy's going to help
that
his
bars.
friend in junior high school.
Mommy, the man's talking about me, Mommy.
Yeah, that's what I
The
do.
mean man's talking about me, Mommy.
I kick ass and then I cry about it, Tommy.
Hey,
Mommy.
can I ask you a question?
Stanley,
Hey,
come on,
hold
man. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Hey,
See what we can do
folks,
for 2 months.
Hey,
2
Be
months.
Brave, let's see if you can stop spitting bars long enough to answer a question. You think you won here today, didn't you?
No, I did. You can't do it.
Okay.
I'm victorious. Top to bottom.
Okay. Be brave.
I'm offering you a
Be
deal.
brave. Be brave.
You can't do it.
Be brave. You win. What can I say? You spat bars. It was a motherfucking old man rap battle.
It's a dropping rhymes.
You spat bars.
Dropping rhymes.
You are the Kendrick Lamar of the redneck white people.
I want to see a remake of 8 Mile with Be Brave in it.
This motherfucker is the white Kendrick
Stanley, come
Lamar.
on, let's try the deal for a month. 1 month.
Kendrick and Be Brave.
1 month, Stanley. 2 months. Let's do it. Come on.
Yeah.
You can't.
I'm
Stanley,
gonna
you can't.
spend 1 month saying what I want to
I
say.
mean, I'm flattered that you use me for an insult. I am.
Motherfucker,
Really am.
you are a great person, except when you talk about race. You sound
No,
like an idiot.
no. I talk about
When you talk about race, you sound like you fucking live in Nazi Germany half the time. Don't fuck with me, boy. I don't do ultimatums on free speech. You are not American, apparently. Show me your papers.
At least not South
no
American.
ultimatum.
either.
No ultimatum. I'm offering you a deal. A mutual deal.
Hey, whoa.
Do it.
You offer me. Wait, that's assuming you have something to offer. What do you have to offer?
Just let's see who can do it. I don't need to bring your
Oh,
name
wait,
up
hold
on my
it. Is
show.
there so?
Don't
You
need,
said
don't never need
offer.
your name in my
Is
show.
this-
You need me over here.
Other than
I don't ever need you in my show. I'm
let's see
him.
who has the better control of their bladder. What are you offering me?
I don't bring my name up. I won't bring yours up.
Motherfucker, I will bring up your name
know you
when
have
it's
to.
appropriate.
I know.
I will
I'm in
bring
your
it up
head.
today, tomorrow, and forever. To paraphrase your favorite governor, George McGovern.
Come on, Stanley. Let's try it. Come on.
Did I say George McGovern?
Come on,
I'm
Stanley.
sorry.
2 months.
I got the
Stanley,
wrong
2 months.
governor.
Let's do it for 2 months.
I meant George Wallace.
Yes.
Be brave today, tomorrow, and forever.
Does that make you Arthur Bremner?
I'm so embarrassed that I got that wrong. Folks, George Wallace, not George McGovern. That is totally. I'm embarrassed.
Does that make you Arthur Bremner?
I don't know who that is.
That's the guy that shot him.
Oh my God. I did not know that.
Yeah.
You know what? No, that does not make me a shooter.
Okay.
All I'm saying is be brave. No motherfucking white man is gonna come up to my goddamn panel and restrict my free speech.
I'm not.
Deal,
I'm not.
motherfucker. See, this motherfucker wants to take American history, wipe his ass with it, then come up to my panel and go, "Oh, it smells good." Motherfucker, you don't restrict my free speech. Get the fuck out of here. Don't you ever come up to a black man's panel and make a deal on free speech. Bitch, go back to your nether region. What the fuck is this idiot doing? Restriction on my free speech over a deal? The fuck? Dude, you talk about we live like kings.
How can you call it a restriction?
Motherfucker, you talk about live like kings and you want to treat me like I'm your fucking maid. Don't you ever goddamn come up here and tell a black man what he can say. You the 70%, I'm the 71%, bitch. Honestly, be brave. This is a bad look for you.
It's a bad look for one of us, that's for sure. Real bad look for one of us. I'm offering a deal.
Well, one of us is a damn fool or a racist.
Every day. Every day somewhere my name comes up.
One of us is a racist or a damn fool. Which one are you, be brave?
One of us looks pretty bad today, Stanley. I'm offering a deal and you're afraid to take it. Come on, man. Let's do it. 2 months. I guarantee you, 2 months.
You
can't do it.
Wait, hold it.
You can't do it.
2 months.
2 months. Don't mention my name.
2 months of Stanley can't say my name. 2 months of Stanley can't say what he wants to say. Bad deal. One of us is a racist and the other is a fool for taking that deal. Which one of us is the racist?
I'm not restricting you. I'm offering a deal.
One of us is a racist and the other is making an offer. Which one of us is the racist?
You witnessed it, folks. He can't do it. I'll see you later, Stanley.
Bye.
Doesn't want to do it. That's the difference.
I shouldn't have to do it.
You can't. You can't.
No, I cannot. You're right. You want to know why I can't do it? Because I have read the U.S. Constitution. I know what the government can do. I know what my rights are. Now, thank God you're not the government. I do understand how that works. But unless the government tells me I can't say be brave and shrink, the government's not saying I can't say. Make the motherfucking government tell me that I can't say your name, be brave, and then I'll think about it. Otherwise, your dumbass, you don't have rights over my free speech. Become the government or compel the government. I don't go. One of us is a racist and an ignorant, ahistorical, couldn't find American history if you swept it up and Ryan fucking made a profit off of it, or the other is a fool. I think you're the racist.
I'm not restricting.
John's back.
I'm not restricting you, Stan.
Let's
make a deal. There's no restrictions. That's black victimization. Poor Blackie.
Motherfucker, you know what? See, he wants to bring this whole racist bullshit. Motherfucker, you made up 70%. I'm going to make up 71%. And that 1% tells Be Brave to pound sand.
Does he not
The
realize that
71% does not even go over to Be Brave's show in the last week because I finally convinced myself that motherfucker, you are Ryan and the fucking Robert's Rules of Order. I've literally convinced myself with good reason that motherfucker, I'm wasting my time talking to you fools who don't know shit. You missed your chance to be black, ignorant, and in a ghetto, and it's not my problem. Stop saying I'm wrong. I'm the 71%, Be Brave. Get over it. And the 71% does not go over to your show anymore. So don't make me offers.
5 times mention my name in this show. 5 times.
You know why?
5
Because
times. 5 times.
if I look down, it says Be Brave and Think. What should I call you? Piece of shit?
No, before I even came up here, you lying bastard.
You were counting? Oh.
Yeah, I do, because you said you weren't going to bring my name up. Yeah, I do. I do, because you said you weren't going to bring my name up, and I'm going, when? When are you going to stop?
When you compel the government or the government compels me to stop.
All I'm saying is if you can't stop using my name,
I don't give a shit. The 71% compels me. The 71%, the 70% drives your show. The 71% drives mine. I'm the 1%, bitch.
Come on, Stanley. 2 months. Come on. Let's see if you can do it. You can't do it.
The 1%.
You can't leave my name off your show for 2 months. I won't mention your name at all.
71%.
You can't do it.
That little one.
You can't do it, folks.
Oh, this motherfucker wants to come up here and act like he controls it. The 71% and the 1% especially declines your generous offer. Be brave. Thank you.
Hey, I just offered. I just wanted it public knowledge.
That was so generous of you.
I know. I understand that. It's called white privilege. We have it.
Motherfucker, you would know white privilege.
White people are superior, Stanley. I know that hurts you.
You would have to become part.
I know that hurts your feelings.
You would have to become part of the 72%, and we are racist at the 72% level. We don't let white trash into the 72% level. So
especially if
stay down, son.
They can't build
stay
a heater.
Down.
If you can't build a heater, you can't be on the panel.
I got you. I know, Stanley. It must hurt to look around at your race.
Motherfucker,
I imagine it would.
This is hey,
it must hurt to look around at your race.
The white privilege here is.
You got to take it out on the
privilege.
The
white privilege. Yeah, I know you want to come up. And I know you want to be funny.
I'll tell you what, if I look around at my white race doing.
It is not your white race. Okay, now I have to motherfucking go. Your white race doesn't even know what your white race writes about parliamentary procedure. Your white race has no clue what Robert's Rules of Order are. You and your ilk be brave and blink. You blinked and missed what the white race had to offer your dumb ass. Dude, you have contributed nothing to your quote race, let alone read about it. That you came over here and you've endured this abuse, and justifiably so, dude. Don't come up here. I admire you for coming up. I admire what you want to talk about as far as a deal, But dude, I'm the 71%, not your motherfucking trailer trash, trailer park 70%. You and John Galt do a show about it. Y'all can go over there and talk about it, but not on Stanley versus the world ever again. I can forget you. I cannot come over there, but motherfucker, I say what I want to say. No deal. Don't make me an offer. You get to come up and kiss John on his furry cheek and be done with it. That's why you wanted to come up in the first place.
I came up because you keep mentioning my name.
I will mention your name.
I know. That's why I came up. Your show is.
I mention be brave and think. And usually I just go be brave. It's not even your full name because you don't think. Let's just say be brave is your nickname. The think part of it, motherfucker, I haven't seen the last time you thinked. Don't fucking come up here and pretend you live up to your name. Motherfucker, just like you don't live up to your racial notions, you have invented nothing. You have contributed to the white race nothing other than bravado, vaudeville, and motherfucking you are P.T. Barnum Jr. You're not even a good showman.
Can't build a heater.
Know your goddamn place, son. Oh, sorry, PT.
Stanley, I'm milder.
You are just gonna.
I am mildly retarded, and I'm offering you a deal you can't take.
You're
from a
mildly retarded, therefore I have to treat you like special ed.
Well, you're talking about a mildly retarded person constantly.
Well, you know
show.
what? If you are,
you don't hear me bringing you up on my show.
Sorry. I'm talking about a mildly retarded. I had no clue he was. Who
Did
knew
he
was retarded?
Did he say mildly or wildly?
I don't know. You know, sometimes the retarded get it confused. I don't know. I didn't know. Oh shit! I feel bad now. Oh dear. You know what? Now, thank God Trump got rid of DEI. I can get away with it now. I can fucking say what I want to say. No DEI is gonna come back and haunt me about it. So anyway, you know what? It's time to goddamn move on. This dude needs to understand that he's a mild amusement. So, what were we talking about? Brave, you can join in the fun, or you can.
You heard it, folks. He can't do it. Can't do it. Can't
You're
use
right.
my
I can't
name
do
on
it.
this show.
Now, are
I'm
you going to
impressed.
take
I'm
over my
flattered,
panel, or am I going to?
I'm flattered, but yet let's call it what it is. You need me. I'm part of your show. You should send me money.
Wait, hold it. Dude, you haven't been up on this panel in months, so
it doesn't matter. My whole persona is up here.
How are
Everything
you
my
part of this
spirit is up here. You bring me up like I'm a ghost up here. I mean, I'm flattered. Don't get me wrong,
dude.
But
You're a good person.
If I'm so worthless, how come you got to use my name every other half hour on your show?
Because we did Pop the Balloon South
America.
America.
Every half hour.
Look at Tom thinking that bothers me. See how this is? Come on, Tom, go away. Go try it on somebody else. My wife told me I was a loser and moved with a guy to South America and took my ass. And, oh my dear, that just bothers me.
Be brave. Hey, be brave. If I give you privileges, can you drop Ryan like you do him on your show?
Ryan's got to apologize to me for accusing me of being. No, Ryan's going to have to apologize to me, or he's not coming on my show again.
So see, this is.
Well, I got Stanley and Be Brave both just going after.
They're going to accuse me, Ryan, of doing the same thing on my stream that this jerk does on his.
What? You guys both like to stick me in the back all the time.
Oh God!
You guys both do it. Constant.
What? And this is. Hey, is there a white version of Sanford and Son?
Why?
This is what this is. This,
like I said, Ryan,
this is be
apologize.
brave
Get the
and
fuck off
You
my
guys
show.
both stick me in the back and overtalk me a lot.
I don't do what Stanley does, Ryan. You go apologize for that, or you're staying the hell off my show. It's up to you, Daddy.
All right. Well, I'm in the back most of the show.
Now,
I'll
see,
see you later.
now
Both
I'm
shows.
interested.
I'll see you later.
Can't take the heat, can't build a heater.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can tell I'm just so frustrated. Oh, my life is crumbling right now. Please.
Well, no, we don't want it to crumble. Where are you at? You're not in Myanmar, are you?
Hey, folks. Again, I offered Stanley the deal and he can't do it. And Ryan, you're going to apologize to me or you're not coming on my show again. You're not going to equate me with this damn senile fucker.
Offer him a deal. Offer him a deal.
I did. I said apologize.
Oh, I mean, Ryan offer you a deal.
Yeah, stay the hell
Right,
off.
do you not go on diatribes and stick me in the back a lot?
I don't do it like Stanley does it. I don't
Hold
do
on.
it.
No, okay. Let me just. I'll just state my position then.
Ryan.
Stanley.
I got you, HB.
Stanley talks for long periods of time, like 5 minutes, and doesn't let anybody else talk.
Never
Hold on, Stanley. Let me just finish, please.
I never do it doing
Brave.
He's not going to come
You
on.
have certain shows you put me in the back 20. I must say 15 times.
I know
it's probably
it.
the
You know
most.
what?
But on average, it's like 6 times.
But I let you speak.
Wait, hold it. Y'all are fighting over nothing. And
No. This is good. This is good.
The Brave show.
Good. You're not,
Wait,
folks
hold
like
on.
Ryan, but they're not going to see him on my show anymore.
Okay. I'm gonna
If
put
I had my show, I would never stick anybody in the back.
go fight on Be Brave and Think. Folks, everyone go over to Be
I just
Brave
wanted
and
to say it up
Think
here in
now.
front of people because
Y'all
Ryan
can
accused me
go.
of a damn filthy thing and I don't appreciate it. Stanley's a goofball, Ryan. He doesn't let people talk. You're not going to accuse me of that.
Okay, let me just say this.
Oh my God.
Stanley
Juan, please
definitely
come
talks
on
longer,
this.
but you put me in the back more. Both have disadvantage. Both are
Actually,
wrong.
Juan, do come up.
Ryan,
Juan, I need you.
Ryan,
Need
it ain't no big deal.
I need a
It
sane
ain't no big deal.
conversation because this shit is going out of control.
I know it. It's
What
pretty
is?
Stanley, it's
Be
pretty-
brave. Fuck you. I don't follow your speak rules. Ryan, you can stay.
I'm not giving you rules. I'm even offering you a speak deal. There's a difference.
Are you gonna pay me money?
No, I'm offering you a speak deal. You seem to think that I need to bring your ass up on my show. I'm saying let's do it.
No.
Let's
I
see who
don't
can
think
do it.
No.
You gotta bring up my
speak
name.
on my own goddamn show?
I'm part of your show, Stanley.
Dude, I don't need to come on your show. Haven't been there in a while. Have no plans unless if my name is in the same sentence with like something interesting, it will come up in my algorithm. But it hasn't lately, and I might have even unsubscribed from your show. Who knows?
How's that work?
Oh no, I'm gonna lose a subscriber. I don't care if I lose the stream, Stanley. It's nothing important to me. Jeez.
Then we agree.
I know. So come on, man. Let's make a
No,
deal.
I speak.
You can't
come on.
do it, folks. I offered it. Who's the badass here? You know I rock. This
P2N.
son of a bitch can't
It's
leave my
P2N.
name off his
No, we
show.
don't.
You can't do it.
Juan, hit
I
the
trust
goddamn link.
I can
Save
leave
me
you off
from
the
these
show for the
morons.
rest of my life.
He can build a heater.
Yeah, I can build a heater.
Not you, Stanley.
What is this thing with the heater?
Oh, he can't build a heater.
No, he thinks it bothers me.
What are you talking about?
Sounds like a little junior high school kid.
I don't
Stanley,
think it
come
bothers
on,
you.
man.
It's
Let's
just
do it.
hilarious.
I say you can't do it. You can't leave my name off your show for 2 months. I can leave your name
You're-
off your show.
hey, will
I can
it
leave your name off
make
of my
you
show.
feel better?
But I'm
Will
not
it
going
make you
don't
feel
send me off
better
your
if
Hey,
I
Stanley,
say I can't do it?
Hey, Stanley,
I can't do it.
Hey,
I
Stanley,
have to, John, hold on a second.
Oh man, come on, y'all been going back to that shit all day. Huh?
Be brave. I can't do it. I have to mention your
I
name.
know you can't.
I have to
That's
mention
what I'm
your
saying.
name
You can't.
constantly and often.
I know it.
Win.
I don't.
win,
I'm
Be Brave.
flattered. I am flattered. Let me say this. I'm
Good.
flattered.
Now,
My
can
point
you
is
get
I don't
off
appreciate
this
you acting like
panel?
I'm following you around. You're following me around.
You're right. You're right, Be Brave. You're right.
That's how we
You're
get
right.
somewhere.
You're right, boss. You're
All
right,
right,
boss.
all right. Good little color boy. You better start acting
So
right.
are
I'll put
we
you back
done
out in the
now?
field, color boy.
Are we done? Did you
Yeah,
just
yeah,
call me?
Stanley.
Whoa, motherfucker! Did you just call me a
He
little
say how he
colored
really
boy?
feels.
Yeah, he did.
Oh well, there. That hey, at least he didn't call me the N word, but little colored boy, that's a bit much.
Give me 1 second, Stanley. I need to make a quick phone call. I want you guys to hear this, by the way.
Motherfucker, not on my show. Start a new one. We can end this one. Not on my show.
All right, I'm about to
I
start
am
up a
not.
new stream.
Unless is it Philippe?
Nah.
Who would it be?
Well, you know.
Is it one of your rentees?
It's a renter. It's a renter.
Okay, dude.
Early morning.
Are you going to tell me to end the show? I can do that. And we can go over to your show and listen to your agenda.
No, it's going to be
Not
short.
gonna-
It's going to be short.
John, I don't do that low ass ghetto shit you want to do.
Yeah, I got you. I know you don't.
So
You've been arguing very
it is your channel. Tell me to end it, and then we can come over to yours.
Yes, you don't have to. We have
Motherfucker, this isn't yesterday. This is current.
We can run 4 or 5
I
shows.
am not going to do this
So
sort of
you
stuff.
do
to
what
myself.
you want to do.
It needs to be ghetto pure.
Right, you do what you want to do, right?
And you
right?
don't bring that kind of.
That's cool. So I don't tell you what to do. Hold on, sir. You got to listen to me for a minute. I don't tell you what to do. I don't tell you what to do on your stream. Like, whatever the fuck
It
you
is
like.
my stream. You're telling me what to do.
No, I'm not. Because you said
Yeah,
no,
you
don't
are.
do that. No, you said don't do that. So I said,
No,
okay, cool.
you know
Hold
what?
on. Hold on. You've been talking to
John
everybody.
Galt,
Hold on.
on
You've been
my
talking.
show on your channel.
You've been
I
talking over
will
everybody.
respectfully end the stream, and
Listen,
you
do
get
whatever
to
you
go
like.
on yours.
You can end your
What
stream.
is going
You
to
can-
happen is
you-
we will start talking
you can do
about the
whatever you want to.
guttural. The gutter that you
Well, you
live
can do
in
whatever you want to do,
does
Stanley.
not need the sewage does not need to seep up
You can do
to my stream.
Listen, you can just keep talking over me.
Motherfucker, I'll end the show now. Then you'll have to start it.
All you got, man. You can't have a conversation with anybody. Like
No, motherfucker, I can't have a conversation I don't want to have.
Right, but you
I'm
can't
not 60 years old because I goddamn have
right,
conversations
and
I
you-
don't
you
have
just
to
wanna get
have.
up here- you
What
wanna get
you
up here and
don't
monologue.
understand, young man,
wanna get
is
up here and
never have a
monologue.
conversation you don't want to have.
Right,
That's
but you-
how my motherfucker, I have literally gotten through my life not having conversations that are
Yeah,
unnecessary.
I can imagine.
Your choice, owner of golf, is to make your own call on your own show, and you have done that before. You will not do it on Stanley versus the World. Period.
You keep repeating yourself to me.
Motherfucker,
You don't tell me
I
that.
must be repeating myself because you keep acting like you're gonna make this call.
I ain't like nothing. I can start up another stream as I told you. And you don't
Start
have to-
another stream
and you don't
is
have-
my request.
Okay. And the next thing is, I'm gonna tell you once. Now, I hope that I don't have to tell you again. You don't have to ask me to end your stream. Whenever you want to end your stream, whenever you feel like
Thank
ending,
you for reminding me of that. But I also need to acknowledge because I get a lot of
I
bullshit.
don't need you to ask me again, right?
Dude,
Right.
we all
clear, right?
know it's your
We
channel.
are clear about that,
It
right?
is
We are
the
clear.
John Galt Urban Landlord channel.
You do know
It
you
is
don't
the
need permission.
John Galt Urban Landlord channel.
I want to. No, this thing about who owns it.
Ultimately, motherfucker,
You're not gonna let
you
anyone talk to
own. You
We can
own
talk
the
about
power
it. That's
cord. You are the President
No,
Trump.
you own for this channel.
You are the President Trump here.
For this
I
stream.
am just
For this
a
stream.
Democrat in a Donald Trump world.
For this stream, when you run your Stanley versus the World, you don't have to ask me when can I hit the end stream button.
No.
Nobody do it.
You are owner of the real estate. I'm renting a John Galt room. I don't want to be the dead motherfucker you have to scrape up.
Stanley, you have ended many. I don't know what's always funny to these niggas, but you've ended
Oh,
many.
wait, hold on. Did you use the N word on my panel? I have asked people not to use the N word on this panel. Is this owner's rights You can use the N word when no one else can.
It's so fucking funny, right? I really don't know what
Oh,
the fuck.
motherfucker, this is hilarious.
Right? Because you know how to fuck to end the stream. You don't have to
Oh,
ask me.
no, motherfucker.
Right?
I
You
know how
end
to
this
fuck
motherfucker. You do it. But don't fucking ask me anymore.
Say
Right?
N word again and I'll end it.
Everything's so fucking funny. End it whenever you want to. You know how to end it. It's always something fucking funny to you, motherfucker.
Oh, yes. It is
Everything-
always funny, John.
You know how to end
It
a
is
motherfucking
always
stream,
funny,
right?
John. When you get my age, a lot of things
Maybe
and a
that's what
lot
it
of
is.
people
Maybe
are
it's age. Just
fucked
got you fucked
funny.
up.
Now, I just dispatched a 70-year-old racist and laughed while I did it. And he dispatched himself.
Yeah,
I know
you
what
always
the
concerned
fuck
about
I'm
race
doing,
that
John.
you keep
Do
that you keep that racist man's
Do
mouth
you
name in your mouth.
actually
But he
know
doesn't
what
talk
you're
about
doing,
you like
John?
that, right? He doesn't
Sometimes
talk
I
about you
wonder.
like that. He doesn't talk about you like that. Like
You're
he
gonna
is making a point.
fuss,
Right? He doesn't talk about you like that, but you constantly
I
talk
would
about people.
rather you
It's
do
like you
not
have deep
think
grave syndrome here.
I
Stanley.
don't want to see black people in your hood abused by you, John, on this panel.
Sure.
You can mute.
Abused by me. How am I abusing anybody? What have I done anybody to abuse me?
Motherfucker, you know what? Abuse is in the eyes of the beholder.
Okay, well, that's
Don't
fair.
abuse your people. Don't make the call.
My people and what my people?
Because
My
I know it's all gonna end.
Wait a minute.
with,
Who is my people?
I am that
Who are my
nigga John Galt.
Who
It
are my people that you
always
speak of?
ends.
Who are
and
my
I am
people
that
that you speak
nigga
of?
John Galt.
No, explain to me. Who are my people that you speak of? Who are these my people that you speak of?
You know what?
Explain it to me.
Clue. I don't know you that well.
But you mentioned it. You said my people.
Who are your people, John Galt?
Define the
I
word.
know Khalid. He's one of your people.
You love to say
right?
define the words.
Is
You
Khalid one of your people, John Galt?
define my people. You
Motherfucker,
mentioned it,
I
so
don't
I
have to
guess you know.
define shit. We're all adults. Have you ever heard the term a priori?
Yeah, I've heard that, but we're not in the courtroom.
Well, good. Then a priori, I know who your people are.
Okay, all
One
right. So
of
I
them's
get
Khalid. The other is that fucking failure of an Asian Master Kim. Oh, I've known your people for quite some time.
Oh, Stanley, I think Brave really proved his point, though. You know what I'm saying? Like you've been calling
You
him
know
man.
what?
His
You're
name.
the only motherfucker up here who thinks Brave proved his point.
Well, but you
I
do
moved on
use
from
his name a lot.
goddamn Be Brave quite some time ago. You go kiss the white man's ass.
I'm saying it's
not
like
me.
Brave and Trump. They those names constantly come out of your mouth.
You know
And I
the
don't-
difference between Brave and Trump? John, this is an honest question. Do you know the difference between President Trump and Be Brave and Think?
I know you talk about
Other
both of
than
them.
you fucking kiss white ass,
know
other
you
than that,
talk about
do
it.
you actually know the difference?
I know you talk about him quite a bit. That's
And
one.
I know Be Brave is not Donald Trump. I might not have tossed Donald Trump off this panel.
I don't know why a poor white man gets your eye like that.
Oh, motherfucker, you
He's
think
a-
whoa, John,
he's a
I
poor white
love
man.
this. That is an
He's a
awesome
poor white
question.
man, right?
Oh no, motherfucker,
Wow,
you
poor
keep
white man.
asking that stupid question, and when you're done, I will answer. Ask it. Take that question to its
No, I get
fruition
it. You got it.
because it's
Why-
a simple answer.
Why does a poor white man get your eye like that? You got the question.
Motherfucker, I don't have a problem with poor white men. I have a problem with dumb motherfuckers like Be Brave.
So why does a dumb poor white man get your eye like that?
Oh, I said I don't have a problem with the poor. I have a problem with the dumb.
Okay, so
Now,
why?
motherfucker, if you are idiotic enough to put the two together, that is your narrative, not mine. My only problem with
Can
Be
you
Brave
just ignore him?
my only problem with Be Brave is he's dumb and he missed an opportunity.
But Stanley, you overlook dumb, poor, violent blacks every day.
Motherfucker, they will come on my panel. Name me one motherfucker.
If I do a street-
Motherfucker, you know I'm right.
But if I
Name
do
me
one
one violent black that has come up on this panel. Be Brave, a dumb white motherfucker, was just here.
Right.
What's the difference? Or can you figure that? God, dude, you must
Stanley.
think. You must motherfucking think I'm your lovely lady, Lisa. You used to dealing with dumb blacks. Motherfucker, I know the difference. There is no violent black I'm talking to right now unless you're one of them.
Sally, again, like
Motherfucker, I
everybody
take
knows.
idiots like you and I eat them for breakfast and I shit them tomorrow. You need to be careful when you fuck with me, John Galt. Make your call in private. That's how this all started. Be
Okay, do
brave.
you guys
Not
need a
Donald
referee?
Trump. Violent blacks aren't here. Now, fucking deal with your elder better. And
Stanley,
I'm not talking about me.
you know,
Deal with
Stanley,
your elder. Be brave.
Stanley, you got him there.
Dude, I'm
Maybe
just
you want.
gonna
You
have
you
another
Okay,
answer that you will totter around and fail to deal with. John, you're easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you see here, and I think Be Brave
Yeah,
really hit.
motherfucker. And I answered your questions. Did I fail to answer one of your lame ass questions?
No, you didn't. I think,
Of
but
course I didn't, because
but you
I
did.
know how
You
to
do.
deal with bullshit questions.
John, concede because
Well, there's
No,
nothing.
motherfucker, I'm
There's no battle.
enjoying this.
There's no battle.
The little black man who loves Be Brave in
oh
that
man.
cute little pink jacket or shirt or whatever the fuck it is wants to call his client for the amusement of all these people can end the show because, hey, dude, I live in your digital ghetto.
Are you getting that dope, Stanley?
You know what? I'm just trying to figure out why anyone thought that on this show I want that fucking shit on my show. You got a whole show to abuse your tenants.
Abuse is a harsh word, Stanley.
Guess what I did, Virgo? Do you think I choose words just because they pop into my mind, or do I think before I speak? Just take a wild guess.
Obviously, you think before you speak.
Then, motherfucker, I chose that word carefully.
Okay.
Not being very nice today.
I'm just trying to be the referee here, guys.
Step into the middle of something. Keep your hands clean of this one, ma'am. And Virgo.
Well, I
Virgo,
stepped down
I love
humbly.
you. Don't sully your hands with this.
I stepped down humbly.
Should be gratefully. You don't want to get your hands dirty. Okay, well, then the call will not be made, or is that still in contention?
Oh, Stanley, I can always call him, as I told you earlier. Not to repeat myself, I can always start a stream. That's what we have the capability to do around here. Multiple streams.
Well, John Galt, take the technology, because you are that nigga.
I'm glad you acknowledge. Glad you acknowledge.
I kind of want to hear the abuse.
I've been
Stanley.
acknowledging you are that nigga for quite some time.
You know, here's the thing, I'm probably gonna do a whole stream about this.
Good. And as long as you don't bring my son into it, you'll be okay.
Oh, your son, he'd be safe. He'd be safe.
Oh, motherfucker, you know what? That you even say the S word in my presence, you don't know. Motherfucker, I had this conversation, probably not with you. Don't you ever do some shit like that again.
All right, fair enough. I've heard you.
Dude, you don't know. I gave you your warning, and you thought it was funny, and it just wasn't. There is a reason, and that motherfucker's my son. That motherfucker's not coming on this show because, dude, why would I put him? Your behavior was atrocious, and you want someone who's young to come on this bullshit and deal with you in the Philippe's and the Master Kims of the world? Why would I ruin that boy's? Why would I poison that boy?
Wait, what's
You're
wrong with
fucked
Master
up,
Kim?
John. And what you need to do is go and not cogitate on what other people's kids do. What you need to do is concentrate on your kids. Leave mine out of this. And motherfucker, you went too far. I warned you in the chat and on the panel that you were going too far, and your drunken dumb ass just wanted to make a comedy show out of it. And motherfucker, this one I won't forget or forgive. This is what you need to know, and I'm motherfucking saying it. Clip this bitch. No, dude. I am so annoyed. It is you are the nigga you describe. You are the rap song you describe. You're the crack hoe you like.
I love it.
Hey, motherfucker, you had no choice but to love it.
I love
what
it.
else can you do but love it?
I love it.
What else can you do? Motherfucker, you better embrace it because it is who John Gall that nigga is. The nigga acted like a nigga.
Bear hug it, baby. Because I am that nigga.
Hey, motherfucker, you are more than that nigga. You're disgusting. You want to take other people's children, make huge racist points about them. Motherfucker, when you put one of your kids in a position where they can actually be successful, then come and but I bet you'll have to be more sober to make that happen. Now, I talk about parenting. Let's hear you tee-hee about that.
Wait, what do you want me to say? Would you like me to start?
Yeah, motherfucker, I said what I said. Now, you be that nigga and put a child into college.
We're well into nap time right now.
Ryan, you'll be gone in about 2 seconds if you interject with that
I'm just
kind of
saying,
bullshit.
Stanley, this is when you get really crotchety.
Dude, don't be brave. Because you're not that brave.
I'm just saying, man.
You were just saying. I will go to sleep when I think I need to go to sleep, and I got quite the nap. So I'm perfectly fine. I have nothing else to do. Pre-made dinner, leftovers. I'm here for the duration. Mr. I have no clue what Robert's rules of orders are. Dude, you need to live that down.
Point of parliamentary procedure. Would the floor entertain a question?
Stanley, how come you always throw the whites off the panel? Me and B Brave got thrown
Let
off the
me ask
panel.
you a
That's
question.
it.
Is Solid Snake white? I know he wants.
Actually, where is Solid Snake? Did you already throw him off?
Solid
I took a
Snake
break.
wants
I took a break.
Solid Snake wants to be a white little boy.
That might be
I
Snake right there.
I'm just saying. Is he
He
bad?
was gonna.
Snake up?
He was gonna ask a question
Did he get
about my
thrown off?
show.
Okay, you asked. See how quickly you scurry away from your question.
Snake?
Solid Snake white, Ryan.
I'm just saying. I wasn't on the panel for a while.
Motherfucker, answer the question.
What's the
Yes
question?
or no?
No, what's the question?
You know what? You
just ask it again. I didn't hear it.
You asked me about the why do I throw whites off the panel? I asked you, is Solid Snake white? Now, can you answer that direct question?
I don't believe he is.
You don't believe, but he might be.
I don't believe he is.
You seem to have some doubts.
Is he still up
Okay,
here?
bottom line
Where
is
is he?
Ryan, stick to your bean counting.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, statistically, it seems that me and B Brave are the only ones that got thrown off, but you do throw Snake off a lot, so I'll give you that. You do. You probably threw him off more than any individual. Maybe even more than 12th man.
Your argument isn't an argument. Thank you for your concession.
All right, well, I'll just let you go back to John because you were
I'm done with John.
terrorizing him for the last 15, 20. So
all I have to say is, you can only abuse your tenants on your show. Don't do it here. We try and stay at least a modicum of positive.
okay. Can I just comment on something, Stanley? I just noticed a pattern.
If you must.
At about
And Ryan, you are
okay.
actually stretching my patience.
I just noticed with the timeline at about the 6 or 7 hour point.
Which timeline?
The show. When your show's at about 6 or 7 hours, there's a general mood change.
No,
where
you know what the mood change is? Is I get tired of these motherfucking dumbass questions.
I just noticed it about that 6 hour.
It takes about 6 or 7 hours worth of questions that are just annoying, and hence the mood change. You asking me or proposing that I throw white people off more than black people.
Stanley, it was a joke. It was a joke, Stanley.
I
you know that.
Now, motherfucker, wouldn't you have a mood change when basically you're saying, hey, you are being racist, and then I bring up, well,
but it was a joke.
No, motherfucker.
It was a joke.
Was it a joke?
Look, you would throw John off if it wasn't his show, I'm sure.
No, John's tolerable.
I think you would.
You know what? You know the difference? John will fucking listen. Be Brave does not.
That's true. That's true.
So we know John's not white.
There's a lot of over talking. For sure.
I think a lot of times.
All right, I was just giving you a hard time. It's okay.
I think
but it's 6
man, because what I've seen, man, people, a lot of times people don't want to, certain things be out in the ether. Some of this shit hurts. Certain people.
What hurts?
I do believe that some of the things, I've been on black women panels, and they can't even talk about the weight. They have to act like that shit ain't even there. Like it's not even a damn, like it's not.
Oh no! So this is gonna become a red pill point.
No, this is not. But I just use that as an example. But some people don't want to even entertain certain things. They don't even want to hear it. They rather act like it doesn't exist. You're fat. You act like you ain't fat. You just
okay. Why are we talking about fat women? Unless you want to watch this,
just an example.
Watch it.
And then so what I see oftentimes is a lot of things that people just can't accept hearing, and then they will shut people down.
in my experience over these 60 years is people just can't fucking understand that they're stupid. That, in my opinion, hurts worse when people hear it than they are fat. When you tell a person they're not good at critical thinking, it hurts their feelings, and they sometimes take a day or two to figure out that that's worse than being fat. Now you must be aching to see this pop the balloon. Literally, it's called plus size edition. Is that what you want to see? Is that what you want to see, John?
No, I figured, I've used that as an analogy. I didn't know that you were about to play a pop the balloon.
Oh, you didn't know. This is literally a plus size edition.
No, I didn't know that.
That's saying something.
You segued nicely into it.
I thought all pop balloons were that.
Oh, there's some pop the balloons that
been waiting for.
Goddamn.
There's been some
We've
good
been
ones.
waiting for this pop the balloon since 6 a.m. To be honest with you.
Yeah, you're right, Portia. My bad.
It's Natasha, not Portia.
No, Portia's there fussing at me again.
As she should stand. You told me to
By the
stand
way,
back, so I'm gonna let Portia take the rest.
Everyone hit the like button. Everyone, please subscribe to John Galt, the Urban Landlord channel. If you want more rarely occurring video essays, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. Share the wealth here. It is all be brave in some weird form, shape, or corn candy version. Awfully chewy, too sweet, and just not good for you. So that didn't work, did it?
I always give love to the Urban Landlord channel on my show. Always. Is anybody?
Yeah, even when I come up, Tom, you always shout out the Urban Landlord.
You do, Tom. So
that's why I don't get kicked off.
And
if I could say one thing, I was always taught that a question, which is seeking knowledge, it should be just as intelligent as a statement. That's what I was taught.
Well, I've also heard, and I have grown to hate this term, there's no such thing as a bad question. Totally ridiculous.
That is if someone's on fire and you ask, does that hurt? That's a bad question.
Well, and this is a short aside. I didn't raise my son that way. I literally told him, and I'm dead serious, when he was, first grade, there is such a thing as a bad question. Let us not. I raised my son that way. There are such things as bad questions. Ask good ones. And, one of these days, I got my ass handed to me in a very disrespectful manner about raising people to an Asian standard. Never talk to my son. I have literally never talked to my son about politics. And I've said this before. Nope. He's got a brain. I raised him to have one. Just whatever you decide. That's how you raise kids. That's how you don't indoctrinate kids. Let them form their own opinions if you respect them.
Have you been able to discern his politics, or is that something his own, his own affair?
No, I actually haven't. It could, and it could be that he's apolitical, but I don't know. I mean, there are books about the Constitution. there's books in the house. So, but Constitution's kind of politically neutral.
Yeah.
I actually think, if anything, he will be more or less a moderate of some sort. And as long as he thinks before whatever, or before he votes, I won't even ask him who he votes for because I don't particularly care. As long as he's happy and successful.
I have never asked another person who they voted for in my life.
You're never curious?
No, none of my business.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Fuck that. Just be a decent human being. Pull the curtain after you and pull your lever.
That's why there's a curtain. If they wanted it to be public, everybody would just go in the town square and raise their hand. There's a curtain there. That's their business.
This is the great Brooklyn Watson. Thank you so much, Kim. That's great. You allow him to. What else would you do with a smart child? Let him. Why would he, dude? Why would I let him develop 60 years of bad habits? Let him form new ones. And I appreciate the part about letting him develop his own manhood. And he can split wood. He can use a chainsaw. He'll be okay. But yeah, motherfucker, how do you gotta have your own opinion. Why? Oh, thank you so much, Kim. Yeah, let him be a man. Now, you have to advise him after 18. But so far he has not fucked up. And if I can get someone, this far, now college is not the end game. But he'll be okay. He's honestly, he's got to fuck up. I'm almost asking he gives me a problem to solve. I'm a problem solver by nature, by the way. Motherfucker, don't. And he hasn't been a goody two shoes, but goddamn, no law knocking at the door, motherfucker. What are you, not black?
Hey, Juan.
Fuck no, motherfucker. Don't. Cops knocking at my door. I'm gonna have a few choice words for you and the cops. Hey, Juan.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm apparently out of control.
Yeah.
Wait, hold it. Oh, yeah. What's your assessment?
I burned my throat laughing so hard, man. That's gonna, man.
How did that hot coffee hit, Juan?
Oh,
Don't remind me. That wasn't fun.
And I want John to
No,
come
that's a
back
little
up.
inside joke.
Oh, is this a Bustelo joke?
No, I was sipping coffee when you and Be Brave were going at it, and somebody mentioned the White Sanford and Son and hot coffee.
Oh, that was me.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think that was me.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan and Be Brave, the White Sanford and Son. Have you ever seen them on their panel?
I watch this panel and I watch 5/5, and other than that, Stanley, I watch the news or I'm working, so I don't watch. I don't watch that many panels. I keep them.
Yeah, well,
I'd say The Odd Couple.
I had something I wanted to ask you about, Juan. I'll remember in a bit.
The Odd Couple might be the White Sanford and Son.
Again,
The Odd Couple.
Coffee going down the wrong part of your throat is not necessarily a good feeling.
And I was hoping John Hopefully he comes back after he's done abusing his clientele. No, no, god damn it, motherfucker, don't do it on this show. Um,
I
I'm
don't
not.
know.
I'm
The
not gonna have.
cynical part of me
I'm not
wants to
gonna have
see the
that kind of
abuse.
abuse happen. So there's a Sean Bracey part, and most people here have seen it, so I won't replay it. But um, and I'll just say it. Um, I made a point that black people in 2025 are making this mistake, and I think John Galt is much. And well, HB, hit the link if you want to come up. Yeah, be brave. Look at be brave. You know what, HB? I'm glad I lit a fire under his flaccid white ass.
Oh,
I'm not going to be there. Uninterested. He probably doesn't get the point. He rarely does. I get misquoted by that poor illiterate white man so much that it's hee haw. I'll watch I'll watch I'll watch it in syndication. So
I go on Bree Babe's channel every day just to give him a thumbs down.
oh,
I'll
don't
admit
do
that.
that. Come on now that's mean. You got to listen to him.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, I
I've
am
listened
No,
mean.
Be
on his
Brave
show a couple of
actually
times.
has an opinion. Come on, you can't just automatically give him a thumbs down. That's actually mean. Confront the man, give him your opinion. Treat
He
him.
doesn't let me on.
What?
Yeah, he doesn't let me on.
Does he know who you are?
Of course, Brave knows who I am.
Well, he may not. I mean, not too many women who have brains go up there.
I'll make
Brave
it.
knows
He's
who I
not.
am.
He's not. He's not. There is leaked, and there's yeah. Look, it is literally the little rascals.
Well, leaked
It's all
is Brave's concubine.
it's all little abused little boys. You know.
Leaked is Brave's concubine. So
Well,
No,
of course he's
that's unfair too.
This isn't a deal, but I'll make a proclamation. Not only will I not mention his name, I won't say anything bad about him.
Oh no!
Ever again.
Hey, I
Never.
think Spankies. I think the little rascals were adorable.
Alfalfa for the win. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Well, no, I can think of an alfalfa. It'd be like someone like King Shenard. So,
Oh.
but I've grown to appreciate King Shenard actually. Oh, wait, hold it. Who's back? Is it be brave? Is that how he ha? Was that a different show?
Oh, look. I hurt his feelings.
Oh, come on, be brave.
I told you he wouldn't let me on.
No,
you thought I was lying?
Be brave. That's not because she thinks so. See, what you want, be brave and think you want to make this into an internet or a show or a war. It's not that serious. You and I will always agree on some things. We just go toe to toe on race and especially American culture. Dude, you haven't lived American culture enough to talk upon it. So, yeah, dismissive would be a better word because you just don't know it. You know your corner of it. Solid Snake, same thing. And be brave. Virgo doesn't think lowly of you. I was surprised that she even thinks of you. Now that was a shock. What the?
No, I don't think of him
You
until
probably
he
agree with most of
comes
his
and
shit.
splatters his bullshit on the internet. But no,
Now,
on a
you know what?
day-to-day basis, I do not think of him
You agree with
at all.
John Galt on a lot of things. You also tend to agree with you agree with B Brave's politics. And I know you well enough to just tell you, don't resist the goodies that Be Brave offers. It's it's a lot of vanilla chocolate.
Yeah, but even well, here's the problem, Stanley. Even when I do agree with Brave,
You do?
it,
See,
no,
I knew it.
no, wait, hold on, let me finish. On his politics and stuff, when he's talking
Be Brave doesn't have
nothing
politics.
about
He
race,
has racism.
it always turns into, well,
Anti-black.
the black man, the black,
Yeah.
black, you know,
Yeah, I get
and this is where I disagree with him. So every
about what?
problem is the blacks. Every problem is the blacks.
I
Maybe
think
every
Not
problem
necessarily.
is people like Be Brave.
Not necessarily. There were some,
Oh, boom, boom, boom. Yes.
there were,
Totally agree with that.
there were some
Uh,
valid points that he made
hold
on
on one
his.
sec. Let me make a quick point.
Go
The
ahead. I'm sorry.
problem with America is what Be Brave describes, which is him. Same thing with John Galt. The problem with black people is what John Galt describes. Okay, a black man named John Galt doesn't understand that Ayn Rand would have no use for his monkey ass. So, worshiping John Galt, motherfucker, Howard Rourke, John Galt, those motherfuckers, he'd be polishing their shoes before they go riding out in Galt Valley. Motherfucker has no clue what he is thinking about. He didn't understand that bullshit in the first place. I understand wanting to have a YouTube presence, but I don't need one. Let the motherfucker, I'm using my real name, let the motherfucker step to me that wants to challenge me.
I'm more of a Howard
You
Rourke.
better be
so
smart for starters.
I'm much more of a Howard Rourke
I
myself.
still can't get over
You
him.
know
I
what?
still can't go over
What's the
the
difference? Actually, you know what? I get the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. It was the Fountainhead we're talking about, right? Howard
Yes,
Rourke.
yes.
Um, so now I actually respect the attempt. Objectivism is a thing, but it was a thing. It it is something every high school boy should read. But by the time you hit the real world and you discover that motherfucker, it is not my way or the highway, I will defy Congress. Life doesn't work that way.
I think that the many people that do what I do for a living like the Fountainhead because of the idea of a creative vision. And that's the essence of the book that I take from it. It's not so much the, extended political, sociological things, but
You
just
see,
one man
I have
having
to
the
take
vision.
the whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't. I think of a work of literature, and I actually do think Ayn Rand is literature.
It is
Oh,
literature.
I
definitely.
can't separate the two easily. You have to take the whole work because it all works together. I assume that's how the author intended it to be.
Yeah, I don't have that much imagination. I go strictly by the
Yeah, you
plot.
don't
And
have that much.
I go strictly by the plot, and just the man in that situation was fighting for his right to
You know what?
see his creative vision.
Fucking Willy Wonka. I think that is imagination. I think Jules Verne is actually
Around the world in 80 days. Yeah.
Yeah,
You need
those-
that
it's
after the
like,
first couple
you
of
know,
pages, your mind just
he
opens up.
had the whole industrial revolution and all that stuff. Jules Verne, motherfucking dude.
Well, don't forget Stanley. Don't forget H.G. Wells. I had a lot of
Oh
his
yeah,
books.
absolutely.
I mean, he was a hell of a futurist, along with Isaac Asimov. I mean, a lot of the shit that we're doing right now,
Right.
they talked about.
And you know what? I'm actually reading and I'm not a science fiction person, but I'm actually reading it's Asimov. It's god damn it. I read and it was actually Get Crack who put me on to it, and I enjoyed it. But I also want to say, I go back to the Odyssey, Shakespeare. Those were the people who had imagination to me, and it happens occasionally. There's a woman, young African woman named Helen. I think it's Oyemi. You go back, Carlos Castaneda. I'm kind of into magical realism sometimes, which is just before science fiction and just before like fantasy dragon bullshit. I think Carlos Castaneda or he's 100 and what is it? 101 Years of Solitude.
Tolkien.
Y'all need to read that shit. It is awesome.
I think everything you're saying is true. There's imaginative works, and certainly the
Right.
Fountainhead
That's
is not
the
one of
reality.
them. On its face, the Fountainhead
That's
is
realism.
a business story or a legal story, but I think Asimov is so appropriate right now. The 3 laws of robotics. Would we please start applying those to AI? Would we please start applying those to AI?
I would argue that they started already, Tom. I mean, they have a humanoid robot that I read about the other day, and the first thing I said it on this stream in the chat, was imagine if they're able to have a humanoid robot that has the strength to build houses. It's a wrap. We're done.
Well, the first law is it may not harm a human. AI is already harming humans.
You know, actually, I hadn't thought about that. You think that Elon Musk hasn't started talking about that sort of stuff?
He's been talking about that stuff. Shit, he's
Don't
been talking
harm
about
a
that stuff
human?
since 2003.
Yeah, it's
The part about don't hurt a human?
It was not just him, Stanley. It was the mantra of the tech industry back then. What was Google's mantra? Don't be evil or some bullshit?
Right, it was.
Well, the whole concept of beneficence it's mostly in the medical field, but one should strive to not,
Socratic oath.
yeah. Well, it's the 4
beneficence,
steps of beneficence are like one should not do harm, one should endeavor to reduce harm, one should try to. It's the 4 steps. The last one is one should do good.
Don't be evil.
Yeah.
That is fairly funny.
Well, and the Ball State symbol is beneficence, so that's the only reason I know
really?
that. But yeah. Big statue on the campus.
Speaking of which, where has Wolf been around here? I saw him last night. Is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's okay. He's will of the wisp. He is where he is, and then he's not there anymore. I mean,
well, kind of like a wolf.
Yeah, he's exactly. It's one should not practice evil or do harm. One should prevent evil or harm. One should remove evil or harm. One should practice good. Those are the 4 steps. But the laws of robotics get messed up by the last law. First one is can't harm a human. Second one is must obey all orders of humans. The last one is cannot harm oneself except in a case where you might harm a human. And so AI, as it becomes more sentient, it's going to go, well, yeah, maybe I'm doing some stuff, but I can't harm myself.
Let me
This is-
ask you a question because that first law can't harm a human, and that third law, I would love dogs know the difference. I'm wondering if AI is as smart as a dog.
Well, I just last night on my show interviewed AI.
What? I missed that part.
Yeah, it was at the very end of the show. I interviewed AI and asked it
All
lots
right,
of
well,
questions. And AI actually didn't know things that it had told me before. And most of the things it told me were things it got from the question. And I'm
Right.
like, I'm very unimpressed. Thank you for holding me to a higher standard. It's like, but you told me more things earlier about
well,
the
you
question.
know, oh, that sounds so much like John Galt.
I'm
Thank you for
gonna
holding
do
me to
more
a higher standard.
I'm gonna do more interviews with AI. That's going to become like a part of my show at the end, where people want to know things or we're talking about things. Well, let's just ask AI what it says.
The thing that it gives you different answers on the same question is why I don't use AI that much. Your Microsoft Copilots, your Chat GPTs, your on Twitter they have the Grok or whatever the heck it's called, because it's only basing its answers on the data that's readily available on the internet. So to me, why am I going to, even the data is not accurate, right? So why am I going to depend on that? That's like the village dum-dums when I was in college that made their term papers, Stanley. I kid you not, and used Wikipedia the whole time as their source. And I'm like, you didn't do any further research? I mean, come on, man.
Well, like if I asked it what my show is and who I am, it went into bloody gory detail and named places I'd worked and things I'd actually done. But when I asked it, do you know who I am? My name is, it took the answer from my previous question. It didn't give me the full answer. It was weird. And I pointed that out to it. I said, I'm asking you things you've already answered.
Be brave and think. If you ever motherfucking ask this type of question again, I'm not going to just ban you from a chat. You will be banned from the channel. Don't you motherfucking ever be this disrespectful again. Do you hear me, sir? Virgo, you are on here more than you are with your husband. Is he a half man and can't stop you? Motherfucker, if you ever motherfucker. No,
Stanley,
no.
you don't have to.
No,
I
motherfucker.
don't take anything Be Brave
No,
says
goddamn
seriously.
it. Motherfucker, you do that shit on your buddy John's show, dude. Be brave and think. You better just don't fucking come on my show again. Don't be in my chat again. This is white privilege. The motherfucking white privilege you talk about, you just took it. You dumb son of a bitch.
And the people that I chat with offline know how much I am with my husband. So,
dude, be brave and think. It's not all in fun.
my husband is actually working right now.
That is so goddamn low class.
While you're sitting on your lazy ass,
no,
probably collecting welfare.
Don't even engage this shit. Virgo is frustrated. That is why she has to be away from him. Yeah. Okay. Know what I'm gonna do? Be brave. Is Portia here? Be brave. I'm going to discuss you with Portia and John. Don't expect you will not be back on this show. Your own bad behavior. Don't come into my chat again. Okay? And if you do, I'll just ban you outright.
Bye-bye.
And you will not come back. There will be no second chances. And your dumb fucking 70-year-old ass, that's what you got to resort to. The white privilege is you Oh, this motherfucker. Oh no, what shall I do?
Maybe go find your kid and go take care of
Nah.
it. Maybe that's what you should do.
Oh boy.
Maybe that's what you should do.
Yeah,
You know,
that's all
you
right.
want to come after me, my husband, man.
Yeah, what the fuck is he doing? Why has he got to be
you
this
wish you
way?
had a wife.
All right. Well, you know what I'm going to do? Be brave. You keep clucking like the hen you are.
With your dolphin teeth.
I'm going to do something that you don't want done. And motherfucker, it's going to be don't come on my show again. Keep typing if you must. I can ban you now, or I can talk with Portia and I can talk with John. As a matter of fact, I'm going to talk with all the teammates. Your ass needs to be gone. You're fucked in a place you shouldn't have been fucking. Dumbass. That's white privilege. You feel that you can go over any line because John Galt is that nigga. John Galt lets me run wild like the massa I want to be because John Galt is my nigga. This is the cradle of stupidity sometimes, this channel. You know what, Brooklyn? Then he can ban me. But Be Brave will be banned from my show. And my chat, I can ban. It's kind of a separate thing. Now, tell me I can't do it, Kimmy. Motherfucker, I can.
Oh, she would not be around a bunch of men if I had a wife. Well, so should there not be any women on this panel or any women in this chat?
No, you are on this panel, god damn it. And you know what? Don't make this Stanley versus John Galt. John Galt will win it.
90% of the time he's sitting right next to me. He hears
Anyway,
everything.
Be Brave. You better keep that white privilege that you love so much and support on the Be Brave and White and Think channel.
Get my husband to teach him how to be a father.
I can't believe this motherfucker. I can't
Virgo, I've
believe.
spoken to your husband.
Why
Matter of fact,
on
you're
earth
singing too as
would
well,
he
if I'm not
fucking do this?
What you said, Juan?
I said, I remember, well, without going into detail, I spoke with your husband. He's a hell of a guy. And if I'm not mistaken, he was
Oh
up
my
here.
lord! I never
Yeah.
met Mr. Virgo. God damn it,
Yeah,
Virgo.
Oh, sorry, Stanley.
I'm just joking.
he was also here. During karaoke night, he sang, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh shit, he can sing.
Yeah, he can sing.
Motherfucker might. God
And he plays the bass. What
No.
does Be Brave do? And he takes care of his kids. Unlike Be Brave.
Well, you know what Be Brave would say about that, right? It's because he's not black.
Oh.
Yeah, Be Brave.
Well, Be Brave must be black then in his definition. He's just jealous, that's all.
Well, it
You
doesn't
can't get a
really
woman
matter.
like Virgo.
Does not matter whether he is or not. He needs to be. He needs to be dealt with in a very military way. And
He doesn't have a Virgo in his life.
doesn't matter. You don't do that. That's the equivalent of using the N word on my channel.
Stanley,
And
can
I
I
know he does it at the dinner table.
My name is Kylie, and I'm 34, and I'm looking for.
Can I share
right,
with you, Stanley? I did get one what I thought was really fascinating answer from ChatGPT. I asked it, "Do you think you are able to write more creatively than I can?" And it said, I can generate creative writing quickly, drawing from a vast range of styles, genres, and influences. But creativity isn't just about generating ideas. It's about personal experience, emotion, and perspective, which are things only you can bring to the table. So while I can assist with creativity, refine ideas, and even surprise you with unexpected twists, your unique human touch, your thoughts, emotions, and lived experiences will always give you an edge in originality. Which I thought, hey, all right, you're getting it.
Actually, that's a good answer.
It is.
But I would also always be expecting a Be Brave twist.
I have expected it to say, but I am coming for your job. Nonetheless.
I am coming for your job, motherfucker.
And I also have to remember anything it says it has been programmed to say. So they got to build in cope for, don't make them mad.
Imagine the AI saying what a couple of CEOs said. If you kick out the immigrants, we're just going to go to the robots. So then all of a sudden you have AI going, oh, don't worry. They'll hire me for way cheaper.
Yeah. You bag your own groceries, don't you? It's like...
No, I'm just thinking about something that I'm not happy about Be Brave's responses. Anyone want to watch? Now, I want to watch this. Plus size edition. I want to see the men that are here, actually. Any takers, or we can do something else.
I'm up for it if you are, Stanley. You're the...
I am.
Steward.
And Juan.
And I'd be interested in if plus size means everybody. Are the men also plus size?
And,
I thought
well, they're going to be plus size too, I think.
What
were you saying, Juan?
I said I thought like you once, but like I said in the chat, I had the mispleasure of watching the Walmart fight videos on YouTube. Let's just say.
Well, see, the problem is YouTube. So Virgo, she's probably with Mr. Virgo by now.
No, Mr. Virgo's he had to work today.
Yeah, would you make him for lunch?
I made him
you don't have to tell us because that is an odd question, but you know how to cook, so
I made him an egg salad sandwich.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't made egg salad.
Apples and grapes, and sent him off because he was
gonna be farty in the truck
hospital.
with the egg salad, though.
Hmm?
Is he gonna be farty in the truck with the egg salad, though?
Well, as long as he doesn't come fart when he's here.
You know what, though? I have a couple egg salad recipes, and I have not made it. I haven't had egg salad in 20 years, so might have
really? Egg salad is a good quick.
I used to get them when I was in Catholic school.
It's like a good quick 15 minutes to prepare, no? I mean,
all you gotta do is boil it.
You can be all like gourmet with it.
And let me tell you, I got this thing from Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a egg boiler. So you put the eggs in there, and it boils the eggs for you. Oh my God! Because I chop up, like when I make deviled eggs, I chop them up, and they always, when I'm peeling the skin. But this thing, let me tell you, the skin comes off, the shell comes off really easy.
Right.
And the eggs are like perfect looking. As with deviled eggs, with egg salad, I don't care because who cares?
Right. It gets shredded or chopped.
With deviled eggs, oh my God.
Now I do it a totally different way, and I do want to watch this, but now you got me talking about eggs. Um, and I'm gonna send you the way I do it, and it has never failed. Not like I eat boiled eggs a lot, maybe once or twice a year, but you put cold water. The eggs have to be submerged. Cold
Mhm.
water on top of the stove, and you start from cold water, tap water.
Mhm.
You bring it to a boil, and it takes a while. And I forget what the interval is once the boil starts, and then you shock them in cold water. And I mean, actually shock them, a bowl full of ice, and that makes the shells loose because it's rapid expansion, and then
Yeah, that's what I
contraction
used to
and
do.
expansion,
But
and it
still,
yeah,
I
it works. So
I have a whole recipe book on deviled eggs, and it has like 30
really,
recipes. Yeah, 30 recipes
well,
on
send me
deviled
that
eggs.
link. So,
Mhm.
so next Easter, not this Easter, but shit, my mother would have loved that. She was a deviled egg person.
Aw, yeah. Easter, my daughter, she loves deviled eggs, and I got different recipes. I even have one with like I put wasabi. It's too much for my in-laws though, because they
Really,
can't.
I
Mhm.
never thought of that. Wasabi,
Mhm. You put
like the
a tiny
paste,
bit of
or how do
wasabi
you do
paste.
that? Can
You
you
put a
buy
little
the
bit of
paste, or do you make it from scratch?
Well, no, I buy the paste. I don't know how to make wasabi from
See,
scratch, but
I
you know what?
never
I'll put
thought
that
about
on my
that.
list.
That's
Maybe that
way
is something I
different
should
than
learn.
like hot sauce.
Hmm. I have
Um,
one with where I sprinkle everything bagel seasoning,
Oh
and then I
God,
put
that
a
stuff
piece of
is
lox,
just that everything bagel
smoked
seasoning.
salmon.
I would put it on cornflakes, man. That stuff is so good.
Mm. I'd put it on my shoe and eat it.
I would too. I would too. Yeah, you put it on a dead bird. I'm in.
well, we brought out a secret foodie.
Yeah. Oh God, it's
Oh
so
yeah,
good.
Tom already expressed that he loves to cook.
Oh yeah, I'm cook all the time, every single day.
Well, good for you.
I told you about my marinated chicken.
Oh
The
yeah,
with
Oh
yeah.
the
yeah.
Well,
yeah.
yeah, but you're here now, motherfucker. You might be one of us.
Well, I have to admit, I really love hearing. Well, first of all, I loved hearing Juan speak Spanish. You know, but I also love hearing Virgo talk about food. I mean, I could
Oh
listen to
yeah.
Virgo talk about making a glass of ice water because she gets so
Aw.
passionate about it and she gets so detailed. Okay, first of all, I get a glass. Now, I don't like a glass that's too thick.
And then
Okay,
I
and
watch
I
it.
want a
Then I go watch
glass
my shit.
that's usually a clear glass, although sometimes but not too thick. If the glass is too thick, then it's not as good. And so I get a clear glass, okay? And then what I do is I get the water and I make sure that the water is not too cold because it's really better if the ice cools the water rather than the water being cold. I mean, she gets into very great detail. A lot of people use the
And it
square
has to be
ice
distilled water.
or they use shaved
Oh,
ice. And I don't, I use round ice. Round ice is better because there's more actual square area that will cool the water. And it also melts more evenly than the other. I mean, she gets into super detail. And I just love that.
yeah. Well, for me, good cooking, detail, but not too much detail.
Well, there is
Well,
a little.
when you're bored of your husband, you have to cook these kind of meals.
Oh, don't be saying that in the hearing distance of
Well, that was exactly
little
targeted
white
at
trash boy.
Great.
There is a little magic, and I don't know. You guys probably know people who have done this, but my grandmother on my father's side was a really good cook. Now, she wasn't nearly as good as my grandmother on my mother's side, but she knew her recipes and amounts. On my dad's side, she didn't know. She just did it by kind of repetition and feel. So my mom one time sat with her best 20 recipes, and they made food for like 2 weeks for our family. She would come over and she would take, like, if she needed salt, she would take the amount she needed, and then my mom would measure it so that we were able to create her recipes, just to get close, because she couldn't tell you the recipe. She could tell you the things that were in it, the ingredients, but she couldn't tell you the amounts. She'd say, well, get a big onion and use half, 2/3. She didn't know. She just did it by, inspiration.
What should I cook for my love tonight when he gets home? I'm thinking. We rarely cook on a Saturday, but since he's out working and was with me in the hospital, let me think. How do you think a bourbon chicken sounds?
What kind of chicken?
Bourbon.
Oh boy, that sounds good.
Yeah, I get some chicken thighs and clean them up real well.
Here we go.
Trim.
This is like the roller coaster getting to the top.
Oh my Lord! Really?
Trim the fat.
You
Get
know
all
what?
the veins out.
Let's look. This is supposedly Nashville, and if I have to hear shit about what you're gonna cook your love, come on.
Have you guys had that hot chicken that's in the style of what they sell in Nashville?
No. I looked at a history, like a cooking show, and it seems like something I would love as a 20-year-old. Remember Kentucky Fried Chicken, had that thing, and they might still, but it looks really good. But here's the thing for me about fried chicken. I didn't grow up putting hot sauce on fried chicken.
Me neither.
You didn't need it.
No.
And now, no, my grandmother, my mother, no. Excuse me. No, the fried chicken's good enough.
Broasted chicken is incredible.
Oh my God!
It's so
you
good.
ain't said nothing but a word.
Yeah. It's I would rather have that than fried. Not that I don't love fried, because I do.
The Amish around here, the Amish restaurants around here, they do roasted chicken, and it is so good.
Fried or barbecued.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I do with my fried chicken, if I want to zhuzh it up a little bit, I'll take some butter. I'll cut up some sage and saute it in the butter. And then I'll put honey in there and I'll make a sauce and drizzle it. Oh my God, it is so
over
good.
the fried chicken, right?
Mm-hmm.
After the chicken is fried.
After the chicken is fried, yes. Or I make my own hot honey sauce. I don't think I enjoyed I've had the Nashville hot. I don't think I enjoyed it.
And this is one of the weird things about the Memphis hot. It's the fry on the chicken. You put sauce over it after it's fried. It's not the base is fine. The sauce is in the taste. Re-engineering fried chicken, in my opinion, is what they kind of try to do, because the original Memphis Hot was basically fried chicken.
Mhm.
You know, if you want a little fire, put it in the seasoning flour, or because I take my chicken and I'll season it, and then I put it in the refrigerator for a day or even up to two. And you still have to
Mhm.
season the flour. You want your chicken dry. Um, there's really no reinventing the wheel of fried chicken.
Do you soak
Memphis
it in
Hot.
buttermilk now?
Well, the buttermilk. Well, you know what buttermilk does. It doesn't do.
Tenderizes.
You know what? Season it, the salt, pepper, and seasonings. Put it in the refrigerator for a couple days. You'll get the same result.
Okay. Well,
I think what's in the
sometimes you
buttermilk.
when you want to make a
Buttermilk
quick
will make
meal,
it
you
a
don't have
little bit
time
more
to season
tangy.
for a couple of days.
Buttermilk does one thing. You don't have to use egg when you coat it
Mhm.
in flour. And it gives it a little bit of a tanginess, but it doesn't do anything drying the chicken out overnight or even up to 2 days. The chicken's going to be tender. It doesn't make it any juicier. Now that's my opinion.
Mhm. And I like to fry mines in a cast iron.
Ugh, messy.
Well, where either cast iron or I've been frying a lot in my air fryer.
Right.
But I mean, if it's like a Sunday meal, I want some good old, I want that.
Virgo, I kind of gave up the whole cast iron frying. Now my son will insist, put it in a frying pan and I swear to you, I just use a regular old oven. Um, and again, you know how you can achieve the same results in different types of preps. Um, I get the same sort of not quite, because deep frying chicken, it is maybe a nuttier taste, because it's fried in oil. But I get the same satisfaction preparing it before you put it into the oven at a fairly high temperature. Spray it down with like Pam. You got to make sure that the uh, the flour coating is soaked in oil. Um, and if you just put it one way, you flip it, and you don't have to really respray it. And I've worked on this over the years. For me, Um, don't need the air fryer. Don't need to even deep fry it. Chicken wings are even better. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Chicken fat with like olive oil, it'll create the fat taste.
Mm-hmm.
Less mess. And if there's a trade-off in taste, and you'd have to debate me that there is way less mess.
Yeah, and also in the air fryer, way less mess too. You know,
Well, you know
to
what?
me, the chicken
My
comes
father
out
gave me
just
an
as
air
good in
fryer.
the air fryer.
Well, let me tell you a funny joke. I didn't get a microwave till I was 35, and it was
Oh
my
Lord.
parents who bought it. I do everything in the oven, or the stove. I still don't use the microwave, other than to warm up water for coffee or tea. I'm a stove guy. I'm an oven guy. I'm a grill guy. Um, the one time I've used the air fryer my father gave me at 59 is I made toast. That's it.
Mm.
That air fryer, and it was a nice air fryer. It's got one. It's a double door air fryer. It's all fancy and shit. I suspect my son will probably take it with him one day.
Mm.
And my other fuss, shrimp and grits. We didn't grow up with that shit. What the hell is shrimp and grits? We never
Oh my
combined.
God.
It was never a thing. And I grew up in Savannah. It wasn't a Charleston thing that I know of. It's entirely a northern thing.
No, I think it's a Louisiana thing.
It could be. They're northerners too.
Some Creole shrimp and grits. Man, I made that a couple of weeks back. Oh, maybe I should make that tonight. But the only thing is my husband doesn't like grits, but when I put that Gouda cheese in there for him, woo cha. He likes it.
Yeah, that John Galt just insists on taking Stanley criticizes men without baby mamas. That motherfucker, man without baby mamas. And you know what? This is gonna work for me. The motherfucker couldn't get a woman to create a baby and be that baby's mama. So John has gotten his ass off the panel, as I knew he would, and tucked tail. Well, let's see what these gorgeous plus size future models are going to do. Do American kettles boil water?
Yeah.
Use kettles to boil water. The old fashioned ones do.
Sure, we do that.
Or I don't actually have like a tea kettle. But it's only one person now. Put water in a microwave and it'll bubble, and then steep your tea. There are more ways to make water boil than a tea kettle, sir. Now, Kelvin, I'm going to have to ask you, do you do a 2 or 3 step process? Do you take the water from your stove and do you use a tea bowl? Do you have a tea cozy? Do you have a tea cozy, Kelvin? Americans don't have tea cozies.
Yeah, I've never cozied a tea. Normally, when I'm boiling water,
Me
I
and
use
Angela Lansbury discussing a script about murder she wrote, and she would bring me over tea with a little cute little self yarned cozy over it.
Yeah, I typically when I'm boiling water, I boil it in the size pan that it's going to require for what I need it for. I rarely boil it in a kettle unless I'm making tea, which is never.
Well, Kelvin, this is going to be a joke, so forgive it. Kelvin is the tea boy for the team.
I've heard people say, let me put a kettle on. You know.
Well, it could just be let me think on it.
Yeah.
Especially if an American says that.
Yeah.
They don't put kettles on to boil.
No.
We have technology. You know, I was gonna make it. We don't use the same wood fire. You know, after the witches are burned, we don't make tea afterwards. Guess that joke's not going to work either.
Yeah.
I just watched Wolf Hall. I've seen Thomas More not Thomas More, but I've seen some. Henry VIII burned some people at the stake. So
I think you had to burn people at the stake back then. I think that was part of.
You could draw and quarter them.
I think it was part of being a
There
king.
were options.
It's part of being.
We know about the crucifixions.
It's part of being a king is you have to crucify some people, and burn them at the stake.
Tom, I've been meaning to watch Wolf Hall for years, and then I heard that, and actually, the first installment, there's a season 2 of it, and I've always been fascinated by Thomas More, and now Thomas Cromwell. Crafty lawyer, statesman, full of one-liners, and Thomas More wrote Utopia, so we'll have to check that out. I've got more reading to do. So anyway, let's watch Fried Rice. I bet she knows how to make it, and that is a joke.
Hi, my name is Maria. I've been told I'm between the ages of 18 and 45, and I'm looking for a real one.
Don't pop, pop, pop.
Oh,
Pop the balloon.
Hi, I'm Miss Slips. I'm 43. I'm looking for a real one. My name is Kylie, and I'm 34, and I'm looking for a real one.
Someone say when.
Pop, pop, pop. Pop the balloon.
Hi, my name is Becca. I'm forever 29, and I'm looking for a real one.
Forever 20.
Hi, my name is Ray. I'm 31, and I'm looking for a real one.
You like what you see. Got a balloon in your hand.
Hi, my name is Cynthia, 21, going on 40, and I'm looking for a real one.
Hi, my name is Freedom. I'm 29 years old, and I'm looking for a real one.
Pop the balloon. Don't pop, pop, pop. Pop the balloon.
Hello, I'm Josie. I'm 31, and I'm looking for a real one.
Pop the balloon. Don't pop, pop, pop. Don't pop the balloon. The other girls popping. Don't feel like you do. I'm feeling a connection. Girl, this must be Bluetooth.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to yet another episode of A Real One. I am here with a group that always brings me such excitement, such joy. Yes, I might have been attacked in the past because I personally love big girls. I love big girls. I cannot lie. If you need a man, baby, I'm that guy. That's just how it goes in the prolific words of Mike Epps, the poet. At any rate, to the right of me, I have some BBWs. I have some big, beautiful women. I have some plus-size sisters that are here from all over Los Angeles County because they are here to find a real one. Ladies, how you doing today? Wonderful. I love it. I'm so excited to have you here because what's going to happen is we're going to have single gentlemen who, just like me, they love their big girls. Okay. And they're going to come out one by one and they're going to try to profess their real one connection pursuit for you. Now, you have hearts in your hand, as you see. Your heart represents you're open. You're open to find a real one. If you don't like what you see, if you don't like what you hear, or any other sense, feel free to break your heart. That means that the connection's not there. But if you hold on to your heart by the end of that segment with that individual, if you keep holding on, that means it's looking like a real one connection. I'll call you up here and I'll have you go on out, and I might just sponsor your first date. A first date to Sizzler. Yeah, I think that sounds kind of nice. Sponsor a Sizzler. But at any rate, ladies, are you ready? Wonderful. All right, I'm ready. So let's get ready for our first BBW loving real one. Let's get ready. We are ready for our first real one. Well, my first real one. Come on in. Come on in, handsome gentlemen. I am ready for you. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. I'm so happy to. Oh, okay. They're giving you all the 360. Okay. Wow, that's a wonderful thing. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, okay. I guess you didn't like the 360.
That was an accident. Get her a new balloon.
Let's see. We'll find out. But tell these lovely ladies your name, your age, and what you do.
I'm Paul Turner, and I'm 39 years old, and I'm an actor, so I'm unemployed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
This is easy.
Well, you still have some hearts that are holding on. Now tell us this. What makes you a real one?
I think I'm a genuine guy. I'm honest. I appreciate the same thing in my partner.
What's up, babe?
And I'm all about living in the moment and having fun. Life is short.
Beautiful. And that kind of goes into my next question, because what are you looking for in a real one?
Oh, wow. Kind of the same thing. Honesty, integrity, kindness. Somebody who's not interrupting constantly. Likes to have fun.
Beautiful. Okay. As you saw, in relationships, there are heartbreakers, deal breakers. We call them red flags. What are some things you're not going to tolerate?
Oh, red flags. Just being rude in general. Like I said, interrupting, cutting people off, and being able to have a conversation back and forth.
Okay.
It's important to me.
Very good. All right. And there's one more just for the fun of it. What do you like to do for fun?
Well, I'm a big movie buff, so I like movie nights, going to the movies, going to new restaurants, trying new things, new places. All about doing different things and constantly changing.
Yeah, that's beautiful. As you saw, we just got a few broken hearts. So come on with me. Come over this way. We're going to go to these lovely ladies and figure out what happened. So let's start with this queen right here. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Hi, I'm Freedom. I'm 29 years old, and you're just not my type physically.
What is your type physically?
Brown.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We keep it real on a real one. Now,
disrespect. No disrespect at all. You
have the right to.
You look well.
Oh, thank you. Apology accepted.
Is she someone that's your type?
Well, she's tall. I like that. I like her hair. To be honest, I don't know if I should say this. I never really dated a black girl. Maybe once or twice. That's about it.
Well, once you go black, you never go back.
I've heard that.
So we'll see what happens. Because you do have two black queens holding on for you, So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not opposed.
Okay. Well, let's move forward to this lovely lady who's wearing black. So maybe you've dated those that wear black. Anyway, name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Maria. I am forever in my 20s, and it just wasn't my type either. I think Freedom said it best.
Okay. What is your type?
I just like someone who stands out, kind of more, I don't know, a little bit of an edge. And, you're kind of vanilla, but not bad. That's not a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's just not for me.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
She wants a bad boy.
Wants a bad boy.
She doesn't know me, though.
You're an actor. Can you act like a bad boy?
Oh, you should see some of my stuff.
Is she someone that's your type?
Tall as well. I like dark hair. It's a plus. Wait, what is your ethnicity? Just curious.
I'm Filipino and Mexican.
Oh, okay. You know what? I actually dated a girl who was half Filipino, half Mexican before.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Well, let's move forward. That could have been rekindled, but I don't know. Name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Miss Lips, 43. It's giving Jack Black.
I'm way better looking than him.
Some skates. I don't know. I like a little more melanin. I think the length is nice, but I like the darker skin brothers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is she someone that's your type?
I'm gonna say no just to get back at her.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
I'm gonna stop it right here. I'm also tired of hearing I like a little more melanin. How about just go, hey, you're not my phenotype, you're not my preference. I think that we have just gone too far. And by the way, don't go on if you want a racial preference and don't want to be bothered, um, go on a different sort of pop the balloon.
Or
We are
just go on
becoming
a dating site.
stupider. We are just fucking becoming stupider.
Or
Why
just go on
tell
a
a white
dating
man you
site.
prefer more melanin if you might get a white man on, as a, you know, game show suitor? Why are we just getting dumber?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Virgo. I'm really just frustrated right now.
Yeah.
These
You can
motherfuckers are all stupid.
you
It's
can also go
expanded.
on a dating site where they filter out all these things for you.
Yeah.
So you don't have to say it.
And, now it could be that maybe they don't know what this show is, but by now, it's just disappointing.
It
So
is.
that has to be my frustration. I'm tired. I'm just fucking. God damn it. You know, is it who is it? Steve Miller Band? Clowns to the right of me. Stuck in the middle again.
That would be Steeler's Wheel.
I always forget these things, but clowns to the left of me.
Jokers to the right. Here I am stuck in.
Yeah, god damn it.
I don't know
When
why I
was
came
up?
here tonight. I got a feeling that something ain't right. Yeah.
And it's a good song, by the way.
No, yeah, it's a great song.
Steve Miller, isn't it Steve Miller Band? Or
I am going to say that it is Steeler's Wheel.
A band?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know more about this stuff than I do.
You may not want to. If it's John Locke, I'm going to defer to you. But on pop hits of the '70s, you might not want to. I could say what I say to people know in person, which is, and all my friends know this. If I say you want to bet money, they know that means I know 100% dead solid that I'm right.
Shit. You bet money.
You want to bet
shit.
money? Then they know that means I know that I've got what they call in poker. I've got the nuts. I've got a hand that cannot be beaten, and I'm going all in.
You're gonna pay for your insouciance, sir.
Yes, it is Steeler's Wheel. I'm very certain of that.
I'm not gonna take that back.
I was a DJ at a station. It was AC.
Oh, god damn it! That's
It
right.
was an AC Top 40 station, and we had every hit from 1955 to, at the time, it would have been 1987. So yeah, all those sorts of things.
You know what? I'm not used to dealing with normal people.
I don't know how normal that is, but
well, no. But what I'm saying is, you know me. There are a lot of things I'm not used to dealing with, like motherfucker. Yeah, you know the culture. So
well, not even the culture. I just know a lot of the music stuff.
Yeah,
but
a lot of culture attached to music.
That was one of my favorite songs too, and then they're one hit wonder. They never had another hit.
Okay. Then it must have been a cover. Maybe that's what it is. I'll look it up. But for now, you win.
There's no winning. It's just.
Oh, well, that's true too.
It's just.
Now you're making me just fucking. You know what? The B Braves and the John Galts just bring out the worst. I want to fucking challenge everybody.
Well, that's okay. I mean, it's just.
No, I want to go back to my St. Francis of Assisi, the birds land on my shoulders stance.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
motherfucker,
this is
you know what?
family
You
versus
gotta
world.
taste blood every now and again. And I am still My son, this motherfucker salted his mouth. No, there must be more blood. There must be more wreckage.
There must be blood.
Yeah, the movie.
No,
There
no.
will no. It's
No,
there will be
here's
blood.
you know what? I'm just and you were here for part of it. I'm kind of happy. My son is progressing, and now I did know what I was doing. I kind of primed the pump because I knew these fucking racist motherfuckers would take it too far. And as proof of my pudding, I mentioned it to Portia the day before, separate conversation, offline. And I told her, keep it between us. I will mention it because I will when it becomes necessary. And dude, motherfucker, do you know? God damn it. And I'm going to fess it now. Motherfucker, I was goddamn scared after my wife died. I was motherfucking scared. Can I do this? You got a whole goddamn life in your hands. And dude, I whistle a lot of Dixie because I did it. But motherfucker, meet me fucking 11, 12 years ago. Well, 11 years ago. Oh, motherfucker. I was a shivering puddle or a quivering bowl of jelly. I didn't know if I could do it. I had an inkling I could. These motherfucking Negroes don't know challenge. Sit in your goddamn ass on a YouTube channel smoking dope and drinking beer and complimenting your daughter about how good she cleans the back of a motherfucking kitchen sink or bathroom sink. Motherfucker, I had real shit to deal with. Like, how am I going to survive getting my son over a mother that I just had, motherfucker, I had to make the decision to pull the goddamn plug. Motherfucker, I'm in a room with doctors crying because you have to let your wife die with dignity. Motherfucker, I don't goddamn cry. My sister-in-law, my brother-in-law's wife, and I thought I was going to be a goddamn man. She's like, well, do you need me to go with you? Motherfucker, I had to drive 30 miles to the hospital. And I knew the shit was up when I called to ask for my wife. And they're like, the doctor needs to talk to you. Do you know how my goddamn heart sank?
Yeah.
So the little motherfucking pussies who think they are the nigger, it's easy sitting here and getting your beer delivered to you and your weed, man. Motherfucker, I had to deal with real life. How do you motherfucking deal with a dead wife and pulling that goddamn plug? Motherfucker, how do you fucking deal with her father saying, Stanley, you have to make the decision? God damn it. I should have I would have taken her place in a goddamn heartbeat. Y'all, and not anyone on this panel, and not really anyone in this chat, y'all are pussies. You don't know real decisions. And motherfucker, besides that, I was in the Navy. Motherfucker, I know goddamn life and death. I had a goddamn plan of funeral. Y'all are pussies. The fucking bullshit you talk about, obey, motherfucker. Y'all are pussies. And yeah, I'm a little off on this, but damn it, I'm just tired of hearing the bullshit. There is real life beyond this goddamn little YouTube chat. And when and I'm gonna use that, you can use NIGGA for now on this panel. Y'all aren't the nigga. Y'all haven't had to bury a goddamn wife. Y'all haven't, motherfucker, when they hand you the goddamn shovel so you take the first dig, motherfucker, I couldn't do it. Her brother had to do it because I was all broke up. Motherfucker, I love my wife. And I don't give a fuck if your wife is a kangaroo. You better love her because she could be gone literally. We're sitting here bullshitting. She gets sick overnight, and the next day she's in the emergency room. And 2 weeks later, a week was good. The second week, halfway through the second week, I'm calling to talk to her, and they're like, "You need to come in." Life is that fragile, folks. And the bullshit y'all want to talk about, motherfucking little Boozy. Who the fuck is little Boozy when it's goddamn? Y'all better get a real life. Little Boozy on YouTube. Let's do a whole show, and I will be that nigga talking about Lil Boozy. Motherfucker, you're not a real man.
Is there a large or
a
medium-sized
motherfucking
booty?
real life? This shit is real, and you can't have a real life unless you're living a real life. Talk about Little Boozy and abusing your little clients. Like, real life is whether a motherfucking, god damn it, dude. I'm sorry, Tom, I cut you off, but god damn it, I've been thinking about this for a while. And yeah, I've had a couple beers, but I'm not that drunk. Motherfuckers, y'all would not know real life. Motherfucker, I had to talk to the doctor like, if I pull the plug, how long will she live? It could be, motherfucker, it was goddamn 6 hours, but it could have been forever. Motherfucker, no one knew. Motherfuckers, I had to ask my son, and he was 7, god damn it. Do you want to go in? Let me give you a little detail. Now, the nurses will prepare your wife, so the nurse is like, I go in there to see my wife, and you know what my goddamn quibble was? Well, my wife didn't usually wear her hair like that. It was never plaited up. So if my son, motherfucker, I had to fucking deal with those details. How is my son gonna see his fucking mother for the last time? Ever, goddammit. Fuck y'all. You little boozy listening motherfuckers who couldn't figure out real life if it died on you. Stop the bullshit and start talking about some real shit. And I'm done, but god damn it, you little small motherfuckers want to deal with who little Boozy is. It's bullshit. And your leader, John Galt, doesn't know real life. He knows his life, but motherfucker, I've lived a real life. Sorry, folks, but god damn it, this is a storm coming. Y'all are full of shit. So, Tom, I cut you off, and I
you
didn't
needed to
mean
let
to.
it
But
out,
god damn
Stanley.
it, this shit is real.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, it happened 10 years ago. I got to where I needed to be, got my son there, but god damn it, I was motherfucking scared. I did, my family helped. Of course, you have to have family. I was in Northern Virginia. Motherfucker, my parents had to go, what the fuck are you doing? I wasn't going to go back. Motherfucker, I'm living in the mountain, on the mountain. But they're like, what the fuck are you doing? Dude, and I want my son to never have to deal with this shit again. Motherfucker, he better be happy. His mother, I would have gladly, maybe because it was too much work and she should have done it. Maybe that's how it should work. God damn it. I'll rest because I'm the father and you're the woman. You raise this boy. Motherfucker, it doesn't work that way. You better be able to live real life, folks. And you know what? It didn't make me stronger so much, Virgo. I, Sunday come to Jesus meeting. It's like, well, goddamn, you better read a book. Dude. Luckily, it was at a point in our lives that I didn't have to worry so much. But you know what I told my son to do? Motherfucker, plan on retiring at like 40 or 50. Take some time. Motherfucker, you better work hard early. You better put in the time. And I didn't put in the time. I lucked out, but now I know what's out there. My son better fucking not plan. I planned on growing old with this woman. And the real life is the rug can be pulled from under you. And little Boozy doesn't, who gives a fuck about little Boozy? Or Jess? Whatever the fuck these motherfuckers are talking about, you better be talking about the news. You better be knowing the politics in real time or even the past. Lil Boozy ain't gonna save your dumb ass. It is so shallow. CT, so goddamn shallow. And why am I here? I'm starting to wonder why myself. So, I'm the hypocrite too. I'm no better, but at least I think about it. That's a first step. So, let's get back to the fat girls. These are women. These are people. They are lives. You still make jokes, but you better know their jokes and not. You better know what you're saying. You better know the jokes. You better understand why the jokes work or they don't. These shallow motherfucking lives. Someone asked me earlier this morning about integration, segregation, and all that shit. Know the history behind it, but does it really matter in 2025? Avoid the obstacles. They're there, but you got to know how to get around them. And the best way is parent your kids. We can't solve the past. We can solve now, and we can think about what.
Uh-oh. Stanley. Stanley, come on. Stanley, come on back here, Stanley.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. You done knock yourself off the show, Stanley. You know good and damn well. You need to get back up on here. I don't. It doesn't matter.
Stanley done left us alone, man.
10 years ago, that's a burden that one person shouldn't have to carry. And that's
I don't know.
tough.
I don't know what I would do if even a thought of me losing my husband. I would be completely shattered. It's a total different feeling from being divorced. You know, divorce is something you choose. You know. But,
Well, and a prolonged illness that's a suffering that just continues, you know. And it's not like I had something similar, but not nearly similar. But it was something that happened instantly. It wasn't. It was, and that broke me, you know, for a good period of time. And
did your wife pass away too?
It wasn't a wife; it was a fiance. But
sorry.
And so, but you know I left the city I was in, a really amazing job I had and everything else, and just checked out for a year and a half.
Oh, you don't
just
completely recover from something like that.
No, well, you know, we get better, but it never is gone, and so I don't know how we contact Stanley. I don't have his number or anything like that. Right? He may not know he's off the air right now. So.
He probably still talking and not knowing that he's not on the chat, to be honest.
And we're not.
Let me see if I can
able to
reach him.
There he is. There he is. Call Stanley.
My Lord. You know what? So embarrassing. Look, bottom line is I don't know. I might have to leave this motherfucker. I'm just to have a motherfucker want to go and abuse his clients on my channel. That's the ultimate disrespect. And
we don't want you to go, Stanley.
Okay. No, it's getting to a point. But I'll deal with it. I don't want to go so far, but you know,
I'm sure you can come to an agreement on that. I think you did.
You know what? I don't do agreements. It's a be brave agreement, and you know how that goes.
No, I just mean that I think he understands how you feel now, and I don't think it'll happen again.
Who?
John.
I don't think he does. I don't think he's capable of it, quite frankly.
Yeah, I think he does.
Hey, you know, the weed flows and the beer blows, or the opposite. The opposite.
Love grows where my sweet Mary goes.
Yeah, I gotta do better, but dude, these honestly, why do these people think they're that bright? And it's not like I'm God's gift, but god damn it, dude, do your basic homework. And Philippe, the stanky braid, that's so ghetto. And John calls him up to talk about the stanky braid. and thinks he's proving a point. Is John's point that I can be as ghetto as the next ghetto, but I no, these motherfuckers actually think that they are separate from the people they're describing. They go, those blacks, the blacks. Dude, you're doing exactly what the quote, the blacks do. We don't give a fuck. And I keep, you know what? That Sean Bracey dude, I will have to maybe even get in contact with Sean Bracey. I want to talk to that motherfucker because he was spitting truth. If anyone, you know, time is past. Um, you don't owe anything to the neighborhood, and I don't want to go all Ayn Rand or, rugged individualism. But dude, enough's enough. You know, if you have a family, you're living in a dangerous neighborhood, there's no shame with moving from that dangerous neighborhood. You don't owe anything to the neighborhood you moved away from. I I am the nigga John Galt. I am that nigga. The fuck does that mean? Come back? The fuck is this idiot talking about? I live in the ghetto and I'm proud. Now, he didn't say that, but the fuck is he talking about? It is a choice. He is a landlord there. There's nothing to be proud of or ashamed of. Is he trying to, come to the ghetto and be a landlord like me? Is that the message? Someone help me with this bullshit. Why is that admirable? So,
I think some of the things he talks about are valuable as far as work ethic and ways to make money
dude,
and things of that nature. But
work hard.
Yeah.
Scrape dead bodies up hard. If that is your work, the part he left out is you don't have to do what I do.
Yeah.
There are other ways to make a living. You
Well,
don't have to do a whole video about the cops calling you and you being so fucking high you sound paranoid. You remember that video?
I didn't watch it.
Oh, motherfucker, I did. Dude, the cops call him. Virgo, do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with him? I'm like, no, dude, you know what? All I have to say is you can learn a work ethic without like watching John Galt. You can go down to your local high school or listen to your local authority figure and be okay. You don't have to. Dude, Virgo, that was so embarrassing. It was humorous. It was funny. But why, cops calling you? What you doing calling me? Like, what the fuck? You sound guilty. It's like you had nothing to do with this shit, but why you calling? Motherfucker, aren't you the landlord? Oh, who said I was? No, I'm not the. Oh, dude, it was fucking the black community that John talks about. He was on that phone call. He was afraid of the cops. Motherfucker, who are you calling? Oh, no, I'm not. The motherfucker denied he was the landlord. Can you imagine that? That's where he lost me. But
These large
somebody
apartment
said you were the landlord. Oh, and the cops are trying to calm him down. Hey, hey, hey. I got to go back and find that phone call. It was like you will hear in HB and oh no, those motherfuckers are not just hypocrites, they're dumbass hypocrites.
That's kind of an occupational hazard of that profession, isn't it? An unfortunate one, but
Of
even
what? Being an urban landlord?
No, being any kind of landlord. Big apartment complexes in
Oh,
nice parts of
absolutely.
town.
But
yeah.
when the cops call, yeah, I'm the landlord.
Yeah.
I don't think the dude owed him rent. I don't think. Hey, you described it, an unfortunate circumstance, but I'm just the landlord. Glad you called. I'll cooperate. What you doing? Call me. This motherfucker, it was almost, dude, it almost sounded like something out of what is it? CSI or one of those cop shows. It's like, dude. If Columbo had called, he would have asked a few questions.
I understand
He would have eliminated John Galt.
I
as the
understand you run
suspect.
I understand you run a YouTube channel.
Yeah, this exactly. It's
you
like,
know, my
well,
wife
this
watches
motherfucker's
those
too
all the
dumb to
time.
be a murderer.
She watches them all the time. It's just one last thing. But, maybe it's a
Did the
situation.
corpse smell when you came to clean up after it?
Now, typically, well, one of the things I would say is maybe it's a situation John hadn't dealt with before.
I don't give a fuck. You're 50 years old.
Right.
Fake it. You learn. You know what? One of the things you learn when you get old is to fake it. And the cops are not your enemy. See, this is the other thing. Dude, cops aren't your enemy unless you done something wrong. And no insinuation, but motherfucker, yeah, I'm the landlord. What did he think they were going to do? Again, John is the people he describes, and he just can't fucking figure that out. And apparently, he is so amusing. John's that little scared Negro boy. He will talk about, mama. Motherfucker, I was waiting for him to yell that out when the cops called. He's not that sophisticated. He's not that smart. And you know what, motherfucker? He's smart enough to start a channel. And again, he is the channel landlord. But, dude, I'm not a sycophant. And he made an enemy of me. Not so much an enemy as much as a frenemy. Motherfucker, you don't ever start talking about my son. And I tossed you the bait and he took it. Dude, my son has done things your son is yet to do. Me as a father, I've done things you haven't done. Best you can do is don't make a show about who my son is dating. He would have never met that girl had he not been where he is. And he got himself there, and I was his parent. That's how a successful motherfucking John is not thinking right. Ask me how I got my son there. Asian chick, motherfucker. My son is at a college in Midtown Atlanta, an elite school. He could have met a Spelman girl. I know of a Spelman girl who teaches at Indiana University, by the way. Is she still there? robotics. She did an electrical engineering degree. She got a Spelman degree, but the woman has a PhD in electrical engineering. Teaches robotics. Black woman, Spelman graduate. There are a couple specimens of excellence from Morehouse and Spelman. Now, it's not Spelman's fault that they don't have electrical engineering. That's why you goddamn go to Georgia Tech. They do Atlanta University. She got her PhD in Atlanta and teaches robotics. Excellence. There is black excellence. And John Galt is not it. And motherfucker, he's just biding his time. Don't don't speak of which you do not know, Mr. Galt. You don't know excellence and you're almost 50. Don't give up. If you were so good at software engineering, you wouldn't be sitting in the ghetto. That is another truth. 20 years? No, you didn't do 20 years of software engineering. See, what John doesn't understand is I literally was in IT myself. I know developers. My brother is a fucking computer researcher. He knows shit. And who taught my brother? I did. Motherfucker, we used to play Castle Wolfenstein.
Oh, yeah.
When he
Wolfenstein.
was 5. That motherfucker's first job in high school. Dude, we are talking like, I don't know, mid 1990s. His first job, he was making $20,000 a year as a 14-year-old back in the 90s fixing computers. And my parents used to complain, motherfuckers making too much money, taxes, grumble, grumble, grumble. And now this kid that, dude, I don't know how much money he makes. I don't know what he does. It's some weird computer research. I know black excellence. I was raised by black excellence. And no disparaging remarks, but motherfucker, when you come after me and you talk about my son, you want to make jokes. You have yet to prove your mettle. And motherfucker, I could learn in a year what you knew over 20 years. You're not a developer. You're not. If you were, you'd still be doing it. And let's be honest. Smart people don't accidentally take weapons into a federal building. That's dumbassery. And if it was a dumb mistake, dude, I heard you talk. I actually listen when people talk. Accidentally taking a firearm into a federal building, that doesn't happen. And if it did, then motherfucker, you could have explained it away. There's something more complicated with that story. There is a reason you could make way more money as a software developer. You are making do, but you're not a software developer. Neither am I. But I'm familiar with the industry and I'm a fucking computer engineer. I know the type. You're not the type. I suffer through your little weed infused, beer guzzling talks about what you thought you were or think you are. But motherfucker, I know better. Don't pretend I don't. So let's go over to John's show. And I'm going to hop up there or in the chat. Galt, if that is your real name, don't you ever make that mistake coming after me again, because I can go days and days. Don't you ever fuck with my child again.
Well, people date what's around them.
You know what?
It's like all this scrutiny
When
of
you're
this and that.
you're John's age, you also have a chance to control what's around you. Okay.
Sure.
You don't just inherit the ghetto. You want to
No,
live there.
and I would say that
I assume he does live there.
your son has controlled who's around him. He worked hard. He got into a fine institution, and he is surrounded with the people.
18-year-olds don't control.
Well, no, but he's in a spot that has a certain type and caliber of people there because of his labors. That's a certain amount of control.
But okay, help me out here. How does that compare to John Galt?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
He could have gone to a different university. He chose the bitch, not me. I wanted him to go to Harvard.
And then, but I'm just saying, people that try to draw all these analogies into who someone's dating, it's like, well, you can't date people that you're not aware of.
Well, here's the worst part, and I already told my son this: don't get super enamored. The chances that you marry her are fairly small.
Yeah, that's good advice.
No one. Now, who knows? I hope he's truly happy. I've yet to meet this girl. It is up to him to introduce her to me. But you know what? Let me put it to you this way. And Tom, I think I said this. My son, that he told me he had a girlfriend, is huge, because my son keeps his own counsel. Always has.
Yeah.
He's never fucked up, and I've always trusted him. He's never disappointed me.
Well, Stanley, I'm sure that you know people like I do that met in junior high and they're still together. But the vast majority of people,
but I know my parents who met, in college.
Sure.
And so,
yeah,
I mean, I don't discount that.
The vast majority of people, though, as we know, your first few relationships are going to be.
My son telling me in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, we have this weird habit in my family. We keep our own counsel. You only know about it when we fuck up. But I was kind of excited. Dude, he said, by the way, but you know what I didn't do, Tom? My first reaction was, great, congratulations. Didn't ask.
Yeah.
Because, see, I know my son. If he wants me to know, he will tell me. I'm the same way with my father. He wants me to know, he'll tell me. Now, he sent me a picture. I didn't know what race, creed, or color till he sent me the picture. He could have just stopped at, oh, hey, I have a girlfriend. My response, great. He's a little more serious if he sent me that picture than I'd like him to be, but yeah, he'll figure it out. And if I need to intercede, he's not totally on his own, but hey, let him have some fun. His grades better not suffer, but even his grades I don't care about anymore.
Right.
And you know what? This is an honor as a father. My son shared. He didn't keep it a secret.
Yeah.
And I know it seems weird. I don't know. Motherfucker, I have gone through hell.
It doesn't seem weird.
To get this boy where he is. And try and make it seamless. And I'm going way too far. But you know what? I'm venting. Y'all, you know how it is, because you've seen it done in your family. Shit ain't easy.
No, it's not. Not easy at all.
And you know what? The biggest joke? I was talking to my sister and I'm like, what I ought to do is send him a big box of Trojans. You can order them from Amazon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And my sister was like, "No, do you really want to do that?" My son would have laughed, but that might have been tacit approval. Fuck this much. Fuck 50 condoms worth.
Yeah.
No,
Is his
y'all
personality
had
like
school to
yours,
deal with.
Stanley?
I'm sorry, what, Virgo?
I said, is his personality like yours?
I'm told it is. He's a lot more staid around me. He can be sarcastic. He can do one-liners, but no, motherfucker. I'm told secondhand that yeah, he's a servant, but much more personable. He knows how to do it better. Um, so hey,
So he's
he's more
not
polished.
he's not going, motherfucker.
Oh, I've heard some muttered words underneath his breath, and then I go, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you," and he'll go, "Nothing." And you know what? Yeah, I heard it. As long as you don't come up and say it to my face, then there will be problems. But you know what? He has respect, and you know, like
That's good.
every
You raised him well.
18-year-old, you have to remind him, like, I am your parent. And I rub it in. Your only remaining parent. I can put some sauce
Oh,
on that.
Stanley.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm not above hitting where I know it'll hurt. But no, he's a good kid, and I know I took it too far, but John, it's not gonna be repaired. That motherfucker took it too far. He thought I was Philippe. He thought I was gonna take it as a joke. John does not get it. And if he was stone cold sober, he does not get it.
Well, to his defense, Stanley, he did
There
apologize.
is no
He
defense.
apologized.
I don't even want to hear a defense. There is none. He's an idiot. He is so far stuck up his own ass that he doesn't even smell his own shit.
I don't think he meant it in that way. And
I don't
I
give a
get how
fuck
you
how
feel.
dude, where does intention excuse being crass?
I get
The
how you
road to
feel.
hell is paved with what? Good
With good
intentions.
intentions.
It doesn't, dude, that he didn't know what he was doing is a problem to me.
I think he feels bad about it. I
Don't
really
give a
do.
fuck about his. See, that's what that's mighty white of him.
And I don't think he will do it again, Stanley. I don't
It
think
doesn't
so.
matter. He did it, and it was unnecessary.
Okay.
Half these dumbasses want to talk about the crack hose and all that shit, and when they see someone successful, Virgo, they are what they describe. They are crabs in a barrel. No one told that motherfucker to talk about interracial dating and put my name and his son. No one told that motherfucker to do that. Universal, HB, and fucking John fucked it up. And there is one other person who shall remain nameless that, I'm giving benefit of the doubt. Those three males, no mercy, no quarter. They're all idiots. And if they can't toss me off, bitch. Universal, no respect. HB, no respect. John, no respect. I'll give a fuck whether they meant it or not. Inadvertent is even worse. They weren't thinking. So you're going to tell me three Negroes who talk about crack hoes that are the dregs of society and don't, a lawyer who comes to me and beg because he don't have a choice. The motherfucker has a choice. The motherfucker supposedly has a brain, couldn't figure out where lines are after knowing me for 6 months. Motherfucker, he brought his two little pickaninnies on here and bragged about their cleaning abilities. Did I say something about that? Nope, not my business. But now that we want to talk about kids, I told John, I came up on that panel that day and told him he was going too far, and he laughed, much like he did this morning. I was in the chat and he kept going, and I said, John, you're crossing a line. And he laughed at that too. He crossed the line. I didn't push him. It's on. Period. I will not, you know what? I might be able to forgive, but I won't forget. And I'm not going to stop. The motherfucker did his Negro best to be the Negro that didn't know the Negro he shouldn't cross. Motherfucker, nobody told John to do this shit. I describe success, and this motherfucker wants to act like it's some weird form of what the fuck does a black man getting a boy into a place of success, why is that worth his Negro? Why would he mock that? When I make a philosophical point about black people need to stop doing the second best and start kind of thinking about what a more successful segment of the population is doing, which is study, god damn it, which people should be doing. Anybody can study, anybody can be a good parent. That motherfucker wants to make a whole show 8 hours at a chunk or 12 hours at a chunk. I will not forgive that. I will not forgive that kind of stupidity. And then the motherfucker wants to let Be Brave come up here and show his ass and not do something about it. That motherfucker did not tame his massa. No, y'all don't know Stanley Cross. I don't let up. I will crush this motherfucker. And apology isn't enough. The damage is done. You don't fuck with me like that. John should have known this from the start. When I told him he's crossing the line and his little minion HB, oh, it's funny. Let's do some content. The ignorant motherfuckers should have known this. They'll know it now. And you know what? They can pull the plug. They can toss me off the channel. But now they will have to contend if they do. Fuck them. I'm going to say what I want to say when I want to say it, and they can toss me off. They can pull the plug any old time. But I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and those motherfuckers are the ignorant niggers they describe. And I don't like using that word on my panel, but God damn it, that's how I feel. I am still white hot, no pun intended, angry. The motherfuckers are ignorant. They couldn't think their way out of their own self-induced ghetto. They are a danger to themselves.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Sounds
And that's
funny,
a
doesn't it?
reference to, huh?
No, I'm just saying. I see John's started a show. I'm gonna go over there and fuck with him on his show. Virgo, I'm really, um, I I don't really get this mad, but that motherfucker came after my family. I want blood. I might wreck the whole motherfucker just for the fun of it. You don't go after family. And
Well,
you know
just
what?
make sure you're
Even if I
not.
give you the bait, he went after my son. Nope. It's
Just
blood
make
time,
sure you're
folks.
not negative, because you might want to
I
be
don't give a
careful of
shit
what kind
about
of
your
blood
blood
you
type. I'm
like.
talking about me and my son. Dude, it's been me against the world for quite some time, and John has given me a target. That motherfucker, I don't give a fuck about his apologies. He better change his behavior.
Well,
Wow.
no, I said well.
Well, you know what? I know he won't. Therefore, he has to contend with me. And y'all think I'm some soft talking motherfucker? Dude, y'all don't. John John is a natural born pussy.
Oh shit.
So is HB, and so
Oh,
is Global. Global Jones.
global shows.
I meant Universal. Dude, see, I love this little pussy bullshit. They want to sit there and smoke some
Continental
pot.
Jones.
No, I thought it was funny. I thought it would make you laugh, but no, they picked the wrong person to fuck with. Um, it's gonna take more than apology. John Galt is a fuck up, and um, I will get satisfaction. Don't care about his channel. I will. What was that motherfucker thinking? Did he think that couple jokes? No, motherfucker, you fuck, dude. What does he think black people are?
Well, Stanley, one of the twins is dating a white girl,
Yeah, I've dated one once myself.
and she's really nice. I'm proud of him for being good to her. I'm glad that she's good to him, and they seem to be very happy. They've been dating since he moved out the house, which was in 2020. So what? It's 2025 now. Yeah, they've been dating for like almost 5 years. So hopefully they get married. Because I don't want any grandbabies out of wedlock.
Well, here is a single father's perspective, and I know you've been a single mother, so I may be preaching to the choir. I'm just glad to see signs of normal progress.
Oh yes, yes.
I still think of that little boy, um, and I had to ask him, "Do you want to see your mother for the last time?" You know what his answer was? No.
Mm. Oh, poor
She
kid.
was hooked up she was on, the ventilators, and no, he just, that's when I knew he actually understood what was going on. I didn't want to see her like that. Dude, and I keep calling you dude. I don't know, it's reflex, but
It's fine. It's fine. I
um
get it.
um I you know um her father asked me about last rites, and I'm like, no, I don't think she would really want that. And I say motherfucker, but he did the right thing. He did what a father would do. Um, he did last rites anyway. So the priest comes out, and it was Virgo. It was all a dream. It took me fucking 5 years to get back to reality. I was in battle mode, like motherfucker. Everything I must, dude. It was like a dream for 5 years. I It was horrible.
I can't
So
even imagine.
you know what? It's I'm not the first person nor the last person, but I would not even wish that on my
Worst
enemy.
enemy.
And I just came out of it maybe 5 years ago. It's been 11 years. And 5 of them were hell. Not hell. I mean, I was fine. I wasn't starving or worried, about money. I just want my son to fucking just be okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know what? He's
I
got a
get
cute
that.
little girlfriend. I've had the talk, motherfucker. You can't take care. You suddenly become the biggest priority because, if she's an Emory student, she's not going to deal with a, motherfucker who can't make grades. So I've had the prerequisite talk with him about it. She's a cutie pie. Um, you know,
Oh, so you've met her. You've actually
no,
met her.
I just seen pictures. He'll introduce
Oh,
me
okay.
if necessary. I actually don't want to meet her. If it's important, he'll bring her here. If not, However, I raised that boy. I know he understands, at least up till now. He has never disappointed me, other than fussing about, cleaning up after yourself or making the odd C or two, which you will bring up to an A or your life will be hell. But no, if it's important, but he sent me a picture. Couples picture of them together. And she's a little cutie. And you know what? She's not a black woman at Emory would make me as happy as any other type of woman.
Right.
It's
It
not
doesn't
the
matter.
race, it's that she's at Emory, so I know she's studying during the week. I know she's a serious student if she's an
Right.
Emory student. So it's not
Right.
so much the skin color as much as the seriousness.
Right. It's just like if my son were to say, "Hey, mom, I'm dating somebody," and it ended up to be a black girl. Who cares? As
But
long as she's
as
yeah,
long as she's good looking and she's
yeah,
smart, who gives a fuck? This
yeah.
is 2025. And this is another problem and where I went in on Philippe. John went so much to say, well, you know, she's not a Spelman student. Motherfucker, I asked my son if he wanted to go to Morehouse. Motherfucker, he crushed Morehouse. He'd be the only, you know, my son, not MIT level, but Harvard level. He'd be fine at Morehouse, but he didn't want to go. He had the option. Shit, if he wants to date a Spelman girl, okay, and she just needs to be smart and worth his time.
I grew
What
up.
is
I grew
this
up in the
weird
times.
bullshit with these assholes about black women? Someone fucking enlighten me.
Yeah, I don't like that kind of talk either. But I grew up
Well,
in the
I'm gonna
times.
go at him directly. Y'all don't get, and I want to find this little girl on YouTube who is fucking gorgeous. This is who I want my son to marry if I have to have grandkids. But they're anti-black, they're anti-black woman, they're misogynist and mostly idiots. John Galt being the leader of the idiot band, HB being his little Robin, and Universal again, global. I'm not calling him Universal. I'm starting to call him global.
Or continental sounds better.
No, it's got to be global. It's got to be something that's round.
Oh, because of his forehead. Oh, Jesus.
Something
Yeah,
with
he got me in
herbs.
the rabbit hole.
Should I call him Mercator?
Oh,
You don't get
God.
that joke. There is a
Yes, I do.
Mercator.
Yes, I do.
That'll work.
Oh, Lord have
Mercator
mercy.
Jones.
Mercator Jones.
He looks Flemish.
What?
I thought you were talking about the geographer.
I don't get that joke.
The geographer Mercator.
Oh, okay. You know what? I did not get that joke. However, see, that's even worse about jokes. When someone else has to explain your joke,
No, my joke wasn't very good, obviously.
I was
should have
thinking about
explained it.
curvature.
Yeah, I think that's who it's named after.
Right. Well, Mercator Jones definitely has curvature of the forehead.
Gerardus Mercator.
Oh, and I can't wait to say it to his face. Man, I
think
honestly,
I might beat you to it, Stanley.
I might have to go get help because I can't. I actually haven't had this much ire over stupid people in quite some time.
Yes,
but they just took the goddamn cake.
The map that most of us consider the view of the world is the Mercator projection.
Right.
He invented it, and it was for mostly creating straight lines for the navigation of sailing vessels.
Well, I thought it was to basically compensate for the curvature.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. It's the curvature
Mercator
to create the straight
projection
lines necessary to.
All right. So here's where I'm going to go with this. And she does a lot of things with her hair, but this is the best I can find right now. I think this girl.
Don't tell me you're gonna do
gorgeous.
stinky braids.
Nah, it's not for me. This is, you know what? She's just, and I know it's weird for you, Virgo, but this is my taste in women, at least these days.
Ain't weird for me. If you like it, I love it.
Talking about
Look at this
everything that nobody talks about when it comes
Now,
to
she's
being
very
a
young.
writer and a journalist. These are all the things that I learned on the fly, on the job, that I wish somebody.
I love her hair.
And because nobody told me, I'm going to
I
tell you.
think she's gorgeous.
I'm going to be talking about everything
She's so verbal.
that nobody talks about
Now,
when it comes to being a writer and a journalist. These are all the things that I learned on the fly, on the job, that I wish somebody told me about. And because nobody told me, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to be talking about everything that nobody talks about when
now
it comes
she
to
has a
being
whole
a
channel.
writer and a journalist. These are all the things that I learned on the fly, on the job,
Oh,
that I wish.
sorry. That's repeating. I think she's adorable. God damn it. I wish I could be young now. I can't get all the things.
You want all the things, Stanley.
Now, I
All
think
the
she's
things.
adorable. I kind of wish I were young again. So, she didn't go to Spelman, but it wouldn't hurt my feelings, if hey, you this is like now this is depravity. I'm shopping for girls that I wish my son would meet. Oh, how bad is that? Okay.
You're not you're not the
No,
first.
this is a little much.
You're not the first, Stanley.
But
I got
what?
suggestions.
I want to be the last.
I got suggestions from my dad all the time. I think they ended when I went, why don't you date her? I got my own. And also my parents, I think, it's sometimes you realize you've created a monster, when it was like, hey, who I'm dating is none of you have no input. None. I didn't have any input on you.
I was always that way.
Yeah.
And my son has been that way in that he mentioned it. It might be a little more serious.
Yeah.
So I have to pay close attention to it.
When I brought girls home, that was a form
I
of
never
approval.
brought girls home unless they were important. I never insisted my son did.
I just did when it was sort of, we were making a trip and I had to stop by the house. I wasn't going to make them wait in the car or anything. I'd bring them in.
Well, let me play this video and then I will move on. And I know I'm going too far. I can go and deconstruct John's channel or John's show. But this is maybe what sucked me in.
These men are all like, oh, I want to be.
Let's see. Nope. God damn it. Why don't these YouTube things work? There's a video called Decentering, Happily Child-Free and Decentering Men. Oh, that's a category. Now, I'm upset that she's decentering men, but then I think she's met Christmas in... Oh, I've done Christmas in Barcelona.
Welcome to a day in the life of a Black girl trying her best in Barcelona, Spain.
Oh, I
did a
love
lot of
Barcelona.
things today. So, fun
I've done
fact,
Christmas in
right here,
Barcelona.
nothing in Spain is actually open until like midday. This is 10 a.m. Everything's closed. But this spot is one of my favorite internet cafes. Great lattes, great Wi-Fi. And this spot, if you need gluten-free brownies,
Yeah,
crumble.
this is too young for me.
Now, I told myself that I was going to be thick like...
All right, motherfuckers. Son, do a video. Maybe I don't need to meet her.
Well, if you know how to make gluten-free brownies.
Ugh, yuck. They're called biscuits. Oh, no, actually, they're not called biscuits. They're called like
Biscuitos.
soy muffins or some bullshit. So anyway, you know what? I have been ranting for hours. I'm so annoyed. I guess I let that motherfucker get under my skin. Let's see. There must be revenge, though. There must be blood. I'm gonna go Daniel Day-Lewis on this. I am that annoyed.
You gonna drink his milkshake?
Fucking. went after me?
You're going to drink his milkshake?
No, what I'm going to do is what I did this morning. Motherfucker, you don't get to make a call on my show. The fuck was he thinking? I'm going to do the, oh shit, can you be quiet, Stanley? I'm making a call. Motherfucking get your own show. If you want to abuse one of your tenants, don't do it here. The fuck? This isn't morning. What the fuck does he think this is? This is Stanley versus the world. And the world ain't your goddamn tenants. So, so anyway. You know what? Let's do this. Here we go.
For lower grocery prices. He promised us, he promised me cheaper prices and groceries. And that has not happened. Not only has that not happened, I am getting my food stamps taken. I am getting my cash assistance taken. I am getting my Section 8 taken. I am getting all my welfare governments taken. I did not ask for this. I would not have voted for him if I knew this was going to happen. So what do I do?
I'm Hispanic and I vote for Mr. Trump. We vote for Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr. Trump. We love you.
A few moments later.
Beyond betrayed. They used us. They actually, during the campaign, and I don't want to make this political, but during the campaign, the elected officials from the Republican Party, they actually told us that he was not going to touch the documented people.
You don't regret your vote. You don't. You just don't like the fact that your vote is affecting you. You thought it was going to affect everybody around you because you're a hateful person and didn't realize that bitch was a boomerang. You threw that bitch and it hit you right the fuck in the forehead. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And it's right on time, baby. It ain't even been a year. It ain't even been a motherfucking year and you regret your motherfucking vote because you didn't think that it will affect you. You live in Timbuktu, in the middle of nowhere. You're on medical assistance, okay, through the federal government. On top of that, you get your housing through the government. You get your motherfucking food stamps through the government. You probably had a government job as motherfucking well. So guess what? All of that has been affected now. And all of a sudden, I didn't know.
There are people
I
like
didn't.
this?
Oh my God, I have an epiphany now. I can see that it was no, bitch. This is the problem with America. You bitches do shit that affects everybody else. You be like, well, not me.
Yeah, well,
quickly, them tables turn on your motherfucking ass. Now you like the rest of us, struggling, sad, disappointed, frustrated, angry. That's okay. Stand in it.
All I can say, I was a dumbass, voted for Trump only because of my beliefs. People around me encouraged it.
this is staged.
I can think for myself, yes.
There's no way. That's staged. So, that did not have the satisfaction I thought it would. Well, I guess we could find John's show and disrupt it.
All that dropping.
How do you make money when it's going down? What's your strategy for when it's going down?
Short it. Yeah, you just short it.
How many people out here
that
shorting when it goes down?
motherfucker! Savage Red.
A lot of people are, but the
that's
problem when it comes
Savage
to
Red meat.
when it comes down to day trading,
gotta
short
fuck with
positions,
him.
like people make money doing this
He
stuff.
is
but
a
like not
dumb,
everyone makes money doing this
dumber
stuff. And
version.
It's a higher risk.
for higher rewards.
Mm-hmm. If your position is the market's going to fall, why not just buy puts instead?
That a put is a short.
Well, I mean, a put is an option to short.
See if I can
There's a
feel this.
more or less unlimited downside to a short, right? A put is just an option. The put,
Yeah, but
zero, but
it's the same. It's the same idea, because if you're gonna buy a put, you're still paying money up front for that option, and if it doesn't go down by the time your option's up, you lose the money. So either way, you're using the same mechanic. You're just managing your risk in different ways. It's the same theory, though.
Exactly.
I think that without into like the how you would value a put versus shorting. I mean, to short 10 shares of Tesla, basically you got to borrow the 10 and then sell it, right? And then you get the proceeds, and hopefully you do something good with the proceeds in the meantime. And then you have to hope that Tesla goes down, and you buy it back. That's a lot of risk right there.
Yeah,
but
so when Tesla's going down and you're buying a put on Tesla as it's going down, you're going to pay a higher premium because the market is indicating that it's probably going to keep going down. So like either way you're still taking risk. You're just either taking a lot more risk or you're taking mid risk. Like it's the same theory, because whenever you're buying puts, the people that are selling puts, they're literally calculating their risk when it comes down to them making their money. So they put that into the
I ever
price
see
of what
Warren
you're
Buffett
paying.
on a YouTube page.
So it works out to be the same.
Oh,
same
that's
thing.
okay.
I just
I
think you
never-
can
called it the Confederacy of
you get leverage. It's more
Dumbasses
leverage.
Investment
Every put
Network.
represents 100 shares
Someone will
versus
notice eventually.
one share.
Or
One
they
share.
won't.
If you don't have a lot of money, you can make, you can get a little bit more
Got a
bang for your buck.
motherfucker on this
Buying
panel.
puts, I would imagine, than trying to short stop.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's different strategies, but it's the same thing. You're taking, like when you're buying something long, you have way less risk. Like if you were to buy Tesla now, all right, your risk of Tesla going bankrupt is far lower than if you decided to short 100 stock of Tesla. So like all you're doing is you're using your money and leveraging it. Either way. But each way that you do it has a higher amount of gain or a higher amount of risk and lower amount of gain. Like all you're doing is figuring out what risk you're willing to take by buying puts or buying shorts or buying long positions or calls.
Hey, Savage, I saw you put something in the comments, man, and I remember you showed your prepping. It was just very impressive. What did you refresh me? What did you have? What are you doing right now?
I'm not. The reason that I'm planting fruit trees and we're doing chickens and goats and bees and stuff. That's not necessarily for prepping. Like we stock food for prepping that's separate, but we're just farming. We're farming the property.
So you're gonna have goats?
Farming the
property. You must have a lot of land to have goats.
I got 5 acres.
This motherfucker talking about goats is hilarious.
I'm not even sure.
He's got 5 acres.
My sister and I are working out a contract.
I
to
swear,
buy out
John attracts dumb
my grandfather's
fucks.
property, which will be 66 acres. So much large scale farming.
Someone says
I'm holding my Tesla options.
Shit about the boom.
Shit about the boom.
Call options there.
Oh my god.
It's kind of the same thing on the upside. Like, let's say if you thought Tesla was about to go to the upside, why not just buy a bunch of calls instead of trying to gobble up 1 or 2 shares at $275?
It's $50.
You probably could come up with a couple $1,000 to buy a couple calls, right?
Well, again, it depends. Wow. It depends. So when you're doing calls, the call is cheaper.
I'm gonna have to get going here.
So like if you're buying,
I can't.
Well, no,
listen
it's
to
cheaper the closer it is, right? Like if you buy a 5-day call, a call is to expire in 5 days. It's not gonna be worth much
right now.
I
Yeah,
can't.
but what I'm
I
saying
just
is, so if you're
listen.
gonna like
They run
right
these
now,
shows
if
on
you're gonna do,
KRLD, and my brain just shuts down. It's well, what you're doing with the Capitol is just
Yeah, well,
shut up.
I'm gonna see this shit till the bitter end.
Okay, Virgo, you have a good weekend. Stanley, you do the same, man.
I will.
All
Well, don't
righty.
be a stranger.
Okay.
I'm
Bye, Tom.
probably not going to do a show overnight. I take Sunday off to try and catch up on my reading, unless the bitterness overtakes me.
I might not be in on Monday morning. I got a hugely important meeting at noon on Monday, so I might have to.
Oh shit!
Get my beauty rest. So,
all right. Well, as always, really good to have you here, Tom.
All right, man. You take it easy.
I will.
Non-carborundum. What is it? What is it? Non-carbor.
Oh no! I have no reason to leave, and
no, it's Latin. It's a non-carborundum illegitimi.
Oh, I have no clue what that means.
It means don't let the bastards wear you down.
No, you know what? I am going to make a pizza tonight. So
hey, there you go.
The dough's already made. I'm gonna eat good.
Well, that's a victory right there.
Yep.
All right.
So we'll see you on Monday, hopefully.
Tom.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, Stanley, it's just me and you.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, let's listen to I don't know. You know what? Let's fuck this. Have you ever been on CT's channel?
Oh yeah, that's how I found
well, then you know who the fuck Savage Red is.
I cannot stand that motherfucker.
Yeah, that I cannot stand that motherfucker either. And that's why I'm, I was okay. That motherfucker, quite frankly, John brings the worst of the worst motherfuckers here. He doesn't even bring the horrible blacks here. Like, John's problematic. He'll go suck up. I'm gonna be honest with you. Latino for Trump, he is starting to wear my patience thin too.
Really? Latino?
Yes. That motherfucker will talk like he's black. Yeah, I'm not amused. So I'll deal
well, he
with
is black. He is black.
That motherfucker doesn't think he's black. Look,
well, I have the same problem with some of my own family members.
You know what? I'm the senior black on this channel. That motherfucker doesn't know he's black. Or doesn't think he is. He has black roots. He wants to talk. That mother. Let me put it to you this way. That motherfucker doesn't think he's black.
Well, I remind him that he's black every time because
motherfucker, I'm not asking you to mind. I mind. You can have. Hey, everyone likes someone.
No, I said I remind him that he's black every time because I always call him
you're black.
Huh?
It's a joke. He's not black.
He is. He just doesn't know it.
Well, if he doesn't know it, then he's not. Dude, he's not 20.
That's a huge problem with the Latin community, and I get a lot of this from my family members
it is
on my
not.
Spanish side.
I don't. There's nothing wrong with dualism. There's nothing wrong with the Latino community. It's American upbringing. There's
No.
nothing wrong with being able to embrace. And quite frankly, I will give you a compliment. And I know it is so rare that I do that. But now, motherfucker, you can juggle your multiple. In the end, you're Virgo. Yeah, I know, how to straighten hair. I know this, that, or the other. You do it with aplomb. And I have to give you that compliment. John
Well,
is
thank
all
you.
black, and that motherfucker is struggling. He and Philippe and Universal and HB for that matter. They are struggling with being black. And if they're here, I'd tell them to their face, As a matter of fact, I'd prefer to tell them because I would laugh at the end of saying it. Those young black men are fucking clueless. John Galt can't even use his real name. HB2N can't even use his real name. And Universal, he has a forehead problem.
Oh, Jesus.
Does he not?
Oh, hold on. I gotta take this. Hold on.
Oh, you better. You might get in trouble if you don't. CK hit the link. I'm on a roll, at least for now. You with me in spirit? This panel might be a little hot, though. I will agree. Oh, here we go. See, there is a Stanley, and this motherfucker wants to play with fire.
I've seen traffic that blows my mind. I'm not sure where it was from.
You have to look at just video footage of India's traffic. It is lawless.
I want to hear.
Well, not only I have seen where
I'll be putting some link in the chat.
Or literally.
But I thought that was a fair deal that B Brave offered Stanley. It was fair, 1 for 1, and Stanley couldn't do it. He have it in him.
I think Be Brave is like Trump to wait. You can't not talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you, John. I don't see what's the big deal about Stanley. About Be Brave.
I can explain to you. I will.
Okay.
And so
I'll explain to you.
But I've seen it. I've seen even on CTs, they did one time a 4-hour long stream talking shit about him.
About who? Stanley?
About Be Brave.
Oh yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get what's like. I'm not trying to dismiss him at all, but I don't really pay him too much mind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me see if I can get on here. Be Brave. This shit. Hey, what's up, man? We'll go to. Man. Can y'all hear me? Oh, yeah, man. Bray, I'm on my stream, CT, and I saw your titles. People would text me, said Bray will be talking about Stanley, and he said CT up here. So I said, what could they be talking about?
Damn, man, they going in on the.
Can you hear him, Lefty? I can't hear that.
Yeah, well, a man that doesn't want nothing to take care of the family, Yeah, well, the problem, CK, is that not a motherfucker on that panel that I know of. And Latino's a family man, don't know that much about Wicked, but not a motherfucker. Um, they lost me when they motherfucking uttered a thing about my son, a thing about me. They just fucking lost me. And you know how Navy man can be. We win, period. I think they're all weak motherfuckers. Not a goddamn one on this panel. Be brave, pussy. John, pussy. Latino, pussy. Wicked, pussy. Let one of those motherfuckers ever try and do something they talk about manly. Not a one of these motherfuckers has done anything in a military. They're pussies. And even if they had done in the military, they're pussies. What's up, Calvin?
Damn, I can only see John.
Let's see here.
Hey, Brave, I don't know if you were listening. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I love this. Be Brave called in that pussy's. That motherfucker's too big a pussy to come up. Let's see how this is going to work. Oh, well.
I don't fucking understand this shit, Brave.
Oh, CK, I know I'm right.
Hey, Brave.
Look, you
Hey,
get a feeling
Brave, I was
about a man through
I
their
wanted to take a
stories.
phone call
That
this morning
motherfucker,
on the stream. I think you had just left. You were there, and
for that
it
matter,
was a lady said the
I
niggas are
am
fighting upstairs
a
again.
motherfucking software engineer. No, he's not.
Stanley was like, you can't do that on my channel, right? I understand. That's his
Yeah,
stream.
motherfucker, you're not
But
going to do it on my channel, and you better.
A lot of people just can't stand to see it. I know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They can.
Little
I think they're okay seeing these niggas beat each other up behind closed doors. They can act like they don't see it.
To correct him.
But these niggas beating each other up, and the black woman calling, screaming. They're fighting again. Like,
motherfucker, there is one nigga that is a bigger nigga than John Galt. Stanley's that nigga.
It really fuck him up, Brave. I think it really fucks him up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Be Brave fucked me up. That little white leprechaun was coming up here trying to make a deal? Really? The motherfucker came on my show, and the only reason I let him up is because his little John was here.
Yeah. Oh, Brave, that conversation, Brave. We all do a react together on that conversation with King and Shannara yesterday. That was epic, Brave. Like
Hey,
that was
Fred,
that was
what's
the
happening
nigga
is I had to get a little
that was the nigga
annoyed.
wrapped up in a bow.
Little pussy boy.
That was a nigga wrapped up with a bow on top, bro.
And John Galt is one of them. Little pissing contest. John will always win the pissing contest. It's his platform. So there we go.
Brave, I was talking about it earlier. He was saying how
He talking to
they
Be
found some
Brave.
weed in his system. Did you hear him say
Oh,
that?
this motherfucker's talking to Be Brave, and I can't
They
hear
found
what
some weed
Be
in my
Brave is
system.
saying.
They just
Pussy boy
they just
mentality.
found
Pussy, boy. Not worth me watching. Oh, goddamn. This, John, is, oh, my Lord. You know what? Be Brave. Bring your dumb ass up here and shit. How do we do this? And Virgo, you don't have to be in the middle of this. I guess I really ought to shut this down because it is going a little long. As a matter of fact, what I should do is shut this down and go over to John's show and let's see how that reacts. What is your counsel, ma'am? Did you fall asleep? Oh, I love this shit. Oh, I found it. There you go. Here is the master of CT.
If you like your job, you better make sense, and you better please who is supposed to, who wants to be pleased. It ain't complicated.
But look at his comment though. These tap dancers believe what they want to believe. The irony in him saying,
Oh my God, this is
'cause
so
he believes what he
embarrassing.
wants to believe. He's a typical
CT and John.
Brave, I better get back to my stream. I'll be back to Brave. We talk, man. We'll discuss that at our stream at some point.
Well, I'm going to wrap this stream up pretty quick here. But yeah, I'll be on with you in the very near future, John. You can bet on that.
CT.
No. Stanley done pissed me off. I'm ready to cut up on some black people.
Yo, wait up, John. Hold up, John.
I'm ready to cut up on some black people, John.
Yeah, real easy, Brave.
Yo, John, hold on. Yo, be brave. John, hold up. John, be brave. You gave Stanley a big L. I just want you to know that. And I want Stanley to know that. Stanley's fuming. And with this title you made right here, Be Brave, he's gonna shit himself.
He's probably not even watching it, is he?
Oh, he knows. Because I was on John's on his panel earlier a second ago, and Stanley was in the chat talking shit about me and you. All because we have eyes and we could see. Be brave is all.
Well, it's fun. I told Stanley, let's have some fun, motherfucker. Let's do it. God damn it, let's have some fun. No more kid gloves. Hell no. Shit.
But I was asking John, Be Brave, and I'm just being honest, and not for nothing, but I don't get what's the big appeal with you, because these people are almost obsessed with you. You know what I mean?
They are.
I don't see it.
It's not even slightly. It's kind of obvious.
I'm a picking.
Yeah,
I'm a
for
grinning.
Sure, but
and I'm holding the banjo for my
I don't see
master.
what the big deal is about you. And I don't mean that like in a negative way.
I got you. I know. You're correct. All I'm doing is stating the obvious.
Right. For example, I think but they I was telling him a while ago on one of CT's shows, they did a 4-hour stream on you. You remember that?
Oh shit! There's been many of those.
Right, and I just don't get it. And
nobody
John said he was
does.
Explain it to me later on, but I don't get it.
4-hour stream.
Shit, Stanley was drunk a week ago talking about me for an hour while he was drunk.
Yeah, I was going to explain. Brave, like you're kind of in a position that I am. Like, you're a poor white man. So when you're talking to King Shanard, like you down on his level, he may be even above you in his mind, and you telling him kind of the way the world works. And
Yeah,
that shit
poor white trash having to explain to an educated individual how the
Right.
fuck the world works.
And that shit,
Interesting.
it hits a whole lot different than if you were Donald Trump trying to explain it to him. He'd be like, well, your daddy left you a lot of money. Who the hell are you to try to give me advice?
That's
Right?
true. That's true.
But you know, you made your way, you worked hard. You maybe not had, great aspirations, but whatever you wanted, you got.
I didn't have any aspirations. I always say, John, I'm not sure what my calling was, but I'm sure I turned my back
love
on
this shit. Oh, I didn't have any aspirations.
And I think for
a waste of white skin, and look at CT and John Galt, a motherfucker, a white man who, you know what? This is your chaotic truth. This is your John Galt. Be brave. Oh my God, what the fuck? Yeah, I might have to leave this motherfucker. I at least want to be on a channel with an old white motherfucker. Well, CK, what is Stanley obsessed about? Actually, not much on this channel. Now, obsessed about what? Obsessed about being right, obsessed about making my point. I'm certainly not obsessed about, stanky. We had a whole conversation, and no, I wasn't having this conversation. These motherfuckers had a whole thing about stanky plaits, stanky weave. Black men talked about black women's hair for a whole show or close to it. Yeah, but you know what? If you're going to use that argument, Fred, I'm on this channel, and I kind of don't want to leave because I like the people and I like the platform, but I might have to. Yes, Fred. God damn it. I knew you were going to hold me to account one day. So let me have my little fun. Yeah, god damn it, Fred. See, this is what I don't like. You're holding me to my own words, Fred. Really? I guess I'm going to have to do it. I don't know where I'm going to go from here, but I'll figure it out. And you know what? May not happen. Okay, Fred. God damn it. You don't have. You know what? Rub it in, Fred. You deserve. You deserve that pastry. No, I get you. And you know what, motherfucker? You told me this would come one day. So, Fred, it hurts, but hey, I'm just not gonna. It's not even a win. Let's just say old men like me need younger men like you to hold me to my own account that I motherfucking fuss about. So we go. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, God damn it. You don't have to go. You're the God of Told You So. Now, that is cruel. Motherfucker, you don't have to be that cruel. That is... Oh, Fred, come on now. I will let this go. But I think you're right, Fred. We will just have to make a go of it. Hey, by the way, Fred, I made 101 people on my channel. So made it this far. And John Gall's been nice. You know, he's tolerated the opposition, but I am whistling Dixie, and let's see what this dumb motherfucker. Oh, this is gonna be more whining because I tossed Ryan's dumb ass out too.
Shut up and take it.
But can I just finish what I'm saying, please? Please, you do let me talk.
What you said this morning was complete bullshit. There's no getting around it. I don't know
You
why you said
motherfucker,
it.
I
I don't
might just
care why
start
you
a
said
whole
it.
nother
If you
show.
want
Well, can I ask you something, man? Can I ask you? Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? I totally understand that I can overtalk and go on. I know that for sure, right? I can ramble.
We understand.
However, can you admit that you're quick on the put you in the back trigger sometimes?
Yes,
At
I
least.
told you why. I told you why, and I'm not
So
going
you
to.
ever?
If you swerve off the issue and you go off into a long, drawn out situation, my perfect example was we were talking, Ryan, yesterday about fucking black bonding
Oh,
over
wait, this is even
anti-blackness
better.
of the
Now
other races.
John
The
Hamm.
other races are actually bonding over anti-blackness, which I pointed out months ago. And you wanted to talk about bonding in prisons don't happen. It had nothing to do with the general population, Ryan. That's why I throw you in the back
this
when
is
you do
even
that.
better.
Too, like you grew on the John Gold channel, so if you're feeling gracious today, you're feeling like wanting to give some love, don't forget to hit the Cash App, Portia, HB, Stanley, and John Gold himself.
Now
Show
this
the
is
love.
going to be
Show the love.
You know what? Oh, I could do there's a whole book about white trash, Fred. Hey, Portia. Oh, you faded out. Well, let's see. All right. Well, then I will move on. Little pussies moving on. And let's see what's going on here. Well, I guess we go on with this.
You're a real one. You can keep it real. But okay, we'll move forward so we don't get any more petty. Let's go name, age, and why you broke your heart.
Ray, 31, and I broke my heart just because you said you were unemployed. You're an actor, which I was like, if you would just led with that would have been great. But when you said you were unemployed, I said, oh, okay.
Well, the unemployed line was a joke.
Well, I didn't get it as a joke, but everything else
Kills
was
at the
fine.
comedy clubs.
Yeah. Yeah.
But besides that, could he be your type?
Yeah, actually, I really like that you're like, fun and goofy and you like movies. I think that's really fun, but it was really just that part. Yeah.
Is she someone that's your type? What do you do for work?
I am an entrepreneur.
That's code for unemployed.
Photographer.
Photographer? Okay. I have free headshots, perhaps?
No. I know like a little something could work possibly maybe after, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
You're unemployed. So
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a step back because you still have 4 hearts that are beating for you. So that is a great sign, my man. That's a great sign. So let's do this. Let's regroup and get to know you a little more. I think the ladies would appreciate that. Let's go for some crazy ones that sometimes can get some heartbreaking. Have you ever been married?
No.
Okay. Would you like to be married?
Yes, if the right person comes along, yes.
Okay. What about this? Do you have any children?
No, not that I know of.
Okay. Would you like to have children?
Kind of the same thing. If I do find the right person and I am married and in love, yes. Also, I do kind of look at it as a financial thing. So if you're financially able to have a kid and support the kid, then yes. Okay. Because a lot of people, unfortunately, don't follow that protocol.
It's true. All right. Wow, no broken hearts on that. What I'm going to do, okay, let's go for one more crazy one, ladies. This one is one that makes us super popular. Religion or politics? Do you want a partner that is religious or political, or not religious, not political?
So I was raised Catholic, but I don't follow any religion anymore. It's not a deal breaker for me, but if it's something that's deal breaker for one of them, I can understand. Politically, I am a left progressive.
I
thought she was going to pop you.
No. That was a sigh of relief. Okay, wow. Well, that got no broken hearts. What I'm going to do to expedite the love connection process, I want to see if any of the ladies have a question. Do any of you lovely ladies have a question that those of you that still have hearts for this real one? Any questions? That one? Perfect. Okay, well, come on. And name, age, and your question.
Oh, I'm Becca. I'm forever 29. And you said that you were no longer Catholic, but are you open to going to church at all?
Well, if I said yes, I would be a really big hypocrite, wouldn't I? I would have to say no. I couldn't. I wouldn't want to lie to you.
Well,
okay. Are you gonna break your heart, or?
That's kind of.
Okay. Go ahead and break. Okay. So just to confirm, tell us why you're breaking.
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of things that are actually very similar. I'm an actor and I'm on for Avenger. I'm always like going for different things. But yeah, when I can, I do like to go to church.
All right. That's understandable. I like to sleep in on Sundays.
They do have Saturday service at some point.
What are you talking? No, bring that up.
Now, before you mentioned that, you were holding on to your heart. So is he someone that's your type?
Actually, a lot of the answers he said, like a lot of things were relatable. So yes.
There we go. Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
Yeah. She like dark hair again.
Oh.
A little shorter, but not. I've dated shorter, so it's not a big deal.
Okay, yeah, you can pick her up.
Yeah.
Wow, could have worked. All right, well, let's take a step back. Oh, wait, did we get another broken heart on that? No. Okay, now you have a question. All right, well, come on down. We got a question from this lovely real one. Name, age, and your question.
Cynthia, and I am 21 going on 40. My question is, are you a picky eater?
Well, if you look at me, the answer is no, I'm not a picky eater. Are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
What's your favorite food?
Everything.
Good answer.
That's the right answer. Yeah.
Yes, everything.
Do we have a question down there from that lovely lady? Oh, okay, just taking it all in. Okay.
Just eyeballing me.
All right. Hey, that's all right. That's a good thing, man. You wouldn't want her looking the other way. Do you have a question?
Where are you from?
Ask that in the mic. Name, age, and the question.
Josie, 31. Where are you from?
I'm originally from New Jersey. I went to high school in Florida.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, the Florida part.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, you still have 3 hearts that are alive for you. So as we start to narrow this thing down, I'm going to throw it to you. Do you have an essential question that you'd like to ask these ladies that could determine your connection?
Well, we've got a lot of good questions in so far already. Let me see. Relationship wise, are you guys looking for a marriage or just a long term or just seeing how it goes?
We're going to go to each one of you. So answer that question.
Long term or marriage for like the end goal, but I'm open to anything right now.
Okay. Let's walk it on down to this lovely lady.
I don't know if I'm looking for marriage. Definitely long term. Why fix what isn't broken?
Yeah.
I put a video in the back chat, and I wanted
What
to get
video?
your opinion.
What video that?
It's basically about black families and couples and stuff, and basically he says something that he's absolutely right. So when I hear that we got a whole bunch of interracial couples or whatever, I don't think that those numbers are very high compared to staying within your race couples. I think it's actually higher in the black community than a lot of people.
Well, you think the interracial couples are higher in the black community?
No. Actually, very low, and that's across all spectrum. It's
Yeah, I think you're right too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right too. I think it's just acute because
it's just promoted a lot on TV and everything else. That's why.
I think it's the most successful black men that are the ones that are able to basically take advantage of it, and I think that's what the sisters would be mad about. It's no music in here. I bet it's music in this motherfucker. Let's see.
I don't know. You could check, but I
no, it's no music. Let me usually when I see black people, I know it's gonna be some music. No music this time.
About black men. No, they don't like who?
Oh, they don't like black women.
Well, yeah. The national average for black men who are married, what are they married to?
It's got to be black women.
Black women at what percentage? Over 85%. But it don't matter though, because once they make money, that's when they go get white women.
White women, yeah.
The national average for making over $200,000, black men, right? How many of those men are married to black women?
I give him about a cool
95%.
95. I believe it. I do believe it. And then when you hear the horror stories, we got to talk about Scottie Pippen. Girl.
Lex has a good point though, because they'll show the Scottie Pippen, right? And they'll say, look, this is how black men behave. Yeah. But that's not the fact. Destroying the black family has been on the forefront of the mind of the people who created this country. How do you destroy the black wealth in this country?
Yeah.
Destroy the black family. Make black women think that black men don't love them. Make black men think that black women don't respect them. That's all a fallacy. It's not true. The older I get, I'm 40 years old now, the more I realize that everything I've learned from mass media has been programmed by people who have an agenda.
You know, he said something interesting. I want to see if you caught it.
It's got to be black women.
Black women at what percentage? Over 85%. But it don't matter though, because once they make money, that's when they go get white women.
White women, yeah.
The national average for making over $200,000, black men, right? How many of those women?
What percentage of black men you think make over $200,000?
Out of the 13% that they say there is, I want to say
it was 100% of 13%. Of that 100% of the 13%, what percent you think make $200,000? That's the statistic he quoted, correct?
I want to say maybe. I want to say between 20 and 30%.
Make what? Make over 200,000?
Yeah, or over 100K.
What you say?
Because I mean, from what I saw before, they said that it was 8% out of that 13. So I was just like, what? That's very high. So they're doing very well.
What are you saying? What's the question again?
What percentage of blacks? The guy in the video, right? He said this. Listen.
National average for making over $200,000, black men, right? How many of those men are married to black women?
I give him.
So he used it income 200,000, correct? That's what he said, right? 200,000.
You're asking what percentage of that is black America or black men?
Right. So, yeah. So I said,
how many black men are making over 200K?
Right. So he mentioned 200,000 as a statistic, right? So I said, okay, well, since you mentioned 200,000, how many black people make over 200,000? In 2021, only 6% of black adults in the U.S. had annual earnings of 100,000 or more.
Okay, I was thinking 5. So even with that, I'm off thinking 5% of black people hit 600. So yeah, it's probably you're a 1%er if you're making more than 200K in Black America.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're probably extreme 1%er. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not really shocking though, because per capita.
But what I'm saying though, again, I'm gonna point it out again. Let me see if I can do it again for you guys. See if you catch it. Look, listen to this. Listen again.
$200,000.
Back it up.
Making over $200,000. Black men, right? How many of those men are married to black women?
I give him about a cool
95%.
Okay, so he said 95% of black men making more than 200,000 are married to black women. Black women. Okay, well, he said 95% of 6% of 3% of that, I guess, because all of them 6% presumably would be half men, half women. I mean, you're talking about a minuscule number.
Mm-hmm.
And so he
I would say more men make money, so that part would probably lean more toward the male, but it's still negligible.
It's a very minuscule number, but He has somehow found this 95% number, and he's hung his hat on that. But statistically, it's damn near insignificant because why? Only 6% of all blacks, men and women, had annual earnings of 100,000. So 200,000, what do you think the number is? Probably 2%, right?
Yeah, like
So
2.1, 2.2.
So he's hanging his hat on something where there's just no there.
Well, that's not his point, though, because I've heard this type of argument, and what he's attempting to do is effectively spit game. He's using numbers to make a point that has emotional weight.
But he's making a point off a statistic that is irrelevant at best.
Mm-hmm.
The number of black people making over $200,000 is basically insignificant, statistically insignificant. That motherfucker so far out on the spectrum, what do they call it? The curve. It's almost insignificant. It doesn't even matter.
I mean,
to even talk about it makes no sense.
Yeah, but he was trying to bring to the point to her because she said that most black people that make money tend to basically go white, and he basically disproved her point by saying that. He was like, well, if that's the case, then why is it that 95% of black people that make over 200K tend to marry black girls?
Right.
And that 95% boils down to probably about 1%. So it's statistically insignificant. You understand? It's insignificant. If everybody in my neighborhood made a lot of money and everybody else was poor, that little group of people,
These
is
motherfuckers
right?
are
It's
the
a small number.
essence.
That's how I
They're
think.
fucking
You guys
stupid.
correct me if I'm wrong here.
CK, these motherfuckers are trying to figure out
Stanley doesn't
the
agree with us.
percentage of black people
Oh,
who
Stanley,
make
boy.
over $200,000. None of the motherfuckers make
Stanley,
it.
boy,
But they will
someone said,
sit
listen, what
there
I'm saying. Yeah,
and
it's a
obsess
stupid number.
over
It's a
who
real stupid
makes
number to really
over
focus on because it's just so few of
$200,000.
them. It's
This
probably less
is
than
what
someone said. Man,
dumb motherfuckers do.
Hood,
And hood
Latino,
conservative is a special kind of pussy who beats his woman.
Stanley and Be Brave, boy, they were going at it, huh?
This motherfucker.
Oh Lord.
None of one
What do
of
you
these
think about that, Hood?
makes over $200,000 a year.
The battle of the bulls.
There, trying to figure out who does. What kind
Oh, Hood, man, I got to play this for you.
dumbass.
Yo, look, I'm gonna get this to Brave. Like, look, I call it what
Listen
it
to
is.
these motherfuckers.
Guys, I ain't gonna front. I am nigga like if I see a nigga with some talent, I'm like, yo, he hitting on something.
Now this motherfucker
And Brady got 32 people in the audience right now. He had at one point like 44. I want you guys to listen to his monologue. This shit was damn near epic.
This is the special. God damn it!
Listen, this is Brave.
I might have to.
There's something fucking wrong up in her noggin.
This nigga Brave went in.
This
Yeah,
nigga
let's
Brave.
do it. Even know how to use the word ask. She says ask. I mean, come on. Gotta be the satisfied. I can let that ride. And I'm sure she's not that attractive. From her picture, she looks like she could probably be ugly in the morning. You see, I got this problem. The girls I was with in my life, when they woke up in the morning, they were still pretty. So, I mean, you know.
And nigga Brave be going hard.
They were just nice looking. No, Virgo ain't looking nice in the morning.
He's John.
Without makeup, Virgo ain't looking like anything. Hopefully, she's got a nice body. At least, you know, something.
Because he's.
But no, I'm serious. I'm serious. Why in the hell is she up there all the time? Trying to insult me. She insulted me. Let me see. First, I got a micro dick. Then I'm a pedo. What else
is he talking about Virgo?
I'm going, what the fuck did I do?
You know what? Over there and find out.
But Christ, micro dick, pedo, and the other thing, I forget what it was. It was horrible. I'm going, well, okay, Virgo. And then today she's going, why don't you go take care of your kids?
Motherfuckers talking
Going, all
about
right,
Virgo,
that's where you need to go.
John is letting this.
All right, I got it. So now I'm going to go see the reality of why.
Hold up. Is he talking about me?
Lady went to South America.
Motherfucker, I'm going in.
The reality of why Virgo's on this stream with other men always is in your face on a daily basis. Virgo. So you can point at what you think are my failures. You're looking at a daily failure. You're on that.
I'm
Brave,
telling you
bro.
I
what,
want all the men.
And this nigga
I
was a
want
grown, bro.
all
Like
the men.
he coming off the dome, 70-year-old man. Oof.
Yeah.
Stream
Oof
so
is
much
right.
that you got to take a fucking nap while you're on that stream.
Oof.
That doesn't say a lot for your husband.
Oof.
Tell your husband to come over here and I'll straighten him out on that, Virgo.
Whoa.
Tell your husband to come over here and I'll let him know. Virgo's probably not all that into you, buddy. You're probably kind of a business deal. I hate to break
let
it
it
to
go, Virgo.
Or why would Virgo
I'm
have to
dealing with
spend hours upon hours upon
My
more
husband could
hours
teach him how to be
on
a
stream with
father.
other
I
men?
tell you that
Now,
much.
come on. God damn it.
Damn, bro.
I'm not making this up. This is fun, folks.
Yes, you
Let's
are
have some-
making
I
it
told
up,
Stanley, hell, let's
motherfucker.
have some fun with this then.
Is this?
Yeah, man, listen,
are
man.
you?
It
You know,
isn't
this is
fun,
Brave's point of view.
asshole.
I'm not here taking sides.
Yeah,
listen,
I'm not
you
here
guys got
taking
it going.
sides, motherfucker.
I
You
find
know
it
what,
interesting, you know what I'm
John?
saying?
You are a
But if it offends you, man,
goddamn
we move on.
pussy. John never takes sides. Have y'all ever noticed that bullshit? I'm out here taking sides, motherfucker. I can't deal with a motherfucker who can't take sides. Hoods, one of our own, can't take sides. John, you're a pussy. And let me type it in the chat. John, I will be the man for you. You don't take sides. Shake my fucking head.
In the real world, motherfucker be the handling the situation one way or the other.
Right. Basically, because this is how I conduct myself online, is how I conduct myself in the real world.
And
I don't
like
do things
Peter
that are
John,
punch worthy. You know what I mean?
like
Like I don't
Peter
go around
Hood.
doing shit, make a nigga want to punch me in the mouth. And I don't typically do that on
Listen to
YouTube
this
either. But
pussy.
not everybody has
You know
that
what? I
visceral
gotta leave
reality.
this pussy
Hey, you know, it's
motherfucking
saying
nigga
I take
channel.
sides. Look,
The
when
niggas
you and Brave
are
up there taking
pussies.
going back and forth, I ain't
Niggas
say a
be
word.
pussies, every goddamn
That's
one of
between you
them.
and him.
You take it sides.
This is
I
why
ain't
niggas
who's that?
fail because all that drunk and swivel my head like John Galt.
Like I said back there, I'm like, okay, shit, you know, these two men going at it. What the fuck I got to do with it? Right? They're not talking to me, they're talking to each other. And that's just kind of the way I just let it be. Like, look, these two niggas want to go back and forth with each other. Let it be. Right? Like, they men.
Yeah,
You know,
there's a thin line between love
right?
and hate.
Right. And they're trying to make a deal with each other. Don't say my name. And I'm like, what? What kind of fucking deal is that?
Because goddamn it.
Don't say my name.
I have to take
Like
a side.
it sound childish to me. Now I'm picking
the
on Be Brave.
John Galt too. I have to take
Right?
a side.
See? I ain't said that on the
John
stream because I ain't
Galt
gonna be
too.
like I'm
I
taking
have
that.
to say
But when
my
Brave be like, hey Stanley, don't say my name, man. I won't say your name, man. That's kind of childish. Fucking let him roll.
Yeah, that's childish.
Right? Let it roll.
Grown ass
You
man,
got an opportunity to roll on him. Right?
especially on YouTube.
Right. Like, you know. Yeah. So that's kind of how I'm oriented. And it may seem like I'm taking sides, but look, bro, like
It
I ain't say shit when Be Brave.
You neutral, John.
This ain't my fight.
Is the
You just a
Mitch
bystander,
McConnell
bro.
of
Right, like shit,
niggas.
you know, I like both of you guys.
I'm gonna
I
be
like
Mitch
Brave, I like
McConnell
Stanley. Like
because
I'm not gonna do that black shit. Like,
I'm
you don't like him.
To be honest,
go that nigga, but
I like
this
Stanley.
nigga can't take a
But
side.
I respect that.
A lot of people don't like Brave. A lot of people don't like Stanley. A lot of people like both of them.
I don't hate nobody and I don't dislike anybody
Yeah,
here.
you know
There's
what?
space for both,
This
you know,
flunky,
in this world. YouTube is big enough for everyone to have an audience.
Needs to be
right?
Latino for sure.
And you know, I'm not here to try to be brave or mute Stanley. Let them have at it.
I
With their
will
life.
mute y'all though.
In my eyes, to be honest, I actually think Stanley's a hero, man.
You know, here's what I say, man.
I
Like,
got my reasons for that.
you know, I think a lot of times, like, you know, like, be brave is a thorn in black people's side. And the craziest part is he's basically harmless. Motherfucker's harmless. What the fuck can he do to anybody? Nigga harmless. But, you know, what he says does rub people the wrong way. And by the fact that he's poor, people are like, well, who are you, poor white man, to be saying anything? But, you know.
But, John, when he makes that point of white trash not doing what...
Yeah, that shit hit hard.
It hit hard because it's like,
It hit
okay,
real
I
hard.
may be a white trash, but am I doing so and so and so?
That shit hit hard. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because if you think about it, like, look, it's like I was explaining to somebody the other day. I was like, I grown up and, you know, in the projects and the hood and all that, you know, and the dream and the goal is always to leave that, you know what I mean? Not to stay there, not to go back, none of that. Like, if you want to go back and you want to, you know, help out, fine, you find a way to do that if it makes you happy. But to go back, like for instance, Nipsey Hussle, like, do you think that man had to be where he there? No. Like, you rich, you can send people to work for you, bro.
You know,
you gotta understand it's a different type of level of mindset, bro. These people are not looking at you how can I say this, like a god or something to look up to, man. People are haters, bro.
Bro, let me explain, man. Like, niggas been sold such a bag of, you know, propaganda, bro. And when they hear this shit, it just hit differently. It's hard for them.
I ain't gonna lie, this shit's stressful as fuck. I ain't gotta tell you that.
Yeah, but how much money do you have on you right now?
Yeah, I got $6 on me right now.
And they be like, damn, we've been here all this time and we ain't got but fucking $6.
$6, yeah, but he made that. Yo, he made like God turned those stones into bread. He made that $6 turn into like 900 in less than a week, John.
You know, Casey, I think Stanley is tired of the hate people have toward blacks. You know, and so I asked the question.
Motherfucker.
What do they hate?
You know what? If
The
you want to know
skin?
what I'm tired of,
What's within?
bitch.
What do you think they hate?
Hate is a strong
Oh, no,
word,
no.
man.
John's going to say he's going to boomerang
what's
it back
within?
to black people.
Because, I mean, I can't hate the skin, man. My
And
father's
this
your skin
little
tone.
chihuahua.
What is it? Is it the skin or what's within?
No.
What do you think
I'm
it
gonna
is, Kim
say
K?
it's
The skin or
what's within.
It's like look at that video you put yesterday with Just Hilarious, bro. That shit is so
The
disgusting.
fuck does any of
Like,
this have?
how in the
Just
hell
hilarious affects
you have a job and
none
you
of these
stealing, and then you have the
idiots'
audacity
lives.
to turn
Why do
around
they care what Just Hilarious
with the people
does?
that you work with and,
Oh my
and
God,
point
these
the finger at
guys
them like they're the
fucking
problem.
idiots.
You know, Kim Case, I got something for you.
Fuck, Just
That shit is
Hilarious
crazy to me.
is
That shit's
richer
so
than the
ignorant.
three combined.
And see, Kim Case and I, we can talk
Yet they
like
would.
this because, you know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
I know her so well. She knew me well enough. And so she knew where I'm going here. So
It don't even matter the skin tone at that point, John. Just
swear to
anybody that
God.
does that shit is just trash.
Kim Case, I want to get your opinion on this right here.
I want to get your opinion on this right here. Like, Anyone gives a fuck.
I ain't gonna lie, it's a really disgusting culture. I really don't like that. Period. I ain't gonna lie. That's what I'm telling you. I ain't gonna lie, it's a really disgusting culture. I really don't like that. Period. I ain't gonna lie. That's what I'm telling you.
You know what?
I ain't gonna lie, it's a really disgusting culture. I really don't like
thinking about his
Kimmy K, that's one of your
I'm
tethers.
gonna goddamn do it.
My nigga GJ Academics.
Man.
I ain't gonna
DJ
lie.
Academics. God damn it, John. Do better.
I'm telling you. I ain't gonna lie, it's a really disgusting culture. I really don't like that. Period. I ain't
Really don't like y'all.
Shit.
That nigga Jamaican Kimmy K. Where do you think he got that from? What's the difference? He black, ain't it? That nigga say, this is a really disgusting culture. I really don't like y'all. Kimmy Cakes was up here yesterday basically saying the same shit. Kimmy Cake, you basically saying the same shit. You ain't say it as crude as academics said it, but you said your family didn't really fuck with the blacks like that. You said it.
Not like they didn't like them. They just said that because I'm the one growing up here. They didn't have to grow up in this country. They didn't want me to adapt certain behaviors and mindset. And I'm a certain mindset.
But why would they say that though?
Because I mean I don't know where they got it from, but I guess it's based on whatever they observed. But then, like I said, as I got older, I started to see like Black American people who are homeowners that have good credit, that are well educated. And I was like, okay, well, they're not all like what my mom said.
No one ever said they all like that. Okay, come on now. Shit. Do you think I lost myself in the battle with them?
Look at you.
You're right. That's what I'm saying. So there's an element of nuance to it that I think most black people get it. That's why they move away from other black people. They're trying to more or less signal that I don't agree with those black people over there, right?
Yeah.
But one of the biggest problems is that oftentimes they can't afford to move away from the blacks that they're running from. You know what I mean? They just don't have the money, the wherewithal to financially move away. Did you hear
I would agree with that.
Did you hear my buddy calling in last night that one of his biggest fears is to not having enough money to live away from black people? That's something really interesting, you know, for someone to say that. You know, one of his biggest fears is to end up living around black people.
That's that I don't really understand.
What do you mean?
I don't understand. I mean, I get it. Like, I understand English. I know what he's saying, but I think he is the thing that he fears, and that's the part that kind of throws me off.
He's not the one shooting in the neighborhoods.
He's not the one. But here's the thing, John. People don't know that when they see him.
But you know, his behavior doesn't lead to that type of
But they would have to get to know him to see that.
Right? Yeah. And
I'm
that's
telling you, like, no one's gonna see a black man and get a warm, fuzzy feeling. So he is the thing that he's running from.
right, and that is the thing. You know, when he talked last night, he was here for quite a while. You know, he's like, "Yo, you know, these blacks are closing doors for me." Right, as you're saying, no one knows that he's a good black when they see him. He said, "Yo, these blacks are closing doors for me." So it does foster a bit of anger, you know, that through no fault of his own, someone with the same skin color as him, has closed doors for him.
John.
Yeah, and sometimes moving away makes other people move away. Because they're going to think that you bringing them all over here now.
Syrupy voice acquiescent to the white man is boring.
The defense that Kimmy just put out, and it's not untrue necessarily, but it's just one of these things where that is the mechanism by which Black America becomes resistant to actual change and development. Because so now you have to be self-conscious about not being like them niggas, because no matter what, the white man's going to see you like one of them niggas. That's some Kafka type box that you really can't get out of.
See you
I'd
one of them
rather do away
niggas
with the
because
whole
your
shit.
name is Hoodservative.
Yeah.
And you still think like a Hoodservative.
I don't know if you heard Mid-Bro Logic. Did you guys hear Mid-Bro Logic calling in?
Mid-Bro
Life I didn't hear him. I didn't see him last night.
Fucking moron.
He called in this morning, just a few minutes ago. Here's a clip from him. Here's a clip.
You know what? Logic. I don't even want to watch.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You think they were on to something, Bernie?
I mean, they knew. They knew.
And it's
You
not
mean what, idiot?
what would you do, John, if you knew that
It was downhill.
what would you do if you knew that, like, let's just say Eskimos started moving into your block, and in 50 years, they'd be pulling up on their kayaks, robbing people, smashing your cars, stealing your shit, hitting you with the fucking on the head and shit, yelling at you, loitering everywhere.
What's up,
Like,
Lee?
you try to stop
God
that
damn,
shit.
dude. I have
And
not heard
actually
from you
so,
a
rightfully so.
bit.
You know, but
Can
I
you hear me?
always said
Shit
on I's
off.
channel, guys, how heartbreaking
What
Stanley,
is
can you hear me?
cities like Atlanta.
what's going on?
I'm good. How you doing?
You know what? I am good, but I am Fred has fucking, that motherfucker. I might have to leave this place. I
Stanley,
hate
can
to
I
do
ask
it.
you a question? Stanley, can I ask you a question? It's a question that I've really been wanting to ask you.
Dude, go ahead.
How well did you know these people before you? Because I remember my introduction to you was on CT channel, and then
Right.
it was the big thing, and then I didn't see you, and then the only way how I found out you was on John Go, it came in my algorithm. I see you over there. So my question is, how well did you know these people before you went over there with them?
A little bit better than CT. Not, pretty much the same level. And so go ahead and because I'll go on forever, but no better than CT. I like John. I like HB. I like the team, but go ahead and you have a point. You don't ask questions without a point. I know you that well.
Well, my only point is that my point is this. I think that if you knew them good and well, you would never have gone over there with them. And I was always shocked that you went, and it was always, like I said, I've been always wanting to ask the question. It was always on my mind. I always was like, man, why is he with them? It seems out of place. The only way I made sense of it was that John Go had he's doing his channel like a network, so he has different people. So I figured, maybe he's over there. He don't want an echo chamber. He wants to have different opinions, which is good. You know what I mean? So that's how I made sense of it. But just me getting to know your character, like I said, I've never met you, so I don't know you. I only know what you present. And as far as you present, I never would think that you would be.
Well, I don't really have an intent. I, and let me be honest. If no, I didn't know them, but instinctually, I love Portia. Now I know where you might go with that, but she's young enough to be my daughter. Um, John isn't as bad as CT, but I think he's getting worse. This,
I
you know what?
disagree.
I'd be okay with all these motherfuckers, but Be Brave is a goddamn limit. Be Brave can't even survive in his white community, and this motherfucker is commanding. Like John has supposedly a master's degree in something or another, and these motherfuckers have a meeting of the mind. I'm just confused. How well did I know him? As well as I know anyone on YouTube. And I still don't think John is horrible, but I think he's kind of believing his own hype.
So I have another question for you, right? So,
No,
in your
you know what,
opinion,
Lead? I trust you. Just ask, be brutally honest. Because Fred, who
okay,
shit, I've
cool.
never met Fred, but over the years I've known him, not through YouTube, but over a Discord. Um, it is becoming brutally apparent that this is going to become a 60-year-old crisis mind. What are you saying, Fred? No, go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, so my thing is, I think it's way worse when you really feel that way than when you do it for pay. Like, I
Well,
could
the
be
thing
wrong,
is,
but I don't think.
no, go ahead. I'm gonna say,
Go ahead.
in a
Go ahead. Go ahead.
way, it's been kind of a piggyback. Um, I get, believe this or not, overnight similar numbers. Um, to John Galt, the morning roast, and the numbers are comparable. And little old me just does nothing but news. So I'm thinking, even the worst of these fools, um, and maybe I'm fooling myself. Um, I guess you and my buddy Fred are just gonna have to talk sense into me. And let me throw
I
up a
think
screen. I don't
you
recognize. Oh,
you'll know
that's
when is enough.
Virgo. Hey, Virgo. That's a weird name.
Yeah.
Hey,
Natty Ice.
well, it's a long story about that.
Oh,
Maybe I'll
that's
tell you
fine.
someday.
I recognized you after I saw you and Mr. Virgo. So leads up here. Lead Clinton.
Peace,
So
Virgo.
lead, I know what you're
Hello,
saying.
Stanley. Yeah.
Tell me, look, I get the same numbers. I get to say what I want to say. If I just go to my channel, you know,
Well,
which I just started.
the good thing about the good thing about YouTube is that there's a audience and a niche for everything, right? And I'm talking about from
Where is
little
our
kids all the way to senior citizens. Little kids on this platform have I'm serious. Little kids on the YouTube platform have millions of subs. Some of the biggest YouTubers are children that do children content. So YouTube is
Lord?
very broad, and so you'll be
I
fine if that's
refuse
what you
to do
decide. But I think
Stanley's Playhouse. It's a Pee Wee Playhouse joke. You don't get it. Pee Wee's Playhouse? You talked about kids, Stanley's Playhouse. You're being all serious.
no. Hello,
Oh, I'm still here.
hello. Oh, okay. No. I'm just saying
Well, then get
YouTube
to
is
your
broad.
point.
That's my point.
Um,
My point is, if you choose to do your own thing, then it won't be. You'll have an audience. There's an audience for every
right.
type of content on YouTube. That's my point.
Well, you asked the question, how well did I know these people? I still think there are people on this channel that I like being with. I do have to start choosing my audience, and part of my problem is moving out of the 3 o'clock to like 8 o'clock audience. Um, it's been an evolution. I'm not ready to leave yet, but I'm seriously contemplating it because there are people. Be Brave coming up, and you know the only reason. Let me put it to you this way: I did notice the only reason Be Brave came up here is because John was on the chat. He would have never had those balls because he hadn't in months. So John is that instigator So what's gonna happen is like I told John, he asked if he can make a call, and John only makes calls to do his own show on someone else's show. And the answer is no. I actually don't give a fuck what John does, but not on my show. And we had to have a long conversation. The answer was start a new stream. I can end this stream, but the motherfucker wanted to be cantankerous. John wants content, and it is a problem me being in the content, but I also had to stand my ground. No, motherfucker, you're not going to call and abuse your tenants on my show. That's worth something.
Is that even legal to do?
I don't give a fuck. That's his business. I really don't care what John does, but don't do it on my show.
I think he, at least at the very least, he should let them know that, hey, you're being recorded.
See, this is
at the
the
very
problem.
least, and give them the option to see if they want to be recorded or not.
Don't expect a motherfucker to be moral. It's not your job to make him be moral.
I know that.
But don't do it on my show. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to see it. I'm not going to laugh at it. And it happens all too much. But it doesn't have to happen. And a lot of horrible things happen on Stanley versus the World, but that doesn't have to happen. In the motherfucker. And then do your own show. Do the depravity on not under the Stanley name. And how long did I know them? No longer. I actually think CT's okay. But they have content to make, and my difference is I don't really care about the content. I need to be me. And I still enjoy shit. Probably the most fun is seeing a one-liner in the chat and hey, that's a show title. That might be the thrill of my morning. And I need something to do with my empty nest time. Lead, it's not good enough. I instinctively know that, I'm going to have to make a decision. And Fred, and you for that matter, the anti-blackness is beyond what you can stand. And it's getting there for me too. Let me ask you a question though, Lead. It will become too much for me. You know what? I'm gonna ask circular questions, so it doesn't matter.
No, Stanley, ask direct questions.
No, I can't in good conscience. I already know your answers. It's a circular question. Motherfucker, why are you still here? That would be what, if I were you, I would ask me that question. So
well, I kind of think I did.
No, you did. Just I don't know what to say. Lead, you're right. I'm wrong.
Like I started with, I was surprised that you was over there. Like that's what I let off with.
No, why am I still on the John Galt channel is how I took it. And all this bullshit that I'm watching right now, Hood Conservative, Roller Skater, Lawrence, all these motherfuckers, Universal, all these motherfuckers are just, and Kimmy, who I like, all these motherfuckers are soaking this shit up.
Well, I don't know too much about Brooklyn Watson, but from what I see, she gives pushback. She gives pushback, and She was just giving pushback every time I come on
Who?
and she's
Him?
on. Yeah, Brooklyn One. She always, in my opinion, seems to. She's not argumentative, but she gives assertive pushback to whatever they got going on. Try to bring
Well,
some
you
clarity.
also have to understand that she will push back but enjoy. I don't see her. Yeah, she pushes back. She does ask questions and sometimes good ones, but we all need our entertainment.
Absolutely. And I'm not a Bible man, but there's a couple scriptures that come to mind. One is
Oh no.
I'm probably misquoting it. I'm probably misquoting it. It has to do with like people having itching ears. So people are gonna go to what they like. They're gonna, and that's with anything, right?
Right.
Any kind of entertainment. People are gonna be drawn to what they feel. So I mean, it is what it is. That's why I said there's all kinds of entertainment.
Well, let
YouTube
me
is so
ask
broad.
you a question and I'll try it. Why go to a space where I'm an echo chamber? Because John Galt is particularly problematic. And nothing I wouldn't tell him. And so is HB. And Universal is just the global problem at this point. Maybe my purpose is just being able to challenge them and actually win arguments because they never have any. Is that good enough?
Absolutely, and it makes it not be an echo chamber because if you were to leave, that's what it would become. They will never have any opposing positions. Even when I was supposed to do my stream, I knew they didn't want me to do my
You have a
stream.
stream?
No, 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 no. I was supposed to do a stream on John Galt's channel, right? But I knew that they didn't want.
Come on mine. You can have the show.
Oh, I'll take that. I'll definitely take you up on that.
Well, I
And we could.
take Stanley versus the world, or motherfucker, you come up here, you can have the show, you can guest host. You tell me what you need. Do you want your own show or what?
An opposing opinion. That's at least that's what I feel.
Well, is mine not
I
opposing?
think opposing opinions are entertainment.
What do you? I'll tell you what. What do you want to do? Do you want your show like a lead Clinton show?
We could work it out. We'll work it out like in an email, but whatever it is, you could quarterback it. You could quarterback it.
Or
say that again.
Guest host here. What would be more your speed?
No. If whatever, no, it'll have to be on your channel. Stanley. It has to be on your channel. Your channel.
Oh, fucking absolutely. Well, tell you what. I can do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You do Tuesday, Thursday. But Lee Clinton on Stanley versus the world. You need your own. Let me talk to Portia. Absolutely. It can be the same feed. It can. So, well, I simulcast.
I would rather just be on your channel. No simulcast, just your channel. Like an exclusive, just your channel. That's what I would prefer if you don't mind.
No, I'd be honored. But I don't have the infrastructure. I'm doing OBS for my shorts. Here that's part of it. I'm using John Galt's StreamYard. Okay. If what you're asking,
Well, we can
do it.
We can work it out. We can work out with there's no rush. I mean, it's not like a tomorrow thing. We could work out the kinks and and do whatever we have to do. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? It would be an honor.
Likewise.
No, motherfucker. Okay. I'll figure it out. I can do, I've been lazy. But no, if we can do StreamYard over there, we can go totally independent. So yeah, let's game this out over a month. Yeah, I'll do it in a heartbeat. But then I'll have to ask for a third partner. Fred, motherfucker, you better come up too. we need, because I'm gonna be out. Well, Fred, you don't know Fred, but he's a buddy of mine, and he is Stanley. I told you so, and he's been a good friend. He's my little hotel Jiminy Cricket, and that's pushed back against Fred. He will not like that term. So, yep, lead. I'm on board with that. I'll figure out the StreamYard and all that shit. But let's talk deeper because I want Portia. And I don't want to overstretch her. Right now, it's just, Stanley versus the world, literally. And she is not she's a conservative girl, but she's, the daughter I wish I had. So, and she understands me. She's a nice woman, and she humors me, and she pats me on the head and goes, "Oh, Stanley, really? Now don't say this." And you know Portia, right, Lee?
Yeah, I know everybody from CT's channel.
Oh shit. Well, we may have to go offline. If you and this is coming up on 11 hours, so let's end it here. You got my email, right?
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, send me
So
your
we can
number. We
definitely
can talk
start talking.
offline.
Definitely.
But I'm gonna go and just kind of blow up John, just because I'm in a we need a left wing Trump. So that's what I'm gonna do. You got my email, and as a matter of fact, whilst you're here, you do the Stanley at JGHB, right? That's
Yes,
your email?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
That's it. Because I want to make sure we have this conversation.
Yeah, remember I sent I sent you an email before. You answered one of my questions through the email. Remember we had a disagreement
No,
on
I remember.
yeah.
Dude, I have like 3 email accounts. I'm getting old. So I'm going to go ahead and send you my phone number. Or maybe I have. Here we go. All right. So there's my phone number. Give me a call. Better time will be probably tomorrow morning. I may do a show, I may not. But yeah, we'll have to have a lengthy conversation and figure out how this is going to go. And yeah, it'd be an honor to have a co-host, dude.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So I'll definitely be in touch with you tomorrow.
All right, Lee, a
All right.
pleasure as always, man. You're kind of surprised me that you think I'm smart. That's
I
I'm
know you're smart, Sam. I know you're
well,
smart, and
I
I like
know I'm
smart
smart
people.
too, but
Pause.
I'm like YouTube smart. It's a
And
difference.
you and I have had disagreements, and it's always been civil, and we always flesh it out, which is really
Oh,
what I
motherfucker, that's
strive to
because you
do.
know
You know,
shit.
I only get ignorant when people get ignorant with me, and that has
Right.
always been my stance from day one. Because when my first introduction to panels was CT panel, I didn't even know YouTube had panels. So when I get on the panels, and I'm seeing these people get real forward with their mouth. So I get back at them. But really and truly, I'd rather just have civil debates, whether someone disagrees or not, and we
Right.
let our intellect do the fighting. But you know, a lot of people don't
Holy.
have the intellect, so they have to go to slapstick. So, but I'm not a Michelle Obama. You know, when they go low, you go high. No, we're gonna both be in the mosh pit slinging mud. You know.
But here's the thing that I have not been able to get used to. I also noticed when I got on my soapbox and dude, I it's too much energy to do these monologues and shit. Motherfucker, this show hit 41 when John and I were going after each other.
People like the chaos.
And you know what? Um there's a problem with that. And
Or we should say his audience likes the chaos.
right. I kind of enjoyed because I don't get to unleash like that, but you can't sustain that every day. And now the other thing is there are YouTube models. Um, they probably take over years. Dude, I don't need the income from YouTube. That's why I don't, motherfucker, I'm not in any hurry. Um, so
But if we're being honest, is what John Galt is doing, is it profitable? It doesn't seem to be that way. Not YouTube profitable, at least
we
not from what we see.
I'll be honest, I'm probably the anchor here. Well, not the anchor, the albatross. They would probably be monetized. And this is the other thing. Now, there are probably they could have tossed me over because you know me. Um, and this is why I love Portia and John too. Motherfucker, they could have tossed me over months ago. So that's why I'm kind of loyal to the channel. I am the only unecho in this echo chamber. Um, those motherfuckers stood by me. And if they said no more, you're out. Um, Lead, let me tell you about these motherfuckers is weird. John Galt, HB, Crack. Um, I was the last on the team. I have a big mouth. I used to go against them. Honestly, they asked me. I didn't motherfuckers, I
I know
didn't.
they did. I bet they did. I bet they did.
No, but no. This is why I don't leave them. They
Yes,
asked,
yes, yes.
so you got to have some
See,
loyalty.
we disagree. Now we're going to disagree because men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. They know full well that they are starved for talent over there. They know full well.
Hey, hold
And
it.
whether they agree with you, hold on. If they agree with you or not, they know. Hold on. If they whether they agree with you or not, Stanley, they know that you're talented. It's not about agreeing with the politics. It's not about that. If you're running a channel, you know that, okay, I might not agree with this person's
Well, I don't run the
worldview, but I know they draw numbers.
dude. I'm just a show. Well, nope. Lead enlighten me, because I'm kind of a babe in the woods in this. They asked me to join, and
I bet they did.
well, come on now, help me out. The motherfuckers.
Like I can't say no clearer, Stanley. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie.
Well, no, they kind of let me. They don't question what I do, other than fuss and the occasional John wants to talk about my boy, which was the limit. And that's why I'm like, fuck this, y'all. And it was, well, John and HB went over the line. Not that I noticed. Universal has enough like decorum. But I mean, it wasn't an honor. All right. Lead.
Yes, sir.
Motherfucker, I don't bring a goddamn number here. I subtract from the numbers. This station,
The
this
view, the view,
this
the views have numbers.
dude.
That you
I'm
can see how many people are in the chat. You can see how many people are looking at the channel. When the stream is over, you can see how many people viewed the stream. Those numbers don't lie.
the numbers don't lie, and thank God. I dude, I do look at the numbers, but Portia manages these numbers. I look at my show, dude. I have 101 hard-earned numbers. Look, I am not the star of this show. John is.
You can't go from 0 to 100 in one day. It'll happen. Look at what's his name. Look at critical African thinkers. You got to build up. You got to build up.
I don't care about the numbers. I am kind of impressed that somewhere between January something and March something, that's a little bit less than 50. Well, way less than 50 because it's almost April. Dude, that people put up with my bullshit, that might be enough. Look, we will talk.
Definitely. We'll talk. Just give yourself more credit, Stanley.
For what? Dude, credit for what? I've always been me. I will continue to do so. There's some people here like CKJ. Motherfucker, god damn it. If I had another son, it would be CKJ3. I have met some people that are dear to me. And it will all end at some point. John has pissed me off. HB has pissed me off. Universal, but you know what? Who gives a fuck? We don't live in the same town. John has a lot of good points. There's some things that I don't mention on this channel anymore. One of the weird things, and I'm just gonna say this, this weird like, oh, you're not, you're pro-black. That I'm more pro-black than John is ridiculous. John is more black than in his definition of black, then it's ridiculous. he needs some improvement in his character, quite frankly. He needs to be more of a businessman. He needs to cut the cord. If a motherfucker can't pay you rent, why would you make him suffer? I can't get that part out. And might
because
not
people find enjoyment on stepping on other people. They're not going to go where there's people who are on equal footing or higher footing. It makes them feel small. They got to feel big.
Equal foot. How does John A even have equal footing? This motherfucker, John have footing.
I'm alluding to like.
And this motherfucker thinks he has a footing.
I'm alluding to what you said earlier in the stream as far as he could live anywhere, but he chooses to live where he lived, and then also, denigrate his clients. That's what I'm alluding to. He could live around the people that he loves so much, but he won't live around the people that he loves so much because then he'll be it.
Did you actually hear John's response? I don't think he can live anywhere else. There's nothing that suggests that either A, he would be comfortable, or B, he could actually afford it. He's wedded to these motherfuckers. He's wedded to his buildings. See, this is what I actually noticed yet. This motherfucker can't move. If he could, he'd be doing it. There's some bitterness in there. Dude, you didn't notice this? Dude, I did. This motherfucker, if he could move, he would have. Did you not think about that, Lead?
Not really.
Oh,
to be honest, I don't really think about him that much.
You will be 60 one day. You will understand. And dude, you know so much. But look, here's how this goes. You either John's fucked the fuck up or he's frustrated. And I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. If the motherfucker could move, he would have. Buying $2,000 this and $100 that. Who would not be where their children are?
That doesn't make sense to me at all. And to have all the venom for black people and to be a statistic is crazy.
What did I say that doesn't make sense?
Say that again, Stanley.
If a man can live closer to his children so he can see them way more regularly, why wouldn't he?
Every day. I don't know. I live with my kids. My kids live with me.
My question is, why would he not if he could?
To be honest with you, I think that's a question for him. I don't know. All I know is I live with my kids.
John Galt. Let me do a John Galt, because he can't. The motherfucker can't. If he could, he would.
Interesting.
Closer to his niggas.
Interesting.
See, dude, I've already peeped that. I already know this. I don't have to ask questions. A man speaks through his actions. He has 2 little kids. Where is this motherfucker? Not with his children.
Crazy.
The mother. This
Dirty
is
work.
What day is this? Remind me, Lee.
It's Saturday. Nice Saturday.
Where is this motherfucker? He's not with
dirty work.
You didn't notice this?
Not my issue, not my problem. Stanley,
no,
I'm the type of person. I'm not my business.
Get that wrapped.
All I know is that all my kids live with me, and I've been married to my wife, and it's going on 18 years in August. That's all I know.
About you, you are where you need to be, and where you.
I know. I know it ain't about me, but you're asking me why you got to ask him that. I can only tell you about me.
It's a rhetorical. Why should you care? All I'm saying is you asked me why
I
I'm on
don't.
this channel, and I've gone. They invited me, but maybe I'm here because I need to teach parenting. Not a motherfucker on this panel is with his kids right now, and two of them have kids. I don't know who that
And they have all
is.
type of degrees and experts and all these
Oh,
type of things, but
hey,
there's statistics and failures. It's crazy.
and they don't know any of them. All I know,
If you have children out of wedlock, you're a statistic. If you have a baby mama, you're a statistic. If
none of
your
that,
marriage failed, you're a
none of
statistic.
that matters. What I'm saying is
It,
that,
it does matter because those people are not qualified to shit on other people. They're
dude,
not
I'm a
qualified.
rhetorical God. Don't get too wrapped up in the actual material answer. Here is my satisfaction. Here is why I am on this channel. I know where my son is. That motherfucker is at one of the best universities in the world. I did it by myself. This nigger did it by himself and wanted help, but circumstances didn't allow. What did this nigger do? I got my son into a hard place to be. And he did all the work. I was just his parent. I might fucking die happy because I did his mother right. I was married to that woman, and you heard all the soliloquies. I love that woman. And God damn it, half the motivation is God damn it, she's gonna come back to haunt me. But God damn it, motivation is motivation. I love my wife, I love my child, and that motherfucker is in the third best, not the best engineering school in the country, just the third best, but it's affordable. And it's where he wanted to go. The motherfucker is in an engineering school, not a liberal arts school, an engineering school. The motherfucker is taking, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Calculus 2 and linear algebra in the same quarter. And he goes, Dad, I'll be fine. That motherfucker told me that too complicated. Calculus 2 isn't hard. I've never taken uh, linear algebra before. Motherfucker, this little kid, I was the first person to hold this child when he came out of his mother. The motherfucker, 18 years later, tells me it'll be fine, Dad. Oh my God, I love that boy. It'll be fine, Dad. I can do it. Don't worry.
That's amazing, man. That's amazing.
Motherfucker, it
I was listening
amazes
to this. I was listening to.
that motherfucker's.
I was listening.
This is what John Galt does not have. He does not tell a boy, he does not have a boy in the third best engineering school in the country, one of the best universities in the world. I'm worrying about this motherfucker. What the hell are you doing? And he goes, it'll be fine, Dad. I'll do it. Didn't sweat a shit. Didn't shed a tear. That is a goddamn man. That's a boy I raised, and he's not quite a man, but he's a manlet. Motherfucker, I raised that child by myself for 11 years. John Galt didn't do that. That's why I'm so goddamn confident. I know I'm goddamn right. I raised that motherfucker. I have confidence in my abilities. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know the books I've read. I know the history. And here's the other thing. I know how to take books, real life, theory, all this motherfucker, and put it into a cogent argument, wrap it with a bow, and you know what I would tell my father and my mother when I was my son's age? Daddy, mama, I'll be okay. Because motherfucker, they raised me to be okay. That is being black in America. John Galt doesn't have that upbringing. Most of the motherfuckers don't have this upbringing, or I'm confident because I was raised to be confident. I don't sweat it. And if I fuck up, God damn it, I will either have to have the wits to overcome my fuck up. And you know, like I told my son, don't fuck up bad. Don't get into something I can't get you out of, but you got a daddy. I'm not going to wait for you to fuck up, and you better not fuck up. But, you know, accidents will happen. Shit will happen. Oh, come on, Fred. So we go. Some of these people don't have the advantages we do, Lee. Some of these motherfuckers have to be on a panel and show themselves saying funny stuff. Lead, I never go back. When I rap a show, I've done it one time so far because I literally said I'm gonna do director here because I wanted a clip to put on the Stanley Cross channel. These motherfuckers have to go back and watch themselves. Look at what I said. I never do that shit. I know what I said the first time. John Galt has problems, but he's been good to me. So that's where we go. What you got to say? Because I have to go disrupt a fucking channel.
No, I think everything is well said. I have nothing to add. So we'll definitely be in contact with you.
Oh, absolutely. You should early and often. And we'll collab. I don't have a problem. Dude,
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Even came up here as an honor. You never hit the show. So I'm like, holy shit.
I live a real world life offline. Like I have kids, I have a job. Like
right.
When I come online, it's for leisure. You know what I mean? So
Understood.
That's what it is.
And you know, unfortunately, well, actually, kind of fortunately, I got an empty nest, so I am a little bit more frivolous than I should be. And I have my father and my sister that I saw yesterday. Yeah, I do need to be more productive, but new empty nester, you are going to miss your kids. You better fucking enjoy them. Because it happens all too fastly.
Right. Absolutely.
So let me go bust up a show just for the fun of it. Or not.
All right, man. I'll probably be in the chat. So have a good day. We'll be in touch.
You too. Talk to you later.
Virgo, enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, Virgo. Where is Virgo? She probably fell asleep again.
I didn't fall asleep. Have
a good one, Lee.
You know what, Fred? I haven't talked to Pelu.
But
Pelu's. Go ahead, ma'am.
my mic is acting up on this.
Oh, I can hear you. You need. Let's
It's
see what
acting
I
up
can
on this
do.
iPhone. I swear, I'm about to
See
throw
what
it
I
out,
can do.
and I think I'm about to summons Portia up.
Oh, I want Portia to come up. Oh, but this is coming up on the end. You know what? If you and Portia would come up, shit, let's hang out. See, the problem with ladies' night is it's not ladies' night, but man, it would be. I want to go up and bust up that show just because I'm still pissed off. But, you know, I do have to preserve. Oh, I'm so mad, man. So, but if Portia comes up, she will pat me on the head and go, "Old man, here's some warm milk." But I do need to bring this to a close, unfortunately. And I know you want to do a show tonight. Pick your time. And if you don't feel obligated. I do have to read some stuff and catch up on the news and all that jazz tomorrow. But your choice. Bring Mr. Virgo up if you want. We can just do a 3 of us, 2 of us, none of us. That is a rare invitation, Virgo.
Hello, Stanley. I think you're on
Still
mute.
here.
Oh, I said he's still at work.
I'm sorry, what?
He's still at work.
Oh, well, no, I was saying I can do a show. Don't know that I want to do an overnight show, but if you want to do something, let's do it.
Okay, I'll ask him how he's feeling after he comes home from work. He tends to be a little shy.
Mr. Virgo is perfectly welcome. I'm not doing karaoke, but we can do.
Oh, he loves.
Please.
Let me tell you, and it's surprising.
I don't want to hear that.
Because he is
Please tell
so
me.
shy, and he loves the karaoke.
But you'll have to name the time.
Yeah.
Even if it has to be 3, but I've been trying not to overdo the show, so I've gone way past where I like to be.
I'll see how he's
I
feeling
actually
after work
have been
today.
trying to take a day to read and catch up and not sound so stupid all the time. So, but you know what? I might crank up another and get close to out of beer and might run out and get
I'm already
one.
having a yingling.
Yeah, you know what? You and your Yanglings.
Oh, I love me a yingling.
Yeah, it's I'm looking to bust up a show. Help me, Virgo. I am so fucking angry. I don't even you know, I knew where I was going to go. And again, um you I'm trying to figure out what the fuck John was thinking.
Mike, it's just I don't know.
I'm sorry,
What's going
what?
on.
I'm sorry. Guess I'll have to go ask him directly. I'm. This motherfucker has no class, and I'm worried. What the fuck was he thinking? And when I told him he was going too far, this motherfucker did the John Galt. I'm gonna go farther. The who the fuck did he think he was dealing with?
Notwithstanding
No,
Cross.
dude, it's not that funny. He's that idiotic. The motherfucker has children. Did he not think, what if this? Now, it actually means nothing. It is my son. I've been asked, well, why don't you bring your son on? Motherfucker, I'm not bringing him around this toxic brew, especially not after now. But dude, the motherfucker didn't get a girl pregnant. Why is he doing this? He didn't agree with my point about, black people do need white people are second best statistically. What it was is it hurt his little pussy white loving ass. The motherfucker thinks that Be Brave is white, therefore superior. He's buying that argument, and statistically, Be Brave isn't even like white. If we had to measure success on a white scale, Be Brave is not white. No one would claim him. All right, well, guess we're gonna have to end this. There's a show to bust up. What is that scratching sound? Is your dog okay? What on earth is
That's
this
me,
one?
Stanley. Hold on. Let me see if I can. My other phone is charging. Let me see if I can.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm moving over to be told. Well, Stanley, this isn't your show. You know what? Let's figure out a name for the next show. I'll just fucking start up a new one. So I don't have to disturb John Galt's show. It will be Virgo told me not to start a new live. Virgo said don't do this, Stanley. Wait, you're not stopping me? Oh my Lord. Oh well. So let's put Well, gonna start this in about 5 minutes. hopefully everyone will come and participate in the mayhem. Everyone, please make sure you hit this live, hit the likes. John Galt Urban Landlord Channel. Please join if you're new. Like, even if you don't. And the Stanley Cross channel must grow. We must take this seed, 101 seeds, and grow it into 1,000. So, and I do appreciate it. It has been, I've been a little erratic, little drunk, just having fun. And maybe, oh, attention on deck. Oh, shit. You know what? I'm going to rename it then, Admiral. That is funny, CK. Okay, attention on that. That it will be. Good one, dude. That's what it'll be called. Attention on deck. Oh, God damn it. CK, attention on deck. All right. Well, so it has been ordered from the Admiral, so it shall be, Admiral. All right. And subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. I'll be back in a few minutes. So stay tuned. If you can't find me, go over to John Galt. Oh, that's the dude from that. Oh, yeah, that's extra white dick sucking that John is going to do. Good luck with that. Have fun. See y'all over there.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.